I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 373. Octavius plans. Octavius smiled as he sat back in his chair in his office, thinking about the future. Victory was sweet, and the taste of it following Trajan's killing only made Octavius thirst for more. There were so many people to punish, so many things that only he could do to return the Bull Kingdom to what it should be, and he wanted to get started right away. But he suppressed that urge to get started working on things right away. Trajan had only just been buried a few days ago and Octavius was still technically in mourning, even if mourning was the furthest thing from his mind. What was more, several of his other plans had already been implemented, and he had to wait for them to bear fruit before he could proceed. The wait was killing him. For almost a decade, now, the king had been indisposed, leaving only himself and the bastard in charge of the kingdom. Everything that would happen in the next few weeks had been a long time coming, and Octavius could practically feel himself vibrating in anticipation. But still, he had to wait. Everything would come in due time, and him hovering over the shoulders of his subordinates as they tried to work wouldn't accomplish a damn thing, no matter how much Octavius wanted to do just that right now. Fortunately, the preliminary findings of some of his plans walked right in the door in the arms of the Sapphire Paladin and a few other of his personal stewards. Octavius smiled at Sapphire, blatantly letting his eyes wander up and down her body. Unlike when Earthshaker did so, however, Sapphire greatly enjoyed the attention, going so far as to strike a few slightly provocative poses for her prince. After a few moments spent appreciating his lady's beauty, Octavius acknowledged the rest of those who had entered his office with a curt, "What do you have for me?" He didn't even let them take a seat first. "Your Highness," the highest ranked of his stewards began as he retrieved a few pieces of paper from the stack he was holding so that he would get the information he had to relay correct. "The questioning of Prince Trajan's personal retinue has concluded, and we've made some progress toward your goals, but not, I fear, as much as we've hoped." "Explain," Octavius demanded, glaring at the man. The steward was a kindly, grandfatherly old man, but if Octavius were to order him to strangle his own children, he'd do so without hesitation. "We made sure that the most prominent knights were questioned regarding all matters that could possibly be tied to them, but I'm afraid the reports we've gotten from the office of the High Arbiter aren't encouraging. In the case of Sir Adalgrim, Sir Leon, and Dame Minerva, just to name a few, most of the additional charges that could be levied against them would go nowhere. There is still merit in levying them, if only to tie them up in the courts while we make our moves," Sapphire pointed out. "Of course there is," the elderly steward replied, "however, the ultimate decision, in this case, will likely be made by the High Arbiter since she has personally stuck her nose in this business. If we bring charges against, let's say Sir Leon for his connection to the death of Lord Tiberius last year, the High Arbiter wouldn't sign off on it. There just isn't enough evidence." Octavius suppressed a scowl. It wouldn't normally be so difficult to put most of Trajan's old knights out of commission with a little exploitation of the justice system, but with the High Arbiter now personally overseeing all matters connected to Prince Trajan and his assassination, attempting to do so would be very dangerous, politically speaking. It was paramount to Octavius that he wasn't publicly seen engaging in such tactics. All other considerations had to come after that. There were gains to be made there, especially since Octavius knew that August had met with both Minerva and Leon, but it was too great a risk if he were to bring anything but an ironclad case against either of them for any kind of wrongdoing. It just pained him to miss such an opportunity. Octavius had been trying to get some dirt on prominent supporters of August and Trajan like Leon and Minerva for more than a year, but his attempts had constantly been foiled. His rather blatant endeavor to search Leon's villa following the vampire attack had been stopped by Trajan, as had many of his other investigations into other knights. Leon, in particular, Octavius wanted to bring down, if only for the humiliation of the young knight defeating his chosen gladiator during the triumphal games. Still, even if he hadn't enough to bring down Trajan's old retinue, he still had enough on other people supporting August for his plans to work. "Very well, we'll forget about Trajan's old retinue for the time being," Octavius said as neutrally as his disappointment would allow. "How about the rest of our targets? We've been having much more success on that front, Your Highness," the steward replied. "We can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that many of Prince August's lower-leveled stewards have been engaging in practices that could be seen as corrupt, though to my knowledge, most lower-level officials often engage in similar practices. Bribery and the like, nothing too crazy. Regardless, it's enough that within perhaps a week or so, there will be some arrests taking place among some of Prince August's low-ranking retainers. Hopefully, we'll be able to get them to flip on some more influential people, Sapphire added. Indeed, even if they don't, though, we'll get something we can use on them, even if we have to twist the truth to suit our purposes, the steward replied. Focus on those who are vulnerable, don't manufacture evidence unless it's absolutely necessary, Octavius ordered. If people like Minerva and Leon aren't vulnerable, then we'll let them be until we can strengthen our position. Besides, while a force of 2,000 can't be ignored, Minerva's hardly the most influential woman around, and Leon is nothing more than a barbarian with little strength. How much can they hurt us even if we leave them alone? Focus on August's support, erode his base and make him desperate. And then he'll be right where we want him to be, Sapphire said, clearly relishing the words. Yes, Octavius said, we can still fail at this point, so be cautious, don't rush. The High Arbiter's involvement complicates matters, but we can still do this if we're careful. How are we coming along on the other front? Our people are ready, they need only be questioned, Sapphire said. August will be laid low by their testimony, the steward added, a vicious grin forming on his face. Good, Octavius murmured as his eyes drifted over to the windows of his office. It didn't quite sit well with him that he had to do this. He was the crown prince, and soon to be the king. Such scheming should have been beneath him, and it would have been if his father had simply confirmed what had been obvious even as far back as when Prince Herculanus joined the Blood Priests, that Octavius was to be his heir, not August. When I'm king, all of this will be unnecessary, he muttered. These problems August, Minerva, that Valeman savage, even that upstart peasant Roland, they shouldn't be so out of my reach. Once I'm king, I'll make sure no one is so immune. To my wrath ever again. The prince's face twisted into a sadistic smile that utterly eclipsed the one his steward wore, though it was gone but a moment later. Even with these small setbacks, Octavius was in a fine position. Trajan was dead, and he had more than enough in the works to bring down August. There has been much talk of civil war should my father die, Octavius mused aloud, but I will ensure no such travesty ever takes place. August will be dead before I take the throne, and it will be by the hand of justice that he loses his life, not assassins in the dark. That's a shame, came a voice from the doorway, suddenly sending no small amount of panic running through those in Octavius' office. If what they were discussing were to leak, it would be all of them who would become intimately familiar with the headsman's block instead of August. Fortunately for them, the speaker turned out to simply be the Earthshaker Paladin. I was hoping you would allow me the honor of killing the bastard prince, but I suppose one was enough. The Paladin sauntered into the office as if it were his own, lazily throwing himself into a chair by Octavius' desk without even asking first, to the derisive and judgmental stares of the others in the room, though notably not Octavius. I'm glad you understand, uncle, Octavius said. Some fun must be saved for others, after all. Though it brings me some amount of pain, I must admit that you're right in this case, Earthshaker admitted so frankly that it would have been rude if their relationship wasn't so familial, though that still didn't stop Sapphire and the stewards in the room from giving staring daggers at him. I suppose that's it, then, Octavius said with some impatience. We've done what we can, now we just wait for the chips to fall. Within the Hall of Justice, the central administration building for the arbiters, thousands of people worked away. Some were investigators, looking into cases on behalf of the arbiters when the king's own investigators either couldn't or wouldn't. Others were paper pushers, dealing with the kingdom's bureaucratic apparatus so that others could do their jobs without interruption. Still others were arbiters of various rank, their assistants and secretaries, accountants, and everyone else that such an important arm of the government required. 3 days after Trajan's retinue had been called in for questioning, the answers they had given had been analyzed and many a suspicious eyebrow had been raised. More than 50 knights had to be called back to be questioned again, though Leon, Minerva, and Alex were not among them, at least, not yet. The information revealed over the course of these interviews started to paint a picture to the High Arbiter, one that she didn't like. It was one of conspiracy and potential regicide, one that depicted someone of extremely high stature committing treason of the highest order. Without delay, she began to sign off on arrests and expanded her investigation to include those in the service of Prince August, setting the Hall of Justice practically aflame with activity. Dozens of low-ranking knights were either detained for questioning or strongly encouraged to sit down for interviews by the High Arbiter's investigators. One man, however, escaped such a fate. His encounter with the agents of the High Arbiter began when his arrest warrant appeared on the desk of a relatively mid-level bureaucrat in the halls of justice. This bureaucrat wasn't a rich man, but he wasn't poor, either. He was just a cog in the machine, signing off on warrants and just about any other paper that crossed his desk. To him, it sometimes felt like the only thing he did all day was sign his name on the indicated lines. Oftentimes, his monotonous job got to be so much that he barely even read the papers he was signing, even though it was technically his job to ensure that each one had been properly reviewed. The day he got the arrest warrant for Justin Isonos, however, he stared at the paper for several long minutes before he finally signed it. Following the few strokes of the quill needed to sign his short name, he rose from his desk and left to take an early break. His work would pile up, but in this case, he had other, less formal business to take care of. He wrote a quick note and took a 10-minute walk over to the royal palace where he located the desk of an acquaintance of his. She wasn't at her desk, so he had to wait for another 10 minutes, but that didn't matter to him. When she did return, he and she barely spoke a word to one another, simply sharing the same space long enough for the man to pass the note and depart. After reading the note, the woman burned it and left her office again, to the surprise of her assistant. Ignoring said assistant, the woman passed on the note's information to another official in the palace, a young steward who worked in Prince August's retinue, who paled and got to his feet. This official then moved as fast as he was capable of without discarding his dignity and drawing attention to the small Isonos estate. It would have been an easy thing to pass the information along under normal conditions, but Justin hadn't gone to the palace that day, insisting instead on doing his work from home. The official stayed in the estate for a matter of minutes, just long enough to pass along word of Justin's arrest warrant, and then made his way back to the palace. The High Arbiter's agents arrived at the Isonos estate barely 2 hours later, but they found the place completely deserted. No Justin Isonos, not servants, no stewards, no papers, not even furniture. It was like the man had simply packed up and left without anyone realizing it, leaving his villa completely empty. Chapter 374. Arrests. Things returned to some semblance of normal for Leon in the days following his questioning by Lucius, though that didn't mean that his life was without stress. After those questions about Tiberius, Leon fully expected there to be some follow-ups, because, at least in his mind, they shouldn't have asked those questions without having some suspicions about his role in the nobleman's death. Fortunately for Leon, nothing came down for him, but after about a week it became clear that he was stressing about the wrong thing. The first inklings Leon had that something in the capital was going wrong was when Alex and several other familiar knights showed up at his front gate, frantically ringing his doorbell. Leon, of course, let them in, and Alex practically ran into his villa, leading the 3 others she had with her. Understanding that she didn't want to talk out in the open, Leon ushered them inside without a word and didn't take his eyes off the gate until it had closed completely and sealed the temporary gap in the villa's defenses that it made. Then, he turned around and hurriedly followed Alex inside. "What's going on?" he asked, wasting no time with pleasantries. "Shit's going downhill, fast," said one of the knights, a young third-tier woman who was clearly from more rural regions based on her accent. "People are being arrested left and right," Alex loudly said. "We don't know where it's going to end, but they're clearly targeting Prince August's supporters. Minerva has the rest of the retinue getting ready for something violent, and she sent us to make sure you were ready, just in case." "Does she think anything might actually happen to us?" Leon asked as he conjured his sword and black armor out of his soul realm, almost as if he thought something was about to attack the villa. "No, nothing like that," Alex quickly said, soothing some of Leon's fears. With the exception of perhaps Elise, Alex was the person who knew Leon best in the city, and if his readied armor and weapons weren't proof enough, she could tell from his body language and rapidly focusing aura that he was ready to storm the royal palace if necessary. "We're not going to a war, least not yet," the other third-tier knight said. The remaining 2 knights kept their peace, though they were both weaker than Alex and the other knight according to Leon's magic senses. He knew none of their names, but their faces were familiar enough that he knew they served under Dame Minerva. "There's something else," Alex hesitantly said. "Here," the other knightess asked in mild exasperation. "Now's better than later," Alex replied. "Explain," Leon demanded, having no patience for games when a major enough play was being made that August's people were being arrested. "An arrest warrant was made for Justin Isonos," Alex said as she carefully studied Leon's reaction. She expected something fairly subdued, some small indication that Leon would know what that meant, but the reaction she got was much stronger than she had anticipated. What? Leon shouted loud enough that his villa seemed to shake. Yay, and people were sent to his villa, and he was gone, the other knightess explained, seeming to defer to Alex's judgment when it came to giving Leon the details. Define. Gone. Packed up and left, seemingly, Alex said. No furniture in his home, no servants, no Isanos, it was an empty villa. Even the yacht he had docked in the lake was gone. Leon stepped back from the conversation a bit, a hand on his chin as he thought about what this meant. Clearly, Justin had been tipped off that he was going to be arrested, as Leon hadn't heard anything about him leaving before this. Leon quickly projected his magic senses, searching his surroundings for the people that had occasionally watching his home, and sure enough, they were all gone. There were a couple different ways that Leon could interpret this news. The first, and the most ignorantly hopeful, was that Justin had packed up and left the city for good, never to trouble Leon again. More likely, he was simply moving him and his underground with his identity possibly compromised, and that would make him much more difficult to track. Leon had derided a great deal of peace of mind knowing that the spymaster and some of Trajan's knights had been keeping an eye on Justin's movements, but with him gone, there was no guarantee where he was or what he was doing. With Naiad out of the picture, that meant bad things for Leon. The situation might even devolve to the point of needing to rely on Zaffin's power, and that wasn't a bridge that Leon was willing to cross just yet. But then, something else occurred to Leon, something almost as disturbing as Justin's apparent disappearance. Why tell me this? Leon asked. Alex stared at him for a moment, an odd look appearing on her face for a brief moment. She was one of the few people in the Bull Kingdom who knew his identity, thanks to a careless comment made by Emily, and she likely had an inkling of why Leon was so interested in Justin. She put on as appeasing a look as she could, and said, "We were ordered to do so by Dame Minerva. She knew that you were involved in whatever Prince Trajan was doing in regard to keeping an eye on Justin Isano's movements. We weren't given any more information, but I believe that Dame Minerva is expecting some kind of report on that matter once we get to the royal palace." Leon frowned a bit. Any particular reason why she's interested in this matter, or is it just because he's gone? I can't say for certain, sir, Alex responded. Leon gave the others an exaggerated shrug to try and tell them that the matter with Justin Isanos wasn't that important, but it had mixed results. They didn't quite know the severity of what Leon believed Justin was guilty of, but they could tell that it was an important matter. Fortunately, they also knew that this was above their pay grade, and they asked no questions of Leon about the matter. Well, then, no more time to waste, Leon said. How quickly do I need to get to the palace? As soon as you can, Alex replied. Leon, despite the situation, couldn't suppress a smile. I don't suppose any of you are clear on matters regarding flying in and out of the royal palace. A few eyebrows went up in interest, but only Alex answered. You have to report to the first gate on the bridge to the palace island, and you'll be grounded from there on, she explained. If you don't, they'll probably try and shoot you down. It's highly illegal to fly within 1,000 feet of the palace island. Oh, Leon said with more than a hint of disappointment. He could understand that, even with flight being a terribly uncommon ability, it still wasn't unheard of, and that the royal family and the Bull Kingdom's government, in general, didn't want people freely flying around the royal palace. If they did, it would kind of defeat the purpose of trying to control people's entrance and exit to the palace by funneling them over the one bridge. Still, flying at least to the bridge was going to be more than far enough. Why are you asking? Alex asked, her eyes wide with excitement. She knew what he had been working on for months, but she wanted him to confirm it for her. Come and see, Leon said, but instead of walking out of the back door like she thought he was going to, he led her back toward the front door, closely followed by the other 3 knights. Lounging in the stable was Anzu, sleeping almost literally spread-eagled over his huge cushy bed, his legs twitching and his beak clicking in his sleep. He was probably dreaming about hunting. It hurt him to disturb his not-so-little-anymore buddy, but Leon knew Anzu would love to do this, so he silently indicated for the other knights not to get too close, and then he gently began to shake Anzu's winged shoulder. Anzu was deep in sleep, and it took a moment or two for him to fully wake up, and when he did, he shot straight to his paws, his now enormous wings spread, and his head raised in preparation to peck out the eyes of whoever had disturbed his sleep. However, when he saw Leon standing before him, he immediately calmed down, retracted his wings, and nuzzled up to his human, his show of affection nearly pushing Leon right over. Is he? Alex began, her eyes practically shining like stars despite the circumstances under which she had come to Leon's place. He's ready, Leon replied, a rare unabashed smile on his face. Help me with his saddle. A few minutes later, Leon, the 4 knights, and Anzu were standing in his front yard, Leon atop Anzu like a horse, his legs tucked in right behind the griffin's wings and reins in his hand. Anzu himself had both a saddle and what almost seemed to be a helmet that the reins were attached to. Where should I go once I get to the palace? Leon asked, practically gloating at the star-struck gaze of the other knights. Anzu himself seemed to be enjoying the attention, to either that, or he was just eager to take off, as his wings were furling and unfurling in a way not unlike that of a runner stretching their legs. Find Dame Minerva, she should be in Prince Tra the First mean, in her office, Alex responded, her answer bringing her joy at seeing Anzu ready to fly back down to dour seriousness. I'll see you there, then, Leon said. He then rubbed Anzu's neck and whispered, all right, Anzu, let's go. That was all the encouragement Anzu needed, and he immediately began to run forward and spread his wings. After only a couple dozen feet, the griffin flapped his wings, creating a great burst of wind magic that sent both him and the riding Leon soaring right over the outer wall of the villa. With another flap of his wings, Anzu carried Leon and himself even higher, high enough that the unnatural wind current that suddenly seemed to appear under Anzu's wings didn't interfere with anything below them. Despite everything going on, for the few minutes it took Anzu to carry Leon over the noble district and to the bridge to the palace, Leon was happy. The wind blew through his hair, he could feel his weight shifting around in response to Anzu's movements, and it felt like the sky belonged solely to him and his griffin. But it couldn't go on forever, and not even 5 minutes after taking off from his villa, Anzu brought Leon back down in the square in front of the bridge where carriages were to be parked. Only mounted animals could be brought over the bridge without special permission, and even then, they couldn't go further than the stables. It was a smooth ride, and Leon only had to direct Anzu with a few vocal commands. Anzu was quite the smart animal, and that was all he needed to know where Leon wanted to go. Once on the ground, he only needed a single command to begin trotting over toward the first gatehouse at the end of the bridge. Leon and Anzu made for a conspicuous pair, with the dozens of people in the square staring at the two of them. Griffins were rare mounts in the Bull Kingdom, but fortunately, no one tried stopping Leon or Anzu until they approached the gatehouse. Even then, a quick flash of Leon's Heaven's Eye ID got him through the gate. 10 minutes later, Anzu had been left in the palace stables and Leon was walking through the front gates of the palace. Immediately, Leon could tell that something was up in the palace. Even in the main entrance hall, people were rushing from one place to another with an urgency that Leon had only seen following Trajan's death. He didn't stop to try and listen into any conversations, though, and simply flashed his ID again to the guards at the door and made his way to Minerva's office. Upon arrival at his destination, he found the halls and rooms surrounding Minerva's office packed with knights from Trajan's retinue, nearly all of them armed and armored as if expecting that someone would try to storm their small section of the palace. These knights parted to allow Leon in his distinctive black armor to pass, and he reached Minerva's office without difficulty. He found the knightess behind what had once been Trajan's desk with all the remaining 6th-tier knights in Trajan's retinue in the office as well. Finally, we're all here, Minerva said once Leon closed the door behind him. What's going on? Leon asked. Dozens of August's retainers have been arrested over the past day alone, Minerva explained, and no one in the room so much as blinked at her lack of formality when speaking August's name. It should be obvious that someone's making a move, and it's undoubtedly Octavius. We don't know who might be next, so I wanted everyone ready to resist. If someone comes to arrest us, we're going to resist. Leon asked, his question dripping with both anticipation and apprehension. Arrests could always be walked back, and charges dropped, but actively fighting against anyone who would come to arrest them would be rebellion. They're not going to take any of us, Minerva declared, her sharp eyes sweeping over the rest of the knights in the office. Octavius and Earthshaker killed Prince Trajan, they won't get any more of us. Leon gave her a skeptical look, as did many of the other knights in the room. If things did get violent, then people would die on both sides. It was effectively impossible to follow through on her declaration, but it was the sentiment that counted, and it was at least well received by the majority of the remaining command staff of Trajan's retinue. Before anyone else could add their voices to hers, a messenger burst in through the door and cried out, Prince August has been arrested. Chapter 375. A prince's arrest. August couldn't keep the scowl off his face as he leaned back in his chair and stared out of his window. Behind him in his office sat Roland, the brimstone paladin, and about half a dozen others in his retinue. Everyone was silent as they waited on August to speak. After waiting for what seemed like an eternity, August finally bitterly asked, "No sign of him?" "None, Your Highness," Roland responded. August uncontrollably grimaced, and it took him a few seconds to regain control over his face. "That's a shame," he muttered as his facial muscles settled back into something resembling his normal expression. "Justin Isonos never struck me as the type that would cut and run when things got hot, Your Highness. He may have gained enough of the king's confidence to be made Exarch of Calabria, but in the end, he's still a foreigner," one of August's aides said. "There's little to stop him from abandoning this kingdom if he feels it no longer welcomes him. That hardly explains how he knew about the warrant out for his arrest before the High Arbiter's agents arrived to take him in," Brimstone added with a frown almost as deep as August's had just been. "Is there something about these matters that you find suspicious?" Roland asked. Brimstone practically rolled his eyes. There was nothing at his home, not a discarded article of clothing, not a single piece of furniture, not even a few wheat grains left behind in his pantry. He clearly had enough time to quickly pack up and leave, indicating that he was either not planning on staying with us in the first place, or he had enough of an advance warning that he should have said something to us in the first place. Maybe he's even been involved in all the other arrests that have been taking place, and he's just using this as a cover while he talks to Octavius behind our backs. Whatever the case may be, he clearly had the opportunity to work with us on this problem and chose not to do so. Of course, I find that suspicious, not to mention infuriating. Regardless, he's gone, August interrupted before things got too off topic. Justin Isonos is gone. Dozens of others are gone, too, arrested on various charges. How do we handle this? Those people weren't highly ranked, but they still handled important functions. We need to replace them as soon as we can, or we need to get those charges levied against them dropped. That won't be so easy, Your Highness, one of August's stewards said. These charges come directly from the High Arbiter. She won't drop these charges for anything. This will go to trial unless our people reach some plea deal where they admit wrongdoing. Either way, this is going to greatly damage our cause. August sighed, knowing that he was right. None of those arrested had been noble so far, so they couldn't even lean on that side of things to lessen the impact. Octavius had taken a huge chunk out of August's bureaucratic apparatus, and it would be months before it could recover. With Trajan gone, August didn't have months to spare. Your Highness, Roland hesitantly began. I believe that we may need to consider leaving the capital." "What?" Brimstone shouted. His disbelief echoed in the faces and shocked mutterings of the other stewards. "We can't do that," Brimstone continued. "We might as well abandon the entire kingdom if we abandon the capital. Just let Octavius roll back the centuries of progress that this kingdom has made in breaking the power of the nobility. All the work we've done to protect the institutions of this kingdom would be undone." "I'm not sure we have much of a choice," Roland said as calmly as he was able to. "Your Highness, without Prince Trajan, we simply don't have the support in the capital to ensure your safety, especially with Octavius taking the opportunity to strike and remove so many of your supporters. It may not be the best or the most desirable option, but I believe that at this point, the only way we're going to win this struggle is by force of arms. As much as it pains me to admit this, I think that Octavius has outplayed us here, and we would be better served in the Eastern Territories, where you can consolidate your supporters and prepare for the inevitable." "And what is inevitable?" one of the other stewards angrily asked Roland. "War," the 6th-tier paladin replied. "War is inevitable. Octavius has too much support for us to win, at least unless we were able to securely win the support of the high officials and more individual legions, neither of which I think will happen without Prince Trajan in our corner. Already, there are delays in reports coming in from the east that I can only assume are signs that support for us is waning without Prince Trajan." "How are things in the north?" August suddenly asked. "Not looking too bright there, Your Highness," August's first steward answered. "Sir Clovis still refuses to pledge loyalty to you, but he at least hasn't declared for Prince Octavius, either. Most of the nobles in the western portions of the northern territories have pledged themselves to Octavius, but given how poor and sparsely populated those regions are, there isn't much of a reason to concern ourselves with them." "What about Tira?" Brimstone asked. "Still in complete political turmoil," the steward replied. "Turmoil?" August asked. "I didn't realize things were that bad up there, as far as the commoners are concerned, things aren't that bad, the steward explained. However, ever since the fall of House Rame, the other noble houses in the region have been trying to press whatever claim they have on the city that they can come up with. The Exarch station there has been able to keep the violence from spilling out into the streets, but there has been a spike in assassinations that have left the city's bureaucracy hollowed out. The local nobility is far too wrapped up in trying to claim the legacy of House Rame to worry about the kingdom's politics. August frowned. He wanted nothing more than to march Leon right up to Argent Palace, make his identity known, and settle that whole thing immediately. Doing so would probably even bring the rest of the northern territories in line, perhaps even winning Sir Clovis' support. However, August knew from his meeting with Leon that such an act would bring him absolutely nothing. With Leon's connections with Heaven's Eye, August couldn't imprison him, not that he wanted to in the first place, and Leon would just disappear if August were to reveal his identity. Actually, doing so wouldn't bring me nothing. Nothing would actually be preferable. It would bring me more embarrassment than I could handle, August bitterly thought to himself. The prince momentarily thought about simply giving up on the northern territories, but he couldn't do that, not when he'd increased the number of legions there to 12. As August was contemplating how he ought to respond to these losses, the sound of shouting leaked through the door. Given the room's soundproofing wards, the shouting had to be loud to leak through, and it quickly drew the attention of the office's occupants. "What is?" Brimstone began, but before he could finish the thought, the door burst open and the Sapphire Paladin walked right on in. She was dressed in dark blue trimmed in gold, tight pants that accentuated the shape of her legs, a modestly cut but loose-fitting shirt, and sported an almost murderous glare that filled the entire room with her immense killing intent. Only the Brimstone Paladin could fight it off quickly enough to stand, but Sapphire didn't simply stand in the doorway. She sauntered in with more than a dozen 5th and 6th tier Legion knights at her back, and from the sounds of it, even more soldiers just outside the office. "Prince August," she formally declared, locking eyes with the prince in question, "you are under arrest for the murder of Prince Trajan." "What?" August shouted, his shock and anger at the words that had just passed Sapphire's lips freeing him from the fearful freezing effect of her killing intent. "What is the meaning of this?" Roland shouted as he rose to his feet and began to channel his magic power. "It is exactly as it sounds," Sapphire hatefully spat. "Prince August has been indicted by the office of the High Arbiter for his connection to the murder of Prince Trajan. He will be confined to his living quarters until the trial date. Those charges are nothing but slander." Brimstone roared as a long two-handed blade appeared in his right hand, though he held it as easily as he would a butter knife. "Then that will be proven in court," Sapphire replied, a smile playing at her lips as she regarded Brimstone's implied threat. She didn't bother retrieving her own weapon from her soul realm, but the same could not be said for the rest of the knights at her back, who immediately armed themselves with an eclectic collection of weaponry. Some bore more conventional weapons, like swords, daggers, and hatchets, but a couple with less battle experience than their power would suggest had larger axes. One had a halberd, and one eccentric even had a sword staff. "Put down your weapon," Sapphire commanded Brimstone. "I don't want to have to kill a fellow paladin, but if you give me no choice, then I will." Brimstone still refused to lower his weapon, and killing intent began to roll off him, causing the blades of Sapphire's companions to begin to sway in uncertainty. "This arrest order comes from the High Arbiter herself," Sapphire repeated. "If you get in the way of justice being served, then you will be considered complicit and slain where you stand." Roland stood up to join Brimstone, but the stewards that were in the office remained seated, varying levels of fear on their faces. They were bureaucrats, and though most of them had relatively great magical power, they were not warriors by any means. If Roland and Brimstone were to resist this, then they would be fighting alone, and they both knew it. Still, neither backed down, and Roland even retrieved his own sword and silver armor from his soul realm. Sapphire gave her two fellow paladins a shallow smile, and her aura spiked as she called upon her power. Brimstone and Roland did likewise, but before any violence could break out, everyone was stopped by a quiet voice saying, "Stop." Everyone froze, though their auras were still raging. A fight could break out at any moment. Slowly, all eyes in the room turned toward August, save for Roland and Brimstone, who chose to keep their eyes firmly fixed on Sapphire, and looked at August through their magic senses. "Stop," August said to his two paladins. "There is to be no fighting in the royal palace. It's good to see you have the sense to surrender when you've lost," Sapphire said, her tone still tense and angry, though with an undercurrent of mockery and smug pride. A shame your sense didn't stop you before you ordered the death of your own uncle. You, Brimstone began as he took a step toward Sapphire, but he was stopped again by August. I said stop. The prince shouted at his paladin, finally drawing Brimstone's eyes in full attention. I would not see blood spilled here, the prince said again. If this is how it's going to be, then this is how it's going to be. Roland, Saturnius, please stand down. I trust your judgment, and I leave things in your more than capable hands. With that, and to the shock of his watching stewards, August calmly walked forward and presented himself to the Sapphire Paladin. I will surrender to you. Is there a need for restraints? Sapphire smiled at the prince, and August was almost convinced that she was going to say yes. However, she simply said, if your highness will come quietly, then I don't see why there would be a need for that. Thank you, August said with genuine gratitude. He expected that Octavius would have preferred he be dragged out of his office bound in dozens of feet of chains, but at least the Sapphire Paladin would allow him this one scrap of dignity. Then let's go, Sapphire said, holding her hand toward the door in a clear indication that August would have to go first. August spared his people one last glance, but he remained stoic and gave away none of the tumultuous shock and anxiety that was twisting his stomach into knots. He simply gave them all one last nod before departing from his office. Sapphire and her entourage closely followed, with Sapphire being the last woman out of the door so she could keep an eye on Roland and Brimstone. As soon as they were gone, the office descended into stunned silence. They knew that this meant it was over, that they had lost. It would have been one thing if Octavius had personally sent over his people, which he technically hadn't, as Sapphire wasn't his direct subordinate, but these knights had come under orders from the High Arbiter. With her name backing Prince August's arrest order, they couldn't reasonably do anything without being branded as traitors. What? Roland quietly began, not knowing what to do or say. What do we do now? Chapter 376. Fallout. The entire office was quiet as the grave as they processed what the messenger had just relayed to them. Prince August had been arrested. After a beat, Minerva rose to her feet and said, half with anger and half with disbelief, what? Her 6th tier aura crashed down upon the 2nd tier messenger, and he almost found himself kissing the floor from its weight, and the auras of the rest of the knights in the room weren't helping. However, he was one of Trajan's own knights, and so he managed to stay on his feet, if barely. Just a few minutes ago, he struggled to say. Minerva just stared at him for a second or two more until she realized what she was doing and retracted her aura. Fortunately, the rest of the knights also lifted the pressure they were inadvertently exerting upon the messenger at about the same time. Explain, Minerva succinctly demanded. The Sapphire Paladin showed up at his office about half an hour ago, the messenger desperately said, almost tripping over his words in his rush. She declared to everyone around that Prince August was being arrested for the murder of Prince Trajan. The news stunned the entire room. Jaws hung open, eyes went wide, and no one, not even Minerva or Leon, said a word. After a moment, Minerva immediately made for the door, with Leon and the rest of Trajan's remaining 6th tier knights behind her. They wound their way through the palace making for Prince August's office. Each one of them had murder in their eyes, and their killing intent alone practically left frost on the walls of their path. No one got in their way, not even the guards. The news was still making its way around the palace, but even those who hadn't yet heard weren't going to stand in the way of almost a dozen murderous 6th tier knights when they looked like they were on the warpath. That being said, many royal guards in the palace took notice, and if violence broke out, they readied themselves to put a stop to it. Their journey slowed as they neared August's office. Those close enough to hear or to see everything that had happened firsthand had congregated around the office to gawk, though it had been long enough that the crowds were starting to disperse, either to go home early or to return to work. Regardless, those who were still gathered around August's office were little more than magically weak bureaucrats, and they couldn't get out of Minerva, Leon, and the others' way fast enough. Their group was only stopped in the atrium outside of August's office where his assistants and secretaries worked, none of whom were still at their desks. Only Roland and a few of his personal knights stood guard in the room. Leon recognized one of the knights as Dame Shira, one of the knights who had come north during Roland's search for Hardwood Amber, but he was in no mood for reunions, or even to speak. What happened? Minerva demanded as she closed the distance with Roland. The paladin had seen her and the rest coming, but their combined killing intent was so intense that even he hesitated before calling out to them, resulting in Minerva asking the first question. Prince August was placed under house arrest, Roland said, quickly fighting off the fear the killing intent instilled in him. Why? Minerva continued, wanting to hear it from Roland and not just a messenger. He was accused of killing Prince Trajan, Roland answered, but we both know that's not true, don't we? The paladin gave Minerva a knowing look, but she grimaced in response and seized a handful of his shirt. Inside, she growled, dragging him into Prince August's office. For his part, Roland let this happen. Minerva still had command of 2,000 of the finest and nominally politically neutral knights in the capital, and that was a force that couldn't be ignored. Leon and a couple other knights followed, including Dame Shira, who gave Leon a quick nod of acknowledgement that Leon reluctantly returned. As soon as everyone was in August's office, Leon closed the door and Minerva asked Roland with a tone that could freeze an erupting volcano in seconds, what in the name of all the ancestors happened? Roland's face twisted in frustration and anger as he relayed to Minerva what had happened, how Sapphire had burst in and declared that August was being arrested by the order of the High Arbiter and how he and Brimstone almost decided to fight the knights sent to carry out the arrest warrant. Once his story was finished, he waited for Minerva to respond. However, what followed was an awkward silence as Minerva closed her eyes to think over what this would mean and how it would affect the matters that she cared about. On the one hand, it would prevent civil war if August were to be arrested and convicted, but on the other, Trajan's real killers would get away. After minutes of silence, Minerva opened her eyes to glare at Roland, and said, "We'll speak of this later." She then led Leon back outside and the rest of her knights back to Trajan's old office. Roland didn't try to stop them, and the knights moved without a word. Their meeting resumed once they were back in the office and the door was closed, but now, the topic had moved from how to respond to August's people being arrested to how to respond to August himself being arrested. The former could be recovered from, but the latter was a crippling blow to August's efforts to claim the throne, and since they had tied their wagon to his, August's arrest left them in a terrible position. So, what now? One of the younger of the 6th-tier knights asked the group once the facts were laid out. "It seems clear to me that Octavius has won," another said. "There's little point in supporting August now, he'll likely be getting a one-way trip to the headsman's block in the next couple of weeks, as I can't imagine the trial for something like this will wait long. We can't let that happen," a third knight passionately protested. "If we lose Prince August, then those who murdered Prince Trajan will be left unchallenged. What if August really was responsible, though?" a fourth knight asked, an expression of doubt and uncertainty on his face. "We don't know anything for certain, all we have is the word of a ghost that it was the Earthshaker paladin that killed Trajan. We quite literally don't know anything else." "Exactly," agreed a fifth knight. "If this order truly comes from the High Arbiter herself, then surely they must have something on August if they're willing to arrest him after so quick an investigation." "I don't trust this," Minerva disagreed. "We all know that Octavius has been stymied at nearly every turn by either Trajan or August, and now, in a matter of weeks, both princes have been taken out of commission. Let's make things clear, Earthshaker is Octavius' maternal uncle, he would never support August's claim to the throne, and what's more, he'd never work with Trajan on anything, they hated each other far too much. Trajan and August were close, and Trajan's support for August never faltered. There was never any cause for August to have Trajan assassinated. However, Octavius benefits greatly with Trajan gone, even more so if he can blame August for the deed, which it seems to me he somehow managed to do. Trajan helped August to awaken his blood," Leon softly stated, adding his voice to Minerva's. "Neither would harm the other. This is Octavius' work, with the Earthshaker and Sapphire Paladins as his tools." Many of the other knights nodded their heads in agreement with Minerva and Leon, but a couple were still hesitant and clearly full of doubt. Minerva and Leon both commanded their fair share of respect within the retinue, but the High Arbiter wasn't a woman so easily dismissed. If she felt it necessary to arrest August, then it would be incredibly difficult to argue against that decision until the trial began. "So, we're still going to support August?" a knight asked. "I think we should," Minerva replied. "However, we shouldn't come right out with it, we still need to keep our heads down until the right moment." "We can't let him lose his head," Leon said. "We won't," Minerva said, a dark look on her face. It took only a little bit more convincing, but the rest of the knights whose resolve had wavered with this nearly cataclysmic setback were mollified, at least for the time being, and the retinue remained on course. The meeting was ended, and the knights left to see to their own subordinates, leaving Minerva and Leon alone in the office. "What are you going to do?" Minerva asked Leon. Even now, He still didn't have any official position in the retinue, with Minerva seeing more use coming from him as a loose agent rather than a member with a formal command, even if he acted as her de facto second-in-command. He was still only a 20-year-old kid, and, in her opinion at least, he would be better utilized for his power and ferocity in battle and for his name recognition in Trajan's retinue rather than planning and leading other knights or any tactical insights he may have. To that end, Leon was the freest person in the entire retinue, a member without a doubt, but one with few responsibilities and a great deal of autonomy, and so long as Minerva was in charge, that wasn't going to change. I don't know, Leon said. Even without any formal position to fill, he wasn't able to act as decisively as he wanted. If it were up to me, I'd put my blade through the Earthshaker Paladin's heart after he goes to sleep tonight, but I'd warn you, don't want me doing something like that. Ancestors, no, Minerva cried. That would be foolish and reckless, and if it has to be done, then we'd be doing it as a retinue. Killing that cretin is not a pleasure for you to enjoy alone, and neither is it something that I think any one knight in this kingdom is even capable of without help. Leon, despite this refusal, couldn't help but smile. It wasn't the act itself that Minerva had a problem with, it was how sudden it was and that he wanted to do it alone that she argued against, though he had to admit that her succinct statement about how realistic it was hard to argue with. In that case, I think I'll go and speak with Elise and Emily. I don't think there's anything either can do for us in this situation given Heaven's Eye's usual position regarding local politics, but it can't hurt to ask. That might actually help. You should do that instead of something doomed to fail, Minerva responded. How about you? What are you going to do? I need to speak with all the other knights, she responded. The other 6th-tier knights will do their part, we can count on that, but keeping this retinue together without the resources of a prince isn't an easy thing to do. I can't pay them as well as Trajan could, so I have to keep them going with promises of vengeance and backpay when August is made king. Now that August has been arrested, I think most of my time will be spent simply keeping all of us together. Leon nodded in sympathy. Need any help with that? He hesitantly asked. With his rather lacking social skills, he doubted he could be of any assistance, but he had to ask anyway. Waiting at home for things to happen that he couldn't respond to was truly grating. No, I don't think that's a good idea, Minerva said with a sarcastic smile. We need the retinue to stick together, and if you're the one speaking to them, I don't think that we'll inspire the kind of confidence that we'll need to keep everyone united. I wouldn't bet against that, Leon smiled self-deprecatingly. On that note, I should get going. Right, can we still use your villa as a place to meet? Minerva asked, not wanting to impose. Leon had agreed to do this for her before, but she hadn't invoked the agreement in the weeks since, so she needed to know that it was still on the table before she brought anyone around. It's still the most secure place I know of that isn't in the royal palace, and that makes it an ideal place to meet with people in private. Feel free, just try to let me know ahead of time, Leon said. With that, he departed the office, then the palace itself. There was nothing for him to do there anymore, and so he retrieved Anzu from the stables and made his way back across the bridge. Again, despite everything, he couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement as Anzu took off with Leon strapped into the griffin's powerful back. Anzu was large enough that even fully armored, Leon didn't even weigh a fifth of what the griffin did, which made carrying him terribly easy for the albino griffin. Anzu's pure white wings beat, summoning great gusts of wind that carried him and his rider into the sky and over the noble district below. The Heaven's Eye Tower could be easily seen in the distance, and Leon steered Anzu in its direction. At the speed that Anzu flew, they arrived in a matter of minutes, where Leon was once more forced to leave Anzu in the nearby stables. Fortunately, with his connection to Elise, Anzu was at least led to much nicer stables than he'd been in at the palace, where he'd been forced to wait in a cell built to accommodate a horse where he couldn't even stretch his wings properly. However, once Leon walked inside the tower, he was informed by the attendant that came forward to help him that Elise had already gone home for the day, despite it being barely noon. What was more, she had been accompanied by Valeria Isanos. Chapter 377. The suspended guard. When Leon heard that Elise had left the Heaven's Eye Tower with Valeria, he immediately turned around and left. He'd gone there to speak with his lady and with Emily, but the news of Elise being with Valeria instantly superseded that business. It's not like he was expecting any assistance from Heaven's Eye regarding the current politics of the Bull Kingdom, anyway, but the idea of Elise spending time alone with Justin Isanos' daughter mere days after he disappeared greatly troubled him. His head cleared a bit as he retrieved Anzu and began the rapid flight home. Valeria was Elise's friend, and despite her familial connections, he remained skeptical that Valeria herself was involved at all with the business that had left his family ruined. Still, it was better not to take any chances, and he urged Anzu to go faster as they flew over the noble district. Anzu responded with a joyful high-pitched cry and flapped his wings harder, his wind magic carrying Leon and himself at such a swift speed that they landed in Leon's front yard barely even 5 minutes after taking off from the square around the Heaven's Eye Tower's front door. If anyone else had done what Leon and Anzu had just done, namely bypassing the front gate of the villa's outer wall by flying or jumping, the villa's defenses would have activated and hit them with enough lightning to fry an elephant several times over. However, Leon had taken a blood sample from both himself and Anzu and added them to the enchantments that defended the villa. The enchantments thus recognized them as friends, and the defenses were not activated. The only other people who could possibly enter the villa from above were Elise and Naiad, since Leon had used their blood in his enchanting work as well. When they landed, Leon leapt off Anzu's back and hurried toward the door without bothering to return Anzu to his stable. Anzu was happy with the arrangement and sprawled out on the grass, though Leon's anxious attitude had the griffin's eyes following him as he made his way through Elise's gardens toward the front door. However, before he reached the villa proper, the door opened to reveal Elise, smiling at Leon's return but also clearly a bit worried about something from the way her brow had furrowed. Leon relaxed seeing his girlfriend physically fine, but he ran over anyway and took her into his arms in a brief hug. "We have a guest," Elise breathed into his ear as he wrapped his arms around her waist. "Valeria?" he asked. "Yes," she confirmed with a tone of mild surprise. "I came from the tower," Leon explained, and Elise nodded in understanding. She then turned around and led Leon inside. What Leon found himself looking at was far from what he had feared, or even from what he'd expected. He'd feared that Justin Isonos had found out who he was and sent Valeria to do something to Elise to strike at him. On the other hand, he'd expected Valeria to simply be spending some time with a good friend while she had some time. What he found instead was the silver-haired woman sitting at his dining table with her head resting face down on her arms which had been folded over themselves on the table. Her hair was disheveled and splayed out over her arms and shoulders, completely concealing her face, and her dark blue and silver clothing was wrinkled and not entirely put on correctly, revealing far more of her shoulders, upper chest, and thighs than her shirt and skirt otherwise would have. As Leon walked in, Valeria slowly raised her head off her arms and looked him over. Her eyes were unfocused and bloodshot, and she was rapidly blinking as if she couldn't quite see straight. Her face was covered in tear streaks and what little makeup she wore on her lips and around her eyes had smudged. She looked like a mess, to put it simply, and it took Leon completely by surprise. He glanced over his shoulder at Elise with a questioning look, but she brushed past him to sit back down at the table and take one of Valeria's hands into her own, getting Valeria's attention as she did so. Usually, Valeria was impeccably well dressed and perfectly groomed, with her hair either in a single braid or a loose ponytail, which combined with her stoic and taciturn nature to give her a great air of dignity and poise. This was such a departure that all hostility Leon may have felt vanished in the space of a single heartbeat, and he quietly returned the armor and sword he'd equipped when he left his villa not long ago back into his soul realm. Leon stood there in the doorway not quite sure what to do with himself. Valeria was clearly going through something, and he had no idea how to feel, let alone how to conduct himself at this point. He occupied himself for a moment glancing out of a nearby window to make sure Anzu was fine, and when he saw his griffin lounging in the grass, he turned back to the ladies and, with a quiet, but deep sigh, he walked over and joined them at the dining table. As he sat down, Valeria's eyes turned back to him and he finally saw some recognition in those deep blue sapphires. She seemed to panic a bit and did her best to pat down her hair into something a bit more presentable than the tangled mess it had become, but she swayed in her seat and she failed to tame the silver jungle. After a couple quick moments, she simply gave up and nervously smiled at Elise. "How are you doing?" her red-haired friend asked. "Feeling a bit better now." Valeria took a couple seconds to respond as she cleared her throat and blinked her eyes clear, but then she quietly nodded. Leon gave both ladies a questioning look. If he didn't know any better, he'd have said that Valeria looked drunk, but she was a fourth-tier mage and alcohol had little effect upon her. "I found our friend here at the Heaven's Eye bar," Elise explained, immediately banishing those thoughts from Leon's head. "You must have gotten into some strong stuff, then," Leon awkwardly said as his brain locked up on what to talk about. My father is missing," Valeria explained, and Elise pulled her a bit closer so she could wrap an arm around her silver-haired friend's shoulders for comfort. Leon nodded in sudden understanding. He was a bit of a mess after Artorias had died, and though Justin didn't seem to be dead, he could at least empathize with what Valeria was feeling right now with her father suddenly disappearing. I was, also, Valeria tried to explain, but her voice caught in her throat and a few tears fell from her eyes. Elise rubbed her shoulders and whispered a few consoling words to her, and Valeria quickly pulled herself together enough to finish her sentence. I was also suspended from the royal guard, and my knighthood might be taken from me. Ah, my sympathies, Leon muttered as understandingly as he possibly could, which wasn't much and even came out a bit sarcastic as a result. Fortunately, Valeria was a bit too drunk to notice, let alone take offense. She'd lost her father, her job, and her status all in a matter of days. She was one of the most composed people he'd ever met, but that much loss, especially in such a short period of time, could make anyone crack. It's going to be all right, Elise whispered to her still relatively drunk friend. We're here for you, you've still got us. Leon kept his face as impassive as he could, but inside he couldn't help but grimace. He didn't really want to be there for Valeria, but he didn't want her as his enemy, either. There was still a part of him that liked her in a non-romantic way, and if they could be friends, he felt like he could probably live with it. In another life, he could easily see them being great friends, or even something more, but after what happened with Artorias and what he had learned about the fall of his house, he just didn't see it happening. And so, when Elise looked to him to say some comforting words, he found himself unable, and he remained silent even as her expectant gaze turned upset and angry. Leon, whispered Zafin from his soul realm. Leon's eyebrows shot up in momentary surprise at the demon's sudden greeting. What is it? He responded. Do you still like this girl? Zafin asked, his tone oddly neutral and lacking even a hint of mockery. No, Leon emphatically declared. What makes you even think so? Well, that over-the-top reaction definitely does, Zafin replied, momentarily letting his tone turn a little less serious. However, before Leon could reply, the demon continued, I'm just saying, she's still drunk right now. Will there ever be a better time to ask her questions? There's a good chance that she won't remember anything you talk about tomorrow morning. Leon frowned slightly as he thought about that possibility. With Valeria in her current state, there was also the possibility that she'd be more open to further questions, but if Leon were to ask, then he'd be taking quite the risk. There was no guarantee that Valeria wouldn't remember the questions asked of her, and Leon didn't think he'd be up to killing her, his own insistence that he didn't like her notwithstanding. She could even guess who he was if he wasn't careful with what he asked. But the possibility that he could glean a few extra details from her right now was very appealing. How to ask the questions, though, was another matter entirely. Leon decided to think about it while talking about something else for the moment. Prince August has been arrested, he said without any preamble or preparation. Elise's head whipped around to look at him in shock, but Valeria was still stuck in her own world, and her head came back to rest on the table. What? Elise replied. A little over an hour ago, Leon explained. Apparently on charges of killing Prince Trajan. I think that the reason Justin Isonos may have fled the capital was to escape similar charges. At the mention of her father, Valeria looked up again and began trying to blink some of the bleariness out of her eyes. She clearly understood what Leon was saying because she stared at him for a few moments before grabbing a nearby glass of water and downing the entire thing. What was that? She asked. I was told about Justin Isonos' disappearance just before August was arrested. Many of August's other subordinates have been arrested in recent days, and I think it's safe to say that Lord Isonos may have been on that list. No, Valeria whispered. No, my father would never be involved in something like that. It sounded to Leon and Elise like just something that any young woman would say in defense of her father, but if what Leon suspected about Justin was true, then slaying a member of the royal family was hardly something he'd be unwilling to do. However, Leon had to admit that if he were in Justin's shoes, trying to have a prince killed would be an exceptionally stupid thing to do, as it would draw a ton of unnecessary attention and had the potential to backfire terribly. Or at least, it would if he were operating on the assumption that Justin was still intending to be a public actor. If Justin was doing away with his cover, then it wouldn't really matter what he did, though Leon failed to see how murdering Prince Trajan benefited the man in any way. Adding on to that, Justin had left his daughter behind, so he doubted the man was simply abandoning his public persona. He could easily see Justin being involved, but in this case, Leon agreed with Valeria and thought that Justin likely wasn't involved in Trajan's murder. I don't think he did, either, Leon said, drawing a curious look from Elise and one of gratitude from Valeria. The general consensus between myself, Dame Minerva, and August's own staff is that Octavius was to blame for Trajan's assassination. I don't think that Lord Justin had anything to do with Octavius, not when he was working so closely under August. He didn't, Valeria insisted. My father would have told me if he were doing something like that. He wouldn't just leave me here if he was. Does your father keep you in the loop regarding his actions under normal conditions? Leon asked, trying to phrase the question as inoffensively as he could. He didn't want to be too obvious that he wanted information on Justin, but he also couldn't just let this opportunity go. You usually, Valeria said, but her tone wasn't at all convincing. How about the rest of your family? Leon inquired as neutrally as he could. Do you have much knowledge of what the rest of your family is involved in? The moment the question was out of his mouth, he realized that it had been a mistake. Valeria's eyes immediately grew angry, and even Elise's eyes took on a hard edge as she glared at Leon. Still, Valeria seemed to feel the need to respond. My family wasn't involved in any of this, she shouted. Leon, maybe we should change the subject, Elise suggested, but the look in her eyes made it clear that it wasn't a suggestion. Leon almost agreed. He came so very close to letting the matter go. However, as he looked at Valeria, who seemed about ready to tear into him if he were to insinuate at all that her family was doing anything abhorrent or criminal, he decided to do something reckless and possibly incredibly stupid. I don't like asking these questions, he admitted, and I'm certainly not asking on behalf of anyone else. It's just, there are things that I want to know for my own peace of mind. What do you mean? Valeria asked, still angry and ready to drunkenly challenge Leon to a duel to maintain her family's honor if she had to. I remember telling you that I met one of your clansmen in the Northern Vales, a certain Adrianos Isonos. Do you remember this? Valeria's eyes widened a bit in recognition, and her anger seemed to cool a little with that remembrance. Elise, meanwhile, stayed quiet as she listened. She didn't want to upset her friend when Valeria was in such a state, but she also wanted to know what Leon was getting at. I do, Valeria whispered. What about him? While he was in the Northern Vales, he made a terrible impression upon my father, to the point that it came to blows, Leon explained, trying to keep things vague and only telling the partial truth. My father later died of his injuries sustained during his fight with Adrianos. Both Elise and Valeria's eyes went wide with that bombshell. Elise knew that Leon's father had been killed by his and Leon's enemies, but she hadn't known that Valeria's family had been involved. However, what Leon said didn't quite match up with what he had told her about his father's death, and her glare intensified as she fought back the urge to interrupt. Valeria, for her part, almost locked up in shock. She didn't want to believe that a member of her family was responsible for killing Leon's father, but it suddenly made his interactions with her make so much more sense. Everything, from his initial wariness of her and the challenge he made on the first day of the Night Academy to his increasing coldness after she confirmed that Adrianos had been affiliated with her family, all became crystal clear to her, even in her not quite sober state of mind. Leon, she whispered in horror. She had no idea what to say. If her own father had been killed by someone, she'd stop at nothing to gain her vengeance against the killers and everyone affiliated with them, and that Leon had suffered such a blow from an adopted member of her family wasn't something she knew how to respond to. They got into an argument, Leon explained. I don't know what about, I wasn't there, but supposedly Adrianos and his companions had acted rudely to my father's friend after the paladin Roland had supposedly led them back south, and my father chastised them for it. I only arrived after the fight ended, when my father had already been mortally wounded. Elise's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Leon was directly lying at this point, or maybe he'd lied to her when telling her about his father's death, but she remained quiet for the moment to see where Leon was taking this. He had to have a reason. After all, he wasn't the sort of person to just make something like this up, or so she hoped. I hope you don't blame me too much for being a bit relieved when I learned that Adrianos went missing in the Vales, but I also hope you don't blame me for being incredibly curious as to what he and those who had accompanied him were doing up there. Leon's golden eyes locked onto Valerius and wouldn't let her go. She couldn't quite think straight under that pressure, even with the shock helping to rapidly sober her up. I don't know, she eventually whispered. Leon was momentarily disappointed, thinking that that was about all he was going to get out of her, but a few seconds later, she continued, "My father doesn't tell me about things like that. He had a lot of things going on in his life, and I have my own duties to fulfill. He has his own goals and I don't have much to do with them." "What are these goals?" Leon pressed, his hands clenching up into fists as his aura began to grow chaotic and violent. Valeria didn't respond, still shocked as she was at this revelation. What could be so important that Adrianos would come back after the paladin and the knight that he served had both left? Leon asked. "I can't say," Valeria muttered. "Really?" Leon almost shouted. He could understand it if Valeria legitimately didn't know, as she was barely more than a child at the time, just as he was, but if she knew then he wanted her to say it. "He didn't tell you at all what he was doing up there, not even who he was with?" "I don't know," Valeria shouted back. "I don't know anything about that." Leon glared at her, his gaze not wavering for several long seconds. Valeria glared back, daring him to challenge her again. In the end, Leon decided not to push it. For the time being, at least, he decided to take Valeria at face value and believe her when she said that she knew nothing. There would plenty more time for questions later, after he grew much stronger and could challenge Justin on his own. He sighed, then whispered, "Very well. If you don't know, then you don't know." Valeria leaned back in her chair looking almost aggrieved, but slowly, her gaze turned apologetic. "I'm sorry about your father," Valeria whispered. "I didn't know, I can't imagine. What's done is done," Leon simply replied, his tone bringing the conversation to an abrupt end. The three sat at the dining table in a long, awkward silence before Valeria eventually decided to try and leave to figure her situation out. She was effectively out of a job even if she was still technically a knight in the Royal Legions, and as a result she'd lost her barracks room. She also didn't want to make things complicated with xianxia by continuing to stay at her estate as she had been for the past few years, so she wanted to find someplace to stay while she decided on her next course of action. Elise, however, wasn't about to turn her friend out on the street and offered Valeria one of their guest rooms, not the rooms that Naiad had used, however. Leon heard this offer, and even after Elise gave him a hesitant, questioning look, he didn't say anything against it. Elise took his silence to be tacit acceptance and dragged Valeria over to show her where she'd be sleeping off the remaining alcohol in her system. Leon stayed seated at the dining table lost in thought. With everything that had been happening lately, Valeria wasn't the only person who had a situation to figure out. Chapter 378. An open mind. After the heated discussion with Valeria was over, Elise took her silver-haired friend over to one of the guest rooms to let her sleep off the drink that still had a weak hold over her mind. Leon was left alone in the main living room, his mind constantly switching between thoughts of Artorias and Trajan, leaving Leon feeling deeply uncomfortable and unable to focus on anything other than his current problems. August had been imprisoned, and that made more legal routes to revenge terribly unlikely. If things went far enough, then Leon would simply deal with the situation as he did with Tiberius, regardless of the consequences. He'd been sitting around amassing power for too long, and he was sick of the steady additions of new enemies that never seemed to stop. The Earthshaker Paladin had to die. Octavius had to die. It didn't matter how, their lives had to end, and Leon wanted nothing more than to do the honors with his own blade. The Valeria problem, however, was one that Leon had no earthly idea how to deal with. He didn't pick up on any deceit when Valeria told him that she didn't know what her father was doing, though he figured she definitely knew more about the situation than she was letting on. Still, she had never done anything to him, at least as far as he knew, and she was one of Elise's best friends. He couldn't just slit her throat in the night even if he wanted to. He couldn't stifle a groan, and his face fell into his hands. Things were only made worse when he remembered that Zafin had been watching, and he could still feel the demon's attention. "Got something to add, demon?" Leon bitterly asked. Zafin was silent for long enough that Leon wasn't sure he'd respond, but he did. I understand what you're feeling. It's never easy, having a close personal connection with someone who should be your enemy. You can't just kill people like that, even though your life would be so much easier if you did." Zafin's tone was soft and soothing, and it took Leon completely by surprise. There wasn't so much as a hint of mockery or sarcasm in the demon's voice at all, and it struck Leon completely speechless. "I'm not sure I believe her when she said she didn't know why Adrianos was up there. It's clear to me that they were there to kill me and my father, but play it by ear. Keep her close, keep an eye on her. Her father will come for her, I think, so prepare for when he does. Even if she isn't directly involved, she can still be useful. Leon frowned in distaste. He could confront his enemy face to face, but there was something about what Zaffin suggested, keeping Valeria close like she was a hostage, that he wanted nothing to do with. Still, there wasn't much risk in keeping her close, so long as he took the proper precautions. Wards, armor, perhaps even a magically binding oath of the sort that Naiad imposed upon him if he were feeling particularly nasty. Actually, fuck that last option, Leon thought to himself. He reveled in his personal freedoms, and he didn't think he could impose such restrictions upon anyone else, even if he had undeniable proof that they had murdered his father. He'd rather face them in battle than control them in such a way. Naive, perhaps. Stupid, the case for that could be made. Risky, absolutely, but he still didn't think he could do it. Well, at the very least, if she's around more, maybe she'll let something slip that I can use. Or I can build her trust enough that she tells me the truth of her own volition. A few minutes passed in silence as Leon contemplated these things, and Elise came back into the room. She slowly walked over to him, her expression grave and her aura heavy. "Let's talk," she said to Leon, and she gestured toward their bedroom. Leon nodded, rose from his seat, and followed her to the more private setting. Once in their bedroom, Elise sat down on the edge of the bed and said, "You told me that you didn't know who the assassins who killed your father were. What's more, the story you told Val of your father's death doesn't match what you told me at all." Leon sighed, sat next to his lady, and said, "It does, to a certain extent." Elise sat in silence, quietly waiting for Leon to continue his explanation. She didn't appreciate lies and falsehoods, and she didn't want to think that Leon had lied to one of her best friends just a few moments ago. Before he continued, however, Leon projected his magic senses just to check on Valeria. She was lying down in the guest bed with a complicated expression on her face, one that he felt was likely mirrored on his own. He'd given her quite a bit more to think about in telling her that Adrianos had killed Artorias, and that was on top of her missing father and being fired in all but name from the royal legions. But he didn't think she was listening in. It was always possible that she could hear them from the other side of the villa, but he doubted it. Thus, feeling confident that their conversation would be truly private, Leon continued. "Adrianos Isanos was one of the 5 assassins that attacked my home the day my father was mortally wounded," he said. "My father managed to kill all of them, but he was poisoned in the process and died the next day. I had to bury him with my own hands." Elise rubbed his shoulder and pulled him in closer as he said this. She knew most of these details, but that one of Valerius' clan members had been involved was not something she had heard before. Leon had never told her that particular tidbit, afraid as he was of forcing her to choose between him and Valeria. Now, though, the secret was out for Elise, at least, since he was certain that Valeria had been successfully misled into thinking that Adrianos hadn't been targeting Artorias even if he was responsible for Artorias' death, and he could no longer kick this can down the road. "Is this why you've been so against the idea of you and Val getting together?" she quietly asked. "It's been pretty obvious that you haven't wanted to be around her much, though you've never said why." "I think that her family is responsible for the fall of House Rame," Leon stated, his voice quivering a bit with anxiety as he finally laid bare his suspicions to his lady about the family of one of her closest friends. "The timeline fits. They arrived here not long after Argent Palace was destroyed and my uncle and grandfather were killed, and Justin would fit the description of the man that Naiad fought after we took care of Tiberius." Elise frowned, not quite ready to believe it but not refuting Leon's suspicions either. She had to admit that it made some sense absent anything other than Leon's word, and she didn't think Leon was a liar when he said that Adrianos Isanos was involved in his father's death, but she just couldn't believe that Valeria was a part of any of it. "Would you say that there's a possibility that her family as a whole isn't involved, that it was just Adrianos who was to blame?" Elise hesitantly asked. When Leon gave her a questioning look, she elaborated, "At the very least, it should be clear enough that Val herself had no part in this, right?" Leon stared at Elise for a long few seconds before admitting, "I suppose anything's possible. I can't say for certain whether her family is the enemy I seek or not, and neither can I definitively say that she had no part in what happened. However, I will admit that I don't think she was personally involved." Elise nodded, knowing that that was all she was going to get out of him. Before she let the topic go, however, she still had one thing left to say. "She likes you, you know that, right?" Leon raised a skeptical eyebrow at his lady. "Given our circumstances, I'll take that kind of information with a grain of salt. Elise frowned again. I can't stop you from doing that, but I would hope that you trusted me enough to believe me when I say that she really likes you. I would personally prefer it if you kept an open mind regarding her situation and that of her father. You don't know if you're right, and you don't want to alienate them if you aren't. Leon almost rolled his eyes in disbelief, but he managed to restrain himself and ask, "Are you saying that you still want me to get together with Valeria?" While I can't deny that that would be my ideal outcome, Elise shamelessly admitted, I think in this case I can forgive you if you don't want to try. But, as I said, I just want you to keep an open mind. I don't think she means you any harm. Leon's face twisted in doubt, but he could see from Elise's deadly serious expression that this was going to be a sticking point for her. I make no promises for the future, Leon said. I'll keep an open mind and I won't make assumptions, but I'm not going to trust her or her family just like that. No promises. That's all I ask, Elise said as she took his hand into hers. I don't have many friends, and I cherish those that I do have. So, I don't want to see the man I love in conflict with someone else that I love. I think that would just about kill me. Leon didn't respond out loud, but he squeezed her hand in comfort. There was nothing he wanted less than to cause Elise any kind of pain. They sat there on the bed for a long while, neither keeping much track of the time. They didn't speak, they didn't get sexual, they simply kept hold of each other's hand and made sure the other knew that they at least had someone. Leon especially needed this right now, and he struggled not to tear up. He had even fewer people in his life that he trusted and liked than Elise, and he'd lost a good many of them, first Artorias, then Trajan, and then Naiad, or so it seemed in the latter case. He couldn't lose Elise, too. Finally, after a significant but undetermined time later, Elise broke their silence. How was your ride with Anzu? Better than I could have hoped for, Leon murmured. He'd barely even thought about his terrible equestrian skills that entire day since so much had happened. Leon had been somewhat apprehensive about riding Anzu into battle, but now he knew without a shadow of a doubt that Anzu trusted him completely. He had no more reservations about Anzu's abilities as a mount, only about what he might do if the griffin were to be injured. Leon and Elise fell into an awkward silence, with Leon's stressed mind almost gleefully jumping on the excuse to think about anything than what had just happened. He lost himself into almost juvenile images of himself and Anzu charging into battle, each with glittering armor that he'd enchanted to be completely untouchable. However, he was jerked back to reality a few moments later when Elise spoke up again. So, Prince August has been arrested. Leon sighed, knowing that business this important shouldn't be put off for something as asinine as childish fantasies. Yes, he replied, Trajan's murder is being pinned on him. What are you going to do about it? Elise asked. Probably kill some people, Leon honestly answered. This involved Octavius and the Earthshaker Paladin, though, so I have to choose my moment. What does Dame Minerva want you to do? Wait, Leon bitterly replied. Were it up to me, I'd already have Earthshaker's head on a spike. You'd have tried to put his head on a spike, you mean, Elise countered. He's rich and powerful, to attack him would be foolish beyond belief. Remember that he's 7th tier and has the money and resources to turn his estate into a fortress. I know, Leon reluctantly replied. We were going to stick with August and have him bring us justice, but now that seems to be off the table. I don't want you taking unnecessary risks. Elise's tone was practically commanding. She knew what Leon was like. She went along with Tiberius' assassination because she wanted the nobleman gone, and in the grand scheme of things, he was essentially insignificant. The Earthshaker Paladin was anything but, and killing him would have deadly repercussions, assuming Leon could even pull it off, which, without Naiad, she didn't honestly think he could do. What would you suggest I do, then? Leon asked. Stick with Dame Minerva. She's smart, Trajan trusted her for a reason. Do what you need to do, but don't do anything reckless that isn't needed. Elise pulled her hand out from Leon's, put both of her hands on his cheeks, and pulled his head around to face her. No matter what happens, I want you to come back to me. That one last demand almost broke Leon. He had to clear his throat a few times and blink away the moisture in his eyes before he could respond. No power in the universe could take me from you, he whispered. No matter how far apart we are, I'm yours, and you're mine. Good, she whispered. That's the way it ought to be. On another topic, Leon said, taking both of Elise's hands back into his own, I'm fairly sure I know the answer to this, but is there anything heavens I can do to help out? No, Elise immediately responded. Our hands are tied, this will be an internal matter. We can't do anything. A shame, Leon said, thoroughly unsurprised. That's fine, I suppose. We'll just do what we have to ourselves. Do you have any specific ideas? Elise asked. I'd have to consult with Minerva first, but I do have an idea that I could use your input on. What is it? I told you that August requested my help, do you remember that? Elise nodded. Well, he also told me that the primary reason why he hadn't renounced his claim to avoid conflict with Octavius was because of both his mother and Princess Christina. He's worried that they would suffer if he were to lose the struggle for the throne. Again, Elise frowned. She wasn't familiar with August's mother, but she knew Christina, and she was quite fond of the young princess. Christina wanted nothing more than to leave the harem and see the outside world, which Elise could sympathize with. In that vein, Leon continued, I had an idea while we were sitting here. We have Valeria here, and we know Asiya very well. That means that we have eyes and ears in the royal harem, and if necessary, we could probably get those two out of the capital. If we could spring August, then we could have some leverage over him. I don't want to see Christina used as a pawn. Elise objected. Nor would I ever want to use her as such, Leon responded. Perhaps my language was a bit too callous. What I meant was that we could do a favor for August, and in turn, he's indebted to us enough to follow through on his promise of justice, or at least to stay out of our way while we pursued it. You'd have to talk to Valeria and Asiya if you want to pull something like that off, Elise said, emphasizing that it would be Leon who would have to speak with her, but other than that, I'm not entirely sure how practical that would be. How much would you gain if you did do that? I'm not sure, Leon said. Not much point in getting August in debt to us if he's in prison, though, but it was all I could come up with. If you spring him, it could technically be considered treason, especially with the security August will be held under, Elise mentioned, her hands tightening in Leon's grip. Octavius wouldn't let him go, not after going so far to seize power. It would start a war. This war's been coming for years, Leon said almost dismissively. I haven't cared much about it so far, but if it gave me the power to take on Octavius and Earthshaker, then I would start 1,000 wars. Would you really? Elise asked doubtfully. Well, maybe not 1,000, but I would do what I needed to do, Leon replied. Elise sighed, but before she could say anything more, the villa's doorbell rang. Leon projected his magic senses and saw Minerva at the front gate with about a dozen other knights, not all of them from the retinue, accompanied by Roland and the Brimstone Paladin. Chapter 379. Deadline, Dame Minerva, Leon said without the slightest trace of levity as he showed his guests inside. Since this was obviously a kingdom matter, Elise decided to leave and make her way back to the Heaven's Eye Tower. With August arrested, there would be a great deal of upheaval in the kingdom, and as a representative of Heaven's Eye, she had to make sure the guild was ready to deal with the repercussions. Sir Leon, Minerva responded just as seriously as Leon's greeting. Roland and Brimstone repeated the terse greeting, but Leon hardly responded to them. As they were sitting at Leon's dining table, Brimstone noticed the bowl of apples that Leon and Elise were using as the table's centerpiece. Hey, can I have one of these? He asked Leon. Leon gave him a strange look, as if he were asking Brimstone why he was even asking under such serious circumstances, but the younger knight still nodded his assent a moment later. Thanks, Brimstone said, it's been a long fucking day, and it ain't even over, yet. With that, Brimstone gratefully grabbed an apple and took a massive bite while Leon surveyed the rest of his guests. Minerva and the paladin sat with him at the table, as did a couple of the other knights whom Leon assumed were part of August's retinue since he didn't recognize them, even though they were 6th-tier mages. The rest of the knights stood a few feet away from the table, clearly not intending to join the conversation that was about to take place. So, has something happened that led you to bringing so many people to my home? Leon asked, not wasting any more time with pointless chatter even though Brimstone's actions made it clear that his hospitality could have been better at the very least, offering his guests a drink would have been polite. We wanted to speak with you, is that a problem? Roland inquired, not bothered at all with Leon's businesslike and somewhat standoffish attitude. Depends on the topic, I suppose, Leon replied. We'll try to keep it interesting, then, Brimstone said in between bites. Prince August's trial date has been set, Minerva said, wasting no time in getting to the point of their visit. Leon's eyebrows shot up in surprise, and his eyes instantly went straight for the nearest clock. It hasn't even been 3 hours since his arrest, he observed. They scheduled his trial damn fast. He's a prince accused of high treason. The arbiters who will be presiding over the case will be clearing their schedules for the event, Roland said with a note of bitterness in his otherwise neutral voice. So, then, when is it? Leon asked. Next week, Minerva replied. We have that much time to come up with a defense, assuming it's even possible at this point. You think it isn't? Leon could see the doubt and cynicism in Minerva's eyes, so he barely even needed to ask the question. They wouldn't have gone this far so quickly unless they believed they had enough to make these charges stick, Minerva said. Obviously, they've fabricated evidence, probably getting many of August's supporters who were arrested earlier in the week to flip somehow. Regardless, I don't think things would have progressed to this point if Octavius weren't absolutely certain that he could take August out this way. What do you want to do about it? Leon's aura began to intensify, making it clear enough that he was ready to fight at the drop of a hat. We have Caecilius verifying that it was Earthshaker who murdered Prince Trajan, and he was, in all likelihood, acting on Octavius' orders. The word of a dead man won't be enough for the arbiters, Brimstone said. They're going to want a lot more than that. That means more than a single witness, that means physical evidence, that means a confession if one can be extracted. One man, no matter how powerful he was in life, is not enough to get August acquitted. And all of that is on the assumption that we'd be getting a fair trial, which I don't think we will, Roland added. I thought the High Arbiter was legendary for her fairness, Leon said. She won't necessarily be presiding, and even if she is, royal trials are presided over by at least 5 arbiters, often as many as 9 or even 13, Minerva explained. Octavius needn't corrupt the High Arbiter, he only needs to target the rest who will be assigned the case. He might not even need to do that, Brimstone said. If his case is solid enough, the arbiters would condemn August even without being corrupt. All Octavius needs is the evidence. Sounds like all of you have quite a bit of this figured out. I don't see why you saw the need to come here, Leon said with a sarcastic smile and an implication that he would like them to get to the point. We'd like some assurances from you, Brimstone began, but a dark look from both Leon and Roland had the words dying in his throat before he could finish his thought. I think what my colleague meant to say, Roland said, is that we would appreciate it if you were to aid us in our endeavors. I'm already working with Dame Minerva, is that not enough? Leon asked. It's going to require more than just the retinue, that much is clear, I think, Minerva said. I think what they want is for you to move out of Trajan's old retinue and into the direct service of Prince August. Leon flashed all 3 of them a dangerous smile. None of them felt too intimidated, but they could feel his killing intent, and some of the other knights that had followed them to Leon's villa couldn't help but shiver in their seats. I don't want to be in anyone's direct service, Leon said quietly and slowly, enunciating every word to emphasize his seriousness. It was a blunt refusal, and one that neither Roland nor Brimstone quite knew how to deal with. Neither had honestly thought that Leon would refuse, a period of reluctance, sure, but they thought that they could eventually wear him down and get him on board. The way Leon made his statement, though, told them everything that they needed to know. What are you saying, Ursus? Minerva asked, her tone taking on a hard edge. With Prince Trajan gone, what need have I to stay in this kingdom? Leon wondered out loud. I have no attachment to this kingdom, why should I linger when there's an entire world out there for me to see? I can't think of a good reason to stay. Left unsaid was Leon's suspicion that if he were to stay in the Bull Kingdom, it would make it easier for his enemies to find him, whether that was Justin Isonos or whoever else. It would be better to leave, and he hoped that both Roland and Brimstone knew that, since they both knew his real name. Our goals are aligned, for now, Leon continued as Minerva's expression grew both worried and angry. So long as they continue to be, then you can count on me. Until Octavius and Petrus Duronius are dead at our feet, I'll follow all of you. After that, I'll likely be leaving the kingdom. I'll be leaving the royal legions for sure, at the very least. Roland glanced at Brimstone and Minerva, who had been almost stunned into silence, sighed, and said, "Thank you for being honest, Leon. Not many people are so upfront with their intentions, these days. Would I be right in assuming that you're holding yourself back for our sake?" Leon cocked an eyebrow at Roland. He assumed the paladin was talking about the fact that he hadn't made any active moves against Octavius or Earthshaker, yet. You could think of it that way, I suppose, Leon said noncommittally. It wouldn't be an inaccurate way to put things. He was really holding himself back from doing something probably suicidal, but he was a little gratified in thinking that Roland thought him strong enough to deal with Earthshaker and Octavius on his own. If, that is, Leon was accurate in his assumption. Then we should move fast, Roland said. I would say that our own forces are as consolidated as we're ever going to get. We need to make sure we can remain in contact with Prince August, and then we need to confirm a few things. Such as? Minerva asked. You, for one, Roland said, or should I simply assume that you're with us? Fighting for August will get me Octavius and Earthshaker, Minerva replied, glaring at Leon as she did. So long as August remains true to the promise he made me, then I will remain true to him. And above all else, I will remain true to the ideals that Prince Trajan held dear. Leon cringed internally. He could see from Minerva's expression that she was not happy about how little he cared the Bull Kingdom. Trajan had always attempted to use his power to aid the people of the Bull Kingdom, with concepts like vengeance taking a backseat to justice and benevolence. Whether or not Trajan was successful in his endeavors wasn't for Leon to decide, but he knew that Trajan probably wouldn't approve of his motivations for remaining in the Bull Kingdom. Leon wanted vengeance, not justice, and he was only staying the course laid out by Minerva to honor Trajan's memory. Shame burned in Leon's heart under Minerva's withering gaze, more shame than Leon ever thought possible, though he ignored it as best he could. It would take more than shame to make him change his mind. Fair enough, Roland said. It would be best, then, if either you or Brimstone speaks. With the legates of the legions that accompanied us east when we reinforced the bull's horns. They've been reassigned to the eastern territories, but they're still close enough to the central territories that they can aid us in whatever it is we decide to do. And you should try to get in contact with Prince August, Brimstone said. Whatever we do must be coordinated with him, otherwise there'd be little point. I'll work on securing our entry and exit, Minerva said. She had more knights than the other two did, at least within the capital, and so she would fulfill the role of the muscle of their little group. I have my own thing I'm working on, Leon said, his attention momentarily turning toward Valeria in the guest room, still sleeping off whatever had managed to get her drunk earlier that day. What might that be? Roland asked. Leon almost didn't answer the paladin, but he knew there wasn't much point in being secretive for its own sake. I'm looking into some contacts I have in the royal guard. Might be able to smuggle Princess Christina out of the harem, along with her and Prince August's mother. Oh, Roland muttered. We didn't even think of that, Brimstone added. Leon could understand. Christina and August's mother weren't politically active and stayed cooped up in the royal harem all day. For all intents and purposes, they didn't exist according to most of the court. You sure you're able to get in there? Minerva asked, her tone still short and terse after Leon's blunt admission that he wasn't going to stick with the Bull Kingdom. No, Leon honestly replied. I just have a couple of friends in the guard who might be able to do something. I know they've gotten the princess out before to watch the triumphal games, so if need be, I think we can get both ladies out of the city. That would be quite the bomb for Prince August's nerves, I should think, Roland said. Princess Christina and his mother have always been his greatest concerns. Really? Minerva asked with a tone dripping in sarcasm. He doesn't ever show it. Of course he doesn't. Why would he go wearing that sort of thing on his sleeve when he has so few friends in the capital? Roland asked. He would have said more, but a quick glance at the clock stopped him from doing so. Rising from his seat, he said to Leon, "Thank you for your hospitality, Sir Leon. Sir Saturnius and I have a great deal of other work to do and must take our leave, but I hope to meet with you again and discuss how you might be able to assist us further, if you would be willing to do so." I doubt I would be, but I see little harm in sitting down to speak, Leon said, a wild look flashing across his face for the briefest of moments. He wasn't thrilled about the prospect of speaking with Roland, but since the paladin knew his true identity and was still only of the 6th tier, Leon figured it would be fine to at least hear the man out. It was probably only to urge him to help August's cause in the northern territories, anyway, and if anything were to go wrong, Leon still had Zaffin almost literally up his sleeve. Roland nodded again, and he and Brimstone departed, pausing only for Brimstone to repeat Roland's thanks for Leon's hospitality, despite Leon's rather severe shortcomings in that department. Minerva, however, remained in her seat, staring at Leon, looking away only to quickly order the remaining knights in the villa to wait for her outside. Leon raised an eyebrow as the knights filed out of his home, but he remained silent until they left. Minerva had a purpose for doing this, and he was going to let her begin first. The knightess seated across from him made him wait what seemed like an eternity, as even after the other knights had left, she stared at him without a word. With how intently she stared, he couldn't take it for very long. "Is there something you wanted to ask me, Dame Minerva?" Leon asked. "A few new ways to stick people with sharp things, is that the only lesson you learned from Trajan?" Minerva responded. "Did His Highness not impress upon you anything more meaningful?" Leon's stoic face twitched in a half-smile, half-frown, and he didn't know what to say. "Are you a mercenary?" she continued, staring almost accusingly at Leon for what she saw as his lack of loyalty to Trajan's memory. "Now that he's gone, are you just going to pack and go, like any of this isn't your problem? You are, as you have stated, a Valeman, but that doesn't exempt you from the responsibilities that this kingdom has given you. That Trajan entrusted to you." Averting his gaze from Minerva, Leon almost cringed his bones into dust as he remembered the oath that Trajan made him swear when forgiving his rash actions in the stone giant's crater and taking him into his retinue. "I understand the need for vengeance," Minerva said, her tone softening. "I have that same need. I want nothing more than to see Petrus Duronius strung by his own entrails. However, we can't lose sight of who we are and the ideals we stand for in the process." Reluctantly, Leon nodded, if only to relieve some of his own discomfort at this confrontation. He knew Minerva wasn't saying that they should go easy on their enemies, but that they simply should keep in mind why Trajan did everything that he did and not to forget that in the course of their own endeavors. I will keep that in mind," Leon softly said. "I'm not going to change my mind about leaving the Bull Kingdom at some point, but I will keep this in mind. That's all I ask," Minerva said as she rose from her seat and made to follow the paladins out of Leon's home. Leon stayed sitting at his dining table for a long time, even after Minerva left the villa, only rising to see her to the door and to shut the gate behind her and her followers. He had a lot to think about, and only 2 weeks to do it in, for he had to ready himself for the inevitable shit show that was going to be August's trial. To that end, after about an hour or so of quiet contemplation, Leon finally turned his eyes back toward Valeria in his guest room. Chapter 380. Leon and Valeria. Leon stood in the center of his villa, not entirely sure how to proceed. Valeria was still in his guest room, but he could tell that she was awake. She was staring at the ceiling, eyes wide open, clearly thinking about something important. Given everything that had happened to her over the past few days, Leon couldn't blame her for being a bit sleepless. She'd at least gotten some sleep for a couple of hours after their previous conversation, though. But even though she was awake, Leon didn't know how to approach her. She now knew that Adrianos Isonos had killed Artorias, even if Leon lied to her about the most damning details. He hadn't intended to let even that much slip at the time, though, and he knew that he'd have to be very careful about bringing that topic back up, just in case she connected the dots and realized who he really was. Or maybe I could just tell her who I am and see what she does, Leon thought without the slightest trace of seriousness. As much as he enjoyed Valeria's presence during their time in the Knight Academy, it would take some exceptional circumstances for Leon to tell anyone anything about who he was or where he truly came from. Still, it was an entertaining thing to think about. He wondered how she would react if she knew the truth. Elise claimed that Valeria liked him, but Leon doubted that that would have her choosing him over Justin. Assuming that was what he even wanted her to do. With mounting frustration, Leon ran his hands through his hair, groaned, and made his way into the villa's meditation chamber. He sat down and cast himself deep into his soul realm. It was time to train, but Leon knew that it wasn't training that he needed right now. Opening his eyes on his throne, Leon lightly jumped down and exited the lantern, finding Zaffin burning down below him. While working on his mind palace, Leon had decided to throw Zaffin a bone and converted his bare platform into a proper pavilion, first by changing the material of the platform from white stone into sparkling black granite polished almost to a mirror shine, then covered the whole platform surface with a dome supported by 8 marble columns painted black on the bottom half and blood red on the top half. Then, after expanding the area of the platform a bit to make more room for Zaffin, Leon depressed it down in the center, creating a pit where Zaffin could burn at his leisure. As a finishing touch, he placed a railing baluster in between the columns. He didn't think Zaffin was in any danger of falling from his pavilion, and Leon figured the demon wouldn't have been injured even if he did, but it made for a pleasant aesthetic improvement with this finishing touch. The demon was as satisfied as he could be with these measures, and he was at least a bit more comfortable than he had been. Leon didn't know how demons usually decorated their own dwellings for comfort, and with Zaffin perpetually on fire, he had no ideas on that front, either. At the very least, Zafin didn't complain, so Leon considered it a job well done. Flying down to the fire pit that Zafin now perpetually sat in within his pavilion, Leon sat down in a nearby chair and asked, "So, how's it going, demon?" Zafin, lost in the midst of a healing meditation he entered into while Leon spoke with Elise, barely even acknowledged Leon's presence for minutes. It was a long and awkward silence, but at this point, it was one that Leon was used to. He passed the time with gazing out over the halls of his mind palace that he'd constructed so far. He'd mostly finished the outer layer of the top half of his mind palace, with halls encircling the lower portions of his mountain. A few smaller halls were closer to the top, and space had already been set aside for small forests and gardens. Of course, aside from murals and structural decorations, the halls themselves were mostly bare and unfurnished. Only a few of the rooms actually had any furniture in them, let alone anything of particular note. Now that all of that was done, Leon's main problem was finding something to do with all of this space, and he couldn't decide if he wanted to do that before or after he began work on the underground half of the Mind Palace. If he were to be honest, he found the idea of actually filling these halls and their myriad rooms with stuff to be quite daunting. There were, without exaggeration, more than 1,000 rooms just in what he had constructed so far, spread out over half a dozen primary halls and more than a dozen secondary halls. It would take him a long time to give each of these halls purpose and to fill them according to that purpose. How long, he couldn't say, but he knew that he had a lot of work ahead of him on that front. On another note, his soul realm had grown to a diameter of almost 2 miles. He knew that the border for the 7th tier was 10 miles, so all else being equal, he would have about a fifth of the power reserves of the weakest of 7th tier mages. That didn't quite translate into direct magic power and battlefield prowess, but if he and the weakest of 7th tier mages were to have a contest of pure magical endurance, the 7th tier mage would beat him 5 times over. Zafin's flames began to flicker and roil, and Leon allowed his attention to return to his demonic partner. "Did you say something, boy?" Zafin growled with some irritation at the interruption. "Just asking how it's going," Leon said as nonchalantly as he could manage. "Fine on my end, slowly but surely regaining my lost power," Zafin muttered. "Have you been enjoying this new chamber?" Leon inquired as casually as he could. "It serves its purpose and is far cozier than what this platform was before," Zafin answered. "There anything I can do to make it better? What do your dwellings out in the void even look like? I'm not entirely sure about other demonic realms, but the plane of fire that most fire demons reside upon is about what it sounds like, an entire plane made up mostly of fire," Zafin explained. The demon could make a guess why Leon was here, but he was willing to indulge the young human in his distraction for the moment. "Really, how does that even work? Is there anything solid around, or is it just all fire everywhere? We couldn't well exist as a civilized people if we had no tangible materials," Zafin said as he adjusted his position to better suit the conversation. He could tell that this might be a long one, what with how Leon was fidgeting, and that he might not return to his healing meditations for a little while. "Think of it as an ocean made of fire. Fire demons swim through this ocean as a fish would through the water. Much like an ocean, the plane of fire has a bottom, and most of the lesser demons who live there work in the mines extracting physical resources for their betters. Adding to our material wealth are a host of other lesser planes that encircle the plane of fire, which many of the more powerful demons will transport from other parts of the universe. Many other demons who are summoned by humans into the Nexus sphere of influence will bring back other items and resources, and sometimes material from the Nexus will be flung off into the edges of the universe during its reconstitution. To put it simply, young human, we're not as resource poor as it may seem. But you still need blood and worshippers. Or is that just to satisfy lust for power?" Leon asked, finding the entire concept of demon society fascinating, despite everything else that was going on right now. "I suppose you can think of it that way," Zafin said as his tone turned bitter and spiteful. "Most demons have little imagination and are unable to summon the ambition to rise to the top as I did. Other worthless degenerates simply believe that no amount of power is too much, and so whore themselves out to the dregs of humanity just for a few drops of blood. Rarely do the more powerful demons do such things unless they're truly bored or their lust for power overwhelms their reason." Leon chuckled a bit at Zafin's fairly harsh words. He knew that his partner had a strong dislike for blood sacrifices, and he was perfectly fine with that behavior. The last thing he wanted was a greedy demon demanding worship and sacrifice. Before he could ask Zafin any further questions, however, the demon gave him a curious look and changed the topic of conversation. "What are you doing here, boy?" the demon asked. Leon paused for a long moment, wondering how exactly he should phrase his current problem. "Valeria is still in my villa," Leon said as he looked away from the demon and started to nervously fidget. "I'm not sure how to handle her. I don't know what I should feel about her, and I don't think that ignoring her as I have been is a good long-term plan. You like this girl, do you not?" Zafin asked as he had several hours before, only this time his tone was far stronger and demanded a proper answer. "Not particularly," Leon said. "Or, at least, not in a romantic way. She's strong, driven, and enjoys a good fight as much as I do, and her looks don't hurt, either. So, I suppose I should say that I could like her romantically if we were to get to know each other better. As I recall, you had a bit of a crush on her when the two of you were in the Knight Academy, a fleeting thing, gone soon after leaving for my squireship," Leon replied. "Not in her case, I think," Zafin murmured as he lost himself in thought. "I once counseled you to remain distant from her for your own safety. However, you now possess a far greater amount of power, both personally and in your connections. Through me, you have even more. Perhaps it's time to get closer to her." "Why would I do that?" Leon asked, though he could think of a few good reasons why getting closer to Justin's daughter could be beneficial, if incredibly risky. "Subvert her intentions, play upon her affections, get close enough to her that she willingly gives you information about her family and, if it comes to it, chooses you over her family." "Sure, and while I'm doing that, how about I invite a snake into my home and contract a werewolf to watch over a flock of sheep?" Leon sarcastically replied, though his voice was quiet and a contemplative frown crossed his face. He didn't like Zafin's idea, he wasn't that manipulative, and neither did he want to be. Besides, manipulating Valeria as Zafin was suggesting was far beyond what knew he was capable of, especially when looking at it from a skills perspective. "Go slowly," then, a voice said inside Leon's head, and he turned around to see the Thunderbird perched on a boulder near the entrance to Zafin's pavilion. "Having this woman so close to you could be a great blessing, one that shouldn't be thrown away so quickly. You can use that to seek your revenge." As she spoke, the Thunderbird quickly morphed into her human form clad in light golden robes and stepped into the lantern. "You barely have any idea of who your enemy is, you don't even know if this, Justin Isanos, truly is the man responsible for your family's death." The Thunderbird drew closer to Leon, standing over his sitting form like a statue of a goddess towering over a temple supplicant. "Even if he was the weapon used, you don't know how big his organization might be, where he comes from, the motivations behind his actions, or anything, really. To pass up on his daughter almost literally falling into your lap would be unfortunate, to say the least," Leon groaned. He hated the idea of using Valeria like that, even if she was his enemy. Perhaps that was naive of him, but it was just how he felt. He could stab his enemies 1,000 different ways, but such deceit just didn't sit well with him. But it might not be necessary, Leon suddenly thought to himself. He could honestly see himself becoming close friends with Valeria given their mutual interest in enchanting work and enjoyment of battle. Neither of them were particularly social, not even very loud. Valeria was the person who was most like himself that Leon had ever met. If they were good enough friends, he might even be able to be completely honest with her, and she might reciprocate in kind. A pipe dream, Leon thought, almost laughing at himself for thinking of it. Still, with both Zafin and the Thunderbird advocating for him getting closer to Valeria, Leon was hard-pressed to refuse, even if he thought it wasn't the best idea. "Very well, then, I'll go and talk with her," he said, rising to his feet. The risks that this decision came with scared the hells out of him, but there was an undeniable part of him that was also excited and thrilled at the idea. "Best-case scenario, you find yourself another wife who can add to your growing power," Zafin said with some pride. In Leon's choice, worst-case scenario, she immediately goes to her father, tells him who I am, and they murder me, Leon countered as he made for the throne at the top of his mountain, making it clear enough without stating it outright to the Thunderbird that he wouldn't be training this day. Despite this, a smile crossed the Thunderbird's bronze face, and she briefly glanced off into the mists where she could feel the other being out there watching. "While we're taking risks, I might as well go take one of my own," she thought, ignoring Zafin completely as she transformed back into her avian form and took flight. "You'd better appreciate this, boy," she thought to herself as Leon settled back into his throne. "I loathe asking other beings for help, especially this contemptuous bastard. As Leon's consciousness returned to his physical body, the Thunderbird vanished into the mists of chaos, leaving Zaffin alone. Rather than return to his meditations, though, Zaffin decided to stay awake for a while and see how Leon's situation turned out. He had to admit that watching things like this was quite entertaining, and he had to restrain himself from teasing Leon as he was so fond of doing. For his part, when Leon awoke in his meditation room, he released his magic senses and saw Valeria up and about in her guest room. She seemed to be getting ready to leave, and Leon knew he hadn't much more time. He left his meditation room and, with as little hesitation as he could manage, walked right to her door and gave it a loud knock. He could through his magic senses see her pause as she was getting herself more presentable and stare at the door for what felt like a long time. "Valeria," Leon said just loudly enough for his voice to carry through the door. "I'd like to talk, if possible." And, apologize, he saw her quickly pull her silver hair back into a loose ponytail, straighten out her clothes which had wrinkled while she was lying down, and stiffly walk over to the door. As she quickly opened it, her neutral expression broke down into one of sorrow and remorse, and she said, "I'm not sure you should be the one apologizing, given what one of my family members did to your father." Leon closed his eyes for a moment to keep a handle on his emotions, which wasn't that difficult under normal conditions but under these circumstances was a titanic feat, and he briefly sighed. "I spoke too quickly, I shouldn't have sprung that on you like that," he whispered. "We had an amicable relationship while we were in the Night Academy, and I'm hoping we might return to that." Valeria stared at him, her eyes taking in every detail of his stony exterior, from his moderately tanned skin to his golden eyes. She sensed no deceit in him, and she subsequently nodded. "I'd like that, too," she softly said before giving him an inquisitive look, silently asking him where he wanted to talk. "Can you talk and fight?" Leon asked. That question got an unintentional smile out of Valeria, one she found incredibly difficult to suppress. "I can," she said, and Leon led her to his and Elise's training room. It was set up much like a dojo, with a sparring ring in the center, wash basins near the door, and weapon racks lining the walls. The ring in Emila's estate was a raised platform of wood, stone, and cloth padding, and though Leon had a preference for sandpits after training with Trajan at the Bull's Horns, he wasn't able to convince Elise to allow their sparring ring to be turned into one she believed, and rightly so. Leon had to admit that if such a sandpit were to be created, sand would then get everywhere throughout the villa. Upon arrival, Valeria immediately went for a short glaive with a pale white blade, a training weapon that was enchanted to stun instead of causing real damage. Leon chose a bastard sword of about equal size as his family's adamant blade. Then, the two walked into the ring together and faced off. It was essentially a repeat of their very first proper interaction when Leon had challenged Valeria to a duel in front of the rest of the third-tier trainees of their cycle in the Night Academy, only instead of a spear, Valeria now wielded her preferred weapon. Additionally, any trace of drunkenness that she had a few hours before was now gone. Whatever the alcoholic substance was that had put her in that state clearly lacked the power to keep her fourth-tier senses dulled for too long. However, as Leon stared into her clear, sapphire-like eyes, he realized that he was going to have to hold himself back a bit. She couldn't use elemental magic, and it wouldn't be a fair fight if he were to perform such magic when she could not. While she had accepted his challenge despite knowing the difference in their power, Leon wanted a clean fight, so he stifled his power down to the fourth tier as best as he could. He wanted this to be a contest of skill, not power. "How have things been going for you, recently?" Valeria suddenly asked as she readied herself for battle, striking a powerful defensive posture. "You let me whine about my life, but I never got to ask you how yours was going." "Things have been very busy," Leon said, following Valeria's lead in not talking about everything he had told her about Adriano's and his father. He was willing to let that topic lie for the moment, but he was determined to bring it back up before the day was done. "Prince Trajan is dead, and Prince August has been arrested. It looks like Octavius is seizing power, and all it'll take for him to do so is for the courts to rule against Prince August." Leon settled into his own stance as he spoke, easily taking up one of House Raim's offensive stances, only changed a little bit by the Thunderbird's instruction. His feet were set widely apart, his left foot forward while his right prepared to lunge. His blade was raised at his side and pointed straight at Valeria, ready to stab forward. Valeria, in contrast, kept the blade of her glaive out in front of her with her feet spread and her center of gravity lowered. Even with Leon's greater strength, she was ready to block and deflect his attacks, to let him attack her at his discretion. Sounds like a lot to deal with, Valeria said, her mouth curling into a smile of anticipation as she watched Chapter 381, Allies. So, how should we do this? What are your expectations? Leon asked as he looked at Valeria from across the table. They had only exchanged a few blows during their sparring session, and since they were clearly not going to continue, they had put their weapons away and went back out into the living room to continue their discussion. I suppose I don't really have any, Valeria admitted. So your offer to become my knight was made out of a sense of obligation? Leon asked, annoyance creeping into his voice as his golden eyes narrowed. He hated negotiations like these, even though he'd never really participated in them before, and he wasn't about to enter into a negotiation like this if Valeria wasn't willing enough to commit to the arrangement. I suppose that wouldn't be too unfair to say, Valeria admitted. However, I will follow my word. If I swear to fight for you, then fight for you I shall. Leon unenthusiastically stared at her and sarcastically said, splendid. You don't want me as a knight? Valeria asked with a tone that was almost teasing, taking Leon completely by surprise. Now that the two were alone together, they were much more relaxed around each other than they had ever been in the past, but this attitude was something that Leon would have never expected from her, and from the way her cheeks began to redden, it was something that Valeria herself wasn't expecting to say, too. Don't take it personally, I've never seen myself as a leader of knights. Or of anyone else, for that matter. Leon accompanied his statement with an almost dismissive wave of his hand. If this arrangement is going to last, though, then I need to trust you. I don't know you well enough to trust that you'll have my back in battle, but at the very least, hammering out what this employment contract will look like will be a step in the right direction. I see, Valeria said as her face settled back into its typical icy expression. However, her body language betrayed her enthusiasm, with her leaning forward slightly and her sapphire eyes locked onto Leon's gold, almost to the point of making him feel uncomfortable. The two sat there for a long while, both waiting for the other to begin. Leon ran out of patience first, and he exasperatedly said, well, I suppose we should keep this simple. We lay out what we want from each other in terms of duties, compensation, and guarantees. I'll start by saying that I don't need any personal work from you, meaning my personal affairs will remain my own. If I have any work for you, it will most likely be of the violent variety. How about any leadership roles? Valeria asked, her eyes sparkling at the thought of being the second in command of a rising knightly retinue rather than a low-ranked rookie knightess in a largely ceremonial position guarding the royal harem. I wasn't planning on adding any more people to my retinue, certainly not so many as to even warrant the use of the term retinue, but I suppose I can say that if I ever do need such an expansion, I can formally place you above them in rank, at least in some capacity. You'll have to reach at least the 5th tier to be above them in all capacities, though. That works for me, Valeria said with a smile. She loved training and had been devoting more and more time to it of late as she felt herself sliding further and further behind Leon's own rapid advancement and in quiet horrified anticipation of all the political instability she'd heard about over the past couple of years. How about expectations on your end? Leon asked once more. Any thoughts on salary, length of employment, guarantees for leaving employment under good circumstances, or protections against being fired unjustly? As I said, I trust you, Valeria told him. I don't think I'll need most of that. I suppose I'll need a salary, though. How about 5,000 silvers per month? Only that much? Leon asked. 5,000 silvers was a decent middle-class wage, but he was not only quite wealthy in his own right thanks to the frugality and foresight of his house, he was also romantically involved with the daughter of the spectacularly wealthy Heaven's Eye Tower Lord. He had the capacity to pay Valeria 10 times that much fairly easily. It will do, Valeria said with a sly smile. I would also like a room here. What? Leon flatly asked. It's traditional for knights to live with their superiors, isn't it? Valeria asked, her smile widening. Leon blinked in confusion, his mind locking up from the surprise of her demand. This was not the Valeria he knew, though to be fair, she had just lost nearly everything in a matter of days. That's, not a tradition that's really followed much anymore, he mumbled, but Valeria's only response was to stare at him in expectation. She had denied the need for most other standard requirements for such employment contracts, so she wanted this one to be met. Just say yes, Zafin whispered into his mind. This, coming from someone who once demanded that I keep my distance. Leon asked in abject disbelief. Now you want me to share a roof with her? Of course, I do, we just went over this. She'd make an invaluable asset against her father, and keeping her close would make her defection to you so much easier. Leon shivered in disgust, again silently vowing to himself to never be that manipulative. That wasn't to say that he was about to tell Valeria the truth of his identity, but, well, he wasn't sure what he was going to do on that front, yet. Keeping her here would also make it much easier for her to stab me in the back, Leon replied to his demonic partner. You've already accepted her service as a knight. Zafin protested. If you were more than the man you are, you'd take this opportunity to add her to your harem. See, what you need to do. Yeah, I'm done talking to you right now, Leon interrupted the demon and turned his attention back to Valeria. Why do you want to move in? He hesitantly asked. Other than the fact that I don't really have anywhere else to go. I had a place in the barracks, but that's gone from me after being removed from the Royal Guard. I could continue to stay with Xianxia as I've been doing, but that would be awkward for us both, given our now separate positions. Leon stifled a groan of understanding. It would be awkward for Xianxia to be living with a fellow guard who'd been removed in disgrace, even if that disgrace was Justin's and not Valeria's. It could throw her standing into question. You have nowhere else? Leon asked. Not at the moment, Valeria said. Thus, the room. With a growing scowl and knowing that he couldn't now turn her out onto the street since he'd taken her into his service not even an hour ago, Leon stiffly nodded his assent. You can stay, at least for a while. Elise will have to sign off on it, too. The last part he added just to make noise, since Elise's friendship with Valeria and her attempts to get them to hook up practically guaranteed in Leon's mind that his lady would give her own assent to allow Valeria to stay with them without a moment's hesitation, and probably for longer than Leon intended, since he was hoping Valeria would take the time to find her own place. Sir Leon, Valeria said, leaning forward and resting her elbows on the table, then her chin in her hands and looking damn cute while doing so. Leon had to grudgingly admit, you have been attacked once already here. Would it not be prudent to keep your first night close just in case it happens again, especially with all that's happened recently? Prince Trajan was killed in the streets, and it looks like Prince August is being set up to take the fall. Were I in Prince Octavius' shoes, after getting rid of my opponents, I would purge the kingdom of August's most ardent supporters. I'm not sure if you would make that list, but surely you'd be in danger of some kind of reprisal from Octavius, no? You may have a point, Leon said, though he had great confidence not only in the defenses he'd constructed around his home but also in the reputation of Heaven's Eye that somewhat extended to him through Elise. He wasn't too worried about Octavius coming after little old him if August lost the power struggle, as seemed likely. Valeria nodded, her smile now growing into one of unabashed joy, as if she had just been stranded at sea for days and only now had a rope been thrown to her from a passing ship. Thank you, you won't regret this, she boldly declared. I hope not, Leon thought to himself, certain that he made a grave mistake. Out loud, however, he said, I know I won't. I'll have a contract with these terms drawn up. That won't be necessary, I trust your word, Valeria quickly said. Leon cocked an eye at her, and when she didn't back down from her statement, he simply shrugged and moved on. It was a sentiment that he understood and even appreciated. Now, he said, how about what I asked you to do? Will you do it? I can ask Xianxia and a few other people I know, but there are no guarantees, Valeria said, her smile quickly straightening out until her expression was all business. Obviously, I'm not in the princess's guard detail anymore, so I can't do anything myself. Had I not been kicked out, my chances of success would be much higher. As it is, if it's your intent to press forward with that plan, then getting Xianxia on board would be your best bet. Leon nodded. Can I ask you to do this for me? Go and talk to her. I can do that, Valeria said with confidence. I have to go to her family's estate to collect my things anyway. Leon twitched, suddenly a bit scared that her intent to stay in his villa was for a longer duration than he thought it would be. Perhaps wisely, though, he decided not to press that issue right now. Then do so, please. I have some other business to attend to, Valeria nodded, then made for the door where Leon quickly instructed her on how to use the controls for the gate. Once that was done, she departed for the Samaritan estate. Leon, on the other hand, returned to Anzu and took flight. His destination was the royal palace for the second time that day. There were a few people he hoped to speak with regarding the current situation. Leon walked into the old assembly meeting hall on the north side of the capital island where Lapis had been allowed to stay since arriving in the capital. The stone giant had barely moved since Leon had last visited to inform it of Trajan's death. "Leon," the giant murmured, the quiet rumbling completely at odds with its size and usual cadence. "It's been a while." "It has," Leon admitted. "A lot's happened since Trajan's death. Prince August has been arrested, and Prince Octavius is probably going to try and seize power here in the kingdom after August's trial. I'm expecting violence to break out." "Then, do you have need of me?" Lapis asked. "I probably will," Leon replied. "August's trial will be in 2 weeks. If violence does break out, it will be after then. Can I count on your assistance?" "Always," Lapis replied. Leon's second destination was the forest that contained the king's private villa where he lay in a coma. However, he wasn't even close to being high-ranking enough to enter the forest on his own. He was stopped at the forest's edge on the road leading in by the royal guard. "Halt!" one of the guards shouted. He was of the 5th tier, as were most of the other dozen guards who were stationed at the checkpoint leading into the forest. Among their number were 3 6th-tier knights, who were clearly wary of Leon since his power equaled their own, and yet he himself was unfamiliar to them. Leon willingly complied. He wasn't here to cause trouble, and if they weren't going to help him, then he had no other recourse than to try and risk entering the forest on his own, which would likely end in disaster for him. The guard who called out to Leon to stop quickly ran forward out of the checkpoint to identify the young golden-eyed knight, and he almost did a double take when Leon presented the 5th-tier knight with his Heaven's Eye ID. The guard hadn't been disrespectful to Leon, but he hadn't been entirely respectful, either. However, with that ID in his hands, he looked at Leon a little differently. "What is your business here, sir?" the knight asked as he returned Leon's ID and backed off a little, giving Leon a little more room to breathe than he might have given someone else. "I need to speak with the Bronze Paladin," Leon explained. The guard raised an eyebrow in interest, and he waved to one of the 6th-tier knights behind him, who quickly approached and asked the same question, to which Leon repeated his answer. "I can't let you in to see the Bronze Paladin, sir, I hope you can understand," the knight replied. "I understand. Simply passing him a message would be sufficient," Leon said. "That would depend on the message. Tell him that Sir Leon is here to see him, and he'll come out to speak with me," Leon said. The knight looked at him in both confusion and suspicion. He wondered who Leon was that the Bronze Paladin would come to see him, leaving the king's side. Of course, with the penitent paladin still there and the king still conscious as far as the guard was aware, he didn't think too hard on it, so he nodded and had the message passed along. "Wait over there, please," the 6th-tier knight said as he led Leon into the checkpoint and pointed to a spot in the corner where Leon could be watched by the guard detail. Fortunately, about 20 minutes later, the Bronze Paladin came strolling out of the forest, letting those who were watching Leon relax. "Sir Leon," Bronze shouted in greeting as he rushed forward and pulled Leon into a great bear hug, practically pressing the shorter man's face into his thick and ancient bronze armor. "Sir Bronze," Leon replied. Bronze let Leon loose and pulled him away from the checkpoint, correctly assuming that Leon's presence wasn't about something that others should hear. "So, how have you been holding up, lately?" Bronze asked as he and Leon walked back down the road away from the forest, stopping once they were out of earshot of the checkpoint. "As well as can be expected," Leon answered. "Good. These are trying times, and I'm sure that even worse is just around the corner." Bronze's tone was hesitant, and he anxiously shifted his weight around a little. "How are you doing? I know you and Trajan were close," Leon courteously asked. "Could be better," Bronze candidly replied, but he was an old man and by now, he was used to losing close friends. He felt monumental grief with Trajan's passing, but in the weeks since, he'd gotten his grieving done. "Didn't see you at the funeral," Leon said with some accusation in his voice, his eyes narrowing a bit. "Couldn't get away from His Majesty for too long," Bronze explained. "One royal was dead, we can't be sure if His Majesty might be attacked or not. Even now, I'm not certain that His Majesty isn't still at risk." Leon frowned a bit. It seemed clear what the answer would be with that statement alone, but he had to speak his piece anyway. "Sir Bronze, I have seen some evidence that Prince Octavius and the Earthshaker Paladin were to blame for Prince Trajan's death." As he said this, Bronze's armor locked up in shock and he almost reached for his weapon on instinct. There wasn't the slightest sign that Bronze didn't believe Leon's claim. Now, Prince August has been arrested and blamed for the deed. Dame Minerva and I, along with the Brimstone Paladin and Roland Magnus, hope to do what we can to bring Prince Octavius and Earthshaker to justice. Is there any way you could lend us your support? The bronze paladin was silent for long enough that it started to get awkward, but Leon wanted a proper response, so he waited for the old knight to speak before saying anything more. Bronze began before catching himself. His aura was chaotic, and his voice was suddenly hoarse. Leon could sense a few wisps of killing intent leaking out of his body, but they were quickly locked down as Bronze regained control over himself. After taking a few more seconds to steady himself, Bronze spoke again. I can't assist you, Sir Leon, as much as I might want to. Leon felt no surprise. Bronze had been his best hope for support, but the paladin's duty was to guard the king. Even when the king was safe, he couldn't justify leaving for more than a few hours for anything less than an existential threat to the kingdom itself, as was the case with the invasion launched by Prince Owain of the Talfar kingdom, or without an order from another member of the royal family, as was also the case with Talfar's invasion. Still, Leon had hoped that treason would be enough for the bronze paladin to make a move, but he was disappointed. I understand your disappointment, my boy, believe me, I do, Bronze bitterly said. However, with Trajan now dead, I can't leave the king's side. To so boldly kill Prince Trajan, his majesty might be next. So neither you nor penitent paladin will act on this? Leon asked. I don't think so, not with the king's condition unchanged, Bronze replied, though from the way he was flexing his hands, it seemed clear to Leon that he very much wanted to act. That's unfortunate, Leon slowly said, giving Bronze plenty of time to back out of his decision and make a new one. It is, Bronze agreed. But trust in the courts, Sir Leon. Bronze couldn't think of anything else to say. His decision was made, he wasn't going to act. Leon sighed. So be it, he replied, a hint of venom in his voice that Bronze felt was justified in this situation. Good day, Sir Bronze, I hope I wasn't that great a disturbance. I will no longer take up any of your time. Without waiting for a response, Leon turned around and started walking back toward the palace. Bronze wanted to call out to Leon to wait, he wanted to tell Leon that he wanted to see the evidence against Octavius, he wanted to tell Leon that he would personally hunt down Trajan's killers and take their heads, but in the end, Bronze said nothing. Instead, as Leon walked off into the distance, Bronze forced himself to turn back toward the forest, where he slowly shambled back to the villa. His duty weighed heavily upon his shoulders, but it wasn't something he could now shirk. Leon was profoundly disappointed in Bronze, but the trip hadn't been wasted. Lapis was just waiting for his word, and now he had Valeria on his side, working to help him get Princess Christina and August's mother out of the harem. He'd done what he could, and now he could only wait for August's trial to begin. Chapter 382. Last preparations. This is a damned shitshow, Roland muttered as he and Brimstone arrived at Leon's villa. Tell me about it, his fellow paladin said, no trace of any of the usual scorn in Brimstone's voice or attitude that Roland usually received due to being a paladin both beneath the 7th tier and unconfirmed by the king. How's your family doing, by the way? Brimstone asked as the two waited for Leon to open the gates and let them inside. Well enough, Roland said. My son is healthy, my wife is happy, and the business is making money. Nothing to complain about. Good to hear, but I would have figured you would have looked into getting them out of the city. Given what seems to be on the horizon, I have, and they should already be on their way to Ariminium. They left this morning. Brimstone nodded in appreciation of Roland's foresight. His own family had been all but forced to side with Octavius, even though his cousin, the Duchess of Vesentio, hadn't been too keen on doing so. However, Octavius' allies surrounded their lands, and they hadn't the strength to fight them all off. However, she had also requested that he support August, which was the main reason why he continued to do so even under these trying conditions. The gates opened, and Leon emerged from the front door of his villa. The two paladins left their retainers at the gates and proceeded into the villa alone. Upon entering, they found that only 6 people were present, including themselves. They expected Leon and Minerva but were surprised to see Elise and a young silver-haired woman also in attendance. Lady Elise, Brimstone exclaimed in surprise. I wasn't expecting to see you here. Why weren't you? This is my home, after all. Elise responded with a glowing smile. Before either Roland or Brimstone could respond, she immediately went into hospitality mode, saying, please make yourselves comfortable. Do you two need anything? A drink, perhaps? No, but thank you, Brimstone said. I would prefer to get down to business as soon as possible. Indeed, we don't have much time, Roland said. The two paladins proceeded to take a pair of offered seats at the dining table along with Minerva and the other silver-haired woman, with Leon and Elise following shortly after. Notably, Leon, Elise, and the other woman all sat on one side, while Minerva, Roland, and Brimstone all sat on the other. So, Minerva said once everyone had situated themselves, where do we stand? Are we ready in case things go sideways tomorrow? We're as ready as we can ever be, Brimstone replied. Our forces are gathered and ready for violence if need be. No word from August, Leon asked. They've not allowed visitors, Roland said. We haven't even been able to slip a message in with his food, we don't even know if he's still alive at this point. That's unfortunate, Minerva said, but I'd say it's very unlikely that he's dead. If he were, Octavius would have made an announcement, as it would essentially eliminate all of his current competition for the throne. I'd even wager that he has the support to get away with it, too. Then why keep August alive? Just have him killed and claim he took his own life, Leon thought aloud. Perhaps to appear legitimate, to allow the courts to condemn August and keep his own hands clean, Brimstone said. If Prince August were to mysteriously wind up dead before ever making it to trial, then Octavius would have that cloud hanging over him for the rest of his life. Better to have Prince August killed legally than illegally if he can afford it. Leon rolled his eyes at these political games, but he paid it little more mind. He figured that if Octavius had already murdered Trajan, then he wouldn't balk that much at ordering August's death, but Brimstone's explanation did make some sense to him. So, operating under the assumption that August remains among the living and that his trial will still start tomorrow, where are we with the rest of the preparations? Minerva asked, looking to Leon. I think we can get Princess Christina and Lady Isabel, August and Christina's mother, out of the harem with only a few hours' notice, Leon said as he looked toward Valeria, and the silver-haired woman nodded in agreement. And this is? Roland asked with a friendly smile. A friend, Leon replied, bringing a smile to the faces of both Valeria and Elise. Anything more concrete than that? Minerva asked. If you didn't intend to introduce her to us, why have here in the first place? Leon fought back a scowl, but he silently acknowledged that Minerva was right. If he hadn't intended to involve Valeria even further in this, then he would have insisted on her staying out of the room during the meeting. Instead, she sat right next to him. Again, Leon looked to Valeria for one last confirmation. She'd wanted to be here, and as his knight, she had some right to demand that. She was essentially his second in command, even if his command amounted to her and her alone. She wasn't his slave, and as such, his official business was hers, too. Upon getting another slight nod from her indicating that she was still fine with her identity and involvement being known to these people, he said, This is Valeria Isonos, daughter of Justin Isonos, and until recently, a member of the royal guard in charge of protecting the royal harem. I see, Minerva said with some trepidation and understandable mistrust. I trust your judgment, Ursus, she continued, though Leon had some doubts as to how much she actually meant the statement, but I would have liked some more heads up about her being here before we began. Leon shrugged and gave her a light smile. If it had been a problem, she would have demanded an introduction before the conversation began, not after they had already begun to discuss offenses that bordered on treason. I, for one, am glad to meet you, Dame Valeria. We need all the help we can get, Roland replied. I presume that you are one of Sir Leon's knights, then? His only knight, in fact, Valeria replied, her stoic face brightening up with a proud smile before sliding back into impassiveness a moment later. So she was how you were going to get into the harem? Brimstone asked. They had only so much time left, and he didn't want to waste it on introductions. Yes, Leon replied. Well, her and a couple others, though they're being kept as far out of the loop as possible. How far? Minerva asked. They have no idea any of you are involved, and they have some vested interest in keeping Princess Christina and her mother safe, Elise said, drawing everyone's attention away from Leon and Valeria. If you say so, Lady Elise, Brimstone said, reluctantly dropping the matter now that the young lady of Heaven's Eye had spoken. Minerva, however, wasn't so willing to let the issue go. Dame Valeria, she said with a tone of extreme gravity, I hope you realize just how dire our circumstances are. Should we get wind of any betrayal, we'll have to act swiftly and decisively. Without missing a beat, Valeria smiled at Minerva and replied, I understand. For a long moment, Minerva contemplated making a bigger deal out of Leon bringing someone new into their conspiracy, especially since it was someone none of them had ever been acquainted with, but in the end, she decided not to. Given what she knew about Leon, she at least trusted that he wouldn't make a habit of it, and if he brought Valeria in, then it was a sure sign that she was at least somewhat trustworthy. Getting the surly and unfriendly Leon on her side was a feat worthy of recognition. "How about the legions?" Brimstone asked. "We have to be ready to send these corrupt bastards to their ancestors if things take a turn towards violence." "The 3rd and 7th legions will march at my command," Minerva said, startling both paladins. These legions had marched with August to reinforce the bull's horns and had been reassigned to the eastern territories during August's reorganization, but still, neither Roland nor Brimstone had expected Minerva to actually be successful in her attempts to win them over. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Minerva, with a look of mild amusement gracing her sharp features, said, "You two look surprised." Brimstone was the first to speak, and after exchanging an almost disbelieving look with Roland, he said, "Number disrespect intended, Dame Minerva, it's just that good news isn't that common these days, and it was difficult to be hopeful that you'd be successful in your endeavor." Minerva smiled to herself, then said, "I understand. I was a little surprised, myself, but it seems that even I underestimated the loyalty that Prince Trajan engendered into his officers. I even have promises from many other Eastern legions, including those under Sir Constantine at the Bull's Horns, to assist us in bringing Prince Trajan's killers to justice." "Thank the ancestors," Brimstone said as he ran his fingers through his bright red hair. "Indeed," Roland said, though he was far less optimistic about this news. "Still, it doesn't change the fact that our prince has been imprisoned, and almost all of the Eastern legions are too far away to do any good here in the capital. If tomorrow's trial doesn't go well, then we're going to have to rely upon our own followers to deal with that failure. That gives us, what? 4,000 soldiers against the 20,000 in the 1st Legion, plus the 40,000 in the 2nd and 4th Legions less than a day's march away, plus however many knights that the local nobles will bring if Octavius were to command them." An ominous cloud descended over the group, only to be dispelled when Minerva confidently smiled and said, "I like those odds." "I like your optimism," Brimstone almost shouted. "That kind of confidence is exactly what we need. Ha ha, what have we to fear now?" Coming from anyone else, those words might have sounded sarcastic, but in Brimstone's booming voice accompanied by his energetic gesticulation, it came off as nothing but earnest. "Nothing, nothing at all," Minerva quietly replied. Despite her own declaration, she wasn't nearly so confident in what would happen once the trial began. After that, there wasn't much more to talk about, and Roland and Brimstone soon took their leave to ensure their own retainers were ready, just in case they were needed. Minerva almost followed them, but she paused at Leon's door and turned to the young man himself. "This is it," she whispered to him. After Leon gave her a curious look, she explained, "There's not going to be any more chances for you to back out of this. If you're with us tomorrow, then you're with us. There will be no running away, no abandoning us after tomorrow. Us, the memory of Trajan, and upholding his ideals. Fleeing the Bull Kingdom like a whipped savage with nothing tying himself down to this place. These are your choices. I'll come here tomorrow morning to take you to the assembly. You have until then to choose between these two options." Leon almost answered her right there, but his words caught in his throat and he remained silent until Minerva departed. It was a hell of a conundrum. With Valeria at his side and Zaffin in his soul realm, Leon thought himself reasonably safe from Justin Isonos, so long as he kept his mouth shut around Valeria about who he was. He could leave the Bull Kingdom to its own devices if he truly wanted to. If he wanted to, he did not. He still had business in the Bull Kingdom. He needed to find out who was responsible for the fall of his house, whether that was Justin Isonos or whoever Justin reported to. He needed to kill the Earthshaker Paladin and Prince Octavius as retribution for Prince Trajan. What was more, he felt more than a small amount of guilt at not living up to Trajan's ideals. He didn't think himself capable of becoming the man Trajan thought he could be, but there was still something buried deep inside of him that wanted to be that man, no matter how much he might declare to others or to himself that he could and would leave the Bull Kingdom as soon as he could. On less revenge-related notes, he still had to return to the Northern Vales and see that place in the forest of black and white that had been marked on the map in the cradle, not to mention his family's archives. No, he couldn't leave just yet, not when there was still so much left to do. And if he could keep Trajan's ideals in mind as he went about finishing up that business, then all the better. Leon glanced back at Elise and Valeria, the two lost in conversation about what might happen tomorrow. Leon sighed and made to rejoin them at the table, knowing that no matter what, tomorrow would be an exhausting day, and he ought to get his rest in while he could. Chapter 383. The assembly. The morning that August's trial was set to begin was dour, cloudy, and cold. Leon wasn't too personally bothered by it, but it was hard not to take it as a sign of bad luck. He was suddenly grateful that he and the other conspirators had amassed what force they could, for he felt surer than ever before that it would be needed. Leon made his preparations quickly, showering, dressing in modest blacks and grays, and said his goodbyes to Elise. Valeria would be accompanying him to the royal palace as his knight, but Elise, as a prominent member of the politically neutral Heaven's Eye, couldn't attend. He gave his lady a quick kiss and a hug, and she whispered for him to be careful into his ear. He made what promises he could, and then he stood by the door to wait for Minerva, who was set to arrive only a few moments later. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Elise and Valeria huddled together, Elise holding Valeria's hands in her own. His fire-haired lady had a look of utter seriousness on her face as she said something to Valeria, a look that then transitioned into one of entreatment. He couldn't see Valeria's face from his angle, and he wasn't going to project his magic senses and let them know that he was watching, but he did see her nod and respond, though he couldn't hear what was said. Apparently, though, it was enough for Elise, as she smiled, laughed, and pulled Valeria into a tight hug. Once they parted, Valeria joined Leon by the door while Elise went back to her and Leon's bedroom to finish getting ready for her own day at the Heaven's Eye Tower. Valeria's face was back to its regular stony impassivity, far removed from the significantly more open and chipper attitude she'd sported in the past couple of weeks, and she didn't say a word to Leon once she joined him. They just stood there in silence. Normally, Leon would have been perfectly fine with this. He had little to discuss with Valeria, and so long as neither made it awkward, then silence was something to be cherished in Leon's mind. However, Elise's behavior piqued his curiosity, and he desperately wanted to ask Valeria about it. Before he could do so, though, Minerva's carriage arrived at his front gate. "You ready?" he asked Valeria. She nodded in response. She wasn't armed, but Leon had a spare glaive tucked away in his soul realm, just in case. Unfortunately, Valeria didn't have any decent armor, as much of the gear she'd worn during her time in the royal guard had to be returned after she was removed from her post. Obviously, Leon and especially Elise couldn't let this stand, and so armor had been commissioned for Valeria at their expense. Valeria was Leon's knight, and her gear, or lack thereof, was his responsibility. Unfortunately, that armor hadn't been completed yet, so Valeria was clad in nothing more than cloth finery, with nary a single enchantment to be found amongst her clothing's threads. Leon nodded back to her and the two walked outside. The ride to the royal palace was quiet and somber. What was about to happen would be the difference between them committing treason or not within the next couple of days, and it weighed heavily on their minds, especially so in Minerva's case. They found the royal palace more crowded than it had ever been before once they arrived. The assembly had been called, so hundreds of the most powerful members of society had flooded into the city, along with all their retainers, servants, and staff, most of whom were now at the palace. Altogether, the city had probably grown by at least 50,000 since Prince Octavius called the assembly, and there were a good number of nobles and officials who had seats in the assembly yet hadn't been able to arrive with such short notice. Leon, Valeria, and Minerva stepped out of the latter's carriage and waited for the rest of Minerva's entourage to form up behind them. "Where do we go from here?" Leon asked as he took in the sight of hundreds of people scurrying around in the front courtyard of the palace, most seeming to have somewhere to go, but others leisurely stopping to chat in small groups around the courtyard's edges and next to the bull statue in the center. "The assembly chambers are that way," Minerva said, nodding toward the western end of the island. "Any way we can get there without hewing our way through this mess?" Leon asked, indicating the crowded courtyard. "They'll move for us, of that I have no doubt," Minerva said in a tone that indicated she'd very much like to test that theory out. However, after a moment's pause, she added, "We'd be better served going around. Follow me." She led Leon, Valeria, and about a dozen others through the front gates, then a hard turn left into the closest building that Leon had never been in before. He didn't get a chance to look around, though, as Minerva pressed onward. As they walked, Leon's head was on a swivel, constantly looking around them in an obvious show of anxiety. He hated crowds, and the followers of the assembly members created one of the largest that he had ever had to wade through, and that frayed his nerves almost as much as anything ever had. Fortunately, as a group of powerful mages, the crowds parted before them without much prodding on their part, and they quickly reached the assembly chambers. The building itself resembled a theater or perhaps a much smaller version of the arena. It could sit about 2,000 people in a large terraced circle around a central stone platform, upon which had been placed 5 chairs facing another, smaller chair. The domed ceiling was unadorned, but a long frieze depicting the first Bull King's conquests had been carved in the corner where the ceiling met the walls. Along the walls were a number of columns, each one carved into the shape of a man with the head of a bull holding either a sword or a scepter. When Leon, Minerva, and the rest of their group arrived, much of the chamber had already been filled with those who were going to attend. Taking up one section were the legion officers, made up of knights and a few lords. Most of them were dressed in their green dress uniforms, but a good number had more humble or ostentatious attire. There were hundreds of officers present, nearly all legates, but here and there were a few influential or well-connected tribunes, and sitting at the very front Leon recognized the consul of the Central Territories sitting between 2 more people whom he didn't recognize but could guess at their high rank given their place of honor. In another section sat the landed nobility, nearly all dressed as exotically or flamboyantly as they could. The entire section was a panoply of bright color that almost blinded Leon as his eyes swept over the crowd. A few of these lords Leon recognized from their work in the royal palace, though he wasn't well acquainted with any. The rest of them were unknown to him, but he could guess as to their importance based on how closely they sat to the central platform. In a third section sat the most powerful government officials, counting among their ranks everyone from former exarchs to bureaucrats in charge of large parts of the royal administration. This section was much smaller than the previous 2, but arguably just as powerful, at least politically speaking. At the front sat the chancellor and the spymaster, along with an empty seat that Leon assumed belonged to the chief steward. Notably, none of the landed nobles that Leon knew sat on the advisory council were seated in this section, and instead chose to sit with their peers in the landed nobility. A fourth section had been filled with people dressed in white monochrome robes. These people were stone-faced and serious, none smiling or chatting with each other, and their heads had all been clean-shaven. Sitting in front were Prince Herculanus and the Primarch of Lineage Hall, making it clear that all those behind them were blood priests. The fifth and final section was the smallest, consisting of only 2 people, Princess Stephania and Prince Antonius. A third seat had been set aside, presumably for Prince Octavius, but was empty. As a matter of fact, now that Leon's eyes had scanned the chamber, he noticed the conspicuous absence of any of the paladins. Of the 6 current paladins, none were present. All told, this was the single greatest gathering of powerful people in the entire kingdom, with hundreds of 5th and 6th tier mages creating an aura so thick with magic that Leon was almost surprised he could still breathe. Attending most of these people were their personal assistants and secretaries, who were almost all forced to stand behind the seats in great crowds unless otherwise engaged with their superiors. And even with all of this, the chamber wasn't even close to being full, perhaps only reaching 2/3 capacity at the most. Many of the assembly members were simply too far away to reach the capital in the short few days since Octavius had called the assembly into session, which made it that much more obvious to Leon that this wasn't going to go well, since the section of landed nobility at the very least should have been significantly less filled than it was, with most of its members too busy in their own distant lands to reach the capital with such short notice. "Where do we sit?" Leon asked Minerva. "Over there," Minerva said, nodding toward the royal section. Leon gave her a skeptical look, given that there were only 2 other people sitting in that section, with even their few subordinates not sharing the handful of empty seats behind them. "We're Prince Trajan's retinue, and since this is a trial about his murder, we have a place where he would have sat," Minerva explained. Leon still didn't look convinced, but he followed Minerva anyway as she led the way through the chamber toward the royal section. They drew some attention as they bowed to the 2 royals and took their seats, but neither Stephania nor Antonius seemed to have any problems with the group joining them. Fortunately, no one else seemed to have any problems with it, either, and soon, what attention they had drawn shifted away. The group sat in relative silence as they waited for the trial to get underway. Their tension was palpable, and the current circumstances didn't lend themselves well to conversation. Even when Brimstone and Roland arrived and took their seats by Minerva and Leon, there was little talking amongst their group. "Does he know?" Minerva asked Brimstone as the paladin took a seat. "He does," Brimstone replied as he patted his breast pocket, and neither spoke another word to each other. After a while, people stopped streaming into the chamber. Everyone who was going to attend the trial had shown up, save for Octavius, August, and the presiding arbiters. Octavius was the first of these last few to arriving with a grand entourage of several hundred knights, most of whom stood behind the royal section. Leon was only mildly surprised to see Gaius among these knights, but given his placement, his position was far less prominent now that he was knight than it had been when he had been Octavius, squire. Octavius himself sat down next to his siblings, a strange look of subdued anger and grief on his face. They were there for August's trial, to determine if he killed Trajan or not, and Octavius wore the appropriate mask for the event, or so it seemed to Leon. Flanking the prince upon his entrance were the Sapphire and Earthshaker paladins, and they took seats next to Brimstone and Roland. It was all both Leon and Minerva could do to keep themselves from emitting any killing intent toward Earthshaker, even though their first instincts were to tear him apart with their bare hands. Fortunately, they kept their composure, and barely even looked at the man they knew carried out Octavius' order to kill Trajan. The presiding arbiters arrived next. 3 men and 2 women, led by the deceptively slight and weak High Arbiter. She led her 4 colleagues up to the stone platform and sat down in the 5 chairs that had been set aside for them. All of them were dressed in flowing black robes, and all wore extremely serious expressions on their faces. Accompanying them were a couple dozen scribes who set up in small desks around the platform, ready to transcribe the entire affair and take mountains of notes regarding the proceedings. The arbiters were there to preside over the trial, and any decision they made would have to be confirmed by the gathered members of the assembly. Still, the High Arbiter's presence was enough to almost instantly silence the entire assembly chamber. "Let's get this over with, bring out His Highness," the High Arbiter said in a quiet but irritated voice that nonetheless carried throughout the entire chamber. It took another 10 minutes or so, but a number of royal guards soon arrived, carrying between them a figure that Leon managed to recognize as Prince August. The prince was hunched over and seemed barely conscious, and once he was carried up to the last remaining chair on the platform, it was apparent why. He was covered in bruises that were terribly hidden behind makeup and a loose-fitting tunic. His frame, recently made powerful and muscle-bound after awakening his blood, had thinned somewhat, and his face seemed gaunt and pale. It was clear, at least to Leon's eyes, that he had not taken well to his treatment in house arrest. Most of the assembly chamber seemed shocked at August's appearance, and many began to exchange hushed whispers amongst themselves. Seeing his condition, the High Arbiter wasted no time. August would soon get a chance to speak his piece, and she would make sure he was able to describe any ill treatment he may have received. "Let's begin," her vigorous voice called out, officially beginning the trial. Chapter 384. The trial. The High Arbiter was concerned about August's appearance, and understandably so, since the prince could charitably be called haggard. If the person describing him were less than charitable, though, they might have called him obviously abused. However, by long tradition, she couldn't simply ask the prince what was wrong, so she resolved to get the trial started as soon as she could so that she could ask August questions about his state of being. She rose from her seat and glared around the chamber, immediately silencing those few conversations still taking place. The High Arbiter was a stern woman, known for keeping strict discipline in her courts, and she could make just about anyone's life miserable if she so chose. In such a solemn occasion, especially, everyone was inclined to follow her rules. "Today, we are gathered under the eyes of the ancestors to find the truth," the High Arbiter said, her surprisingly soft and melodic voice carrying throughout the entire chamber. "All of you, the most illustrious of men and women of our fair kingdom, have been called upon to add your judgments to mine. Together, we will find the answers to questions of high treason, kinslaying, conspiracy to commit treason, bribery, corruption, and attempted murder. May the ancestors guide our hands in our search for the truth." Once she finished the traditional statement, the High Arbiter turned to look at the Primarch of Lineage Hall, the priest at the head of the Bull Kingdom's church, charged with maintaining genealogical records and honoring the ancestors mostly through elaborate ceremonies and the occasional animal sacrifice. The elderly Primarch nodded to her, rose from his seat, and intoned in a deep and heavy voice, "Let it be known that any who lie upon in this most sacred of places shall be forever cursed to remain apart from their ancestors. They will be stricken from all records, denied funeral rites, and erased from history." The Primarch returned to his seat, his small role in these proceedings over and done with. The High Arbiter gave him a quick nod of appreciation, then turned her attention back to the chamber at large. "All of you should know me and be at least passingly familiar with how I conduct my business by now, but just in case there are new people here, I shall reiterate my rules. there shall be no speaking in this chamber while my court is in session. Any who break that silence will be thrown out, regardless of rank. Her eyes subtly drifted in the royal section's direction, resting on the king's children and the paladins behind them. Now, let the prosecution step forward. From the small crowd of scribes that had followed the arbiters into the chamber, an impeccably well-dressed man stepped forward, clad in a mixture of dark and light greens. His short hair had been dyed to match his outfit, and across his sleeves were a series of silver stripes. Upon reaching the center of the platform between August and the arbiters, he bowed first to the royal section, again to August, and then one final time to the High Arbiter. I am Proximus Gavius, third son of the Baron of Goldcrest, and knight and investigator in service of the High Arbiter. In the defense, the High Arbiter called, not missing a beat. Again, another well-dressed man made his way up from amongst the scribes. Much like Proximus, he was dressed mostly in green, but his attire was monochrome and trimmed in gold, the royal colors. He was far more handsome than the prosecutor, and he carried himself with the same noble dignity that his counterpart did. I am Martianus Herenia, second son of the Marquis of Ironfort, and a knight and lawyer in the service of His Highness Prince August, fourth son of His Majesty, King Julius Septimius Taurus. Thank you, the High Arbiter said in the same way one might say, fuck off, and she waved her hands, practically banishing them from her sight. With as much respect as they could, both lawyers retreated to the edges of the platform and waited for their next time to speak. Are there any concerns among those present as to these lawyers' credentials? The High Arbiter demanded, only to be answered with resounding silence. These were two noble and prestigious lawyers, none could reasonably castigate them for lack of qualification without making at least a handful of enemies in the southern or eastern territories. Even more, everyone could see how much of a rush the High Arbiter was in, since she had, at this point, blazed through the requisite ceremonies with extreme rapidity. Finally turning her full attention to the obviously mistreated August, the High Arbiter asked the question so many in the room were dying to hear, not the least of whom were Minerva, Leon, Brimstone, Roland, and the rest of August's allies in the room. Your Highness, have you been treated well since your arrest? August, for the first time since being carried into the chamber, glanced around the room with what seemed like hollow eyes. They were dull and unfocused, and it hardly seemed like he truly saw what his eyes scanned, and it took him a suspicious amount of time to respond to the High Arbiter's question. I have been well treated, Your Honor, he said in a hoarse and strained voice as if he were struggling to form the words. Are you sure, August? The High Arbiter repeated, obvious concern on her face. She'd known August since his birth, and she cared about the young prince about as much as anyone else she wasn't related to, and that wasn't even mentioning the effect she thought this would have on the trial she was running. This is a place of safety and security. If you have been abused, you need only say so and we are legally bound to investigate. August stared at the High Arbiter, his eyes practically looking past her into the distant walls of the assembly chamber. Finally, though, it seemed to click with him where he was, and he managed to focus on a few familiar faces in the assembly chamber, such as Roland, Brimstone, and Leon. Seeing the faces of his supporters helped him to collect himself and say, this time with more conviction, I am well, Your Honor, all things considered. The High Arbiter continued to stare at August with extreme skepticism, but as August pulled himself back together and straightened his posture into something more befitting a man of his station, she relented and allowed him his lie, though for the life of her, she couldn't figure out why he wouldn't be straight with her. Not many in the chamber knew why, either, but Octavius' barely contained smile was a telling clue. Reluctantly moving on, the High Arbiter returned to her seat and asked August, do you need me to repeat the charges? I'm well aware of them, August said with as much poise as he was able to muster, which wasn't that much. How do you answer them? The High Arbiter pressed on. I am innocent of all charges, August claimed, bringing smiles to the faces of many in the chamber. Some were of pride and conviction, but far more were smiles of derision, mockery, and even triumph in the face of August's denial. The ancestors will see as to the truth of the matter, the High Arbiter said, and she then turned to the lawyers. Make your opening statements, she ordered. By long tradition, the prosecution went first, and Proximus stepped forward, the silver stripes on his arm glittering in the lights of the chamber. My lords, ladies, and others of high station, he obsequiously began, his voice rather high and nasally while his fourth tier aura wavered just a little bit in the pressure that the attention of so many powerful mages exerted. I have come before you today to speak nothing but the truth. And the truth is this, Prince August, in a mad bid for power at the expense of the realm's rightful ruler, His Majesty King Julius Septimius Taurus, and his heir apparent, His Highness Prince Julius Octavius Taurus, murdered His Highness, Prince Trajan. We are all aware of the long and prestigious career of Prince Trajan, our noble shield against the eastern barbarians who sought to ravage our fair kingdom. Our indefatigable warden of the eastern territories, who, by his great and mighty efforts, ensured the peace and prosperity of our lands for decades. This most valiant of warriors and most noble of princes was slain by this base and cowardly criminal in cold blood, out of greed, pride, and lust for power. Today, I shall offer proof to all of you that Prince August is guilty of the charges levied against him, and that his treason is unworthy of a single shred of mercy that this esteemed body may grant him. Thank you, Your Honor, my statement is finished. With that, Proximus returned to standing by the edge of the platform and smugly stared at Martianus, August's defense lawyer, while the rest of the chamber sat in rather numb silence following his unexpectedly vicious opening statement. Going so hard against a member of the royal family was unheard of, and even the High Arbiter herself seemed taken aback. Many in the chamber began to silently wonder what exactly it was that made Proximus so confident that August wouldn't be able to retaliate against his strong rhetoric, for if the prince was acquitted of the charges, then retaliate he almost certainly would. And yet, August, of all people, seemed the least affected by Proximus' words. He simply sat in his chair and watched what was happening before him with a look of disinterest, his eyes glazed over as if what held his attention wasn't the trial, but something happening thousands of miles away. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Martianus stepped forward with no small amount of awkwardness and hesitancy. He took a deep breath to steady himself and then launched into his own spiel. For the past couple of weeks, Prince August has been subjected to baseless allegations, rumors, and accusations. He has been accused of murdering his own uncle, Prince Trajan, through foul deception and trickery. Nothing could be further from the truth. Prince August and Prince Trajan were as close as family could be, there was no bad blood between them. As if to highlight this, my esteemed and most honorable colleague has slandered Prince August's good name, calling him base, calling him cowardly, calling him a criminal. Accusing Prince August of terrible sins and seeking to deny His Highness even of mercy. As should be clear to all of you, my noble friends, Prince August is being set up, he's an innocent man being made to endure false accusations so that the true killers may escape justice. I will not let this stand, and I shall prove this to all of you, the highest and most illustrious men and women of this kingdom. Thank you, Your Honor, my statement is finished. The High Arbiter nodded to Martianus as the lawyer stepped back to the side. Martianus' statement wasn't nearly as surprisingly inflammatory as Proximus, and yet, it still made it clear to everyone watching that this wasn't going to be clean. No matter what happened, the likely result would be a large amount of bloodshed. A heavy, solemn aura began to fill the already quiet and serious room as they finally saw for themselves just how far this was going to go. For their part, Leon and Minerva watched in silence, wary and holding in their killing intent. They were expecting this to get heated, for strong language and inflammatory rhetoric to be used. This was as much a show as it was a trial, and they knew that for a lot of people in the assembly chamber, it didn't matter what happened during the trial, they'd only pronounce August guilty. They were simply too committed to Octavius to be an impartial jury. Very well, the High Arbiter said, drawing the attention of everyone in the chamber yet not even blinking under such immense pressure. Sir Proximus, you may begin asking your questions of His Highness. Thank you, Your Honor, Proximus said as he practically waltzed back out to the center of the platform, sparing nothing for Martianus except a brief sneer. Your Highness, the lawyer began, his tone holding none of the respect that one would expect of someone speaking directly with royalty. I humbly ask for your permission to begin my questioning. August looked up at him, the prince's eyes taking a moment to focus on Proximus. Proceed, the prince said, mustering as much energy as he could to speak the word, though it was obvious to the entire chamber that August was struggling to project his voice enough to convey strength. He may have claimed that he had been treated well, but it couldn't have been further from the truth. In the audience, Leon's heart sank into his feet as he watched. He had little hope for the trial turning out well and had already resigned himself to the fate of committing treason. However, this was far worse than any scenario to which he'd ever given serious thought. August was clearly too weak to undergo questioning, and with at least 30 or 40%, if not more, of the people in the assembly seats in Octavius' pocket, he felt that what little chance August had of an acquittal vanished in the light of this obvious weakness. Some people, perhaps even most of the undecided, could remain impartial and listen to all the evidence before making a decision. Many others, however, wouldn't give someone who put on so weak a showing their loyalty. What a damn shitshow, Leon bitterly thought to himself as he sat back and watched the direct questioning phase of the trial begin. Chapter 385. The trial 2, proceed, August said, his voice weak enough that those in the back of the assembly chamber struggled to hear. Fortunately, all of the actual decision-makers in the assembly could hear him, though the prince's weakness was obvious. Thank you, Your Highness, Proximus said without a hint of actual gratitude. He spared a moment to preen before the assembly, standing up straight, puffing out his chest, and practically making a show of getting serious. Prince August, Proximus said with more formality than he'd ever shown before in August's presence, if you would be so kind, please illuminate this esteemed body as to the relationship that you and His Highness Prince Trajan shared aside from familial ties, of course. And may I remind you that you did make a sworn statement already. August took a deep breath, casting his gaze around the room in a search for what strength he could find in the presence of his friends and family. Both Antonius and Stefania were there, staring at him, but neither had accusation in their eyes. All August saw in them was concern and fear, and he took a strange amount of comfort in that. Their expressions seemed to say that they didn't believe he killed their uncle. Roland and Brimstone were there, too, with steel and fire in their eyes. Sitting next to them was Minerva and Leon, both impassive, though that also brought some comfort to August. It meant that there was a chance they were still on his side. He had a few other supporters in the chamber, and he took strength in their presence, even if they were not nearly as numerous as Octavius' own people. Finally, August turned his attention back to the lawyer in front of him, staring at him with a shit-eating grin, waiting for August to speak so he could start tearing into him. For 2 weeks, August had been nervous about just this very thing, but now that he was here, with his friends and family here, he straightened up and began to act like the prince that he was. However, it was still clear as day that he had suffered and hadn't much energy. But even with more poise and a clearer mind, August wasn't able to simply say what he wished. He had already given a sworn statement and sealed it with his monoglyph. It was a stupid thing to do, but he hadn't been in the proper state of mind when he did so. The only saving grace he had was that the statement had been sparse on details, was now in the hands of Lineage Hall, and his monoglyph would dissolve in time. Uncle Trajan and I were never close, the prince truthfully began, however that all changed when I rode to his aid following the Talfar's recent invasion. I gathered all the brave men and women who would follow me in defense of this great kingdom, and I rode to Arimenium, and there, I reconnected with my uncle. Proximus managed to stifle a frown, but his grin didn't reappear. August's sworn statement had been quite simple and to the point, so his verbosity engendered a bit of anxiety in the lawyer, though it wasn't enough to make Proximus truly nervous. August wasn't technically going against his statement, so that wasn't a legal weapon that could be used against him without stretching the truth. Still, Proximus knew that letting August portray himself as a patriot defending the kingdom from foreign barbarians was a terrible move on his part, and so he quickly interrupted. Ah, yes, and I believe that would technically be treason, would it not? Proximus asked, eyeing August like a shark eyeing a seal. You persuaded 2 legates and their legions to desert their posts, against both the regulations of the kingdom and the personal orders of their commander, the honorable consul of the Central Territories. August scowled and glanced at Martianus, his own defense lawyer, out of the corner of his eye. Martianus didn't need such prodding, though, and he swiftly shouted, "Objection, Your Honor." The High Arbiter glanced at him with a raised eyebrow and nodded her assent for him to continue. This matter was settled during the court-martials of the legates in question. Both were found innocent of treason. For Sir Proximus to insinuate that treason occurred when it has already been officially established to have not occurred is misleading. Martianus spoke quickly and with passion, and the High Arbiter nodded in agreement, though August noted with some dismay that none of the other 4 arbiters had so charitable of reactions. But it was the High Arbiter that was in charge, and August would take the wins he could get. Please move on with your questioning, Sir Proximus, the High Arbiter ordered. Yes, Your Honor, Proximus replied with a hint of bitterness to his tone, and an edge to his gaze that only sharpened when Martianus flashed him a victorious smile. Your Highness, please continue. You reconnected with Prince Trajan at Arimenium. Yes, he was grateful that I had responded so quickly and reached him with much-needed reinforcements, August said, leaning into his narrative as much as he could. Even after long days in custody, Suffering beatings, interrogations, and starvation, he had still managed to keep enough wits about himself to keep his sworn statement vague enough that he could get away with such details. August continued, while staying at the Bull's Horns, my uncle and I spoke at great length, to the point that I learned many of the names of his personal knights. I told him of my concerns regarding the situation in the capital, and he told me that he would lend me his considerable aid in stabilizing this city and this kingdom's political situation until my royal father left seclusion. Yes, your concerns, Proximus said, the smile on his handsome face returning as August got to the unavoidable point. What concerns did you have? That I was too young, that my brother, Octavius, had been gone from the capital for too long, that he'd abandoned his duties as Prince Regent, and that I suspected he was amassing support to usurp my royal father from the nobility. What were your expectations when you told this to Prince Trajan? Proximus inquired. August's face twisted, but he'd been unable to keep this information out of his sworn statement. Once sealed with his monoglyph, he would be hard-pressed to deny the words he'd written, no matter how much he wanted to. If he forced the statement to be taken out of the hands of Lineage Hall, it could even be used to harm him on a more tangible level, since his monoglyph was a connection with his soul realm that could be exploited by someone with nefarious motives. Fortunately, if given enough time, he could close that connection from his end, but such a time-consuming option wasn't available to him right now. I'd hoped that he would support me over my brother Octavius to be my royal father's heir. August choked as if the words themselves were fighting not to pass his lips. Gasps were heard throughout the entire assembly chamber, and some of them were even legitimate. While it was true that Octavius hadn't been declared the crown prince and heir to the king, he was still the heir apparent since he had been the only child of King Julius that both had his blood awakened, and hadn't relinquished his claim. For August to publicly admit to seeking support against Octavius did not cast him in a good light, to put it mildly, even if everyone already knew he was doing that. So even back then, while this kingdom was suffering from an invasion from the barbarians to our east, you were already planning on pulling this kingdom into civil war, Proximus stated like it wasn't a question. August wanted to angrily retort, but given how much of the assembly was already against him by virtue of being in Octavius' faction, he bit his tongue. He didn't want to alienate the rest of the assembly, assuming there were even any neutral parties left out in the chamber, by shouting and arguing and abandoning his royal dignity. I'm finished, Your Honor, Proximus stated as he turned back to the High Arbiter. Thank you, Sir Proximus. Sir Martianus, you're up, the High Arbiter said, not wasting a single moment of time. Proximus returned Martianus' smile of victory as he walked back to the edge of the platform, while Martianus had a dark look as he thought about what exactly he could do to reframe what August had just said. Your Highness, thank you in advance for answering my questions, Martianus respectfully said as he stepped forward, enunciating the words to try and squeeze out just a couple more seconds of thought while the assembly's attention turned to him. August simply nodded in response. Let's start simple. Your Highness, did you murder Prince Trajan? No. Did you order Prince Trajan killed? No. Were you involved in Prince Trajan's murder in any way? No. Your Highness, for what reason did you seek the throne? Martianus asked. It surely wasn't out of a desire for power, was it? No, it wasn't, August replied. Back when my royal father went into his seclusion training, it was a complete surprise to me when I was named Prince Regent. Back then, I never fathomed the possibility of becoming king, and I didn't even want the position. For what reason, then, did you take the actions you took? August sighed, hating the fact that he now had to bear his greatest weakness before the entire kingdom. Yet, he'd get nothing but a swift trip to the headsman's block if he refused to answer such a question. For my mother and sister, August quietly said, it's no secret within the royal harem that Her Majesty wants my mother dead and my sister exiled, preferably, I think, to somewhere uncomfortable and out of the way. I couldn't let that happen, and from my perspective, becoming king was the only way to ensure their safety. Was that the only reason? Martianus asked. No, August began, but the words died in his throat. Once again, he cast his gaze around the entirety of the assembly chamber, looking at as many of the people present as he could. So many were from the landed class, even those in the sections given to the legion and the government officials. If he finished his thought, then he would undoubtedly lose any hope of support from the ranks of the landed nobility. And yet, the more he thought about it, the less August cared. He had little support from the landed class, anyway, and if he made his intentions known here and now, before the ancestors and all the great men and women of the kingdom, then it might endear him to the common born in the chamber who might be wary of siding with Octavius. But it would still be a great risk, for August could lose his support in the eastern territories if he failed. Or, how much of a risk is it, truly? August silently wondered. Not like my situation could get any fucking worse right now. If this trial goes poorly, then I'll probably die tomorrow, Your Highness. Martianus hesitantly prodded. August had fallen silent and sat thinking for several long seconds, and while Martianus would have gladly given the prince more time to think, he still had to keep the trial moving or else the High Arbiter might take a more active role. Already, there were narrowed eyes in the assembly seats who were staring disapprovingly at August's long pause. Fuck it, August thought to himself as he steeled himself for the single biggest risk he had ever taken. When I began trying to rally support for my claim, I did so for my sister and my mother, August said in a strangely calm voice, a tone that carried to the furthest edges of the chamber so easily that many were taken aback at how rapidly August's demeanor had changed. It was as if all the weakness he had showcased earlier had vanished, leaving nothing but the resigned strength of a man with little left to lose. This did not remain my only motivation, August continued. After speaking with my uncle and learning the goals of my glorious ancestors, I decided to take up their cause for my own. I pressed onward to make myself king because I can and will continue their work. I would bring true justice to this kingdom, ending the system of hereditary nobility and ensuring that only the most worthy of people take their place. I would expand the exarchates, give all rights to the common people that they have been denied, and never again allow the accident of one's birth to hold them back. That is what I now work for. That is why I must become king. As August finished giving his bold answer, the assembly chamber was as silent as the grave. Martianus, Proximus, and even the High Arbiter were shocked to speechlessness. The trial had barely begun, and August had just declared to the assembly, a body made up of at least 60% if not more landed nobles or their family members, that he was going to take away their most prized and valuable right, that of passing their political power on to their own family members. The sheer madness of such an act shocked the entire chamber. Slowly, people began to regain control of their senses, and many assembly members began to whisper amongst themselves. However, a few seconds later, the High Arbiter immediately put an end to that and silenced them all when she asked, "Sir Martianus, have you any more questions?" Martianus stared at August in disbelief. His own family controlled the March of Ironford, one of the most powerful noble houses in the entire Eastern Territories. However, August's declaration of intent didn't shake him too much, rather, his disbelief came from how much harder his own job now was. He had no idea how he was going to help August now, and after almost 10 seconds of thought which the High Arbiter allowed him any additional questions that he may have wanted to ask eluded him. "No, Your Honor," he was forced to admit. "I have no more questions for Prince August." "Very well," the High Arbiter said, her composure already back in place. "Sir Proximus, you may now call your first witness or present your first piece of evidence." Chapter 386, The Trial 3. Proximus, first witness, was a young assistant to August. He was a timid-seeming man, barely even a first-tier mage, and his eyes were practically bulging out of his skull as they whirled around in primal panic at so many powerful people staring at him. "Tell us what you found," Proximus ordered, barely acknowledging the young man. I was going through His Highness, letters, "S sir," he said, trying and failing to keep his voice stable when he felt like he was about to be crushed against the floor from the magical and social pressure he was under. "IF found a signed order F for Prince Trajan's murder. Give us more details," Proximus demanded. "Whose letters, specifically? Who was the letter addressed to? When did you find it?" "It was Prince August's letters, sir," the young man answered as quickly as he could. "The letter wasn't addressed. I found it a week before Prince Trajan was murdered. So, to be clear, you found an unaddressed order from Prince August, signed by His Highness, ordering the death of Prince Trajan." Proximus sought clarification. "Why yes, sir. Is this the letter you found?" Proximus asked, pulling a piece of paper out of his soul realm, showing it to the man. "Yes, sir," the man repeated. Proximus held the letter in front of him and read, "I hereby authorize the operation to remove my uncle from play. Signed, Prince August Taurus." He then passed the letter to the arbiters for their perusal, and the High Arbiter, in particular, noted that the signature was genuine, sending one of her eyebrows almost rocketing into her hair as her eyes flitted between August and the letter in her hand. Many of the nobles around the chamber looked unconvinced, and Leon was among them. Something so blatant, so obvious just didn't seem like August's style. In fact, he'd question the intelligence of anyone whose style would leave such a damning piece of physical evidence. "I'm finished with the witness, Your Honor," Proximus said, yielding the assistant to Martianus for cross-examination. Martianus, grateful for what seemed like such a slam dunk, walked forward with a smile on his face. This was so much better than what he had to work with following August's statement to Proximus. "You say you found this letter while going through Prince August's letters, correct?" Martianus asked. "Yes, sir." "What were you doing going through the prince's letters?" "I was gathering them, sir, preparing them to be sent to those they had been addressed to." "And yet, you found an unaddressed letter. Was it unsealed? Is that how you read it?" "It was unsealed, sir. I couldn't help but look at it since it was unaddressed." "Did you see His Highness write this letter with his own hand?" "And no, sir." "Can you say for certain that this letter wasn't forged?" "I can't, sir." "Your Honor, I would like to file a motion to dismiss this evidence as faulty," Martianus said to the High Arbiter. "I would agree," she immediately replied. August's signature on the letter was genuine, to be sure, but a politically active prince could sign hundreds of things every day. Forging a signature was nothing. However, it seemed that her fellow arbiters were not so dismissive. To the High Arbiter's astonishment, only one of her colleagues agreed with her. To dismiss a piece of evidence required a vote by the supervising arbiters, and the other three denied the motion. The High Arbiter scowled and glared at the three who voted against Martianus' motion. "What reason have you for accepting this evidence?" she asked. "Because it is evidence," one replied, speaking for the other two as well. "We can't pick and choose what evidence we collect, especially since this signature appears to be genuine." The High Arbiter glared at him, resolving to look into his affairs when this was over. However, her hands were tied. "Motion to dismiss this letter is denied." Martianus quickly began to sport a scowl to match hers, but fortunately, it was his turn to call a witness, and his first choice was the Brimstone Paladin, who happily left his seat and walked right up to the stone platform, relieving the young assistant who made himself scarce as quickly as he was able to. "Sir, what can you tell me about the relationship between Prince Trajan and Prince August?" "They were quite cooperative, without a hint of strife between them," Brimstone quickly replied. "So the idea that Prince August had Prince Trajan murdered is, in your opinion, ludicrous. Prince Trajan was Prince August's greatest supporter. It would gain Prince August nothing to have Prince Trajan murdered. In fact, this whole affair benefits no one but Prince August's rival, Prince Octavius." "Are you making an accusation?" "I am," Brimstone said without hesitation, sending quiet whispers echoing throughout the chamber. Upon Prince Trajan's body was discovered a gem containing the magic body of Caecilius Simichus Aemilianus, the 7th-tier founder of the Bluefire Guild. He verified that it was Petrus Duronius that struck the killing blow. All eyes in the chamber turned in the Earthshaker Paladin's direction, but he seemed not to care. In fact, he stared back at the Brimstone Paladin, nothing but contempt and arrogant pride on his face. "And where is this gem now?" Martianus asked, his face lighting up in muted triumph. "I have it right here," Brimstone said, reaching into his breast pocket and retrieving a small red ruby, now freed of the plate that it had once been embedded in. "I object to this," Proximus shouted, pointing at the gem. "For what reason?" the High Arbiter asked. "I, for one, would love to hear what a 7th-tier mage has to say about these matters." "Only one witness may be called at a time," Proximus explained. The High Arbiter stared at him, her aged face resting in an expression of mild disdain and disapproval. Slowly, she turned back to Martianus and said, "He has a point." Martianus nodded, took possession of the ruby, and then said, "Thank you, sir, my questions are done." Proximus stepped forward without even being called and immediately launched into his own questions. "Where were you on the night of Prince Trajan's death, Sir Saturnius?" he asked, his voice quivering with his attempts to keep it neutral and without anger. "Here at the palace, surrounded by many who can verify it," Brimstone unhesitatingly answered before quickly listing off a few names of people he'd been in contact with who were now in assembly seats, all of whom nodded in response when the High Arbiter cast her gaze to each. "Do you have any knowledge regarding where Prince August was that night?" Proximus asked. "I do not," Brimstone answered. "Thank you, sir," Proximus said, ending his questioning. His next witness was another of August's secretaries who'd been arrested not long before August. She testified that she had heard August and Trajan arguing the day before Trajan had died, but Martianus got her to admit that she never actually saw the two arguing, nor could she say what the argument was about. When Martianus' turn next came, he lay the ruby down on the stone platform and asked, "Can you hear me, Caecilius?" "I can," came Caecilius' voice from the ruby, bringing some amount of surprise to many in the assembly chamber. None of them knew who Caecilius was since he'd died so long ago, but they could at least feel the last remnants of his power contained within the gem, so there was little doubt as to his identity. But that wasn't to say there was no doubt at all. Caecilius quickly narrated the events of the night Trajan died, including when Trajan identified Earthshaker by name, again drawing many a look in Earthshaker's direction. However, the paladin looked about as perturbed as he had previously, and barely even acknowledged that he was being called out before all the greatest men and women of the kingdom. Martianus had little to add following Caecilius' testimony, but Proximus was another matter entirely. "Have you any solid evidence tying Sir Petrus to these events?" Proximus asked Caecilius. "I was there, I heard them speak. Is that not solid enough for you?" Caecilius imperiously shot back, "Depends on how trustworthy others find your word, I suppose," Proximus replied, sneaking in a quick grin toward Martianus. "Seems a bit convenient that Prince Trajan identified his killer so clearly, and that his killer happens to be affiliated with Prince August's own brother, who he's already admitted to attempting to supplant as King Julius's heir. Are you implying that I'm lying? How can anyone believe your word? Who even are you? You don't even have blood we can test to verify your identity. You could be anyone." Without waiting for Caecilius to respond, Proximus turned away from him to address the assembly as he would a regular jury. "How are we supposed to take this thing seriously? For all we know, this could be nothing more than a cleverly enchanted ruby. And even if it does contain a magic body, that doesn't make it alive. No matter what this thing claims to be, in point of fact, it is an instrument of slander and little else. Maybe it was once a man, and maybe that man had a respectable level of power, I can't say, but now it's a shiny talking stone, and its opinion ought to be treated accordingly. Your Honor, my questions are done." The High Arbiter nodded for Proximus to continue with his next witness, while Martianus scanned the room. What he found was a depressing number of people who seemed to be resonating with what Proximus had said. His expectations for this trial going his way weren't high to begin with, but now, with his only witness with first-hand knowledge of Prince Trajan's murder effectively discredited, his expectations were plummeting through the floor. Proximus' next witness was, much like the previous two, one of August's people who had been arrested a day or two before the prince, except this time he was a knight from a long line of hereditary knights with a history of service to the royal family. And just like those before, this knight testified that August had been in conflict with Trajan and had been falling out with him over some disagreement. What that disagreement was, no one seemed to know. When Martianus cross-examined the knight, he wasn't able to bring to light any great revelation. The knight stuck to his guns that he heard August and Trajan getting into several heated arguments, and that office gossip was that the two despised each other. For hours, the two lawyers kept calling witnesses to testify, cross-examining them and trying to poke holes in the other's story. For the most part, Martianus continued trying to prove that August had nothing to do with Trajan's death, and Proximus tried to establish reasonable motivation for August to want Trajan dead. 6 hours after the trial began without any breaks, the two finally ran out of witnesses. Nothing new had been said that hadn't been said by the first couple of witnesses in one way or another, just more evidence onto the pile, though Leon couldn't help but notice, and he was sure that others had as well, that Proximus had never actually established how August was supposed to have killed Trajan. And with no more witnesses, it was time for the piles to be judged, much to the relief of many in the assembly chamber. For his part, Leon was quite surprised that the trial was going so quickly, even if he was rather dismayed at how poorly it was going. Many trials could take days, and he was fully expecting this one to take weeks. However, it seemed that everyone wanted this one over with quickly, and someone had gone to great lengths to ensure that this was a quick and speedy affair. He didn't know if that was the High Arbiter, Octavius, or someone else, and he didn't even know if he should feel concerned or not. He couldn't ask Minerva about it, either, as the High Arbiter had several times made good on her promise to throw people out who were talking, and he wanted to stay until the end. The two lawyers made their closing statements, essentially repeating their opening statements and urging the assembly members to vote their way, and the trial came to a swift end. All that remained was a vote. All eyes turned to the High Arbiter as both lawyers, their jobs done, descended from the platform to wait with the scribes. Only August remained on the platform with the 5 arbiters. The High Arbiter cleared her throat to grab attention, though the assembly chamber, full as it was with hundreds of assembly members and thousands of their attendants, was dead silent. "If anyone requires a break to think things over, please say so," she said, casting her gaze around the room. For such a monumental event, deciding the guilt of a prince over the murder of another prince, she expected at least a few people to speak up. She, of course, wasn't blind to the factionalism that had plagued the royal court of late, but there were still large numbers of neutral parties in the assembly, and she thought that some of these people might need an hour or two to deliberate over all that they had just heard. Not a single person spoke up. She could just call for a break anyway, but more than any other emotion, she saw impatience in the crowd. In the minds of many, this had already gone on for too long. What this meant, though, she wasn't sure. Perhaps it was the trial, or maybe it was the constant politicking, or it could have been the instability in the kingdom following the king's seclusion. The High Arbiter frowned, turned to look at her fellow arbiters, and when none of them spoke up, she quietly sighed and said, "Very well. Let us begin the vote." The first arbiter, the one furthest to the left from August's perspective, wasted no time in rising to his feet and declaring to the assembly, "Guilty." August's face fell. It was expected that at least some of the arbiters would side against him, but it still hurt. The second arbiter from the left rose once the first returned to his seat. "Guilty," she shouted, her voice echoing in the immense chamber. August's heart sank into his feet. 2 out of 5, it would only take one more and his fate would be as good as sealed. His head would part from his neck, his mother would be assassinated, and his sister would be either exiled to some tiny estate in the country, married off to the 10th son of some minor noble, or otherwise, disappeared. The arbiter furthest from the right rose to his feet. His face was solemn, stoic, grave, all the proper words for sentencing a prince to death. "Guilty," he whispered, his voice still carrying throughout the room. August stared at the man, his eyes dead and disbelieving. The trial was a sham. There had been little conclusive evidence on either side, so he'd thought he'd had a good chance of at least getting the arbiters on his side, even if the assembly had a better shot of overriding their vote. No, he thought, his body suddenly breaking out in sweat as dread flooded his mind, only marginally stymied by hatred when his eyes, in their desperate attempt to not look at the man who had just sealed his fate, happened to land on the smiling face of Octavius. His brother had won. August would for sure be dead in less than a day. Octavius would have no rivals, and with the king's infirmity, he had no obstacles remaining between him and the throne. With everything that was now running through August's mind, from his fear for his family to his worry for his friends and allies living under Octavius' thumb, the 4th prince didn't manage to catch the 4th arbiter's judgment, not that it mattered much at this point. The High Arbiter's decision, though, he did manage to pay attention to. "Not guilty," she said, though it meant little. She was the High Arbiter, the highest-ranking judge in all the land, second only to the king. And yet, she had only one vote. Her gesture was symbolic, and nothing more, though August did take some small comfort in her pitying gaze, her eyes wrinkled in pity and concern. As much as she wanted to help, her power was limited when the opinions of so many were against her. Even she couldn't overrule the assembly. August slumped back in his chair, any trace of royal dignity now gone. The past 2 weeks had left him too weak to maintain it under these circumstances. He vaguely registered the High Arbiter calling for the assembly's vote, but he wasn't sure how much it would matter. Perhaps the High Arbiter making her position on the matter clear would sway enough people to his side, but he somehow doubted it. Octavius had probably gotten to the other 4 arbiters, and if he did that, then he probably had more than enough support within the assembly that the entire trial was nothing more than a formality. August wouldn't have been surprised to learn that Octavius probably had enough votes in the assembly that corrupting the arbiters wasn't even necessary. It would certainly explain why the Earthshaker paladin barely even reacted to the accusation of murdering Prince Trajan. It simply didn't matter. Why am I even thinking about all of this? August wondered as the assembly votes were taken and tallied. There was still some smidgen of hope, but even if there wasn't, over the past few years, his mind had gotten used to constantly considering and ruminating over political problems. With nothing else, his mind fell back into these habits. What is the decision of the assembly? The High Arbiter loudly and formally asked, bringing August back to reality. Her highest-ranked scribe reported back to her, "Your Honor, the final count is 1,073 for guilty, and 442 for not guilty." 18 abstaining. There were a little under 400 members of the assembly still unaccounted for, being simply too far away to reach the capital in time for the trial, but their votes weren't counted. Even if they were defaulted to abstention or not guilty, Octavius still had the clear majority. August had been condemned. Very well, the High Arbiter murmured, her sharp eyes memorizing each and every person who voted guilty. She could do nothing about them now, but she'd remember them. She returned to her seat, turned her eyes back to August, and gave the final verdict. August of House Taurus, fourth son of King Julius Septimius of House Taurus, Prince of the Bull Kingdom, you have been found guilty of the murder of Prince Trajan Anastasius of House Taurus. For the charge of murder, you have been found guilty. For the charge of high treason, you have been found guilty. For the charge of kinslaying, you have been found guilty. For the charge, she continued to list off the charges of which August was now officially guilty of, and his eyes glazed over. It hardly mattered at this point to anyone but the scribe scribbling it all down. All three of the first charges carried the same punishment, and it rendered all the rest moot. For all of these, the High Arbiter finished, the punishment is death by beheading. The sentence will be carried out at noon tomorrow. Chapter 387. The last moments of peace. As the pronouncement of August's sentence rang out through the chamber, many sat in stunned silence, others smiled with the glee of victory, while still others looked on in horror and dread. The death of a prince was never something to be taken lightly, no matter who that prince was or what they had done. Leon and Minerva's reactions, though, were significantly more muted than many others in the chamber. They weren't surprised at the outcome and managed to carefully control their reactions. Leon remained stoic, while Minerva subtly glared at August, just as she would be expected to in this situation. August had just been proven to have murdered Trajan, after all. After announcing the sentence, the High Arbiter and her colleagues rose from their seats and quickly departed, letting the assembly burst out into frantic conversation in their wake. Most everyone stayed seated until a couple dozen royal guards escorted August out of the chamber. As soon as August was out of the chamber, Leon, Minerva, and the rest of their group were on their feet, pausing only for Minerva to lock eyes with Brimstone before turning and leaving the assembly chamber. They were some of the first people out, since most of the other assembly members wanted to socialize and discuss what had just happened amongst themselves. This suited Minerva and Leon just fine, though, since it meant that the rest of the royal palace was relatively peaceful. Not a word was spoken in the group as they marched toward Trajan's old office. They knew what was about to happen, and it weighed heavily on their mood. Treason was a weighty thing, and they hadn't the support to give them the confidence to successfully pull it off. Upon arrival at Trajan's old office, Minerva almost broke down out of anger once the door was closed, and she wasn't the only one. Those corrupt bastards! She bitterly cried, slamming her fist down onto her desk in a struggle not to shout the words so loudly that the entire palace could hear. Her statement was echoed in several of the knights, who expressed their own frustrations in similar ways. Leon and Valeria, however, retained their own natural stoicism. "What now?" Leon asked, his tone suggesting that what he was really asking was, "Are you done?" "Now, we make our move," Minerva replied, her voice sharp and her face determined. "We tried the law, but Octavius has won the legal battle. He will win no more." It was a good day to be Prince Octavius. He expressed his grief at Prince Trajan's death and the revelation, fury, and disappointment that it was August who had done it, but his mood was decidedly more chipper, especially since several of August's more fickle allies in the capital took the initiative to speak with him and express their shock at August's actions following the trial. But even with this victory, he couldn't stay long. He had to keep up the mask of the grieving prince, and so not long after Leon and Minerva left, Octavius followed suit, departing the assembly chamber in favor of his own private apartments in the palace. There, he met with several of his most loyal supporters, including the Countess of Lindines, the consul of the center, and both of his paladins. "What do you make of Dame Minerva?" Octavius asked the room. "Will she be a problem?" "Possibly, your royal highness," the consul said. "To my eyes, she was quite aggrieved at August, and responded in a pleasing manner to the High Arbiter's sentence." "She should be watched anyway," the Sapphire Paladin said. "She controls too many powerful knights for us to simply let her do what she wants." Octavius smiled. "I agree, she's too great a risk, but she's still a powerful knight and respected leader in her own right. If it seems like she's going to be amenable, then there's no need to do anything drastic. Just keep an eye on her and her associates." "What about Roland and Saturnius?" Earthshaker growled. "Roland will be Stripped of his title as paladin the instant I become king, Octavius said, clearly relishing the thought. Brimstone is too powerful and well-connected. The Duchess of Vesentio would be insulted if her cousin were to lose his title of paladin, but if he behaves, then I will happily welcome him back into the fold. Forgive me for the impertinence, your royal highness, the countess said, but the king still lives, and there is still a chance that his majesty will recover. How long should we wait until ensuring the crown rests upon its rightful head? I'm not too concerned about that, now that my bastard brother's been taken care of, Octavius serenely replied. Whether or not my father wakes, I will hold the power in this kingdom. After August has been made a head shorter, there'll be nothing stopping me from consolidating my power here. There's still bronze and penitent to consider, Sapphire cautiously warned. She quickly walked forward and took Octavius' hands in hers. She then looked into his eyes with her own almost watering up in worry, and her voice quivered as she said, if you take the throne now, they'll object, and I don't think there's a force in this kingdom that can stop them if they move together. I don't want anything to happen to you, as I said, love, I'll wait a while, Octavius said soothingly, squeezing Sapphire's hands in turn. Turning back to the others, he asked, where's August being held and what does his guard detail look like? He'll be in the dungeons, and the standard guard detail of 6 5th-tier knights has been doubled. A pair of 6th-tier knights have also been reassigned to guard his cell personally, along with the rest of the dungeon's standard guards, the consul explained. Uncle, I want you to watch over August as well, Octavius said to Earthshaker. Nothing is to happen to him until tomorrow. I want his death to be swift and very public. As a matter of fact, I want everyone here to be involved in keeping that dungeon secure. Yes, Your Royal Highness, Earthshaker replied, though his voice was a bit strained. He was a paladin, not a lowly guard. Still, he understood the need and didn't argue. The others agreed as well, including Sapphire and Lindines, even though Sapphire was also a paladin and Lindines didn't have much ability to actually contribute to the guard detail. Good, Octavius said as he settled back into a nearby armchair to relax, his years of work finally about to reach their completion. I'm sure the entire city already knows, but make a grand announcement about the verdict anyway. I don't want a single person in the kingdom to be ignorant of August's guilt. And ensure that the First Legion is mustered and ready for anything that might happen. Tomorrow must be perfect, not a single thing is allowed to go wrong. Leon sat in his villa, silently enjoying the last few moments of peace he would have for a long while. He cleaned out his workshop of all his research, he undid most of his enchantments on his home, and he packed away just about all of his clothes into his soul realm. Once he was gone, Elise would temporarily move back into her mother's estate, they would leave nothing behind that was worth taking. All of this was because he did not believe that Octavius was above attacking his home in retaliation, and he wasn't sure that Elise's status alone would be enough to protect her. Emily and her Heaven's Eye guards, however, would be more than up to the task of keeping her safe. With that taken care of, Leon's only goal had been to make sure that nothing remained in his home that might have been of interest to anyone who might break in after he and Elise were gone. And to that end, he was of the mind that he succeeded. Now, all he was doing was quietly sitting in a chair on his back terrace, looking out into his backyard, enjoying the quiet late afternoon ambience. It would all be shattered in just a few hours' time. Valeria had come with him back home, and she had likewise packed up most of her things. What she couldn't live without she gave to Leon to store in his soul realm, and the rest of her possessions were to go with Elise back to Emily's estate. Once that was done, she began to quietly meditate in Leon's meditation room, preparing herself for the first real test of her skills she had ever undertaken. Leon had given her a tremendously important task, and she was going to prove his trust was well placed. When Elise came home, she found Leon and asked, "What's going on?" Leon looked at his lady standing in the back doorway, smiling when he saw her. However, as he registered her question, his smile disappeared, and he said, "We're committing treason tonight." Elise nodded in understanding. She knew what this meant. Leon and Minerva had been planning this for a while, and as much as she hated the idea of being separated from Leon again, she accepted it. Leon wanted to do this, and she hadn't the fighting skills to follow him. "We're not going to see each other for a long while after you leave, then?" she asked, her voice inundated with worry. "Probably not," Leon said. Elise sighed, her already worried mood growing even more melancholic. She didn't say it out loud, but she knew that she and Leon might not see each other ever again once he left. He could easily be killed in the war to come, and no matter how much she reassured herself that he had survived, quite a bit could alleviate her worries. After a long moment of silence, she suddenly walked over to Leon, hiked up her long, black, almost skin-tight dress, and practically draped herself over Leon, straddling his thighs while her arms wrapped around his broad shoulders. She pulled him into a deep hug, which he immediately returned, holding her close. They sat there for what felt like hours, simply filling their senses with each other, until Elise leaned back and pulled Leon's face into her ample breasts. "If we only have a few hours left before we're separated, then let's make the most of them," she seductively whispered. Leon needed no further encouragement, letting his hands fall from Elise's lower back and down to her toned rear, where he grabbed a hold and stood up, easily lifting Elise, much to her delight. He projected his magic senses so he could keep his face right where Elise was holding it, then carried her to their bedroom where they began to tear each other's clothes off. The two emerged a few hours later just as the sun was starting to go down. They found Valeria relaxing on a sofa, who immediately went beet red as she made eye contact with Leon and Elise. She was dressed for war, clad in steel plate that had been perfectly fitted to her body, with mail at her joints and gambeson padding beneath. Her helmet, which was sitting on the nearby end table, was completely close-faced with only 2 holes for her eyes, and she had tied her long silver hair back into a tight bun to ensure that it would all fit beneath it. On top of that, Leon had personally enchanted her armor to make it stronger and to ward it against elemental magic, plus a few small air enchantments so that she could still breathe and hear perfectly well despite its lack of requisite holes. But her armor wasn't the only new piece of gear she had. Resting against her shoulder was a brand new glaive, with a haft of a heavy dark gray wood shaped with nature magic around a core of enchanted steel. The blade made of freezing steel so that she could more effectively use ice magic once she ascended to the 5th tier, was long and wide, and when she channeled her magic into it, its edges would glow with whitish-blue runes. These Leon hadn't made, since his skills in water magic still weren't quite up to that standard just yet. "Everything all right, Val?" Elise asked with a mischievous smile. Valeria declined to answer out loud, choosing instead to vigorously nod her head. Elise giggled, glanced at Leon, and said, "I think we may have been a bit too loud." Valeria's face became somehow even more flushed, while Leon seemed to be looking anywhere but at the silver-haired knightess, his cheeks rapidly matching hers in complexion. Of course, Elise took no small amount of pleasure in torturing her friend and her lover so, but unfortunately, she could see that the Heaven's Eye movers had arrived, which meant that they were out of time. "Leon, could you head outside and coordinate with them?" Elise asked, pointing out the window. Leon nodded and made for the front door, leaving Elise and Valeria alone together. Elise, who had seemed so comfortable after leaving her bedroom, quickly tensed up, while Valeria was as uncomfortable as she had ever been. The two were good friends, but their relationship had grown a bit ambiguous since Valeria had moved in. They were still friends, but Valeria felt quite a bit of awkwardness with Elise still supporting the former starting a relationship with Leon. That awkwardness was turned up to 11 now that Valeria was going to be spending so much more time around Leon in the near future as his knight than Elise would be able to. Fortunately, Elise knew exactly how to diffuse this tension. She took a quick step forward and pulled Valeria into a tight embrace, taking her silver-haired friend by surprise. "I've already told Leon to come back to me," the redhead whispered, "now I'm saying it to you. Don't you dare die out there. You come back to me, too." Valeria pulled back just enough to stare into Elise's eyes, and she could see the seriousness within them. Elise gave her a wicked smile and continued, "I'm entrusting you two to each other, and if you don't come back, I'll hunt you down and drag you back to where you belong, here, with us." "Got it," Valeria nodded. "I'll keep him safe," she said. "I can't guarantee that he'll do the same, given what Adrianos did, but I'll do everything I can to keep us both safe." Elise smiled, then pulled Valeria just a little bit closer, turning their embrace into something far more intimate than it had been. "You'd better. When you do, maybe the three of us can do something fun together." At that moment, Leon walked back in, the movers at his back. He momentarily froze in the doorway long enough for the two ladies to separate before being seen by the movers. He quickly walked over to Elise, pulled her close, and, while the movers got started with moving Elise's stuff back to Emila's estate, quietly asked, "What were you doing with Valeria? Not forcing her to do anything she didn't want to, right?" "Please, who do you think I am?" Elise shot back, her lips curling upward in a coy smile. "A woman who pursues what she wants rather aggressively," Leon retorted. "Oh, Hush, Elise playfully pushed Leon back, and followed up with a, go get to work. Yes, dear, he said, giving a rare, full-faced smile as he drank in the sight of her for what he knew would be the last time for what could very well be years. But he couldn't linger, and he slowly walked back out into the front yard and led Anzu out of his stable. Once he was gone, Elise and Valeria looked at each other, Valeria having recovered somewhat from Elise's teasing. The two friends shared a nod of solidarity, and then Valeria joined Leon outside. It was time to commit treason. Chapter 388. The easy part. The sun slipped below the horizon, and Leon, Valeria, and Anzu prepared to leave Leon's villa. There was a sense of dread and anticipation within them, and Leon, at least, was of the mind that he could very well never see his home again. Still, he'd said his goodbyes to Elise, and there was no other reason for him to look back. For her part, Valeria took the time to pull a pitch-black sleeved tabard over her brand-new shiny plate armor to stand out less in the dark. Leon's black armor, which appeared over him from his soul realm, didn't have this problem, and if it did, he still had his invisibility ring. Once Anzu was saddled and ready, Leon hopped up, then extended a hand back down for Valeria. Her face reddened a few shades, but she didn't hesitate to take his hand and pull herself up behind him. There wasn't much to hold onto back there, so she had little alternative than to wrap her arms around Leon's waist, which she did with some trepidation and hesitation. Leon, however, said nothing, and quietly allowed it to happen. "Let's go," he whispered, and Anzu began to run as wind began to gather beneath his outstretched wings. Fortunately, Anzu was large, strong, and powerful, and Valeria, while fit, athletic, and covered from head to toe in steel armor, wasn't nearly heavy enough for her presence to bother the albino griffin. The three lifted off the ground without difficulty and began soaring through the skies of the capital. Anzu flew fast, and it was only a few scant minutes later that they were touching down on a massive lakeside estate, near the private docks where a huge yacht was moored. Leon and Valeria quickly dismounted and took off running for the yacht, Anzu close at their heels. Their chosen method of leaving Leon's villa was faster than just about anything else they could have chosen, but it was not subtle in the slightest, even in the early evening darkness. If there had been anyone watching the villa from afar, they would have seen the three leaving by air. In other words, there was a damn good chance that they had little time before news of their unusual departure reached the royal palace. Fortunately, Minerva, Brimstone, Roland, and the rest of their combined retinues were probably already in position. Their job was far more difficult, while Leon's was comparatively easy. He and Valeria had to smuggle Princess Christina and her mother out of the royal harem and then rendezvous with the others on the southern tip of the palatial island. Minerva's job was to break August out of wherever he was being kept, which would undoubtedly involve far more violence than Leon's mission. The owner of the yacht was waiting for them on deck as they charge up the gangplank. Are you three ready?" she asked good-naturedly as she held out a hand to stroke Anzu's feathers. Anzu jerked back a bit in response and tried to hide his massive body behind Leon, glaring at the ship's owner with no small amount of wariness and antipathy. "As we'll ever be," Leon said, silently urging them onward. The royal palace was dark and quiet. Most people had gone home, but Leon couldn't easily verify that. All he could do was scan the shore and the tree line with his eyes. Even if he wanted to risk projecting his magic senses as far as he could, which he did not, most of the buildings on the island, even those that didn't see regular use, were warded against such surveillance. He counted them lucky that the yacht wasn't stopped as it slowly cut through the waves moving north along the island's western side. Of course, the sigil of the golden bull on a green field emblazoned unmistakably on the side of the yacht was probably why, but Leon was hopeful that the reason they hadn't seemed to attract any attention yet was that they simply had yet to be seen. The yacht soon came to a stop about 200 feet from the shore, near a small private dock tucked away in a rocky inlet about halfway up the western side of the island. "This is as far as we're going to go. You're on your own until you return," the yacht's owner said, giving Leon and Valeria a glowing smile. "I'll wait for you here, but please be quick." In the back of the yacht, several members of the crew were unloading a dinghy with practiced ease. This small boat was the main method that the yacht's passengers used to come to and from the ship when it wasn't moored, and now it would ferry Leon and his small group to the private dock. "We're on it," Leon replied, waving Valeria and Anzu over to the dinghy. It was enchanted with small water jets on the bottom that would propel it through the water, so they were the only three to board it, which was for the best since Anzu was large enough that the dinghy started to rock unsteadily. The griffin, channeling his lion half, began to quake and shiver in fear of the water beneath him, and only calmed down when Leon held out a hand and rested it upon his head. Valeria, meanwhile, took the wheel of the dinghy and began to steer it toward the shore. She tried to strike a balance between speed and stability since the dinghy still rocked enough to make the ride harrowing for all occupants. But they made it to the docks safe and sound and found the place relaxingly deserted. This made some degree of sense to Leon, since the dungeons were on the eastern side of the island, about as far away from the harem as it could reasonably be on the inhabited side of the island. The harem itself was quite secluded, though heavily guarded. Much like the king's private villa, it was surrounded by a forest, but it wasn't that dense and had more than enough room for a number of expansive gardens and even a hedge maze. It was also guarded by several thousand highly trained knighesses, nearly all hailing from noble backgrounds with plenty of resources to throw behind their training. Leon thought he had a good chance if he were to fight one of these women in a fair duel since his royal guards, most didn't see much combat and had little in the way of practical experience, though there were always exceptions. Additionally, they were well equipped, and judging by what he saw from Valeria during the past 2 weeks, more than skilled in the arts of war. In other words, he wasn't in a hurry to test his confidence, and he stepped lightly once his feet hit the dock. "What do you know about the wards on the island preventing intrusion by flight?" Leon quietly asked Valeria, whispering despite their apparent isolation. "Not much," she whispered back as she secured the dinghy to the docks, her voice taking on a slightly resonant quality as it passed through her helmet. "Do you know if there's anything preventing our exit by air?" Valeria shook her head in the negative, eliciting a scowl from Leon. The ride on the dinghy had been terrible, and if there were going to be a few more bodies added to their dinghy, he was all but certain that they'd need multiple trips. He couldn't fly to the Palace Island, but if he could fly away from it, then it might solve that problem. "There are other boats," Valeria said, calming his mind somewhat as she pointed to a small shack-like structure sitting over the water. "How many?" "Not sure about the total, but there's enough." Leon nodded, taking her at her word for the sake of expediency. "Then let's be off," he said. Under normal conditions, he'd take the time to secure their exit by confirming that there were enough boats and then getting them out of storage, but things were going to kick off as soon as Minerva began her own part of the operation, and he wanted to be done by then. Besides, there would be more hands when they returned, making the work go much faster. The surrounding region of the island was hilly, and the rocky inlet that the dock had been built into was at the foot of these hills. The forest surrounding the harem began at the top and was not guarded. At the furthest end of the dock was an artfully rugged stone path that led further into the forest toward the harem. "We're not taking the path, I take it?" Leon asked. "No, this end isn't guarded around the block, but there are checkpoints further in," Valeria answered. "This place is only secured if a member of the royal family is visiting, or if the ladies of the harem want to spend some time at the beach, and even then, it's incredibly rare. Given what's happening right now, there's no way any of the king's concubines are outside, so we're probably not going to have to worry about running into any guards since we're not going too far into the forest." "Good," Leon said. It did seem a bit strange to him that this place wasn't more heavily guarded, but with how they had gotten in and with how little these docks were apparently used, he supposed it made some sense why there wasn't a more permanent royal guard presence here. The three moved further into the forest, with Anzu staying low to the ground so his bright white fur and feathers didn't stick out too much. If the guard situation had been less in their favor, he might have left Anzu back at the docks. If things went to shit, though, then he wanted his griffin with him, just in case, both to fight and to escape. Leon, Valeria, and Anzu crept further into the forest, shadowing the path but staying far from it. Just as Valeria said, there was a checkpoint further in, but it was only guarded a pair of lady knights who were far more concerned with their own conversation than with paying attention to the surrounding forest. After all, their role was largely ceremonial. No one would be suicidal enough to try and infiltrate the royal palace. Leon's small group kept infiltrating further. There would be a point where they would have to stop, where enchantments on the forest would give them away or they'd be seen by the guard patrols, but Leon was banking on Valeria's familiarity with the area to avoid them as best as they could. "Not too much farther, now," Valeria whispered. Sure enough, after only another minute or two, Leon spotted a small gazebo in the forest, surrounded by flowers of all colors and even a small decorative stream. It was also occupied by about a dozen young-seeming women, most armed and armored. "Wait here a moment," Valeria said as she quickly removed her helmet. Leon frowned a bit but decided that since he'd trusted her this far, he could trust her a bit further. Still, he kept his eyes locked on the group of women in the gazebo. At least 2 of them appeared to be 6th tier, and he was willing to bet that all were skilled in the use of their weapons of choice. Leon and Anzu hung back, hidden fairly well behind a tree, some nearby bushes, and the early evening darkness. Valeria, meanwhile, confidently strode toward the gazebo, her glaive strapped to her back and her helmet in her hands, revealing her face and distinctive hair. Leon calmed himself down as much as he could, reducing the amount of noise he made as much as he could in an attempt to listen into the encounter she was about to have. Anzu took his cues from Leon, retracting his wings and settling in on the forest floor looking like he was ready to pounce on unsuspecting prey. Halt! Leon heard one of the 6th tier knightises call out once they'd noticed Valeria. Valeria complied, coming to a stop and spreading her arms to show that she had no weapons at the ready. That wasn't strictly necessary, though, as another voice rang out as the rest of the knightises turned and noticed her. "Val!" cried Asia's familiar voice. Leon saw Asia, armed and armored in a similar fashion to the rest of the knightises, rush out of the gazebo and practically tackle Valeria to the ground in a tight, passionate hug. Unfortunately, as hard as Leon tried to listen in, the rest of the conversation between Valeria, Asia, and the other knightises was too quiet for him to hear. However, about 5 minutes later, Valeria turned around and started leading the group back in his direction. It took every ounce of restraint that Leon possessed to allow them to close distance with him and not reach for his sword or summon his bow from his soul realm, but most of the lady knights were clearly jumpy and understandably nervous, and he didn't want to provoke a confrontation. Still, it almost looked like one was about to break out once the group drew close enough to see him, with several of the knightises drawing their blades. "Hold!" one of the 6th tier ladies ordered, immediately putting an end to any thoughts of fighting. Are you Sir Leon Ursus?" she asked. "I am," Leon confirmed. The lady nodded, her eyes drifting over to Anzu, who was low to the ground and ready for a fight. "Is your war beast safe?" "He won't attack unless I do," Leon said, resting a hand on the griffin's head and calming him down a bit. "In that case, might my charges ride him?" There were 13 ladies in the group, including Valeria. 11 of them were armored, but the last 2 wore flowing black robes with hoods pulled over their heads, concealing their faces from Leon unless he wanted to be rude and use his magic senses. However, even without his magic senses, he could tell that these 2 were relatively weak in terms of magical ability, with one in the 2nd tier and the other barely even a 1st tier mage. All the other knightises were at least of the 3rd tier. Leon nodded, understanding the need to move fast. The 6th tier knightis who appeared to be in charge nodded to the other, who quickly helped both of the robed women up onto Anzu's back. Anzu was a bit nervous with so many unfamiliar people so close to him, and Leon had to stand right next to him so that he would sit still enough to allow both the princess and her mother onto his back. As Leon was doing this, he happened to glance up at the ladies as Anzu straightened himself out after allowing them onto his back. The first was exceptionally pretty, from what he could see under her hood. She had softer features and a heart-shaped face, long black hair, and bright blue eyes. She was clearly terrified, though, and kept looking back in direction of the harem. The other Princess Christina, Leon presumed looked much like her mother, with the same black hair and heart-shaped face, though she was a bit taller, and her demeanor was completely different. Instead of fearfully looking back, she kept alternating her gaze between Leon, Anzu, and the way forward. Even more notably, her face was split with a wide smile, and her body shook with nervous excitement. "Can we go, now?" Leon heard her whispering into her mother's ear after a few moments of waiting for the rest of the group to get organized again. Hearing the princess, too, the knightis in charge quickly said, "Dame Valeria, fall in. You should know where to go. Sir Leon, if you could walk with me, I would appreciate it." Valeria almost moved automatically, but she was now Leon's knight, not a royal guard. She looked first to him for confirmation. Not wanting to make a scene, Leon nodded, and Valeria quickly made for the end of a wide, shallow wedge that the knightises fell into, with Leon and Anzu in the center, flanked by both 6th tier knightises. "By the way," the lady in charge said to Leon, "I'm Dame Maxima Aquilea, the head of Princess Christina's personal guard." "Good to meet you," Leon whispered back, not wanting to say more until they were away from the island. Maxima, though, had other ideas. It seemed she was far more confident that they weren't going to be caught than Leon was. "So, where are we going, Sir Leon?" Dame Wuxia and my former squire weren't clear on the details. Leon's face momentarily warped in surprise, though it was hidden by his helmet. A ship not far from the nearby docks. From there, we're going to head south to the southern tip of the capital island and meet up with Dame Minerva, and the paladins Roland and Brimstone. Once we make that rendezvous, we're going to continue south along the Naga River. Leon could have gotten more detailed, but he didn't trust Maxima quite yet, and if she were a double agent, then he'd already said too much. Got it, Maxima replied. Anything to get Her Highness away from this city as soon as we can, though I'd prefer if we weren't waiting around for the others. We don't technically have to, Leon softly suggested. I mean, you can just drop me off and then head south afterward. Depends on the situation. As Leon was speaking, a distant explosion echoed through the forest, startling the entire group and causing everyone to draw their weapons. A few more explosions could be heard in the distance, but the group remained unassailed. Whatever was happening with Minerva and August was clearly kicking off, but it didn't seem to be spilling over to the western side of the island. We should hurry, Maxima said, saying out loud what everyone was thinking. There was no more talk. The group moved through the forest as fast as they could without completely abandoning stealth, and they managed to make it back to the docks without incident. 4 of the Knightuses entered the shack by the docks and had another dinghy a little bit bigger than Leon and Valerius in the water in a matter of minutes, and the group began to pile in, with half going in that dinghy and the other half packing into Leon and Valerius. Leon, Valeria, and Anzu, however, remained on the shore, while both Princess Christina and her mother were split up and put into different boats. Without waiting, the boats set off, making straight for the yacht that was still waiting a couple 100 feet from the shore. Meanwhile, Leon and Valeria quickly mounted Anzu without hesitation. The explosions they could still occasionally hear in the distance meant that neither was wasting time with feelings of embarrassment right now. As soon as they were both on, Leon bent down to whisper into Anzu's ear. Get to that ship as fast as you can. Anzu was a smart beast, and Leon could get by with verbal commands almost more than he needed the reins, so as soon as the words entered Anzu's ear, the griffin took off running, taking flight just before reaching the waterline. From the air, Leon could see bright orange flashes in the distance, concentrated on the eastern side of the island, and now that the forest wasn't in the way, he could hear the clashing of blades and the shouting of hundreds of people fighting miles away on the eastern side of the island. He pointedly did not hear any alarms going off from Anzu's takeoff, but that didn't mean that none had been tripped. Anzu kept moving for the yacht, and Leon didn't stop him. For the moment, at least, it seemed like he and Valeria had pulled off their part of the mission. Chapter 389. The hard part. 1. Anzu landed on the top deck of the yacht that had ferried Valeria and Leon to the capital island. The rest of the group got onto the boat the same way that the 3 of them had left, via a small platform at the back that led to a storage area for the first dinghy and had a staircase leading back up to the deck. The 10 knights and their 2 charges left the dinghies with the yacht's crew to handle and ascended to meet with Leon and the woman who owned the yacht. As soon as the group reached the top, Princess Christina threw off her hood and rushed forward, pulling the woman into a tight hug. Sister, you came, she gasped. I'd never leave you here, Stefania, the first princess, replied, for, of course, she was the yacht's owner. Your Highness, thank you, said the second hooded person, who slowly removed her own hood to reveal the same pretty face that Leon had earlier glimpsed. Her features were no longer racked with worry now that she had found a familiar face to cling to, and her smile was breathtaking in its beauty. It was easy for Leon to see why she had become the king's favorite. Lady Isabel, it's good to see you, Stefania responded, welcoming the king's concubine onto her ship warmly. Where are we going now? To get August, Christina asked, her excitement at seeing her sister and at freedom from the royal harem dying a bit as the sounds of battle continued to find their way to the ship from the eastern side of the island. That was the plan, Stefania said as she glanced at Leon and Valeria. Going with Plan B, Leon asked as he removed his helmet. Who? I know you, Christina exclaimed with a gasp of surprise now that she could see his features. Your Highnesses, Leon said with a bow directed more toward Christina than toward Stefania. The latter had already given him permission not to bow to her, but he could see a few disapproving looks from Christina and Isabel's guard detail at his lack of formality. Yes, we can all stroke each other's egos another time, Stefania said with a dismissive wave of her hand. Right now, we have much more important things to take care of, namely that it seems like Dame Minerva and the 2 paladins on our side have made a mess of things on their end. I'm not bringing my baby sister to a battlefield. Leon nodded in understanding, noting that the yacht had already begun to turn southward. Get us as close as you can, he said. I can do that, but we'll be falling back to the secondary rendezvous point, Stefania replied with a warm smile. Leon nodded, then looked to Valeria. Get ready for a fight, he said. Valeria nodded and unslung her glaive from her back while Leon summoned his bow from his soul realm. Wait, you two aren't going to go join that battle, are you? Christina asked with a panicked expression. Her question was directed more toward Valeria than Leon, but it was the latter who answered the princess. It's our duty to go join the battle. Your Highness will be safe here in Princess Stefania's capable hands, and you have 10 of the finest knights in the royal guard to protect you. There's little need for the two of us to stick around. Christina frowned and stared at Valeria, silently asking what she was going to do. I will be fighting alongside Sir Leon, Valeria said, to Christina's immense disappointment. Before the princess could protest, Xianxia skipped over and added, Your Highness, we should let these two lovebirds play. I'm sure they'll be fine, but they're not playing, they're going into battle. Christina pouted as Xianxia pulled her away from Leon, who had averted his gaze to anything but Xiaxia's teasing smile, and Valeria, whose face had gone scarlet. With a wink and a nod to Valeria, Xianxia and Christina disappeared below deck, along with Isabel and the rest of the royal guard. Ah, well, shall we carry on? Stefania asked, giving Leon and Valeria a knowing smile. Yes, let's get going, Leon whispered. At the same time that Leon and Valeria were making their way to the royal harem, August was sitting in a cell in the dungeon. For the 2 weeks before his trial, he had languished in his private apartments, with little food and the occasional visit from some knights in his brother's employ. They demanded he write and sign a sworn statement, confessing his guilt, and whenever he refused, they would get rough. In the end, August made the statement they wanted, and he was left alone in his apartments. Even if he was locked in a cage, it was a gilded one, with all the amenities a man of his station could ask for. The temperature was regulated, he had access to his bathroom where he could wash and do his business in peace, and all of his furnishings were simple, if of the highest quality. The cell he was moved to after the trial, however, was dark, cramped, and lacked even the most basic of amenities. There was nowhere for him to wash, his toilet amounted to a bucket in the corner, and his bed was a slab of stone elevated a mere foot off the stone floor. The cell itself was only about 5 feet square, which meant that August, now a little more than 6 feet tall after awakening his blood, couldn't even stand up straight, and barely had enough room to stretch out diagonally on the floor. Even more uncomfortable were the powerful wards placed upon the cell that were specifically designed for high-level mages. The same reinforcements that existed on the walls of fortresses and within most training rooms to keep them intact were present here, so even August's earth magic couldn't help him escape. The only way in or out of the cell was a 3-foot by 3-foot hatch in the ceiling. On the other side of that hatch, though, August knew were at least 2 powerful guards, if not more, let alone the guards that filled the dungeon. It wasn't a large building since most law-breakers were held in prisons run by the arbiters, reserving the dungeon on the capital island for those who had crossed the royal family. However, even with its smaller size, the dungeon still had an impressive complement of knights watching over it, even though to August's knowledge he was the only person imprisoned within. But August didn't mind his current accommodations that much. He was relatively uncomfortable, but he was alive, and he didn't think he'd be able to say that tomorrow. What really bothered him wasn't even the fact that Octavius had won. He had never lied when he said that the primary reason he got involved in the struggle for the throne was for Christina and Isabel. He'd lost. Octavius had won. August's only regret was that now his mother and sister would be without his protection. As August lay on the stone bed, bereft of even the thinnest blanket and lost in thoughts of his family, he felt the ground start to shake. At first, the fallen prince paid it no mind, chalking it up to a trick of the mind, or at the very least something that he needn't concern himself with. But the shaking didn't stop. It came in irregular bursts and eventually became too powerful to ignore. There was clearly something going on. Probably just breaking ground for my execution platform, August cynically thought. It wasn't until he started hearing the screaming and the fighting that he realized what was happening. He bolted up from the meager bed he'd been resting on and straightened up as much as he could, pressing his ear against the hatch to try and hear anything. He heard some muffled shouting, probably the guards outside of his cell getting ready for whatever was obviously coming, but the details escaped him. And then came an explosion, loud and strong, ripping through the room above August and sending dust falling down into the cell from the stone ceiling. The hatch vibrated in its frame, knocking August back a bit, and he backed away from it as fast as he could, just in case it was knocked loose and fell into the cell. He was weak from weeks of mistreatment, and he didn't want to take any chances with an injury. The sounds of fighting became loud, clearly happening just above him. A few wisps of power leaked in through the hatch, telling him that very powerful mages were battling above. He detected fire, wind, and light magic, giving him a few clues as to who might be up there, but when he strained his senses looking for even the tiniest spark of lightning magic, he came up empty. That ruled out Leon, but August guessed Brimstone and Roland at least had come for him. The fallen prince did his best to keep a straight face, but he couldn't help but break out into a wide smile. There wasn't any confirmation of what was happening, and he knew better than to make assumptions. Fortunately, he didn't have long to wait, as only about 5 minutes after the shaking started, the hatch swung open, letting light stream into the cell. It was harsh and bright, but August's fifth-tier eyes adapted in a second, and he saw above him the paladin Roland. "Your Highness," Roland shouted as he lowered an arm into the cell. Behind him, August could see other figures, but he couldn't recognize them from behind the veil of tears he failed to suppress. "You damn idiots," he cried out as he smilingly reached out for Roland's outstretched hand. With ease, the paladin pulled August out of the cell. The prince stumbled a bit once he was put back on his own feet, but he quickly righted himself and turned to analyze the situation. His cell, or, more accurately, his shallow oubliette, had been located on one end of a small guard room, just large enough for a table that could seat 5 or 6 people. There had been 6 people there guarding his cell at least, that's what August figured since there were now 6 corpses on the ground. Within the guard room were another 4 people, aside from himself and Roland, Minerva, Brimstone, and 2 knights he couldn't name but recognized as 6th-tier mages from Trajan's old retinue. "Your Highness," Minerva said as she stepped forward, "this isn't the time to talk, we need you to come with us if you don't want to die tomorrow." "Got it," August said, simply going with the flow. He wasn't a military man by any stretch of the imagination, and he was perfectly comfortable with deferring to someone who had both the experience and knowledge of the situation to get him away from the cell. "Good, come with us," Minerva said, leading the way back out of the only door into the guard room. Outside, August witnessed a scene of carnage. The guard room opened into a 4-sided courtyard that had been lined with 11 other cells just like his on 3 sides, with the 4th side functioning as a reinforced gateway. Above the courtyard were stark concrete walls 40 feet high, and August knew that the opening at the top was heavily warded to keep anyone coming in from above. The courtyard itself was filled with bodies, at least 24 from the brief glimpse August got before Roland hurried him along. Much of the courtyard was heavily damaged from the fighting, with rubble everywhere, but the dungeon itself still seemed stable. Still standing were a handful of other knights that had come with Minerva, Roland, and Brimstone, though the bodies some of them were carrying indicated the fight hadn't been nearly so one-sided as the one in the guard room. Minerva led the group past the gates and into the main hall of the dungeon. It was fairly long, with 3 stories opening into the hall, each with at least a dozen more normal cells all empty. This made the normal guard detail light, but the bodies scattered around the hall were already far more than double what August would have expected. Again, he found several dozen knights still standing in the hall. Covering the main door whom he assumed followed either Minerva or one of the paladins, and while they had clearly taken a few casualties, a quick count put them at less than 10. Combined with those from the section he was being kept in, that put the total number of casualties sustained by Minerva's force at barely a dozen. On the one hand, it was a testament to the retainers that Trajan had employed that so few casualties were taken, but on the other hand, it was deeply suspicious that more hardened knights hadn't been watching the dungeon. The guard detail had clearly been staffed up for August's stay, but it all just seemed too easy. August's concerns seemed shared by Minerva as her face wore an expression of intense focus, and she kept the group moving, calling the rest of the knights into formation as they went rather than stopping to give orders. The knights, who were looking more and more like Minerva's own rather than Roland's or Brimstone's, sprang into motion with barely a word from Minerva, opening the door for them and spilling out into the night to link up with even more knights who had been securing the dungeon. Only outside did August begin to truly understand the scale of what Minerva and his paladins had launched. More than 100 knights had come for him, completely overwhelming the prison guards with superior power, experience, and discipline. August didn't even think it had been 10 minutes since he first felt the ground begin to shake, and he was already outside of the dungeon. "Let's go," Minerva shouted, and that was all the gathered knights needed to hear, again impressing August with the speed and precision with which they moved. There was no questioning her order, no signs of laziness, just crisp action. They stormed off southward from the dungeon, staying well off the roads. By sheer necessity, the dungeon had been built a good distance away from the rest of the palace complex in the southwest, so there was little risk of running into anything of note if they stuck to their current course. However, August's quiet fears were soon proven prophetic as the large group sped south, sticking as close to the rocky cliffs of the coast as they could. As they moved through the hills and light forest of the island, they found a large contingent of soldiers formed up waiting for them. Minerva called their group to a halt but didn't bother trying to conceal herself. Even in the evening darkness, they were unmistakable. Even more, she could see who was leading them. The Earthshaker paladin was standing in front of the Legion shield wall, grinning at her like a hunter gloating at a hare trapped in his snare. Chapter 390. The hard part. 2. Minerva stared at the challenge ahead of her. Earthshaker had at least a full battalion behind him from what she could see with her magic senses. Many of their auras were powerful, indicating a higher than usual percentage of 5th and 6th tier mages, too. Usually, there were only a handful of 5th tier mages in a single battalion, with a 5th tier tribune acting as its commander, plus 2 more to act as logistical and bureaucratic leaders. Here, though, she could sense the presence of at least 20 5th tier mages, and 10 6th tier. Not as many high-tiered mages as she had, but to assume that gave her the advantage would be doing a grave disservice to the 1,000-plus Legion soldiers in the shield wall only a few paces behind the Earthshaker paladin. She knew as well as any Legion commander worth their salt would know that the Legion shield wall was incredibly powerful and difficult to crack, even with the power of a 6th-tier mage. "Ah, Dame Minerva," Earthshaker shouted, his handsome face twisting in a crude grin. "I have to say, I was hoping you wouldn't turn out to be a traitor, but it seems that Prince Octavius was right to have you watched. Here you are, breaking the bastard and base criminal August out of prison before his just punishment." Minerva knew that Earthshaker's words were directed more toward his own soldiers than at her, and even if she were mistaken about that, she didn't want to dignify it with a response. Instead, she glanced at Brimstone. Roland was sticking with August just behind her and asked, "What do you think? We can't go east or west, but we can go back north." To the west was the main palace complex, and to try and escape through the place with the highest concentration of powerful mages in the entire kingdom was not something she was eager to try. Likewise, to the east were steep cliffs and rocky shores, terrible terrain to fight upon let alone try and escape through. They couldn't even use earth mages to flatten the ground, since almost the entire shore going around the capital island had been reinforced to prevent earth magic from tampering with it, specifically to prevent invasion or treasonous actions like what Minerva was attempting. "We can't go north, it would cut us off from our boats," Brimstone said, confirming what she already knew. Going south was their only real option, which meant that they had to get past Earthshaker, break through the shield wall, and reach the southernmost tip of the island, the point that they had chosen for their boats to come and pick them up. "Put down your weapons, and your punishments will be lenient," Earthshaker bellowed, addressing Minerva and her allies with less ambiguity. "Now, by the order of the Prince Regent, Julius Octavius Taurus, all who participated in this foolish endeavor and do not now surrender shall be labeled traitors and enemies of the Bull Kingdom. Take your offer and shove it up your rancid asshole." Brimstone bellowed back, his 7th-tier aura spiking and sending a wave of heat rolling off all those around him. Oddly enough, Earthshaker's grin widened in the face of this defiance, and he released his own aura in response, inundating the surroundings with a heavy, sluggish feeling as if everyone had suddenly gained a noticeable amount of weight. In between Brimstone and Earthshaker, the earth shook and trembled, suddenly cracking as their auras clashed. "I'll deal with this animal," Brimstone said to Minerva, Roland, and August. "Just get past the rest. Don't fall too far behind," Roland cautioned his colleague. "I'll be right behind you," Brimstone said with a smile of anticipation as he began to calmly walk forward. Earthshaker did likewise, slowly moving to meet Brimstone between their respective groups while a handful of 6th-tier knights appeared in the gaps between the 10 companies of the battalion. Earthshaker's battalion began to march forward, staying in perfect formation despite their relative lack of experience compared to their Eastern Territories counterparts. With a wordless gesture, Minerva spurred her own knights on, and they formed into a rough line. They had no Legion shields, but they were well armored and strong. In fact, it was arguable that the 100 or so knights that Minerva brought, along with the dozen that both Brimstone and Roland were accompanied by, were the strongest single unit pound for pound in the entire kingdom. Not that Minerva truly wanted to test that, but it seemed there was little other choice. "Open up," Minerva shouted, and she swung her sword in a horizontal slash, sending a razor-sharp wind blade careening toward the closest of Earthshaker's advancing companies. All along her line, the knights did likewise, sending blasts of fire, exploding boulders, pillars of ice and water, deadly gusts of wind, and the occasional beam of light into the oncoming shield walls. Chaos erupted upon the Legion shields. Fire and water mixed, exploding into boiling steam. Stone and ice crashed into the shield walls and shattered, sending shrapnel flying in every direction. Light hit the shields with deceptively little power, but those hit by the beams had to withstand incredible force or be knocked aside. Finally, the wind squeezed through every crack and crevice it could find, slicing and cutting as it went. The elemental mages on Earthshaker's side did their best to dampen the blow, raising barriers and using their own power to counter the wave of magical power crashing down upon them, but there was simply too much to block, and the majority of Minerva's magical assault hit the Legion companies with titanic force. The sound alone of so much magic impacting the shields resounded throughout the entire city, shattering glass as far away as 3 miles. The ground around the Legion shields was torn to shreds, with great crevasses and pits being carved from the earth both in front of and behind them. And through all of it, the shield walls kept advancing. The Legion shield was the key to the power of its heavy infantry. Every shield was inscribed with a reinforcement enchantment that had been designed in a flowing fractal pattern. This meant that every shield linked together in a shield wall reinforced every other shield, making the collective enchantment bigger as more of these, modular, enchantments were added to the whole. As a result, despite the power of Minerva's side, only a handful of Legion soldiers dropped, and none of the 10 companies had their formations meaningfully disrupted. Again, Minerva roared, her power rushing through her bloodstream. Again, her people launched all of their most powerful magic, letting it roll over the shield walls like a wave upon the beach. When the smoke cleared, the shield walls kept coming. Minerva scowled. She'd never been on this side of the fight before, and suddenly felt some small measure of sympathy for every enemy that had ever encountered a Legion shield wall. However, the shield walls, while powerful, were not invincible, and she had some ideas for how to pierce them. "Target their leaders," she shouted as she wound up another volley. Her actions were mirrored down her line, but everyone had to stop for a moment when Earthshaker and Brimstone finally met in the middle of the battlefield, their clash of earth and fire seeming to bring all the world to a momentary halt. Fire roiled off of Brimstone as he brought his sword wreathed in flame down upon Earthshaker's head. Earthshaker blocked with a wall of stone, but the wall crumbled in seconds, letting fire rush past. However, Earthshaker was wearing terrifically expensive plate armor, and as Brimstone's fire wrapped around him, runes illuminated all over the armor's surface, keeping Earthshaker relatively unscathed by Brimstone's furious attack. Earthshaker then responded by summoning stone jaws from beneath Brimstone's feet, hoping to catch the other paladin and prevent him from moving. Brimstone, in the split second before it happened, leapt into the air, letting the rocky teeth taste nothing but air as he soared 20 feet into the air and launched 3 successive fireballs before he began to fall back down. These fireballs were aimed around Earthshaker rather than directly at him, and when they detonated on the ground a moment later, Earthshaker was enveloped in a great torrent of fire that would have cooked a 6th-tier mage in a matter of seconds. But Earthshaker stepped through it like it wasn't even there, like it was at most an inconvenience as it blocked Brimstone from view. The two met again in the center of the battlefield, meeting fire with earth and earth with fire. The nearest shield walls were effectively blocked from proceeding, but the rest continued on as the fight between the two paladins showed no signs of stopping. The earth quaked beneath their feet, but they were still Legion soldiers, and they soldiered on. "Their leaders," Minerva repeated, silently cursing at herself for getting distracted. But everyone else had been distracted, too, so at least her mistake was one that cost nothing. A second later, all of her knights retargeted, launching all of their magics upon the 6th-tier mages leading the shield walls. These knights were thickly armored and powerful in their own right, but even they couldn't stand up to such force. Most fell back as quickly as they could, letting the first rank of their shield walls cover them from the coming onslaught. One didn't move fast enough, and another reacted so slowly or was so confident in his own abilities that he didn't even stop walking forward. Minerva's knight's magic hit them like a sack of bricks, crushing their magical defenses under the sheer weight of almost 25th and 6th tier magical attacks apiece. Both knights were killed almost immediately, while the other 4 who had taken shelter came out relatively unscathed thanks to their shield walls. Unfortunately, this meant that they had time enough to prepare attacks of their own, rather than having to focus all of their power on defense. 2 fireballs, 1 exploding boulder, and a glowing orb of light were hurled from the shield walls and slowly arced through the air toward Minerva's people. The boulder did what it was designed for and exploded, showering Minerva's knights with shrapnel. The fireballs did likewise, crashing down upon her knights and detonating while the ice spikes rocketed into her line. However, Minerva's knights were strong as well, and just as armored as their opponents, and came through it none the worse for wear, though a few of her knights had been lightly battered. The more pressing issue was how close the shield walls were coming, having passed the point where Brimstone and Earthshaker were having their duel, and they showed little signs of stopping. Minerva's scowl deepened. They weren't going to break through like this, and they had to change tactics. "On me!" she shouted, calling all of her knights back together. They closed ranks, which under normal circumstances would allow the enemy to completely surround them. However, her knights were much faster than the shield walls, and they had no reason to try and hold the field. Their goal was to escape, not to defeat their enemy. The Legion shield walls began to close in on their now much smaller position. The formations couldn't turn on a silver, but they were still small enough to maneuver with relative ease. They were already starting to form a U-shape around Minerva, Roland, August, and the rest of the knights, with 2 companies staying on either side of the dueling paladins to prevent that from opening a hole in their line. "On my target," Minerva shouted, hoping that she wouldn't need any further explanation. Even Trajan's training never covered defeating Legion shield walls, so she was making things up as she went. One more time, perhaps even the last time before the shield walls closed in, and her ad hoc unit would have to rely on their personal combat skills rather than massed magic blasts. She channeled her power and concentrated it upon the arming sword she wielded. A small cyclone whipped around it as her power filled the metal, and to her sides, all the rest of the mages did likewise, illuminating the shrunken line with magical light. Without a word, they all attacked at the same time, working in perfect unison. With their numbers, there were at least 10 high-tiered mages concentrating their power upon a single Legion soldier, since the companies were operating in 10 by 10 squares. The power of Minerva's group splashed upon the Legion shields, mixing and combining into one giant explosion of white magical power bright enough to blind just about everyone for a few seconds. However, Minerva's aim had been achieved, and the Legion formation was scattered with many of the soldiers dead or gravely injured. "Move!" Minerva bellowed, spurring her entire unit into the gap. Her people didn't waste time, and Roland even abandoned any sense of propriety as he lifted August off of his royal feet and carried the prince over his shoulder. The prince was still weak and couldn't move as fast as the others. Minerva's group charged through the breach, their 5th and 6th tier speed too much for the Legion shield walls to stop, even as they scrambled to close the hole in their line. A few of the mages on Earthshaker's side that were capable of elemental magic even sprang forward in an attempt to stop, or at least slow down, Minerva's charge, but her knights weren't going to take that lying down and fired off even more magic as they charged. A moment later, they were through, sprinting south with the Legion shield walls behind them. Earthshaker's more powerful knights gave chase, but a few of Minerva's 6th tier knights fell to the back of their rough column to cover their movement. For the moment, at least, they were relatively clear, but they hadn't reached their boats yet, and until they had, Minerva knew full well that they weren't free. Chapter 391. To the boats. Minerva's group charged through the light forest of the southeastern part of the capital island. Here and there, they passed smaller, more remote parts of the palace complex, like an isolated guest house, an unused amphitheater, or a small deserted park, but no one stopped even for a moment. The Earthshaker Paladin's subordinate knights were still hot on their tail. Earthshaker had brought 10 6th tier and 25th tier knights with him in addition to the battalion of soldiers to stop them from escaping with Prince August. Minerva and her group had gotten past the soldiers while the Brimstone Paladin dueled Earthshaker as a distraction, but the remaining elemental mages, a few had been killed in their short confrontation, gave chase. Minerva knew they couldn't stop for long, otherwise she would have just halted their running column and dealt with the pursuing knights. They were in the very heart of the kingdom, and there were undoubtedly additional knights and soldiers moving to stop them. Their journey wasn't over once they reached the boats, either, since the Legion checkpoints and fortresses along the Naga River meant that they'd have to re-enter the city and escape on foot. All of this required time, and she hadn't the luxury of spending what little she had on the knights behind them. With all that said, they were making good time. The 6th tier knights that had fallen to the back of the column were doing a good job keeping Earthshaker's knights from overwhelming them, and there had been no other sign of obstacles in front of them so far. Minerva cursed her optimism as soon as she considered these things. Fortune hadn't been their most reliable ally ever since Trajan had been killed, and once again, it turned on her. As they charged into an open field, not even a quarter-mile away from the coast and their waiting boats, they found a paltry dozen people standing in their way. With the numbers on her side, Minerva might have simply charged those in front of them and forced her way through, but the figure in front made her hesitate. This figure wore blue armor that glittered with sapphires, lapis lazuli, and turquoise. Her blonde hair, gleaming almost silver in the moonlight, had been tied back into a tight bun, and her bright blue eyes were locked on Minerva's even from across the field. In her right hand was a thin, elegant blade, though it wasn't raised, and her empty left hand was covered in frost. The Earthshaker Paladin had been deployed against them, tying up Brimstone in a duel. Now, the Sapphire Paladin and 11 other 6th tier mages stood blocking their way. Leon, Valeria, and Anzu flew along the southern coast, quickly outstripping the more leisurely pace of Princess Stefania's yacht. With the royal sigil emblazoned upon its side, the yacht was uniquely suited to infiltrating the capital island, but the water runes that propelled it through the water were not up to the task of getting it to move quickly. With the explosions and sounds of battle that Leon could hear getting quieter and less frequent, though, he decided that he didn't have much time left if he wanted to join in the fight, so he and Valeria mounted Anzu and took off, making for the original rendezvous point while Princess Stefania took Princess Christina and Lady Isabel toward the secondary rendezvous point. Both princesses had their own guards, so Leon wasn't worried about leaving them alone. What was happening with August and Minerva, though, did worry him, since all their plans relied on breaking August out of prison so that he could grant them some measure of legitimacy. Anzu's powerful wings carried them fast, the griffin's potent wind magic keeping them aloft about 10 stories above the water of the lake. Leon could see bright flashes of light in the distance, visual evidence to go with the sounds and piercing aura of the battle raging farther east. A bit further south, though, Leon could see his destination. It was the edge of the cliffs and rocks that nearly surrounded the capital island that made landing ships nearly impossible, right where the sandy beaches began. It was the location that Minerva had selected for their rendezvous point, and where about 3 dozen small boats had been stashed, each one big enough for perhaps 5 people. Unlike the other parts of the island, the southern shores had been designed with aesthetics in mind. No harsh rocks, no sheer cliffs, just beautiful white sand. This meant that these areas had to be protected with frequent patrols by the Royal Guard and a dense network of wards, but these were designed more to repel criminals and foreign invaders. With 2 paladins on their side, plus their status as knights of the Royal Legions, most of Minerva's people had made it onto the island without difficulty, slipping past the wards. As Leon drew close enough to the boats to get a better look, he could sense that the wards hadn't even been properly maintained, making their infiltration that much easier. It seemed that no one had truly expected someone to try and attack the royal palace, and so had neglected the lakeside defenses. Anzu gracefully landed on the beach, thankfully not triggering any wards that might have targeted airborne infiltrators in the process, though Leon wondered if it was simply illegal to fly over the royal palace, or if that consideration had made it into the palace's wards. He hadn't the time to properly investigate, for one of the dozen knights that had been left to guard the boats rushed forward with her weapon drawn, almost about to attack him until she recognized his armor. "Ah, Sir Leon," she cried in surprise. "Where's Dame Minerva?" Leon demanded, not recognizing the knightess with her face concealing helmet. "She hasn't returned yet," the knightess responded. Leon nodded, then slid off Anzu with Valeria following suit. They'd make the rest of the journey on foot, for he didn't want to miss the group in the forests and gardens. Before he started running, however, he paused for a moment and stared in disbelief at the rocky cliffs at the edge of the sandy beach. He could see a few of the rocks shifting, then rising up into the air, revealing themselves to be a humanoid figure several times his size with streaks of blue running up and down its body. "Lapis," Leon exclaimed in recognition as he ran over to the stone giant. "I thought you were supposed to be with Dame Minerva." "Minerva did not seem to trust me, Leon," Lapis rumbled as quietly as it could, though its voice still carried far enough that Leon couldn't help but be grateful that the battle not too far away was so loud. "Well, whatever, that doesn't matter now, come with me," he said, leading the way toward the tree line to the north. At this point, He was close enough that he could easily use his magic senses without alerting anyone to his presence elsewhere in the palace, and he quickly took advantage of that by projecting them. He could see Minerva's people trapped between two groups of knights, with Roland and a number of other knights closing ranks between them to defend August at the center. Further north, he could see the battalion of soldiers that Earthshaker had brought with him following Minerva's knights, while Minerva herself and 3 of her knights were locked in battle with the Sapphire Paladin. Leon didn't know how long she or her people could last against a 7th-tier mage, or if the rest of the group could successfully escape before Earthshaker's battalion caught up, so he set a rough pace. Lapis, Anzu, and Valeria kept up easily enough, and within a matter of minutes, the small group had closed the distance between themselves and the site of Minerva's battle. Leon wasn't too sure how much of a difference he could make, but he had the element of surprise on his side. "Bows, how do you like them?" Leon asked Valeria. "At this range, I'm confident in my skills," Valeria immediately responded. There were perhaps only 150 to 200 feet between them and the closest of Sapphire's blue-clad knights, an easy distance for any enchanted bow to make. Leon nodded, then summoned a pair of bows from his soul realm. One was his usual bow made of dark red wood that he had spent years slowly enchanting. The other was a spare, with only a few basic enchantments to increase range and power. It would be enough, though, and he summoned a quiver of arrows for Valeria to use. The silver-haired knightess took the bow without hesitation, slinging her glaive across her back as she did, and prepared to fire. Leon did likewise, nocking and drawing his bowstring. Both of them were using regular arrows since the enemy knights were fighting in too close to their allies for Leon to use anything more powerful. Before he fired, though, Lapis softly asked, "Shall I join the battle?" "Not yet," Leon replied, loosing his arrow as he did. Valeria's arrow followed a split second later. Neither of their arrows hit their marks, with Leon's missing his targeted knight by a hair, and Valeria's glancing off her target's armor. Given the chaos of the battle, though, this was hardly an unexpected outcome, and the simple fact that there were now archers putting some pressure on Sapphire's knights was a great boon for Minerva's side. Sapphire's knights were put on the defensive as more arrows followed and they were made aware of Leon and Valeria's presence. The arrows themselves did little damage to heavily armored knights, but it made them more cautious than before, and Minerva's knights were skilled and experienced enough to take advantage. One of Leon's arrows slid past the head of one of Sapphire's knights, startling him and causing him to instinctively try and dodge any follow-up attack on that side, causing him to dodge right into the plummeting mace of one of Minerva's knights. The hit was solid and weighty, stunning the 6th-tier Sapphire Knight enough for the 3 5th-tier knights he was fighting to knock him to the ground and disable him with strategic strikes to his unarmored joints. Once immobilized, his helmet was easily torn from his head and his skull bashed in by the mace wielder. Valeria had a bit more success on her end, with her target almost stepping into one of her arrows as he struck at one of Minerva's knights, allowing her arrow to sink an inch or two into the armpit of his dominant arm. The man screamed in pain, dropped his blade as his arm went limp, and suffered a crushing blow to the back of the head inflicted by a heavy axe. It wasn't clear if he was dead or not as he fell, but even if he wasn't, he was out of the fight. Things proceeded in this vein for a few more minutes, and Minerva's knights slowly gained the upper hand, both with and without Leon and Valeria's arrow fire. Unfortunately, the Legion battalion was still advancing, and Minerva was locked in combat with the Sapphire Paladin, with her and the 2 6th-tier knights at her side just barely holding their own against the 7th-tier knightess. Sapphire clearly realized what was happening around her as the pressure upon her intensified. 3 of Minerva's knights who had defeated their opponents lent their magical prowess to the purpose of defeating her. She dodged and blocked blasts of fire, blades of wind, and spikes of ice and earth, all while answering with great torrents of ice and water of her own. Her power was considerable, but more and more of Minerva's knights were gaining victory in their own battles, allowing them to concentrate upon her. Her power wasn't greater than all the knights Minerva had at her side. Leon froze for a moment as her head briefly turned in his and Valeria's direction after one of his arrows barely missed her unarmored head. He thought for a moment that she was going to charge him in revenge for disturbing what was otherwise a relatively even fight. Instead, she seemed to suddenly explode as a massive ring of ice spikes erupted from the ground around her, not killing anyone but pushing them back far enough for Sapphire to leap almost 100 feet into the air, clear the battleground completely, and take off running for the advancing Legion soldiers further out. The remainder of Earthshaker's knights that were still in the fight did likewise, abandoning their battles in favor of retreating. "Don't follow her," Minerva shouted, and half a dozen knights who were about to do just that paused. "We make for the boats." The group quickly reformed, with several of the knights grabbing their own fallen comrades and began running in Leon and Valeria's direction. Leon and Valeria fell in with Minerva, while Lapis waited for them to pass and joined the column at the rear, where its stone body would better protect the group in case they were attacked from behind. "The princesses?" Minerva tersely asked. "Safe, moving for the secondary fallback point," Leon said. Minerva nodded, and the two saved the rest of their breath until they were in a safer position. Fortunately, they made it the remaining quarter-mile back to the boats without further incident. "Get in the boats and set off," Minerva ordered as they spilled out onto the beach. The knights scrambled to follow her orders, while Leon asked, "What about Brimstone?" Leon couldn't see her reaction for the helmet she was wearing, but he could tell she was scowling. "We might have to leave him behind. He's still dueling Earthshaker, we can't count on him coming out of that on top," Leon said, suddenly turning toward Anzu. "I'll go assist." "Not a damn chance, Ursus." Minerva glared at him as he stopped and turned back to face her, daring him to challenge her order. "We have to come out of this successful, and I'm not leaving both of you behind. Brimstone is a 7th tier mage, he can take care of himself." Leon almost began to argue, but he knew the score. Leaving behind a 7th tier mage could potentially cripple their fighting chances against Earthshaker and Sapphire in the future, assuming Brimstone lost his duel, at least, but it was still far more important for August to escape than for them to go back for Brimstone. Still, it was his instinct to go back and assist in any way he could, and if he so happened to get a shot at killing Earthshaker, then all the better. "Sir," Valera began, unsure as she was if Minerva would take offense to her offering her opinion. However, Leon turned to look at her, so she continued, "I agree with Dame Minerva. It's a terrible risk, especially with so many Legion soldiers between us and Sir Saturnius. Anzu may be able to take that kind of heat, but if he's shot down, then we're dead." Leon noted her use of "were," clearly indicating that she assumed she'd be coming along. However, he couldn't fault her for having that opinion. He could turn invisible, fire arrows from a distance, had powerful magic of his own and was clad in effective armor, but none of that applied to Anzu. The boats would probably leave without him if he charged back into the forest, regardless of Minerva's claims about not leaving him behind, and it would only take a few arrows or blasts of magic to Anzu's wings to render the griffin flightless. If both things were to happen, he'd be stuck facing down not only the battalion of soldiers and knights that were still slowly advancing in their direction but whatever reinforcements were undoubtedly being prepared in the royal palace. "Fine," he reluctantly whispered, deciding for once not to indulge his reckless streak. Not for the first time, he found himself missing Naiad. "Good, then let's go," Minerva said, pointing to the boats. "I'll cover you from the air," Leon said, hurriedly adding, "I won't go back for Brimstone," when Minerva raised a suspicious eyebrow. "You'd better not, he'd be furious with me if you fell here," Minerva whispered, then made for her own boat. Leon grimaced, understanding, to mean Prince Trajan. It had its intended effect, though, and any remaining thoughts of turning back for the Brimstone Paladin vanished from Leon's mind. He and Valeria quickly mounted Anzu and took off into the night sky, bows drawn and eyes open, covering the small boats as they slowly made their way across the lake. Chapter 392, Escape. The trip across the lake was harrowing, to say the least. The water wasn't as calm as it could have been, and there were quite a few boats to keep track of, but it was the possibility of being caught by a Legion war galley while they were still vulnerable that caused everyone the most stress. From his vantage point above the boats, however, Leon could see from the back of Anzu not only that they were clear of any other ships, there weren't that many out to begin with since nearly all had returned to their moorings once the sun went down, but that the palace behind them had turned into an absolute flurry of activity. He could see the entire palace complex lit up like the night sky and plenty of motion along the bridge to the capital island. It wasn't that great of a stretch for him to guess that a more coordinated response was being hurriedly thrown together after their successful escape. That they had only encountered a single Legion battalion during their entire operation was a miracle in and of itself, even if that battalion had come with a few dozen 6th-tier mages and 2 paladins. With August out of prison and all of them off the island, the advantage lay with them. The knights spilled out onto the small dock that they had chosen to disembark from while Lapis hauled itself out of the water it had been walking along the bottom of the lake, barely able to keep pace with the boats. It took a little while, but soon all 100 or so knights were back on dry land. They carried with them the bodies of more than 30 of their comrades, most of them dead but a few simply too injured to move. Healing spells, potions, and salves were quickly handed out as needed. One thing that stood out to Leon, though, was the complete absence of Princess Stefania's yacht. There was no sign at all of the princess's entourage anywhere around the dock. "Be as quick as you can, we have to move," Minerva loudly ordered. "Ursus, where are the princesses?" "Yes, Sir Leon, where are my sisters? And my mother? You did spring her from the harem as well?" August asked, now standing up with his own power. He hadn't the energy to keep up with them during their escape, so Roland had taken to carrying him like a child. Leon understood why the prince was standing on his own even though he seemed about ready to collapse at any moment. If Leon had been in that position, he'd have been humiliated, and he wasn't even a prince. "I'm not sure," Leon admitted. And yes, Lady Isabel was with Princess Christina when they boarded Princess Stefania's ship. As if on cue, from a nearby building emerged an elderly first-tier mage. He'd likely achieved his level of magical power by virtue of breathing so long that his lungs finally adapted to magic power and was otherwise not a mage in any sense of the word. "Sir Leon," the man called out, searching for Leon. Leon momentarily rested his hand upon his blade, but after a brief scan with his magic senses that confirmed that the man was alone, he raised his hand and responded, "Here." The man quickly stepped forward with dignified purpose. He wore a dark green uniform that, once he was out in better light, Leon realized bore the sigil of House Taurus. "Sir Leon, I bear a message from Her Highness, Princess Stefania," the man said as he approached. "Give it or speak it," then, Leon growled, in no mood for pleasantries, and from the way Minerva and August stared at the messenger, neither were they. "My mistress decided not to wait for you here, good sir," the messenger explained. "Too much violence in the area, you see. Instead, she has decided to vacation in the Eastern Territories for the foreseeable future. Should you require her for any reason, she can be found in Ironford." Leon raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "No mention of anyone traveling with her?" Leon asked, drawing a brief look of reproach from the messenger at his informal way of addressing the princess. "None," he testily replied. Leon glanced at Minerva and August, looking for their opinions. "We were heading for Ironford anyway, we can meet up with them there," Minerva said, responding first. "I'm not surprised that they left first, but it'll mean we can't protect them. We must catch up to them," August insisted. "They can't have gotten far in, what, not even an hour. We don't know their route, we won't necessarily catch up to them until we reach Ironford," Minerva responded as she glanced around the dock. The injured knights were getting back to their feet, while litters were being hastily assembled for the bodies of their dead comrades. They'd be ready to get moving again in 5 minutes at the most. "I can't leave my family out there undefended right now," August began to shout, but he tempered his tone after drawing a glare from both Leon and Minerva. "They made their choice, we'll do what we can, but right now we have to see to your safety. We have to get you out of the city." With that, Minerva turned to check in with the rest of the knights. August briefly looked to Leon for any sign of sympathy or assistance, but in this Leon supported Minerva. He could well understand August's need to protect his family, but they had to keep their priorities straight. 5 minutes later, the group was moving again. Minerva set a hard pace, even though August still wasn't up to the task. Leon eventually had to let the prince ride Anzu, much to the griffin's displeasure. Valeria, despite being the weakest mage among them, still managed to keep up without difficulty. They hurtled down streets, through alleyways, and over the occasional bridge over small canals. Their goal was to get further south, avoid the Legion outposts along the way, link up with the rest of their force, and then continue south until they could find a convenient place to cross the Naga River. Much of their path was misdirection going south instead of east, since it was easy enough to assume that they would be moving east to get August to his biggest base of support, and thus, easy to set up some kind of ambush in line with the resistance they'd already encountered. And, for a while, it seemed to be working. The group ran unimpeded through the city, quickly making their way toward the outskirts. They made for quite the sight, and it wasn't too much longer until they began to feel magic senses sweep over them. None of them could tell if they had actually been seen, but Minerva began to run even faster regardless. Lapis alone made their group about as subtle as a brick to the face. Less than 2 hours after breaking August out of his cell, the group finally reached the outskirts of the city. So far away from the densely packed urban centers, it was hard to say when they exactly left the city, but by the time they reached a mustering field in the south, most of them considered themselves no longer in the city. In the mustering field waited thousands of knights. The place was almost eerily quiet, though, with barely a word spoken amongst any of them. At least 4,000 knights and men at arms, silent. Making up their number were the 2,000 less the 100 that went with Minerva knights of Trajan's retinue, along with 1,000 from Roland, and another 1,000 from Brimstone. There were a few more of August's supporters here and there, but all in all, the conspiracy to break the prince out of the dungeon had been relatively small and didn't involve too many people in the royal palace. Without missing a beat, Minerva ordered the group to disperse to their positions, and then she and Leon made their way to the front of the group with August, Anzu, and Valeria. Roland had to see to both his and Brimstone's people, and while there was some tension there at first, by the time Minerva began to move, the rest of the column moved with her. Now hampered by the weaker members of the group, Minerva had to strike a slower pace, but August, for one, was grateful for it. It meant he could slide down off Anzu's back and walk on his own 2 feet. For his part, Anzu was happy, too, when August dismounted. The griffin chirped happily and then nuzzled Leon while staring daggers at the prince as if he was hoping he could kill this presumptuous human with his eyes alone. August shivered under this withering glare, and he fully believed that if Leon weren't present, he'd be utterly savaged by the griffin. To take his mind off the incensed war beast, August made his way to Minerva to speak for a while. "Dame Minerva, your highness," Minerva replied, her tone even and perhaps a little bit annoyed at his presence. August was a little irritated himself at her lack of respect, but given that he had been a few hours away from losing his head and that Minerva was a big part of the reason why he hadn't yet, he let it slide. "I was hoping to learn some further details about what our plans are. If we're to successfully escape to the Eastern Territories, then I have some things I need to plan." "That you do," Minerva replied with a look of expectation. "Octavius will come for you. We're going to need every able-bodied soldier and knight that we can get if we're to survive what he's going to throw our way." "Yes, but we first need to get east. How are we going to cross the Naga? I assume that we landed on the western side of the river for a reason." "We did. We weren't sure what the response time might be for the local war galleys, so we needed to get off the lake as soon as possible. Worse, that blue bitch could have easily caught up to us and killed the lot of us if we didn't get across the lake as soon as we could. After that, finding a bridge to get all of our people across undetected on such short notice was essentially impossible." "Why was it impossible? Surely it would have been easier to land on the eastern shore of the lake and then simply head east from there, rather than taking this southern detour." "Our people were being watched," Minerva replied, her face stoic and confident despite her own fears that she hadn't made the right decision. "Not to mention there are legion checkpoints at every bridge. Crossing so many of our people to the east without attracting attention wouldn't have been easy, so those of us who were already in the east are doing exactly what you suggested. They're already making their way toward Ironford. The rest of us are taking this detour to try and shake our pursuers before making ourselves vulnerable as we cross the river." "How long do you think we have?" "The first legion will be on our trail soon if they aren't already, and the second legion isn't too far to the south. If we get caught between them," August tapered off as Minerva flashed him a terrible glare. It was a risky plan, she knew that, but it wasn't good for the knights behind them to hear their leaders discussing their plan with anything less than absolute confidence. August seemed to get the picture and wisely moved the conversation along. "What about after we cross the river? We make our way to Ironford?" August nodded in understanding. The Ironford March was a hilly region in the Eastern Territories that bordered the Central Territories. Its land was incredibly rich in iron and coal, among other valuable metals, and was the central foundry for the Blasted Forge, the single largest weapons and armor manufacturer in the entire kingdom. More than half of all the company's forges were located in the city of Ironford. Making the place even more important was the presence of a royal mint, one of the few locations in the entire kingdom outside of the capital where silver coins were struck. Most silver that was mined in the kingdom passed through Ironford on its way to the capital anyway, so control over the city was strategically crucial. Satisfied with that plan and looking forward to seeing his sisters and mother again, August almost asked about the possibility of Brimstone getting away from Earthshaker. His first concern was his own family, but Brimstone wasn't that far down the list from there. He was irreplaceable to August, and not just for his military potential, but the prince also valued him as a friend and advisor. Whether or not that feeling was mutual or not, August wasn't sure. What he did know was that if Brimstone fell to the Earthshaker Paladin, then he would be devastated. Small fingernail-sized stones bounced off Brimstone's armor like tiny arrows, each one hitting with tremendous force. Sand whirled around him, seeking any crack in his defenses where it could spill in and shred his skin. The earth shifted beneath his feet, carrying the promise of impalement if he made any mistakes. So far, Brimstone hadn't made any mistakes. His armor held against the rocky shrapnel, his aura and fire magic kept the sand at bay, and his constant motion prevented spikes from erupting from the ground and piercing his legs. All the while, Brimstone kept pressure of his own on Earthshaker, with great gouts of bright orange hot fire pushing him back and fiery explosions tearing holes into the ground around his fellow paladin. Minerva and the others had managed to escape, and the battalion of soldiers had followed her. Brimstone was too preoccupied to check in with them, but he trusted Minerva at least to see August safely out of the city. Now, all he had to do was keep Earthshaker here and they'd win. It would obviously be better if he managed to kill Earthshaker here and now, but after more than 15 minutes of fighting, neither was any closer to killing the other than they were when the fight began. However, they were also locked in this duel, each one putting up enough of a fight that the other didn't feel safe breaking away. In spite of this stalemate, Brimstone wore an enormous smile on his face. His normally black obsidian armor glowed red from the heat of his magic, his muscles ached from exertion, and from his mouth sprang insults after provocations after insults. "Ha, almost got me that time. But that's the thing about you boys from Valencia, never able to seal the deal without paying for it or using daddy's status." Brimstone shouted, his smile growing wider as a rock spike missed his leg by a hair and he vaporized a cloud of sand with a burst of fire. Earthshaker roared incoherently and hurled another exploding boulder at Brimstone's smug face, but it was a bit slower than usual, and Brimstone easily dodged it with a well-timed jump. His smile only grew wider. It was incredibly rare for him to be able to fight and use his powers without restriction, so even though both he and Earthshaker were aiming to maim and kill, the fun he was having and the physical catharsis he felt from going all out were both undeniable. "Not getting tired already, are you? I was under the impression that you could go for much longer than that." The earth beneath him split open in response, threatening to swallow him whole. Brimstone quickly saved himself by directing an explosive blast of fire out of his legs, hurling him out of harm's way. The paladin landed on his feet and snapped his fingers, summoning 5 bright stars to hover around Earthshaker. The first star launched itself at Earthshaker's back, splashing harmlessly across his armor. The second had much the same effect, barely even denting the surface of Earthshaker's left greave. The paladin condescendingly smiled at his fiery colleague and decided to ignore the remaining 3 stars. The next 2 stars seemed only to prove Earthshaker's disdain accurate, as they had as much power as the previous 2. The last, however, struck Earthshaker in the back of his shoulder and exploded with extreme force, not meaningfully damaging the paladin but throwing him off balance. Brimstone clicked his tongue in amusement. "You're not too experienced with this position, are you? It's all right, we can switch to one you find more comfortable if you want." Earthshaker looked up just in time for Brimstone to flash him a smile, a wink, and a fireball. Earthshaker couldn't dodge in time, nor could he summon a wall of stone before the fireball struck him, so he simply summoned his magic power and prepared to get hit. Instead, a wave of water washed over him, protecting him from the fireball. Most of the water was flash vaporized from the heat of the flame, but it was nothing the 7th tier Earthshaker couldn't handle. Looking in the direction the water had come from, he saw the Sapphire Paladin sprinting forward, ice spikes already summoned and hovering around her, ready for battle. Earthshaker wanted to ask what happened, but he knew this wasn't the time. He refocused back on Brimstone and was somewhat gratified to see the smirk on the other paladin's face had disappeared. "Well, I would normally consider myself more than man enough to handle both of you at once, but I think I ought to be leaving now," Brimstone said, his hands glowing as they filled with fire mana, ready for another attack. "Oh, you're not going anywhere," Sapphire declared, sending her ice spikes hurtling toward the fire paladin. A wall of fire materialized in front of the spikes, though, vaporizing them before they reached their target. Earthshaker tried to take advantage of the brief lack of visibility caused by the fire and smoke and stomped his foot on the ground, sending shockwaves through the earth. Unfortunately for him, Brimstone had also decided to use this opportunity and hurled himself backward as hard as he could. He practically flew 100 feet through the air, hit the ground running, and charged back in the direction of the dungeon. As confident as Brimstone was, as much fun as he was having, facing down 2 of his fellow paladins was a bit too tall of an order for him to do without support. From behind him, he heard the Sapphire Paladin douse his fires and the subsequent shouts of anger from both her and Earthshaker as they gave chase. They hadn't realized he'd turned to flee since both had been under too much pressure to use their magic senses on too great of a scale. Brimstone tossed a few fireballs behind him to force them to slow down, but for the most part, he concentrated his magic power in his legs to increase his speed as much as possible. Though it wasn't light or lightning, fire mana could increase a mage's speed by a dramatic margin, and Brimstone put that trait on display as he slowly increased the distance between himself and the other two. Earthshaker and Sapphire weren't giving up, though, and Brimstone had to endure ice spears and exploding boulders as he fled. The chase stretched across nearly the entire island, and Brimstone was only slowed when he reached the northern cliffs that dropped down onto the coast. Still, he wasn't slowed by much as he hurled himself with all the explosive power that his magic power could give him, rocketing out into the lake. The water hit him like a hammer, and he was lightly scalded as the water around him boiled on contact with his heated armor. Luckily, this also cooled it enough to stop glowing, making him less conspicuous. He immediately began to swim for his very life, for Sapphire was a water mage and he did not want to be caught by her in the lake. He cut through the waves with great speed, but a quick glance backward with his magic senses was enough to put the fear of the ancestors in him, as he saw both Sapphire and Earthshaker on the cliffs he had just jumped from. Fortune smiled upon him, though, as even with magic senses and night vision, a single man in black armor at night in the middle of a huge lake was not easily spotted. He saw Sapphire pause only a moment before she dived into the waves after him, while Earthshaker seemed to give up the chase. Earth mana did not help mages swim or move very fast, so Brimstone understood if Earthshaker was bowing out of the chase. Sapphire, on the other hand, was about to turn into his nightmare. He swam for all he was worth, silently praying to his ancestors, to the old gods that held sway in these lands before them, and to every god worshipped under the light of the stars. He'd need all of their assistance to escape a water mage in a lake. His limbs pumped faster than he had ever used them, and he submerged himself beneath the waves, concealing himself further. Several times he felt Sapphire's magic senses sweep over him, and he didn't dare respond in kind, focusing on swimming and swimming alone. As he drew nearer to the northern coast, however, his terror cooled, and he risked a glance backward. The water was too dark to see in, but he couldn't see any sign that Sapphire was behind him. Still, he didn't allow himself to use that as an excuse to slow down, and he kept swimming as if she were breathing down his neck. It wasn't until he pulled himself out of the lake on the northern side of the city that he allowed himself to relax even a little bit. He was still cut off from August, Roland, and Minerva, and now he had an entire city filled with knights and soldiers aplenty on Octavius, payroll between them and him. With a deep sigh, Brimstone began to run north, intent on simply getting out of the city as soon as possible. When he was able, he'd run in a wide circle and head east to link up with his compatriots, assuming they had even managed to escape Octavius, minions, and get out of the city themselves. But for now, getting as far away from Sapphire and Earthshaker as he could was his only concern. Chapter 393. Surtur Aurelius. Never in Leon's life did he think that the construction of a simple bridge could be so infuriating. He wasn't an earth mage, but it didn't seem that difficult to him, at least until the group finally reached a good place to cross the Naga River. They had likely been followed. It was essentially impossible for them to have not been seen, though it was a possibility. It wasn't one that anyone was willing to entertain. They had hours at the most before the First Legion would be bearing down upon them from the north, and probably not too much longer after that before the Second Legion came up from the south. They had to get across the Naga as soon as possible, because there were elements of both legions that were certainly coming up from the eastern side, too. In order to safely cross, the decision had been made to not try and force a crossing at any existing bridge. Those were almost all guarded, and besides, they would have had to go quite a bit further south to find a suitable bridge across the Naga south of the capital, and that would probably mean running straight into the Second Legion. No, Minerva had decided, it was better to build their own bridge. They had earth and water mages, so constructing a bridge across the river shouldn't be that difficult. Unfortunately, everyone had underestimated just how deep and fast-flowing the Naga River was south of the capital. It narrowed considerably, causing it to cut deep into the earth and flow fast enough that to build a bridge with the strength and stability needed to support their crossing wasn't an easy task. Water mages had to direct the flow of the river so that earth mages could build their stone bridge, and the strain of their task was such that they had to frequently switch out. Almost half of their elemental mages were tied up in shifts to keep the construction going. In response, Minerva took control of the 4,000-strong force, having a few spare earth mages erect some small earthwork fortifications while the rest of the force got what rest they could. She then went back to supervising the construction of the bridge while leaving Leon and Roland to take charge of the watch. "You're looking quite glum, Sir Leon," Roland said in an amused tone. "You're not thrilled at the prospect of keeping watch with me?" Leon looked away so that it wouldn't be so obvious that he was rolling his eyes. "Not thrilled at having to keep watch," he grumbled. "Makes me antsy. I honestly don't care what, I just want something to happen. I hate waiting around." "I can understand that, but there isn't much else we can do other than wait around, is there?" "There's plenty we can do, like making some preemptive strikes on the First Legion," Roland chuckled, though part of it was to cover up his own minor disquiet at Leon's statement. "We don't know where the First Legion is, so attacking them would be difficult. Besides, whatever else, they're still our countrymen. So, look, I get that you're a Valeman." Roland let himself pause there just long enough for Leon to get concerned. Roland knew who he truly was, and little acts like this where the paladin reminded him of this always frayed his nerves. And because of that, you might not consider the people of the Bull Kingdom your own. However, most of the retainers who are here now do consider the soldiers of the First Legion their countrymen, and I'd wager that most of those in the First think the same about us, as well. If we attack them first, then we cement ourselves as the enemy. If, however, we force them to make the first move, then we're acting in self-defense. We're still making our opening moves here, but it would be better for our first large-scale engagement if they were the aggressors." Leon grimaced, but he whispered, "I guess that makes some degree of sense. It may not pay off in a visible, tangible way that killing a handful of their soldiers would, but it's not going to get a bunch of us killed in a foolish hit-and-run mission when they don't have to be." "I'd hardly call it foolish," Leon retorted. "Striking first will slow them down and give us more time. It would kill some of them, and, yes, I know all of that," Roland interrupted. "It's a matter of philosophy, I guess. Or maybe principle, I don't know. I guess Minerva and I are just hoping that the rank-and-file soldiers in the First Legion aren't buying into the same shit that Octavius has been selling to his cronies." "An overly optimistic view, I think," Leon whispered. "And you're too cynical, I think." Leon didn't argue Roland's assessment, he agreed with Roland on that front. However, if both he and Minerva agreed that waiting around was a better option, at least for now, then he wouldn't try too hard to convince them to try something else. A few minutes passed in awkward silence, which Leon was more than happy to continue. Roland, however, had other ideas. "Sue, you've quite the eclectic retinue." Leon raised an eyebrow and glanced over his shoulder at his retinue, consisting of Valeria, Anzu, and Lapis. The stone giant, despite its prodigious command over earth magic, had little experience in construction, and so wasn't helping with the bridge. Instead, it was keeping vigil over the makeshift camp. Valeria and Anzu were also nearby, with the latter dozing in a patch of grass and the former quietly practicing a few basic moves with her new glaive. Leon muttered, not seeing Roland's point. "Well, Roland suddenly stopped speaking and turned his eyes northward. Leon projected his magic senses and immediately tensed for battle. He could see the front ranks of the First Legion appearing just over a mile away. There were no signs of either legion on the other side of the river, though, and for that Leon counted their group unfathomably lucky. Still, it was only a matter of time until elements of a legion appeared on that side, so they'd have to move fast once the bridge was completed. The paladin swiftly blew a horn, alerting the rest of the knights to what was happening. They had been resting in a loose formation, so once everyone began waking up and springing to their feet, it was only a matter of 3 or 4 minutes for them to form a line 5 ranks deep protecting the bridge. Barely a minute later, Minerva came sprinting over. She'd already updated herself on their tactical situation once she heard the horn, so she didn't require any explanations as to what was happening. "Ursus, Roland, you two get down to the first line with me. I need as many of our 6th-tier people out there as I can get." "Got it," Leon replied, a wide smile blooming on his stoic face. Roland agreed, as well, but where he immediately jumped over the lines of knights and earthen fortifications, Leon took a moment to glance back at his retinue, as Roland had called it. Anzu, sensing the excitement in the air, looked to Leon and fluttered his wings. He wanted to fight, that much was obvious, but Leon was hesitant to bring him into such a conventional battle. He didn't think his griffin would last long against a legion shield wall. Reluctantly, he decided then to leave Anzu behind. Valeria and Lapis, on the other hand, he was not going to leave behind. "I'll be out front, probably locking down a 6th tier," Leon said to Valeria. She reluctantly nodded, clearly wanting to fight at his side, but if he was going to be involved in a fight that intense, then she wouldn't stand much of a chance for now, at least. "Lapis, you're with me," Valeria joined the line. "I'll leave it to you if you want to use your bow or glaive." "Understood," she whispered. Leon moved to rejoin the rest of the group, pushing his way through the formation until he stood out in front. He caught the eye of Minerva, who was directing the available 6th tier mages to where they needed to be along the line. With a few hand gestures, she moved Leon and Lapis south, to face the oncoming 2nd Legion along with 4 other mages. Roland, herself, and the remaining 4 unoccupied 6th tier mages faced north since she could see more 6th tiers coming from that direction. Fortunately, there was no sign of either Earthshaker or Sapphire, so it seemed they didn't need to worry about any 7th tiers making moves. However, they also lacked Brimstone, and they didn't even know if he was alive or dead. The 1st and 2nd Legions each stopped about 1,000 feet from their lines, just outside of the max effective range of most Legion bows. The bows could shoot further, but the arrows would lose too much of their penetrative power over such a vast distance, making them largely ineffective. From both legions, a single 6th tier mage began to calmly walk toward them, making no signs of hostility. Minerva and Roland both moved at the same time, stepping toward the obvious messenger to negotiate and, at the very least, extend the amount of time they might be able to give their engineers to finish the bridge. On the south side, however, no one stepped forward. Leon looked around, a little confused until he noticed that the other 6th tier mages were looking at him. "Oh, they want me to do this?" Leon wondered, his chest rapidly filling with dread at the thought. He took a few cautious steps forward, and when no one stopped him, sighed and continued walking. Lapis made to follow, but Leon stopped him with a quick wave of his hand. "I'll be enough, my friend," he told the giant. "We don't want to make them nervous. I would prefer to follow you anyway, Leon, but I will stop here for now." The stone giant didn't quite move back into position, but it didn't move any closer, either. It was clearly still in position to act if anything happened. A couple minutes of slow walking later, Leon met with the Legion Knight between their lines. He was quite large, about 6.5 feet tall, terrifically well built, with more obvious muscle than Leon, dark hair either black or dark brown. Leon couldn't tell in the dark and light brown eyes. His skin was a bit more tan than the usual pale shades of Bull Kingdom citizens, making Leon think for a moment or two that he was a foreigner, but when he spoke, he did with a perfect bullish accent. "I am Surtur Aurelius," the knight proudly declared, his name alone banishing Leon's wonderings about him being foreign. He stood tall with his arms back just a bit to puff out his chest, almost looking like he was trying to intimidate Leon with his looks alone. "Leon Ursus," Leon replied with significantly less theatricality. He wasn't as tall as this man, nor as muscled, but that wasn't enough to prove fighting skill, and Leon had great confidence in his abilities. He wasn't going to be intimidated by Surtur. "By the order of His Highness, Prince Octavius, Regent of the Bull Kingdom, you are all hereby ordered to stand down and turn over the fugitive August to face justice. If you do not, then we will have no choice but use force." The knight spoke vigorously, but there wasn't so much as a hint of genuine hostility in his voice. "I'm afraid we can't do that," Leon replied. Surprising Leon, Surtur didn't look angry, only a bit confused. "Sir Leon," he said, "why do you ally yourself with this villain? He is the one who killed your prince. Prince Trajan himself died at the order of August, and yet his own knights now defend him. This is unthinkable. Have you no loyalty to your prince?" Surtur was an animated and expressive man, and he waved his hands and made a great many faces as he spoke. Leon, however, wasn't swayed by the energy he was putting into his arguments. "We do not believe that August is guilty. It was proven that he was." Surtur shot back. "The assembly was called, and they pronounced him guilty. That doesn't mean he did it." "Then you are mistaken," Surtur definitely declared, his voice beginning to rise in volume. "The assembly has deemed August guilty, and so he is a fugitive from justice. If you will not hand him over, then the only explanation is that you are complicit in his crimes." "Nothing could be further from the truth," Leon said, his voice cold and icy as he began to emit killing intent. "None of us would have ever harmed Prince Trajan. Yet you defend the man who murdered him. Prince Octavius sent us a message telling us that all of you were attempting to launch a coup. I did not believe it at the time. There was no way, I'd thought, but it seems that he was telling the truth. Feeling an odd sense of static in the air, Leon began to channel his magic power. Surtur had gone silent, his eyes locked on Leon in a deadly glare of realization. "I am Surtur Aurelius," he roared. It didn't seem to Leon that it was for the entire battlefield to hear, but everyone heard it regardless. Instead, it seemed that the knight was just a loud man, and his frustrations had gotten the better of him. "You are traitors and villains. You defend a murderer, a man who slew his own kin. By my name and for the honor of my legion and this kingdom, I will bring you to justice." Surtur erupted in golden sparks as innumerable arcs of bright golden lightning reached out from his skin toward Leon. To anyone else, it would have been over in a flash, but Leon's own lightning magic was already flowing through his veins, so he held out his hand and projected his magic power, forming what amounted to an invisible shield around himself. Surtur's lightning hit this shield with thunderous force, pushing Leon back more than a dozen feet but not once touching him. Leon's face split in an abject smile. Surtur was a lightning mage. Leon had never fought a lightning mage before, and his fighting spirit soared in the face of this new challenge. Chapter 394. A thunderous duel. Surtur scowled at his attack's inability to harm Leon. The lightning heat ejected from his body would have been enough to severely injure even another 6th-tier mage, but Leon had blocked it with seemingly little effort. The magic had been hastily cast, but powerful. For such power to dwell within a villain of your caliber, the Legion Knight muttered, his killing intent sharply rising despite his softer tone. "I take it that negotiations are over with?" Leon asked without a shred of sincerity, eliciting a glare from Surtur. "A shame, your voice is delightful to hear, I could listen to you read genealogical records." Leon's excitement was strong. He'd never fought another lightning mage before, let alone one of relatively equal power, and he was so eager to test himself against one that he couldn't stop himself from smiling like a madman. In an instant, his sword was in his hand, his helmet was on his head, and lightning crackled around his left arm. Gratifyingly, there was no pain in his arm at all, despite the magic power coursing through the joint. The pain of losing his left arm more than a year ago was now long gone, though it wasn't something that Leon would ever soon forget. "I must destroy you," Surtur roared. The knight began to charge at Leon, but he quickly came to a halt when the earth started to shake. The source of the shaking of earth quickly revealed itself as Lapis appeared at Leon's side, protectively shielding the young man from any further blasts of lightning that Surtur might see fit to hurl at him. However, Surtur simply frowned at the stone giant, glanced back over his shoulder at his waiting legion, and shouted, "Charge!" then began his assault anew. Leon didn't have time to see what was happening with the second legion behind Surtur as the knight struck with all the speed that Leon had come to take for granted. His sword vanished in a burst of light, replaced with a two-handed war hammer that struck Lapis in the leg before the stone giant could even react. The rock of Lapis' leg splintered and cracked but remained relatively intact. Before the giant could retaliate, though, Surtur had slipped past him and waved his hand at Leon, sending another burst of lightning his way. Leon raised his arm again, using all the magic power he could force out of himself to block the blast. Surtur's practically unrestrained blast was a refreshingly new way to use lightning magic that Leon had never tried before. It lacked the direction of a bolt, and thus lacked power compared to what Leon was used to using, but it clearly required much less time for Surtur to use than Leon needed to conjure a bolt. In fact, the Legion Knight seemed in Leon's eyes, at least to have far more in common with a fire mage letting loose with a massive gout of flame than anything Leon had ever used his lightning magic for. Still, the golden lightning hit Leon's sphere of power like a stream hitting a boulder, splitting around it and distorting until it hit the ground. A few stray arcs lit up Lapis' injured leg, but the stone giant barely seemed to register that as it slowly turned to face Surtur again. "I'm fine, Lapis," Leon shouted, not wanting the stone giant to interfere in this duel. He'd undeniably have the advantage if the giant joined in, but this was something he wanted to do himself. Surtur was more than a threat, he was an unspoken challenge, not just to him as a knight and not even just to him as a lightning mage, it was to the last remaining heir of the Thunderbird that Surtur was making his challenge. Lapis' voice of grinding stones indicated reluctance to leave Leon, but when Leon bolted forward, his sword glittering with sparks and small arcs of lightning, the stone giant had little choice left. It was fast for its size, but not nearly as much as a pair of 6th-tier lightning mages. It turned its attention elsewhere. Leon didn't take too much notice of Lapis' subsequent actions. His attention was fixed on Surtur, who quickly swapped his hammer back out for his sword with only as much attention devoted to his surroundings as he could get away with. Lightning surged through his veins, silver blue in color until the moment it left his body, taking on a golden hue to match that of Surtur. This lightning formed a bolt in Leon's offhand, a long spear of lightning that charged the air and caused Surtur's hair to stand on end. Accompanied with a tremendous clap of thunder, Leon hurled the bolt with all the power he could muster. In a flash, the bolt exploded upon the breastplate of the Legion Knight, charring the bright, shiny metal black and hurling the knight onto his back. And yet, Surtur rose to his feet, seemingly none the worse for wear, though his armor was significantly more tarnished. The only proper injury Leon could locate on the man was a small burn on his cheek just barely visible on the edge of his visor from an errant arc of lightning. "You are strong," Surtur stated, locking eyes with Leon. His anger had cooled from the pain of Leon's retaliatory strike, but it hadn't completely dissipated. "Stop this, there is still time to salvage your honor and show the proper respect to Prince Trajan's memory by upholding his ideals." "I don't want to kill anyone today, I could do that," Leon replied, his smile not faltering in the slightest. "However, I don't think I will." With that admission, he raised his stance again and lunged at Surtur. Their blades met between them with the titanic roar of thunder. Again and again they struck at each other, neither able to decisively seize the advantage. Leon's aggressive style was mitigated by Surtur's thick armor, while Surtur's own counter strikes either glanced off Leon's armor, were deflected by his blade, or were dodged completely. It was like a bright dance, both combatants weaving in and around each other, each sparking and practically glowing as lightning magic filled their bodies and uncontrollably lanced out at their opponent when they drew close enough. Surtur was clearly growing more and more infuriated, while Leon only smiled wider and wider, his glee visible even from behind his helmet at such a fight too much for his stoicism to bear. In fact, Leon's obvious, unabashed joy only added to Surtur's anger and frustration. "Villain, I will not lose," the Legion Knight bellowed as he parried another of Leon's blows and took that most brief of moments to lunge backward and create some distance. Leon closed that distance as quickly as he could, but Surtur's aura already indicated an imminent blast of lightning was coming his way. Sure enough, Surtur pointed a palm at Leon and a bolt of golden lightning erupted from his skin. It glowed brighter than anything else he'd thrown Leon's way, indicating a much greater amount of power packed into it. Still, Leon didn't hesitate to reach out with his own power, attempting to seize control of the lightning. The bolt burst forth, but upon coming into contact with Leon's power, it slowed to a spectacular crawl. Surtur pushed harder, determined as he was to force it to connect with Leon. Leon pushed back, not willing to try and divert its path. Once again, the two men locked eyes, their eyes clearly visible in the visors of their helmets in the golden light generated by the lightning bolt trapped between them. The lightning itself seemed almost a liquid substance suspended between them. It twitched one way, then the other as Leon and Surtur fought for its domination. Its surface roiled and crackled, angrily twitching as each momentarily gained tiny advantages that were quickly quashed by the other. Tiny arcs of lightning began to be ejected from the larger bolt as power it couldn't contain flowed into it. From both sides, turning the air between both men hot and filling it with the smell of ozone. None of the arcs reached Leon or Surtur, though, with all that came close bending around them like they were magnetically repulsed. Neither gave in. A minute passed like an eternity as they struggled for control, neither willing to give so much as an inch. It was a game of strength, and to lose would be to humiliate themselves before all who were bearing witness to their duel. And nearly every person on both sides could see it, for after Surtur's order to charge, the Legion hadn't. Not a single soldier had moved, and even the knights hadn't fired a single arrow into their ranks. They simply stood and stared at each other, no one willing to break the tenuous peace even as shouting and the sounds of battle began to be heard from the north. The only two who were fighting in the south were Leon and Surtur. Even Lapis, after deeming Leon to be relatively safe from outside interference, stood aside and observed the fighting, the cracks in its leg inflicted by Surtur slowly closing up. 2 minutes passed, 2 minutes that seemed like an eternity, and both Leon and Surtur were covered in sweat. They began roaring in exertion so close together that it was practically in unison, yet the lightning bolt between them didn't move much, though Leon could swear that it was just a little bit closer to Surtur than it had started, or maybe that was just wishful thinking, for even if it was closer to Surtur, it was only by a marginal distance. Surtur broke first. He was fighting to bring Leon and the rest of the knights to justice, not to show his strength. With as much strength as he could spare, he pressed down upon the bolt, slowly bending it until it resembled a shallow U-shape. The shape became more and more pronounced as Surtur pressed further. The bolt couldn't be moved forward or backward with its points stuck in Surtur's and Leon's clashing magical fields, so there was only one way he could end this stalemate that he could see. The middle of the U touched the ground, and the bolt exploded with immense force. A tremendous shockwave hurled Surtur and Leon back dozens of feet, with both landing so hard that they rolled even farther. The crater that the bolt left behind was deep, and the thunder that had resounded over the entire battlefield caused some of the weakest members of both groups to clutch their ears in pain. It took a moment for the dust to clear and both combatants to rise to their feet. Leon was a little faster, but his face burned in humiliation behind his helmet. He was the last heir of the Thunderbird's awesome power, and yet he hadn't been able to defeat another, common, lightning mage in a contest of strength. His smile was gone. His joy in such a challenge was rapidly replaced with killing intent. "You've done well, traitor," Surtur growled as he struggled to his feet. Leon was gratified a bit to see that the knight was in a much worse state of affairs than he. Leon's black magmic steel armor hadn't been meaningfully damaged in the blast, with the defensive enchantments woven into the metal and the skyflax padding absorbing most of the magic. Surtur's plate armor was clearly of inferior magical defense, as its shiny gray exterior hadn't just been tarnished and burned black, but it had even melted in places. But peace must be maintained. "I cannot allow you to continue." Surtur took a few staggering steps toward Leon, while Leon began to run forward, both circling around the crater to reach the other. However, Surtur stopped as he finally noticed that his legion hadn't followed his order to charge. Even Leon stopped as this fact finally dawned on him. Neither side was fighting right now, at least, on their side. The sounds of battle, coming from the north, indicated that the First Legion hadn't had the same reluctance to kill their fellow Bull Kingdom citizens as the Second seemed to. Or maybe they were just more disciplined, or they bought into Octavius' version of events more. To Leon, it didn't matter that much why they were fighting, only that right now, they were. "It seems your people are hesitant to spill their countrymen's blood, Sir Knight," Leon said as he and Surtur closed with each other, both a little wary but not quite going at the same level they had just been. Seeing their fellows watching their actions without fighting themselves was a sobering sight, and it cooled their boiling killing intent substantially. "It's a feeling I can understand," Surtur responded, his blackened sword at the ready even as his tone softened and his body language relaxed just a little. "As can I," Leon agreed, his actions somewhat mirroring Surtur's. "I don't want to kill you, if possible. You're the first lightning mage I've ever truly fought, and I've learned quite a bit." "The same is true for me," Surtur replied. The two stood in silence, staring at each other, neither willing to make the next move but not quite trusting the other not to take advantage of a lapse in attention. "My duty is clear," Surtur slowly said as he took a few hesitant steps in Leon's direction. "I must bring traitors to justice. This is a rebellion. I must put it down. We are not rebels, Sir Surtur, we only want justice for Prince Trajan," Leon responded, standing firm as Surtur approached but taking no steps forward of his own. He could see the uncertainty in Surtur's blade as it quivered in the other man's grasp, and he meant it when he said that he didn't particularly want to kill him if he didn't have to. Of course, that wouldn't stop Leon from doing so if Surtur forced the issue, but Leon's reluctance remained. Fortunately, it seemed like he wouldn't have to, as the surety and conviction in his short statement gave the other knight pause. Leon hoped it meant that Surtur was doubting his stance, but there was no way for him to be sure. A horn sounded over the chaos of the battle. Leon recognized it as the one that was to be sounded when the bridge had been completed. He was a little surprised, since he knew that the bridge hadn't been that close to completion before he and Roland had seen the first ranks of the First and Second Legions, and it had only been maybe half an hour since. Still, he was forced to accept it as the knightly lines rippled in retreat. The knights were moving from their elevated positions and trenches toward the bridge, and if Leon didn't want to be left behind, he'd have to follow. "Let's go," Leon shouted to Lapis, and he and the stone giant took off running for their comrades. Surtur gave chase, not quite willing to let them go just yet, but his heart wasn't in it anymore. Leon and Lapis quickly outpaced him, and Surtur had to stop at the trenches in front of the earthen fortifications or he would be cut off from the support of his own legion, which was only just now starting to slowly advance. He could see the knights of Trajan's retinue falling back in orderly lines, Leon, Lapis, and the rest of the 6th-tier mages on the south side watching him with mistrust. They were right there, but for all intents and purposes, they had escaped him. Chapter 395, Ironford. The way to Ironford was open, and the bridge completed. Knights streamed across it as quickly as they were able while maintaining enough discipline to secure the opposite bank. Those farther north broke out bows to provide those knights who continued to fight the First Legion with ranged support, as they had been doing before the bridge was finished. Those to the south, however, maintained the uneasy truce between themselves and the Second Legion, which had stopped at the shallow trench that had served to protect the retinue's line. Leon, Lapis, and the rest of the 6th-tier mages posted on the south side covered the retreat, never taking their eyes off the Second Legion. Meanwhile, the First Legion continued to press on the north, forcing the retreating knights back and not giving them a single moment for the first rank of knights to begin their own retreat. It was a terrible bloody grind on the north side, while to the south it was almost serene. Still, the knights on the north side did what they could and managed to use their superior average power and greater mobility to break away from the Legion shield walls and retreat to the bridge, while the retreat from the south was far more orderly. "Ursus, let's go," Minerva shouted as she ran past the remaining knights covering their backs. It had taken about 10 minutes, but they and the few 6th-tier mages that were covering the retreat were the only knights remaining on the western side of the Naga River, and the shield walls of the First Legion were hot on their heels, not to mention the powerful mages that led those shield walls. Leon nodded to his people, and they sprinted after Minerva. Lapis went last, just in case the bridge was unable to take its weight, but it didn't so much as shake as the stone giant crossed. On the eastern side, it became apparent why. The earth and water mages that had been building it had rushed its completion and were quite literally using their power to hold their unstable work together as the rest of the 4,000-strong force crossed. As soon as Lapis reached the dirt on the eastern side, the mages released their magical hold on the bridge and the river around it. The eastern third of the bridge collapsed almost immediately as the river that the water mages had been diverting to more stable sections of the bridge crashed into it. On one hand, the mages nearly collapsed from the exhaustion of holding the bridge together, but on the other hand, they no longer had to demolish the bridge themselves in order to keep the legions from immediately following them. Leon, Minerva, Roland, and the rest of the knights panted for breath and began getting the group organized to march east. They had taken a fair number of casualties, and someone had to carry the dead and wounded, after all. The First and Second Legions watched from the other side of the river, many in the former ineffectually firing arrows at the knights as they retreated. Leon didn't pay much attention to them, though. His eyes were locked on Surtur, who had removed his helmet to watch the knights vanish into the darkness. They'd fight again, he could feel it in his bones. More than that, he could feel it in his blood, and when they next clashed, he'd win. No other outcome would be acceptable. As it was, he hoped with everything he had that the Thunderbird hadn't witnessed his inability to decisively defeat another lightning mage of similar power. His pride had already taken quite a hit from that disappointment of a duel, and Zafin or the Thunderbird chiding him for barely pulling off a draw would be more than he could bear. Even with his regrets and personal admonishments, Leon didn't stay there for long. Valeria, Anzu, who were both mercifully uninjured, and Lapis stood at his back. The giant's leg was still cracked, but Leon could swear he could see the cracks mending themselves at a rate that was just short of noticeable, and he had no intention of staying behind as the rest of the knights fell back to the east. There was no time to waste, as it wouldn't take longer than a few hours for the legions to rebuild the eastern section of the bridge and cross, let alone the possibility of other legion elements that may be closing in on them on the east side, as well. The knights got underway. Minerva and August led the group from the front, taking them on the shortest route to Ironford that was available to such a large group. Roland had command of the center of the column where the dead and the wounded were being carried, while Leon had been given command of the rear, much to his surprise. But, surprise aside, he took the assignment seriously, marching at the very back of the column and keeping his magic senses projected for any sign of pursuit. Fortunately, by the time the column stopped to make camp, no one had appeared behind them. 3 days of hard marching later, Ironford began to appear in the distance. The eastern territories were hilly and mountainous, making large-scale movement through them difficult. But the knights were relatively high-tiered, and they made good time, passing through many small towns and villages and reaching the outskirts of Ironford without even the slightest sign of pursuing legions. That didn't mean they could relax and ignore their problems from safety, though. Roland stayed behind at a narrow rocky pass guarded by a castle built by a count in the service of the Marquis of Ironford. If anyone wanted to pursue Minerva and August's group, then they would have to not only defeat 2,000 of Roland and Brimstone's knights but also the 500 warriors manning the castle, all in incredibly strong defensive positions. In fact, this pass acted as the primary gateway into the eastern territories from the central territories, so any legions that might want to pursue them would have to either force their way through the pass or march hundreds of miles around to the more agreeable southern approaches. Leon, August, Minerva, and the rest of Trajan's retinue walked alone into the city. And a remarkable city it was, built in a tight valley carved by a fast-flowing river, with dozens of forges lit throughout the entire day. These forges were so numerous that they had a reputation for making the city so bright as to blot out the stars at night though, since the retinue arrived just after midday, Leon wasn't able to verify that reputation. He was looking forward to it, though. The stories he'd heard from his father of the blasted furnaces foundries had been enough to excite his imagination, and he was hoping that it would live up to his expectations. The retinue strode into the city. To the surprise of every citizen they passed by, they weren't used to seeing so many armed and armored warriors in their city, and to some, it felt a bit like an invasion. Fortunately, no one did anything except stare and make way. Ironford had a large population and a dense urban center, but getting through the apprehensive crowds was eased by a delegation sent by the Marquis of Ironford that met them outside the city. The Marquis himself waited for them at the gates of his palace near the center of the city and warmly greeting Minerva once she arrived. "Dame Minerva, so wonderful to see you again. Lord Titus Hernia," Minerva responded, a smile gracing her tired face as she stepped forward and grasped the Marquis' wrist. "It has truly been far too long since we last met. I wish it were under better circumstances," the Marquis said, releasing her wrist as his lips turned in a deep frown at their current circumstances. He was a high enough ranked member of the nobility to have a seat in the assembly, and if August's trial hadn't been so rigged, Marquis Hernia would have attended. By the time he heard Octavius' summons for the assembly to come and gather in the capital, it was already too late for him to attend. "I wish the same, but unfortunately, none of us can change the past," Minerva responded with significantly less emotion than she truly felt. "Lord Hernia," August said in a light greeting as he stepped forward, his expression one of mixed dismay at having been seemingly forgotten and overlooked mixed with his normally unflappable noble and polite demeanor. "Your Highness." I must apologize," Titus loudly declared. He made to speak further, but August interrupted. No, I understand, Dame Minerva is so remarkable that greeting her simply couldn't wait." August spoke with such sincerity that Minerva legitimately wondered if he was serious or not. However, flattering words were still flattering words, and she couldn't help but allow her smile to grow a little bit in response. "Indeed, she is," Titus agreed. "Please, step inside, I'm sure you're all tired from your rapid march." "Truth be told, I wasn't expecting any of you for a few days yet. I'd heard that you were going to be held up after leaving the capital." "We were," Minerva said, quickly explaining the broad strokes of their journey eastward. Well, that explains it," Titus said. "I knew you would move quickly, given the power of your followers, but I'd heard that the 4th Legion had been dispatched to intercept you if you had gone directly east." "We didn't once encounter the 4th, where did you hear this?" August asked. "From Princess Stefania, Your Highness, she arrived here only a day ago." "Take me to her," August immediately demanded as his face twisted in desperation, his excitement and travel fatigue easily overriding his royal dignity. "Of course, Your Highness, but perhaps it might be best if we allow your companions some rest, first," the Marquis inquired. Yes, that would be for the best," August replied, though his poorly hid expression indicated that he wanted to see his family sooner rather than later. The rest of the knights were led into the palace's enormous primary courtyard. Lapis was given many a strange look as it followed them inside, but all it took was a hint of killing intent from Leon and a stern word from Minerva and no trouble was had, though Leon noticed a sharp increase in the number of guards around the palace, most of them keeping an eye on Lapis. Given the trouble the eastern territories had with stone giants, Leon didn't hold it against them, and he knew that Lapis didn't much care about the situation. Once everyone had entered the courtyard and the Marquis, people began to arrange accommodations. The Marquis himself led Minerva, August, Leon, Valeria, and a few of the other more important knights into the palace to meet with Princess Stefania. Lapis was left in the courtyard, while Anzu was given his own richly appointed cell in the stables where he promptly curled and fell asleep. The palace was a magnificent building, not so large as to be ostentatious, but not so small as to be embarrassing for a man of the Marquis' station. It could comfortably house about 50 people in luxury, with room for a further 500 in nearby barracks. The palace itself had been built of local gray granite rather than the white stone traditionally favored by the Bull Kingdom's elite, and had an almost stark and cold facade. It was 3 stories of plain gray brick, surrounded by a thick wall with numerous towers. In contrast, the grounds between the palace proper and its outer walls were filled with gardens of such beauty that they just about put the royal palace's own landscaping to shame. The inside, too, differed greatly from the outer facade, with floors of polished black granite and red carpeting, walls covered in so many red, orange, and gold mosaics that they resembled long sheets of warm, inviting colors. Alcoves and marble statues were everywhere, as were paintings, vases, ceremonial swords, and just about everything else that would make an art. Collector salivate. August noticed none of this as the Marquis led him and the rest of the group toward a private wing of the palace. He was so stressed and worried about his family that he could barely even acknowledge the Marquis' questions, and as they drew further into the palace, it only got worse. His worry even began to affect the others, and they walked in relative silence, feeling like an enormous weight was pressing them into the floor. They finally reached their destination about 10 minutes after leaving the courtyard, though it had felt like about 10 hours to those affected by August's aura. The Marquis had taken them to a particularly luxurious wing of the palace, and the doors he stopped at were especially so. They were heavy red oak, fixed with marble statuettes, and covered in gold trimmings. Titus loudly knocked on the door, then stood respectfully to the side to let August take the lead from there. Almost immediately, the door opened a crack, and once the person on the other side saw who was standing there, the door was pulled open to reveal one of the knights in Princess Christina's personal guard. In fact, Leon recognized her as one of the 6th-tier mages who had accompanied the princess out of the harem, though she wasn't Proxima, who had seemed to be in command of the unit. "Your Highness," she exclaimed in mild surprise. "Please come in, though your friends, I understand, everyone but Dames Minerva and Valeria, and Sir Leon should wait outside," August said. Leon lifted an eyebrow in confusion. Of all the people, he wasn't sure why he was singled out. Or rather, he figured it was so August could show him some favoritism, but it was a strange way to go about it. He knew that the children of the king weren't usually allowed to be in the company of unrelated members of the opposite sex until they had been formally presented to the royal court, so him going to meet the princess under these conditions was questionably appropriate and technically illegal. Ignoring Leon's questioning look as well as just about everyone else's, August walked into the room, closely followed by Minerva. Valeria hesitated at the door, not wanting to disobey what had essentially been a command from a prince to enter the room, but not wanting to leave Leon behind, who was her direct superior. With a reluctant sigh, Leon followed August, and he was followed by a smiling Valeria in turn. Following Minerva and August into the next hall and into another room, a young feminine voice cried out, "Val!" and what seemed to Leon to be a black-colored blur nearly tackled her to the ground. The blur turned out to be Christina's hair, and the princess buried herself in Valeria's arms, babbling incoherently. Leon was able to piece out a word here and there and managed to work out that Christina had been terrified that Valeria would be killed or injured after they had separated on Stefania's yacht. He was mildly interested to note that Christina had run right past her own brother to throw herself at Valeria, and August stared in shock, his arms that had been spread open to embrace his younger sister now dejectedly falling back to his sides. "Sir Leon," came a smooth, sultry voice that sent shivers down Leon's spine and distracted him from the young princess and his knight. He turned and locked eyes with Princess Stefania. She stared deep into his eyes, her own deep dark brown eyes holding promises of bliss and ecstasies that he could never imagine. Averting his gaze on his own was nearly impossible, but a single thought of Elise was enough for him to do so, as well as a tiny spark of silver blue lightning flashing in his chest. "Ah," Stefania said as Leon's eyes fell from hers, "I think I'm starting to get why Lady Elise likes you so much," as if some spell had been lifted, her seductive air vanished, leaving her just the same beautiful princess she was the last time she and Leon had spoken. "What?" Leon awkwardly asked. "Oh, nothing," the older princess responded. "It's just that we've never had much of a conversation before, so I wanted to know what kind of a man you were. I heard you were entertaining another woman at your home for a while, so I needed to be sure Lady Elise was placing her trust in a man worthy of it." "Ah," Leon simply replied, saying no more. He had nothing to prove to Stefania, and he certainly wasn't that appreciative of whatever it was that she had just done. "By the way, sister," Stefania said, getting Christina's attention from practically sobbing into the front of Valeria's clothes. Christina looked up, tears falling from her eyes as freely as rain, and when she saw Leon, she made a sound that seemed both squeak and hiccup and hurriedly brushed the tears out of her eyes. "Sir Leon," she nervously whispered, all boldness and adrenaline from her flight from the royal harem long gone. Thank you." Leon blinked at her in surprise and confusion. You're welcome, Your Highness, though I'm not sure why I'm being thanked. I was remiss in my duties as a member of the royal family, Sir Leon," Christina replied, straightening herself up to be as imposing as she could, which was actually quite a bit, despite being a rather slight and slender young woman. She stood and spoke with the confidence that Leon never would have expected from someone who had spent their entire childhood isolated from her peers. "You helped me to escape from my gilded cage and bring me out into the world. No mere words could ever express my gratitude. However, when last we spoke, I did not make my gratitude clear, and for that, I apologize." "Right, it's fine." Leon was completely put off guard with Christina's extreme formality and being put on the spot. It felt like everyone in the room was trying to bore holes into him with their eyes. He was the only one there who didn't belong, after all, and he couldn't stand it. He just wanted everyone to look away so he could fade back into the background where he was most comfortable. "I was just there. I didn't really do anything that warrants gratitude. You have it anyway," Christina replied before taking a deep, steadying breath and looking to her big sister. Stefania gave her a quick smile of pride, and Christina seemed to deflate as if all of that had taken all the energy she possessed. However, she then turned back to Valeria and said, "Come on, let's go find Asia." Valeria looked at Leon with eyes so bright that he couldn't possibly say no even if he wanted to, so he quickly nodded, and the two young women quickly vanished through another doorway. "Well, that was certainly something," August said, a little miffed at being almost completely ignored again, and by his own sister, no less. A voice from one of the room's side doors answered him. "She's young and excited, it's the first time she's been out of the capital. Can you blame her for wanting to spend time with her friends?" Leon looked around for who was speaking and saw Isabel standing in another doorway, staring at her son with tender, matronly love. August's head whipped around, and when he saw her, all he could say was a quiet, "Mother." No more words were said between the two. August just crossed the room and pulled his mother into a tight hug. Isabel maintained her composure in front of the guards, Minerva, Stefania, and Leon, but August was unable to. The sounds of his quiet sobbing could be heard by everyone in the room, though no one seemed to care. It was the first time he'd seen his mother in years, and with all the emotional turmoil he'd been in for the past few weeks. NES Chapter 396. A few moments to breathe. Everyone in the room gave August and Isabel some space to reconnect. Given how long it had been since August had last seen his mother, everyone understood that he needed some time with her without their presence. There were no judgments at his minor breakdown, either. Instead, Stefania led Leon and Minerva into another room while the guards respectfully stood outside the doors to give August and his mother some privacy. "So, how did your escape go?" Stefania asked once she and the other two were seated. "About as well as we could expect," Minerva answered with a scowl. "You missed the 4th Legion, though. Good job on that," Stefania replied. "We saw them encamped to the east of the capital as if waiting for someone to come through with a certain royal fugitive. It didn't take a soothsayer to predict that Octavius would have made preparations just in case his pet paladins failed." Minerva accompanied her statement with a brief smile, but it quickly turned back into a scowl as she remembered how the actual escape went. The 1st and 2nd Legions managed to catch up, though it took a few minutes, but Minerva explained to Stefania everything that happened, with occasional input from Leon regarding his actions. "That was quite the story," the princess murmured once Minerva was finished. "Sounds like you were lucky that you got away with as few casualties as you did." "Indeed, it could have been much worse," Minerva agreed. Tallying up their injured and dead, the 4,000 knights and men at arms had taken about a tenth of their number as casualties, which was a minuscule amount considering they faced off against 2 paladins in a force 10 times their number on the same day. "We could have done much better, though," Leon said, his tone bitter enough that Stefania guessed he was referring to some problem she wasn't privy to. When the princess raised an eyebrow in a silent question, Minerva testily responded, "He's just a little upset that his pet giant wasn't more utilized. Lapis isn't my pet, and I think I have every right to be upset when I loaned the big guy to you only for you to use him to guard the boats. We've been over this. Lapis is a stone giant, a member of a race that was, until just a couple of years ago, hostile. We need to be seen as liberators, as seekers of justice and upholders of the law. Not as people who invite foreign interests and beings that are still seen as enemies by the majority of the kingdom. The way they bickered gave Stefania the mildly amused impression that they had had this argument before, probably several times over the past few days as they made their way to Ironford. She wasn't wrong. Leon was frustrated that Minerva wasn't using her forces to their greatest extent, as seen with Lapis and the order she gave him to stay put and not launch hit-and-run attacks on their pursuers, while Minerva was frustrated with Leon for not keeping the political and strategic viewpoints in mind. She took the Second Legion's refusal to charge when ordered as proof that her policies were the best way to proceed, and not Leon's advocated policies of pursuing maximum damage against their enemies. "Please, let's all just calm down, we're all friends here," she said in a soothing voice. Leon and Minerva weren't truly fighting, just a bit frustrated with each other, so they were quite receptive to her calming words. "That's better. We need cool heads if we're to plan our next moves." "If we're to plan our next moves?" Minerva inquired. "Should I take this to mean that you're going to side with us?" "You can, though I won't be taking all that public or important a role, I should think. However, I helped to break Christina and Isabel out of the harem, so that alone essentially makes me guilty of treason should we lose. Then let's endeavor not to lose. What should we do next?" Leon asked. "Would you happen to have any suggestions?" Stefania politely asked him. "I would happen to have a suggestion," Leon replied with a smile. "I have promises of support from the Crater tribe of stone giants. I didn't call it in with the recent war with Talfar, but after getting to know Lapis better over these past couple of years, I think it's time to call in that promise." "I would disagree, again for the same reasons why I didn't use Lapis in our assault on the dungeon," Minerva said. "This is a matter of internal politics. We shouldn't be asking outside powers to interfere, no matter who they are or what promises they may have made." Sensing a more serious fight brewing as both of their tones started to heat back up, Stefania interrupted again. "How about we discuss this over a meal? I can't imagine that you two have had a good, hot meal in a few days." With that, their barely started discussion was put on hold as Stefania sent for a servant to take their orders to the kitchens. Stefania opted for a salad, Minerva for fish of fruit, and Leon, unwilling to waste time deliberating the weighty and immensely important decision of what to eat as he knew he would simply ask for the kitchen to surprise him. "What?" Leon asked, looking at the ladies who were giving him very strange looks. "You know, some women don't like a man who doesn't know what he wants," Stefania said in an amused tone. She gave Leon a teasing smile as his face began to heat up in anger and embarrassment. Leon began, but Minerva cut him off. "Yes, young Ursus, you should always know what you want just in case. Otherwise, you look ignorant and backward, like you don't belong." Leon looked back and forth between them, exasperation making an appearance across his face, as both ladies fought to suppress their mirth. It took a couple of seconds for him to realize that they weren't being serious and were just having some fun at his expense, and when that realization dawned, he decided to play into a little. "I like giving the cooking staff some freedom. Makes for some interesting things to try. But hey, I'm just an ignorant barbarian, my taste is questionable at best. Maybe you Southerners only want what you've already had before, but I like to add a bit of spice every now and then." He spoke with more than a hint of sarcasm, owning his decision completely, and all three burst out with a few laughs, relieving a bit of stress that had built up since leaving the capital. However, once they were done, they did not return to planning their next moves, especially since August was still catching up with his mother and Roland was watching over the west, so they simply sat and talked at length for a few more hours. Leon told the other two of the northern vales, Minerva spoke of battles she'd fought in, and Stefania narrated a few of the more scandalous affairs she'd witnessed or taken part in during her time in the capital. It was such an entertaining and relaxing discussion that even Leon found himself starting to loosen up and speaking more than he usually did. The three enjoyed their time as much as they could, for they knew that this was only a passing moment and that what would follow would be long nights of work and stress for months, if not years. "They escaped?" Octavius asked, incredulous, several hours after August and company managed to escape over the bridge. "I'm afraid they did, Your Royal Highness," the consul of the center replied, his eyes downcast in shame, though not enough shame that he hesitated to reply. "Forgive me if I'm mistaken, but you outnumbered them, what? 11 to 1, more." "Yes, we did," the consul replied, though his tone was one of confusion and apprehension, rather than shame and sorrow as Octavius' own voice sounded almost elated. Interesting, Octavius whispered. They made it past 2 paladins, eluded 1 legion, and escaped 2 more. The prince leaned back in the chair, turned away from the conference table, and stared off into space, his mind far away from the large meeting of high-ranking kingdom officials, bureaucrats, and legion knights that had packed into his office. Probably would have been better if we'd caught them, but this isn't the worst outcome, he thought to himself. A crisis to combat immediately upon assuming control of the kingdom, plus an excuse to purge those in the palace he wanted to go. I think I can use this, he mysteriously whispered. He suddenly turned back to his supporters around him and said, "It's time. I want the royal court called into session as soon as is possible." "What kind of time frame are we looking at, Your Royal Highness? By, it's time, do you mean?" The Count of Tarsus hesitantly asked. "I mean exactly what I said," Octavius said with a smile on his face, which quickly twisted in realization. "Actually, don't call the royal court just yet. We need to send invitations, we need perhaps a month or more, but we can use that time. I want a full accounting of the people we have working here in the palace. Their lineages and current status, are they knights or not? Are they a part of any major family? That sort of thing. What will your Royal Highness do with that information?" The Countess of Lindines asked, her aged face cracking open into a smile of her own. "Remove all those of common blood," Octavius answered, obviously relishing every word. "Such an exalted, and dare I say it, august place as the royal palace should be reserved only for those of proper breeding." Roland stared out from his perch on the castle wall. Below him were 20 feet of stone followed by another 20 feet of black and red cliffside, the lowest section of the cliff for at least 100 miles. The castle watched over a huge section of the Iron Road and, more importantly, the closest pass into the hilly and mountainous eastern territories that forces from the capital would have to take to pursue August, and Roland wasn't about to let them use it. The pass itself was fairly defensible, though not to the extent that Roland would have liked. It was narrow enough that a single legion company would be able to hold it if their shield wall was 20 soldiers across and 5 deep. The Iron Road ran down the center of it, though it wasn't the fused stone of the capital, but instead a more common construction of stone bricks, but that wasn't to say it wasn't well made. It was properly shaped to funnel rain into a pair of small ditches dug into the sand and dirt beside it to allow the water to properly drain. The road had been constructed some 500 years ago, and yet had required no maintenance, it had been so well constructed. The rest of the pass was the same black and red stone that the castle had been built upon, with sheer rocky cliffs preventing anyone but the most powerful of mages from scaling, and enchantments powered from the castle even prevented that, to an extent. A 6th-tier mage like Roland would never have been able to jump from the ground to the top of the cliffs, but perhaps someone like Brimstone or Earthshaker would be able to. Ever since arriving at the castle and gaining the cooperation of the Count that called it home, Roland had been preparing. Over the course of about a day and a half, he'd had a portion of the road torn up in line with the cliff and replaced it with a trench, then had a few earth mages working on raising the iron-rich sand to fully block the pass, with the help of some fire mages heating and melting the sand into a glassy iron mixture while the earth mages shaped it into a proper wall. Unfortunately, it was slow work despite multiple high-tiered mages helping out. When Roland had come out to inspect the castle walls, the wall down below blocking access to the pass was barely even 4 feet high. Roland sighed as he stared off into the distance, his 6th-tier eyes easily seeing the telltale signs of large-scale troop movements approaching, the biggest indicator being the large unusual dust cloud heading roughly in their direction. "Whatever's making that will reach us by evening," he muttered aloud, mostly for himself but also for the benefit of his adjutants who had come out to inspect the castle wall with him. "We must be ready for a fight. Inform the Count to have his own knights prepared, just in case, and send out a few scouts to get a better look at what we're facing." "Yes, sir," one of his adjutants responded, quickly leaving their small group of about half a dozen to spread the word. Roland released his magic senses with a silent prayer to the ancestors that he wouldn't see scouts or advance parties of Legion soldiers or any other sign that they would be fighting before evening. He was gratified when he didn't see anything, but he didn't let his guard down. Just because he didn't notice anything didn't mean nothing was there, but given the general lack of vegetation around the cliffs, it was a good sign. Nothing but red rusty sand for at least half a mile from the cliffs. After that was grassy plains and light forest, which had plenty of places for a mage to hide. Roland was about to turn away when he noticed something else, though, something that wasn't a Legion scouting party. and it caused his face to light up like a party of drunk fire mages. He could see Brimstone sprinting for the pass. Chapter 397. Iron Road. A great cheer rose up from Brimstone's knights and men at arms as he appeared in front of the pass, where most of them were working either on the trench or the glass and stone wall blocking the Iron Road. He'd been missing for days, long enough for more than a few of his subordinate knights to have begun murmuring about whether or not continuing to follow Roland and August was the correct course of action. Behind the paladin, however, were the telltale signs of advancing legions. The dust cloud that accompanied their marching reached quite high in the dry heat of the central Bull Kingdom. Even the most inexperienced squire in the entire force could tell with near certainty that there would be bloodshed in the pass soon, if not before the day was done. Roland leapt down from the castle walls, passing harmlessly through the enchantments that would prevent him from doing the opposite, and gracefully landed on the plain before the pass. "Saturnius!" he called out as Brimstone approached. "Roland!" the other paladin responded, though with marginally less enthusiasm. Colleagues and allies they were, but not quite friends. "It's good to see all of you. It's been a hard journey from the capital," he said, grasping Roland's wrist in greeting as several of his subordinate knights came out to greet him as well. "I'd love to hear about it, but I think right now our priority should be what's clearly about to happen," Roland replied, nodding back in the direction Brimstone came from. "I agree. Let me speak with my people and I'll meet you in a little while. I need a few moments to catch my breath and to get the lay of the land." "No problem," Roland said, not upset in the slightest with Brimstone effectively assuming command and telling him what to do. The other paladin was stronger, older, and far more experienced, after all. Roland wasn't much over 30, while Brimstone was approaching the end of his first century of life. Half an hour later, Brimstone and Roland met back up on the walls of the castle with their more important knights in tow. Brimstone had taken the time to catch up on the major details of the past few days with his own knights, gave the fortifications a quick inspection, and then eaten some food, so he was about as ready as he was going to be for their quick discussion. "We have the 1st and 4th legions bearing down on us," Brimstone said with a grim expression. They only had 2,000 to defend the pass with, along with whatever force the Count could bring to bear. The Count himself was busy preparing to evacuate his family, and so wasn't present for this discussion. "Any sign of other paladins or their own personal retinues?" Roland asked. "None that I could see. Far as I know, they haven't left the capital island since I escaped from it. I imagine they're leaving our pursuit up to the legions while they assist Octavius with consolidating his power back in the capital." "Well, I suppose that's something to be thankful for. We're not going to have to fight any paladins." Yes, thankful. I wouldn't go feeling better just yet. I've heard tell that Octavius sent some additional forces to our south to try and circumvent this pass and that they were quite substantial in number, perhaps comparable to Legion." "Who would be sent?" "That's noble land, not the royal domain. Other nobles can't just walk freely through it with their armies even if they're escorted by a legion. That depends entirely on whose land they're trespassing on, how big their army is, and if they have dispensation from the capital to do so." Roland frowned in response. The army that Octavius would send would have to be substantial enough that they could ignore the minor barons who might try to argue with their presence. Given that with Minerva on his side, August had significant support in the eastern territories, so he couldn't imagine that any Octavius-aligned army could move unimpeded unless they brought overwhelming force, but regardless, he turned to one of his adjutants and asked, "Was word sent to Ironford of the army on our doorstep?" The adjutant answered in the affirmative. "Send another message about this possible incursion from the south." The adjutant nodded, then sent a runner to arrange the report. "Defending from the south will be a much harder task than defending this point," Roland observed. The southern region of the eastern territories was some of the roughest terrain in the Bull Kingdom, crisscrossed with deep, forested valleys, powerful rivers, and steep cliffs, but they were still far more accessible at the current time than the pass they were defending. In fact, there were quite a few ways to get into the eastern territories from the south, some of them even wide enough for large-scale troop maneuvers. To the north, the cliffs extended all the way to the Great Plateau, essentially blocking off access to the eastern territories from that direction, leaving the rugged south the only way Octavius, people could approach Ironford and the other cities in the east without going through the pass. "Indeed, so we need to hold these legions here for as long as we can until a proper response can be mustered." Brimstone looked to the north, then back east. "The 3rd and 7th legions should be in this area." "No. I know what you're thinking, and they're not going to get here in time if they move at all," Roland replied. The 3rd and 7th legions had marched with them to the Bull's Horns when the Talfar kingdom assaulted the fortress, and August had them transferred to the eastern territories when he rearranged legion deployments the year before. However, none of that meant that he trusted the legates in charge to march their troops to August's defense, even if Minerva had vouched for them before. Right now, the only fighting men and women they could count on were those in their personal retinues and those in Trajan's former retinue. Not even the local nobility could truly be relied upon, as the castle's count displayed by arranging for evacuation rather than resistance. Not that Roland or Brimstone truly blamed him, but it was still disheartening to see. Fighting against the legions was a daunting task for the lower ranks of the nobility, especially so when they had so little support. A single count or baron with a few hundred knights at their disposal would never stand for very long against a fully equipped legion. "We'll fight with what we've got," Brimstone almost nonchalantly replied, glancing down at their meager fortifications and tiny unit facing off against 20 times their number. "Should be fun, if nothing else." There was nothing Avidius wanted more than to drag August back to the capital kicking and screaming, perhaps with a few less teeth than he had before. It would buy him quite a bit of favor with his new king, or at least, with the man who would soon become his new king, though Avidius thought it such a sure thing that he already started thinking of Octavius as the Bull King. Avidius wasn't much of a military man, and he knew that. He'd achieved his position of consul of the Central Territories mostly through personal acts of martial prowess in his younger years and a command of politics and bureaucracy that most of the legates and other high-ranking knights in the legions did not possess. In that respect, he was greatly looking forward to confirming his position through victory rather than through pushing enough papers. The scene before him was one that he knew all commanders salivated over. His enemies were few in number, though held a relatively decent position. He didn't think the castle on the cliffs was that out of reach, while the meager fortifications built across the Iron Road would fall before his legates and other 6th-tier mages like wheat before a scythe. He was almost quivering in anticipation of the first battlefield victory of his long career. It was so close he could almost taste it. However, he had to dampen his excitement. Immediately assaulting the castle wasn't his goal, and though he hated to do so, he had to wait. He ordered the 2 legions and the knights at his back to dig in. It was time to rest and wait, to put the Iron Road to siege and wait for his southern forces to get into position. "There, not charging," Roland whispered in confusion. He stared at the legion lines completely surrounding the mouth of the pass as they made camp, erected walls, dug trenches of their own, and all in all, looked like they were getting ready for a protracted siege rather than a battle. "What are they doing? Are they seriously going to give us more time to amass our forces and dig in?" Brimstone wondered aloud, his own confusion rivaling Roland's. "Maybe they're simply not willing to attack right after a march," one of Brimstone's 6th-tier mages mused. "Yeah, and maybe they're all chicken shit cowards and will run at the sight of their own shadows, let alone all the hard motherfuckers we got," another sarcastically replied. "They didn't come all this way to just sit and stare at us from 1,000 feet away. They're going to attack, the question is when and for what purpose. Did they to push us back, or do they want something else? They have another force going south. I know I heard some of their people talking about it as I made my escape," Brimstone said as a possibility occurred to him. "This isn't necessarily the main attack force, maybe they're trying to draw our reinforcements away." From Ironford, Roland frowned, understandably concerned. They'd already received a reply from Minerva and August about reinforcements. Trajan's old retinue and Marquis Herenia's personal army would be on their way to reinforce them, while a smaller unit would head south to assess the strength of the flanking unit and, if possible, to slow them down. Unfortunately, there wasn't much time to scout out positions, so they were acting under the assumption that the 40,000-plus army on the doorstep of the Eastern Territories was the main threat. The main force was usually the bigger one, and the flanking unit couldn't be bigger than the one in front of them, could it? As Roland's mind considered the possibility, his blood began to run cold. The 3rd Legion would arrive to reinforce them in a few days, while Minerva would be there in a matter of hours. The 7th Legion would be coming up from the south and likely encounter the southerly force loyal to Octavius. Most of the other eastern legions were further to the east, largely guarding the border crossing points or other population centers deeper in the territories, and it would take a week or more for them to mobilize at their fastest, and that was assuming they would come to August's aid. The fastest legions that could reach their position apart from the 3rd and the 7th were the 3 legions at the Bull's Horns, but Constantine and the rest of the knights and legions at the Horns were at least 3 weeks away from Ironford under the best of circumstances, probably more in this case. Roland could tell that the same distressing possibilities had wormed their way into not only Brimstone's head but into the minds of their subordinates, as they continued to quietly discuss their tactical situation. Slowly, the two paladins glanced at each other, neither man looking particularly happy about their circumstances. "We should send word back to Ironford about these concerns, let Minerva handle them, she'll deal with any flanking forces," Brimstone murmured. "We have 2 legions and an unknown number of additional knights in front of us, we can't simply turn and run as we did at the capital island and the Naga River. We have to hold them here and keep them out of the eastern territories. We cannot tuck and run again." But Roland began to protest, but Brimstone silenced him with a fiery glare. "Whatever happens, we'll deal with it," he growled. "We were caught with our pants down. Octavius has had his people assembled and ready for war for weeks now. We knew that we were going to be floundering for a while, we just have to find our footing. Hold them for 3 weeks, give our eastern legions enough time to assemble and for the eastern lords to rally to Prince August. We just need to give them time." Roland's eyes turned back out to the plain and to the forces there that continued to muster. They were so numerous and organized and in such a good position across a flat, unbroken plain that his and Brimstone's people couldn't even risk sallying out from their own fortifications to harass them without cataclysmic risk. "I hope we can buy them enough time," the younger paladin fatalistically thought. At the very least, they had a good position in the pass. Whoever would be sent to the south to face off against the flanking force likely wouldn't be so lucky. Chapter 398. "Old Nemesis, you're not coming with us," Minerva said to Leon, almost petrifying the young man with confusion, frustration, and surprise. "Huh?" Leon asked, unable to form any more coherent words. The two were surrounded by thousands of knights all gearing up for war. The forces from the capital had arrived at the entrance to the eastern territories, and they were heading out to reinforce Roland and the newly returned Brimstone. They would leave in 2 groups, with those who possessed mounts riding ahead of those who did not. Leon fully expected to be in that group, riding Anzu at Minerva's side. "Don't worry, boy, you're not staying here," Minerva replied as she made a few adjustments to her horse after her assistants finished readying the rest of her gear. She was clad head to toe in red armor so dark that it seemed black in the early evening. Emblazoned upon her chest was the personal crest of Prince Trajan, a charging bull on a field of red, rather than the royal green. "What should I be doing, then?" Leon asked. "I'm sending you south. We have to prevent those southerly forces from reaching Ironford. Delay them as much as you can, we'll get reinforcements to you as soon as we can, but there's no guarantee that it will be in good time. We have to focus on the bigger threat." "But Octavius, people cannot reach Ironford." "Understand, I understand, but surely you don't expect me to accomplish this alone, do you? I'll give you 200 people. It's not nearly enough to stop an army, so don't try. Just harass them, keep them from moving too quickly through the lands between Ironford and the royal domain. We might get surrounded in the pass, but they'll be stuck between you, and the walls of Ironford. That wouldn't be ideal, of course, but focus only on doing what you can." I think I can handle that." Leon had to fight not to smile. It had been since his time at Fort 127 that he'd commanded more than a single squad of people, and even then, that position hadn't been an official assignment and he was anticipating it with a mix of eagerness and dread, unsure of whether or not he would be able to do what had been asked of him. It was a terrible responsibility since the situation didn't have to be explained to him. If Octavius' forces reached and took Ironford, they'd lose. If they trapped Minerva, Roland, and Brimstone between them in the pass, they would lose. And they would be able to do both if Leon failed to slow them down before the reinforcements Minerva had sent for reached Ironford. Holding Ironford was critical, and he was going to be a key component in August's forces doing just that. "Got any idea of when reinforcements might come my way?" Leon asked. "As I said, we have to focus on the army on our doorstep," Minerva explained. "The 3rd Legion will reinforce the pass first. The 7th Legion is probably between 5 and 8 days out, though. They'll be coming to you, so you only need to hold that long on your own." "Got it, good, you'll do fine, Ursus. You've got this. Prince Trajan had faith in your abilities, and so do I. You can do this." Leon nodded, not knowing how to respond to Minerva's confidence, or even if it was genuine. They had no idea how many of their enemies they were facing, and if they were more than a couple of battalions, a mere 200 knights were going to be incredibly hard-pressed to stop them. He eventually settled on nodding to her in solidarity and saying, I look forward to meeting you again when we can bring each other word of victory." Despite the seriousness of their situation, Minerva almost laughed at Leon's overly formal and honestly rather stilted response. Still, she appreciated the sentiment, smiled at him with far more warmth than she had in the past few weeks, and then spurred her horse on. Most of the rest of the knights followed her, with the vast majority of the retinue at her back and 1,000 Ironford knights joining them. Leon was left in the city's staging grounds with the 200 knights that Minerva had left behind, along with his own followers, Valeria, Anzu, and Lapis. Most of those left behind were in the lower tiers of Trajan's retinue, essentially a mix of 3rd to 4th tier mages, with only about 25th tier mages and not a single 6th tier. However, as Leon was quickly evaluating the force he had at his disposal, he noticed a pair of familiar oars pushing themselves toward the front of the group. Sure enough, Leon saw the faces of Alex and Adalgrim. "Sir," Alex immediately said, giving Leon a perfectly formal greeting, though the light in her eyes and the smile tugging at her lips suggested a significantly greater degree of joy than she was exhibiting. Grim, on the other hand, wasn't so reserved, clapping Leon on the shoulder with a friendly smile and said, "It's good to see you again, Ursus. It's been too long." "Good to see you, too, Sir Grim," Leon replied as he returned Grim and Alex's smiles. He and Alex then shared a quick clasp of the wrist, and then they were down to business. "What are we looking at regarding our organization? Do you have the highest seniority here?" "I do," Grim replied. All of the 5th tier knights had the same technical rank of tribune, which made Grim, as the oldest and most experienced of them, Leon's de facto second in command. "Sir Leon, I've also been instructed to inform you that Dame Minerva would like to formally transfer me into your retinue," Alex added. Leon raised an eyebrow at his former squire, silently asking what she thought about it. To his mild surprise, though, Alex showed no sign of reluctance or antipathy. Leon knew that he hadn't been the best mentor and, in fact, had been pretty neglectful if he were to be honest with himself, but he was gratified to see that she didn't seem upset at all. "I'd be more than happy to accept you into my retinue," he replied, and a glowing smile finally broke through Alex's tightly controlled expression. "Yes, sir," she happily said. "We'll work out the details later, but for now, we need to deal with these bastards to the south," Leon continued, shifting his focus back to the mildly amused Grim. "What kind of intel do we have on our opponent?" "Not much, perhaps a legion's worth of noble knights and mercenaries, maybe even more than that. We really have no idea, and probably won't until we do some recon." "How about maps, guides? What do we know about the terrain?" "We can get maps, and guides likely won't be hard to find. We have the support of Marquis Herenia, and nearly all of the nobles who own land to the south are his vassals. They know the land and will likely commit some people to our cause." "What are your expectations in that regard?" "Not high. They are mostly barons with a single small castle to their name and weak counts with little more than 100 or so knights they can call upon. Still, there are a significant number of them, and if we had to, we could probably wrangle together an additional 1,000 or so knights and maybe just as many men at arms. If we were lucky, which we probably won't be. Most of those guys will probably just let this army pass without challenge if they can, if only to avoid being destroyed by them." Leon nodded in understanding and closed his eyes for a moment to think. He had a few ideas of what to do to slow this army down, but he wouldn't be able to decide on anything without seeing the region for himself. "Let's make sure everyone has bows and arrows," he said after a few long moments of thought. If he could only count on his 200, then he wasn't going to take any chances with direct confrontations. They'd fight at range, and only on their terms. If they were to accomplish their mission, then there was no other way they'd be able to fight. He should have been happy to finally get out of the capital. For more than a year, he'd been kept away in a tiny corner of the royal palace doing nothing but busy work, even as the political situation fell apart, but at least he was away from Octavius and Earthshaker. Getting out of the capital had been just about all he could think about during that time, wondering when exactly a good time would be to try and resign and go home to Lentia. Of course, he knew he'd never be able to leave no matter how much he fantasized about it. He was a hostage in all but name, kept to ensure his father and older brother's loyalty. In that respect, Gaius never expected to be allowed out of the palace, so it came as a genuine surprise when his small unit in Octavius' retinue was reassigned to the army pursuing August. Does His Highness even know I was sent out? Gaius couldn't help but wonder. He didn't think so, but if Octavius did know that Gaius was being put in danger, Gaius couldn't say if the prince would care or not, and this was after Gaius had served the prince for 2 years as his squire. After those 2 years had been completed, Gaius had been summarily transferred far and away from anything of any importance, at least, until now. Now, he had been dispatched to assist a force of about 15,000 nobles and their retinues of knights, squires, and men-at-arms to hunt down the traitor August and his supporters. Gaius couldn't help but note that Leon was included in that, and he didn't know how he felt about it. On one hand, the part of him that remembered his humiliation at Leon's hands was ecstatic, but on the other, his shame made him never want to see Leon ever again. Even as he pondered these things, Gaius let out an uncontrollable sigh of regret. Had he the option to go back in time, he'd have done many things differently. Perhaps if I had been less of an arrogant prick, then Valeria wouldn't have turned me down so many times, he thought to himself. The flame he carried for Valeria still burned brightly, even if it had cooled a bit after the two had separated for their squire's hips. Gaius forced himself to think of other things. If he allowed Valeria to enter his mind, then he would always think of Leon and his other shames and failures. He wanted to stay positive, especially in his current situation. In that vein, he looked around and took in the scenery. The past 3 days had been a hellish march. It started with a terribly hurried deployment from the capital along with the Count of Tarsus, and then marching 50 to 60 miles every day. Even for his third-tier body, Gaius could feel the ache in his bones and muscles. Those weaker than him were being pushed to their limits to move so quickly, while those stronger than him barely noticed the grueling pace. "Doing all right, Lord Tullius?" the Count of Tarsus asked him, pulling him out of his thoughts. Gaius glanced at his riding companion, the man who was leading the joint army of nobles and their retainers. The Count was a middle-aged man, possessed of 5th-tier strength, and in general, had a relatively cheery attitude. He was the richest man in the central territories outside of the royal family, and he wore much of his wealth in his armor, which was heavy plate inlaid with gold and covered in runes. Gaius hadn't the skill to see through the enchantments that ostentatiously glowed on the Count's armor, but he knew that they were powerful and definitely not just for show. The Count had insisted that Gaius ride alongside him for the journey and went so far as to tell his command staff that Gaius was to be regarded as his second-in-command. The older knights, and especially the knight that Gaius otherwise answered to when he was back in the capital, were not thrilled with this, but Gaius was forced to accept. It was more than likely the Count trying to curry some favor with the relative of a powerful Duke Gaius, father, and so he didn't take the position that was forced upon him too seriously. The Count wasn't a terribly fit man for someone of his power, and he had the attitude of one who wouldn't fight on the front lines, so Gaius hadn't the expectation that he would ever need to exercise the authority that the Count gave him. "I'm doing fine, my lord," Gaius answered, giving the Count a reassuring smile. "Wonderful to hear. You were staring off into space so intently that I felt I had to ask," Tarsus said before giving Gaius a loud full-bellied laugh. "I appreciate the concern," Gaius neutrally responded. He wasn't too interested in conversation with Tarsus, but keeping in mind the rules of etiquette and politeness, he couldn't simply ignore the Count. Tarsus began to loudly discuss how quickly they were going to defeat August and drag him back to the capital, as well as other things that Gaius completely tuned out. He was sure the Count was speaking about Octavius, but Gaius couldn't bring himself to care, not after seeing to the prince's whims for 2 years. He just wanted to get this done with as much of honor intact as possible and for all of this to just be over, but no matter how much Tarsus bragged about the ferocity and power of his knights, Gaius couldn't help but feel deeply unsettled. Perhaps it was the resemblance that the region had to the training grounds of the Knight Academy, with its sheer cliffs, deep forests, valleys, and mountains, but Gaius felt more and more apprehensive the further east they marched. The last time he'd fought Leon had been under similar circumstances, with his Deathbringers and a couple of other Knight Academy units banding together to bring down his Snow Lions. The numbers were significantly more skewed in Gaius' favor this time, though, but he doubted that Leon or anyone else under August's wing, for that matter, would simply give up. Gaius had seen firsthand what Leon could do, and that was 3 tiers and 3 years ago. They no longer bore training weapons, and Gaius dreaded seeing what his old one-sided nemesis could now do. If possible, he did not want to face Leon on this expedition. Chapter 399, Southern Hills. The Bull Kingdom's maps were very well made. There was hardly a single place in the entirety of the kingdom that wasn't marked on one map or another, and often with extreme accuracy. However, it was one thing to analyze a map to get the lay of the land and another thing entirely to see it from above. Leon found himself happier than he had been for a while, probably since before Trajan had been killed and Naiad left, as he rode Anzu through the clouds above the eastern territories. Below him stretched countless hills, mountains, and valleys, some bare stone-colored red from its high iron content, while forests blanketed others, filling his sight with a panoply of greens and reds that he hadn't seen since he left the forest of black and white. One thing he couldn't see, however, was the force of knights that had been dispatched to the south of Ironford by Octavius. He figured that a force large enough to act as the hammer to the anvil of the legions facing down Roland and Minerva had to be easily seen from the air, but so far, he hadn't seen hide nor hair of them. Anzu had carried him about 200 miles out from Ironford, and still nothing. At this point, he was undoubtedly back in the royal domain rather than the Ironford march, so he reluctantly had Anzu turn back around. He was tempted to have Anzu continue onward for another hour or two, since the feeling of flight was just that enjoyable, but he decided to put his duty ahead of his fun. Besides, he hadn't seen all that the Ironford march had to offer, and there were countless places for even an entire legion to hide in the wilderness between himself and Ironford. Great green carpets of thick forest spread out below him, punctuated by lakes, hills, and mountains, and here and there were villages connected by dirt roads. He was far from the realm of paved streets and stone buildings, but if anything, he felt safer and more secure than he had in his own villa. Anzu carried him through the air with ease, cutting through the sky like a hot knife through butter, flying at speeds of more than 100 miles per hour with his wind magic catching his wings and keeping them aloft. The griffin seemed more alive than ever, and he clearly shared Leon's joy in flight. As they flew, Leon finally spotted something of note, a long, thin line of dull gray that he could just barely see passing through the center of a forested valley, obviously armored knights. They were mostly concealed by the trees, though, and it was only by chance that he managed to catch a few glimpses of reflected sunlight off their weapons shining through the leaves. Leon had Anzu fly a bit closer, but he kept a safe distance from the column. He couldn't see the entire thing with the forest in the way, but he could give a rough estimate based on how long the column seemed to be and how many knights were walking abreast. He put the number at easily 10,000 knights, probably more. For a brief moment, Leon contemplated using his magic senses to get a better read on their numbers and capabilities, but he decided against it. He wasn't so powerful that his magic senses could wash over the knights below him unnoticed. Anzu had little protection in the air save for his wind magic, and while that might prove enough to keep them safe from arrow fire and blasts of magic, Leon wasn't willing to take the risk. Instead, he contented himself with simply flying over them for a time, staying high enough that the sheer distance and sharp vertical angle masked his and Anzu's movements as he took stock of his opposition. Once he felt like he had a good idea of the forces he faced, he turned and began to fly back toward Ironford. He met back up with his force of lone knights not too far south of the city. He'd sent them roughly south toward a prominent mountain about 10 miles from Ironford that was easily scalable from the north to wait for his return. When Anzu landed on the slopes of the short mountain, the force of 200 knights and one stone giant had already made camp on a flat rocky outcropping on the north side. His command staff hurried over to meet him, consisting of Valeria, Grim, Alex, and two more fifth-tier mages, a middle-aged man and woman who seemed to be in her mid-20s by mortal standards. Lapis, with no method of efficient communication with the rest, simply decided to guard Leon as best as it was able while leaving the decision-making to everyone else. Valeria was the first to reach him, running over to meet him and gave him a paradoxically terse, "Sir Leon," despite this rush. Alex reached him next, giving Leon a similar greeting and stroking Anzu's neck feathers as the rest gathered. Anzu, now much calmer and more tolerant than he was when Alex had last served under Leon, allowed her touch without even the slightest hint of wariness or disdain. Leon didn't wait for the others to join him, though, and had Valeria lead him and Anzu over to the command tent that had been set up. It was just big enough for all of the humans to fit, but not so for Anzu and Lapis, who were forced to wait outside. Once inside, Leon filled everyone in on what he had seen, and they're about 50 miles to our south, which at their pace shouldn't take longer than 3 or 4 days to traverse. They could be at Ironford within the week, assuming they don't stop to take any small castles between here and there, Leon explained. Between the mountain and Octavius' force of knights were 3 small castles, barely large enough to house 24 knights, let alone a force large enough to oppose an army of 10,000 or more. They had mostly been built to house the minor barons that administered this land and to protect them from bandits. In fact, the castles were more akin to fortified houses with 4 rooms at the most than what might otherwise be thought of as a castle, and weren't even made of stone. If it were me, I'd stop and take those castles and would seriously consider taking some of the larger villages in the area, Grimm said, pointing to the villages in question on the maps in front of the small group. The villages were small things, 100 families at the most, but Leon could see Grimm's point. These hills were sparsely populated, with these villages essentially the only sources of supplies for dozens of miles, while the castles could be used as safe havens for anyone who might want to launch raids against the knights as they marched. I'm not so sure they're going to do that, Leon murmured, more thinking out loud than truly offering his opinion. Still, he said it and Grimm heard it. What do you mean? Well, they weren't marching like they were going to try and take any of the nearby villages or castles. Just one long column moving through the forests, staying away from most roads, and heading about as straight for Ironford as they possibly could. That might make some sense, the 5th-tier male knight said. They might be on a time crunch and not want to spare the hours it would take to secure those locations, even if it does leave them open to attack from behind. Yeah, they've got friends back on the Iron Road that are going to be getting slaughtered in droves while they waste time with mining and hunting towns, the 5th-tier knightess added. If these traitorous asshats make it all the way to Ironford, they'd trap our people in the pass and effectively win this whole thing immediately. What are a few tiny hamlets compared to the prize of August's noble ass? Grimm nodded in concession of their point. I would err on the side of caution and assume that we have less than 3 days before they reach Ironford, Leon said. What are our supplies like? Do we have decent ranged gear? How about spells? Are we going to be reduced to relying upon melee weapons? We have enough food and drinkable water for 2 weeks, said Alex. I believe that everyone also has bows and a decent supply of arrows, but we don't have too many spells. That's unfortunate but not as bad as it could have been, Leon said as he stared down at the map in thought. I couldn't get a good read on how strong their average fighter was during my scouting, but I think we can assume that a significant portion is made up of squires who aren't yet knights, and even more men-at-arms. Would I be foolish in this assumption? Not at all. I for one can't imagine that we're looking at 10,000 Legion quality knights, Grimm said, and the rest of those in the tent seemed to agree. Leon, however, wasn't going to take it for granted. In the Royal Legions, the 3rd tier was required for someone to gain their knighthood, but the same couldn't be said for the servants of the nobility. A 1st-tier major, even a mortal, could technically be given a knighthood. However, the standard in the Bull Kingdom was still that becoming a knight meant 3rd tier, and most knights who might be deployed in a combat scenario would have a squire and probably a handful of men-at-arms. These assumptions were less accurate for more bureaucratic-focused knights, but Leon figured it was still a safe assumption to make in this scenario. Their squires and weaker men-at-arms will slow them down, whereas we don't have a single knight. With us lower than the 3rd tier, Leon stated, looking around to the other 5 for confirmation. When no one corrected him, he continued, that means that we can move a lot faster than they can. We need to use this, hit them hard and fast when and where they least expect us. Harass them, hit their supplies if we can, injure and kill as many as we can in as short a time as we can, and then melt back into the wild. Even if our average power level is greater than theirs, facing 10,000 or more with only 200 in a pitched battle would be suicide, and I don't know about all of you, but I still have far too much to do in my life to waste it here. Well put, Grimm said. Indeed, the knight whispered. So, what I'm thinking is that we spend the next few hours closing the distance with them, Leon continued. We need to get a better idea of what we're facing. How vulnerable are they? How do they make camp? Can we hit them during the night? How sturdy are their camp defenses? What routes are they taking? Regarding that last point, it looks to me like they're going to be heading this way, Leon indicated the end of the valley that opened up into another valley. Both were quite heavily forested, but if they reached the end of the second valley, then they'd be back on the Iron Road and only a few short miles away from the outskirts of Ironford, and they'd be in a perfect position to flank Minerva, Roland, and Brimstone. Minerva had specifically told Leon that he didn't have to stop this force from reaching that point, but he was going to try regardless. Fortunately, Leon didn't have to explain all of this to the other knights. There are a few places I see where we can hit them with relative safety, mostly as they pass through some of these larger hills. We'll also be attacking at night, hopefully when they aren't expecting it. And even then, we won't stay long. Hit them hard, hit them fast, and then get the hells out with as few casualties of our own as possible. Sounds like a good plan to me, I have nothing to add, Grimm said. Leon looked to both the 5th tier knight and knightess, and both shook their heads, and their actions were mirrored when he glanced at Valeria and Alex. All right, then that's what we'll do. I don't think we'll hold them off completely, but so long as we buy enough time for the 3rd Legion to reach our people in the pass and for the 7th Legion to come up behind this force, then we've won this round. So let's get going. I want us to hit them tonight first. I want us ready to go in an hour. Chapter 400. Night Raid. The nightly host began to set up camp around 45 miles from Ironford, barely a day's march on good terrain, but in the hills and forests it would take them more like 3 days to reach the city walls. They hadn't harassed any villages along the way, nor had they made to secure any of the small castles owned by the local barons. In fact, they seemed to be going out of their way to avoid these places. This in and of itself didn't change much in Leon's view, but it did imply that the force had all the supplies that they thought they needed. They weren't pillaging, they were simply marching as quickly as they were able through the forested valley. The valley itself was about 5 miles wide, more than large enough for these movements, and certainly big enough for Leon's much smaller unit to move undetected. They were like shadows clinging to their quarry but never drawing close enough to be seen. This wasn't too difficult to maintain, since, in their seeming arrogance, Octavius knights didn't deploy scouts on their flanks and neither did Leon ever feel the touch of magic senses. It wasn't until the knights began to make camp that they began to scout out their surroundings, but by then, Leon and his people had safely pulled back into the hills. There they waited for several hours, resting as best they could for what would come later that night. Leon and Anzu flew over the camp a few times, but with the tree cover, he couldn't see much. What he did manage to see, however, was encouraging. The knights hadn't decided to build walls around their camp, perhaps because it was simply too big. In this broken landscape, the camp stretched back for miles in a long, thin line, and to build walls around the entire thing wasn't something that could be easily done, though Leon did note that their higher-tiered mages cleared some land and set up some earthen ramparts and short stone walls on top of them around some of the larger tents, which Leon guessed housed either their more important knights or their supplies. Probably both. Needless to say, Leon now had his targets, and he was going to severely punish his enemy's arrogance and lack of caution. His people were ready by the time the sun fell, with the most powerful of the 200-strong force equipped with some of Leon's strongest spells, and his less powerful spells passed out to the rest to tie to their arrows. Some of the other knights had even brought spells of their own, so Leon's stash wasn't completely depleted, leaving him some of his more destructive spells in reserve. It was a warm night, and dark. The sky was completely overcast, blocking out the moon. Leon could feel the familiar sense of an upcoming storm, but it didn't affect him nearly as much as it had when he was weaker. All he felt was a rush of energy, but no compulsion to train to try to get rid of it. All in all, it felt like a good, beautiful night to him, even if others would disagree. This doesn't bode well, Grimm muttered as he stared up at the cloudy sky, the last remnants of the sun's light long since faded away below the hills and mountains. Talking about the weather, Leon asked, to which Grimm nodded. I actually think this is a good sign. We've got the element of surprise, and their weaker men at arms and squires won't be able to see us coming. If it starts raining, it'll even dampen the sounds of our approach. I couldn't think of better conditions for our operation. We'll also be uncomfortable, and wet. I don't like being wet. Leon lowered his gaze from the clouds to Grimm, an incredulous look in his eye. Alex, who was standing just beside him as was the rest of Leon's retinue, shared his look of disbelief. Aren't you a water mage? Leon asked. Grimm looked back at the younger knight and shrugged. Well, yeah, I am, but I just don't like the rain. And besides, I mostly use ice, not water. I may be a water mage, but that doesn't require me to like the rain. Leon blinked as he tried to wrap his head around this, and he and Alex shared a look as if both were rhetorically asking what in all the hells Grimm was on about. We're ready to go, said the male 5th tier knight as he ran over to report into Leon. Then let's get going, Leon said as he glanced up and down the line of knights, happy as he was to let the matter with Grimm go. He loved the rain, and he couldn't fathom why a water mage wouldn't share that joy. At least Anzu seemed eager, as the griffin was pacing like a caged tiger just waiting to sink his claws into his prey. Valeria was much calmer and stood close to Leon with an utterly inscrutable expression on her face. She was as calm and cool as ice, with only a few subtle twitches in her hands indicating her eagerness to set out to battle. Lapis, on the other hand, was completely still, frozen like a stone statue as it waited for Leon's word. Leon spared a few looks for the rest of the force, who were assembled in a long wedge formation 10 across and 20 deep. For the most part, Leon didn't see anyone who seemed hesitant or overly apprehensive, which he took to mean that they were as ready as the 5th-tier knight had claimed. "Let's go," he said, and he and the rest of the command structure spread out across the formation, with Grim and the 5th-tier knights taking up a position at the rear while Leon and his retinue went to the front. The 5th-tier knight, meanwhile, was at the center. It was a fairly short march, only lasting about an hour. By the time they reached their rally point about 1,000 feet away from the camp, the storm that had been brewing had arrived, though the rainfall wasn't as intense as Leon had hoped it would be. Still, it covered what few sounds they made as they moved that the forest's ambient noise didn't already cover, and for that, Leon was grateful. An added benefit was that without moonlight, Anzu's bright white fur and feathers had practically blended into the dark background. As the group converged on their rally point, Leon separated each individual squad with quick hand gestures either to his left or to his right, and the long wedge instead became a thin line, and all of the knights quickly unlimbered their bows and prepared to fire their arrows. Taking most of his cues from the mission that Leon had gone on during the siege of Fort 127, where a large number of soldiers at the fort led a preemptive strike on the besieging Valemen, Leon ensured that every one of his people had at least one explosion spell, either from him or from one of the other knights that had brought spells, and that they were ready to retreat at a moment's notice. He didn't want a single casualty on this mission. He waited until everyone was in position and then fired his first arrow. Leon had kept one of his biggest spells for himself, and it detonated in a spectacular burst of white fire that seared his dark-adapted eyes. Barely a moment later, all of his people let fly their own arrows, and along at least half of the camp's length, great orange blasts of fire ripped through tents, sleeping knights, men-at-arms, and squires. Leon's spell, on the other hand, didn't kill anyone but targeted one of the larger slightly fortified tents that he'd seen from the air. Huge portions of the supplies that Octavius, knights had brought with them went up in white flame. Like a switch had been flipped, the camp was suddenly filled with screaming and the ringing of alarm bells, but Leon's tiny force had already melted back into the darkness of the forest. They ran like their furious ancestors were on their heels, for they were far too small a force to stand up to Octavius, knights on their own. They didn't stick around for another salvo, as nearly all of Leon's fire spells had been exhausted in that one attack. Staying would be foolish, or, at least, it would be if the entire unit had decided to stay. Upon arrival at the rally point, the group paused for only a minute, but it was long enough for Leon and Grim to meet back up. "Are you still planning on that foolish endeavor?" Grim asked, the expression on his face matching his name. "I maintain that it's an incredibly stupid thing to do and I would recommend that you come with us back to our camp. Yeah, it's reckless, but, yeah, I'm still going to do it. It's our best shot at halting this army long enough for the 7th Legion to arrive," Leon said with an apologetic smile. Grim frowned, but he'd made his attempts to persuade Leon against this next course of action, and there was nothing more he could say. "Just don't get too overconfident, all right," he said before turning to the other 5th-tier knights and giving them a few hand signals to get the unit moving again. "I'll see you back at camp." With that, he and the 200 knights quickly vanished into the forest, leaving Leon and his 4 personal fighters alone in the forest. "Anyone want out?" Leon asked as his eyes swept over Lapis, Anzu, Valeria, and Alex, though he doubted the former two would ever leave him to do what he was planning on his own. He didn't think Valeria or Alex would opt out, either, but he had to ask anyway. Alex replied first, and she enthusiastically said, "Fuck no." Valeria whispered her agreement, "No." Lapis quietly rumbled in its stone giant language, "I'm with you, Leon." Anzu rubbed his head on Leon's shoulder. The griffin wasn't going to leave him. "All right, then," Leon said. "Let's get this done." Gaius had trouble sleeping that night. He passed the time by sitting at a small desk in his tent quietly writing a short letter to his father that he had absolutely no intent to actually send. It was mostly a therapeutic thing where he vented his frustrations with Octavius and now, his commander, the Count of Tarsus. It was a recent practice that he started to try and cope with the meaninglessness of his current existence, serving as nothing more than a tool between a royal and a noble. As such, when the supply tent less than 50 feet from his tent erupted in white fire, his eyes were open and the fire seared itself into his retinas. He felt the heat wash over him as the sound of the terrific explosion crashed into his ears, leaving him temporarily deaf. The blast wave knocked him over and it took him a moment to truly process what was happening. It wasn't until the follow-up explosion seconds later sounding dull and distant in his ringing ears that he truly realized that the camp was under attack. He tried to bolt up to his feet, but his balance was precarious at best, and he ended up toppling right over. He could see the white glow of the burning supply tent through the walls of his own tent, and the heat radiating from it was horrific enough that he could feel himself starting to sweat despite his third-tier power. After another attempt, he managed to struggle to his feet, grab the sword next to his cot, and stumble out of his tent and into the rain, though his ears were ringing something fierce and his vision hadn't quite recovered from the initial blast of white fire. Still, he could see and hear enough to understand what was around him. What he found was a scene of abject horror. Dozens of tents were on fire, and unlike his, these were designed to hold 6 to 12 people, with 6 knights and their squires assuming they had squires or 12 men at arms. He could hear the screaming of men and women as they did their best to fight their way out of the collapsing, burning tents. Some of the more powerful mages were fine, cleanly tearing right through the scorching fabric, but the weaker knights and their squires weren't so lucky. Some of the fiery tents didn't have any struggling in them whatsoever, showing that many knights had been killed in the barrage. Suddenly, in the burning hellscape that the camp had seemed to become, Gaius heard a deafening roar. Someone was trying to organize the knights and get some kind of response ready. "Quarantine the fires, help the wounded," roared this person in a distinctly feminine voice. Gaius recognized it as the voice of a 6th-tier knightess serving under the Count of Tarsus. Her roar was exactly what was needed for the knights to begin scrambling in a somewhat more orderly fashion, and her follow-up orders were more specific. She appeared from the smoke and haze and rain with a blast of water, quenching some of the fires close to Gaius. "My lord, are you all right?" she asked as she saw Gaius standing in front of his tent, his eyes unfocused and a line of blood running from one ear. However, even with his current injuries, Gaius could hear in her tone that she didn't truly care about him. She was only asking out of courtesy to his official position as the second in command of the knightly army. Even with his eyes still recovering from the searing white fire, he could see the disrespect in her eyes. "I'm fine," Gaius managed to choke out. He followed up with, "Don't worry about me, see to the fires." She raised an eyebrow in surprise, her clear gray eyes regarding him a little bit differently than the slight scorn that had filled them when she first saw him. But it was only a moment, and she quickly turned back to the people running and screaming around her. She continued to bellow orders, doing her best to get the fires under control while she used her own water magic to help where she could. Gaius, meanwhile, turned his attention away from the fires in the camp toward the forest. There were no signs of the attackers, which was just as well since most of the knights in the camp were focused almost entirely on putting out the fires. Gaius couldn't help but shiver as he thought about the possibilities of being attacked right now. Whoever just attacked us can't have just run away, could they? He wondered. Chapter 401. Night Raid 2. It didn't take long for the fires to be brought back under control. Octavius' forces had been taken completely by surprise, but with a few water mages in their ranks, the rain that continued to hammer the camp, and a few good experienced knights taking control of the situation, the fires were extinguished within half an hour. The white fire that had consumed the supply tent took the most work, as it burned so hot that the rain evaporated before it had a chance to help. It took nearly all of the water mages in the army working together to finally put it out, and even then, they had to wait for the magic in the fire to dissipate a bit, cooling it from white to bright yellow. Throughout this time, Gaius nervously tried to find the Count of Tarsus, the commander of the 15,000-strong army and also the largest contributor of knights to it, even including Octavius himself. Gaius was worried and extremely paranoid about the lack of further attack following the chaos of the initial attack. They had no sentries, no walls, no defensive wards protecting the camp. It would have been the perfect time to strike. That there hadn't been a follow-up attack disturbed him greatly. Only after the fires had been extinguished was Gaius able to find the Count. Tarsus had returned to his fortified tent with more than a few burns covering his body. He wasn't the oldest man around, but for a 5th-tier mage, he was well into middle age. His hair had almost turned completely silver, and his pale face was steadily growing more wrinkled with what seemed like every passing day. Being caught up in all this excitement hadn't done him any favors, either, as his pained expression clearly indicated. "My lord," Gaius exclaimed as he saw the state of the Count. Tarsus was being tended to by several attendants and healers, but he still turned and politely nodded to Gaius upon the latter's arrival. Lord Tullius, Tarsus said in greeting. What's the state of the camp? Gaius was about to answer, but the words caught in his throat for a moment. He hadn't been able to find the Count since the start of the chaos, so he'd assumed that Tarsus had been out coordinating the response. If Tarsus didn't already know the state the camp was in, however, then Gaius couldn't help but begin to doubt his assumption. Gaius mumbled, his noble upbringing being the only reason he didn't mumble even further. A moment later, he straightened up and reported, the fires have been put out, the camp is safe. There doesn't seem to have been any follow-up attacks. Good to hear, Tarsus murmured as he leaned back in his chair, one of the healers next to him pressing an expensive and to Gaius' eyes, far too powerful for the wound in question healing spell against one of Tarsus' burns, which healed in an instant. Tarsus' expression relaxed as the pain vanished. Call the commanders, we need to get things set up. We need a proper accounting of our losses, and we need to coordinate a proper response. Such a brazen attack cannot go unanswered. No matter who did this, they must pay. Leon smiled to himself as he snuck around the perimeter of the camp, his body completely invisible. As a 6th-tier mage, he could keep his invisibility up for hours, and since the camp had no walls or defensive wards, he could essentially come and go as he pleased so long as he didn't bump into anything magical that might disrupt his invisibility, such as another mage. Far above him, Anzu flew with both Alex and Valeria strapped into his saddle, both armed with powerful bows and most of Leon's remaining explosion spells. They were far above the limits of where most mages would project their magic senses. Flight was an incredibly rare power in the Bull Kingdom, so while it wasn't impossible for anyone to spot something so far up, Leon wasn't too worried. Besides, he'd ordered them to stay well out of the effective range of Legion bows. Somewhere beneath the camp shifted Lapis, moving surprisingly quickly for such a large being. It didn't have any need to breathe, and with the natural control over earth magic that came with being a stone giant, it was a simple thing for it to move its rocky form a few dozen feet below the ground. Of course, if it were human and needed air, then it would have needed a tunnel that would have been impossible to hide, but since it didn't need air, it didn't even need to make itself a tunnel. It simply burrowed through the earth as easily and smoothly as a snake swimming through a river, its magic closing the soil and stone behind it with ease. Leon didn't know where his comrades were, and he wasn't going to risk releasing his magic senses to find out. They had their jobs and he trusted them to do those jobs. He could only focus on his own task. To that end, he moved through the camp slowly and methodically, taking his time scouting the place out and looking for his goal. He found it about an hour after separating from Grim and the rest of his knights. An hour of moving through the camp as carefully as he could, coming harrowingly close to being discovered several times when a roaming knight, squire, or whoever else almost bumped into him unexpectedly. Grim was absolutely correct when he told Leon that this was reckless and stupid, but Leon was willing to risk it anyway. If he were to be discovered and killed, then they'd only lose him and not someone who was actually important. Leon thought the risk worth the reward, and once he found the commander's tent, that belief multiplied within him. He was gratified a bit to hear some of the servants talking outside about how the Count of Tarsus had been injured and was resting in his tent as he waited for the command staff to meet. Leon had already heard that the Count was the commander of this force, confirming that he was in the right place. The only problem he now faced was how to get inside the tent. Apart from the expected guards, it had been enchanted to keep the interior warm and dry, and though this wasn't a meaningful defensive enchantment, it was enough to disrupt his invisibility if he were to touch the tent's fabric. Nearly all of the tents in the camp had been similarly enchanted, in fact. More than that, it had been raised off the ground on an earthen platform which had then been fortified with a stone wall he'd have to surmount, through which he could sense flowing a decent amount of magic that could reveal him if he wasn't careful. He'd hoped to encounter the Count out in the camp where he might be vulnerable to attack from a distance, but now if Leon wanted to kill him and confirm the death, then he'd have to get inside somehow without being seen. He could always, of course, simply jump up there, walk in, kill the Count, wait the 5 minutes for his ring to recover, and then leave, but that bore great risk. Though he didn't want to release his magic senses to confirm, it seemed to him that the Count only had a couple of weak attendants in the tent with him, but between HTE Count's 5th-tier power and the number of attendants, Leon wasn't confident in killing all of them without revealing himself to the entire camp, assuming he could even get in there undetected in the first place. A better solution would be to leave a Thunderblast spell somewhere on the tent and simply hope that it would kill the Count, but that would defeat the purpose of coming this far. Leon wanted to confirm the Count's death and save the spell if he could. He'd use it if he had to, but he wasn't quite convinced that he had to just yet. This left one more solution to his problem in his mind, and that was to cause some kind of distraction nearby and simply hope that it would draw enough people away that he could get away with dropping his invisibility, killing the Count, and then making his escape. However, he felt like it was a good chance that any distraction he could make sufficient enough to get most of the large number of attendants and guards surrounding the Count's tent to leave would likely also send a number of higher-tiered mages into the tent, if only to make their report. Leon grimaced, then quickly made his way around the tent, inspecting it from every angle that he could. The guard detail was heavy, enough to even overpower Leon's own severe recklessness. With a deep, quiet sigh, Leon turned around and started making his way back to the edge of the camp. As much as it would pain him to do so, he decided to take the most cautious option and tie a thunderblast spell to an arrow and fire it at Tarsus' tent. At the range he would have to do so, there was little chance he would miss, but he wouldn't be able to personally confirm the Count's death. Before he left, though, Leon played with the idea of waiting until the Count met with some of his higher-ranked subordinates. If he was going to obliterate the entire tent with a thunderblast spell, then he wouldn't mind taking out a few more knights along with the Count, assuming Tarsus even died in the blast. However, with Valeria, Anzu, and Alex flying above him and Lapis, swimming through the earth like a snake through water, all waiting on him to begin their own work, he decided that he needed to focus solely on the Count and not stick around to see when a meeting might take place. And so, Leon silently made his way out of the camp. Over the course of the next 15 minutes or so he had to stop and wait for a few men at arms that had unexpectedly boxed him into the gap between two tents to leave at one point. Fortunately, with how narrow the camp was, he didn't have to go far before he was out into the valley forest. He found a tall tree and scampered up it as easily as he would a ladder, and once at the top, he had a fantastic vantage point from which to fire his bow. He unlimbered the weapon and without any sign of hesitation, knocked an arrow with a thunderblast spell tied to the shaft and loosed it right at Tarsus' tent. "It's just coordinating our response, as far as I'm aware," Gaius said as he and a couple other knights in the army made their way through the camp toward Tarsus' tent. "Good," one of the knights, a young fifth-tier nobleman named Marius Balbinus, who had brought a force of 300 knights of his noble house with him. He was rather short, had dark brown eyes, a round face, and a thin build. "If I were to return home, my mother would be enraged if I didn't take revenge for whoever killed our people," Gaius nodded, understanding the feeling. Marius' mother was a relatively powerful baroness in the Western Territories, and the 30 knights that had been lost in the attack from House Balbinus represented a terrible blow to their war potential. The baroness only had about 500 knights in her retinue, if Gaius recalled correctly. "We'll get them, but we have to keep our other goals in mind," the other knight accompanying them said, her tone deadly serious. "We've lost at least half of our food and drinkable water in that attack, let alone our spells and other equipment. If we lose much more, we'll have to resort to taking supplies from the locals, and that will slow us down considerably." This knightess Gaius wasn't too familiar with, but he knew that she came from a family of hereditary knights in the capital rather than from landed nobility, and that her name was Victoria Vitellius. She was very tall, to the point of towering over the much shorter Marius. She had long auburn hair tied into a professional bun, a stern expression, dark blue eyes, and the kind of body that Gaius could easily believe had been trained practically from birth to fight. She was of the 4th tier, but between her and Marius, Gaius thought her the more dangerous of the two. As they approached the tent, they could hear the muffled conversations of several of their colleagues who had arrived before them. The tent wasn't as warded against sound as it should have been, Gaius noted, as they could hear the conversation that was being had within quite easily. The three never made it into the tent. As they drew to within 20 feet, it suddenly erupted in an explosion of golden lightning. The bolts ripped through the tent fabric, setting some of it on fire and utterly ravaging those within. Gaius was hurled back into the other two knights with him, and all three went flying backward. Gaius was taken completely by surprise, though he at least had donned his armor not long after the fires had been put out. Still, the shockwave from the explosion completely knocked his lights out, and he didn't see the lightning tearing those within the tent to pieces. The most powerful knights inside the tent weren't outright killed, but they were severely burned, and their flesh was cut to ribbons. Those who were of the 5th tier and below were not so lucky, with many of the attendants and servants being outright incinerated by the lightning. Gaius also missed the follow-up explosions. 5 of them ripped through the camp, targeting the densest parts of the camp and starting new fires. But that wasn't the end of it. Huge stone spikes burst from the ground, impaling the survivors still in the tent and killing most of those that remained. Luckily for Gaius and the other two, they were far enough away that they hadn't been targeted. It was over in the space of a heartbeat, and the leaders of Octavius' force of knights had nearly all been incapacitated or killed. Chapter 402. First Command. Gaius groggily shook his head, trying to clear his head of the high-pitched whining and ringing in his ears. Something had just happened, he was sure of it, but the pounding in his brain was preventing him from remembering just what it was. Minutes passed as Gaius tried to open his eyes. He had no idea what was around him, but he wasn't in the proper state of mind to truly care. It took what seemed like an eternity before the ringing in his ears began to fade, and he heard the faint sounds of screaming. As if something terrible had just happened in the distance. But as the ringing continued fading and the screaming became louder, Gaius began to pay more attention, his mind slowly clearing of fog and haze to vaguely recall a thunderous blast and scorching lightning. That memory of the flash of lightning and searing pain jolted Gaius back to reality. His eyes quickly opened, and he took stock of his surroundings. He saw a scene not too dissimilar to the one he saw during the first attack just a few hours ago, the orange glow of fire in the distance, screaming and running around from the lower-ranked knights and their subordinates, alarm bells, and rain. It took Gaius a moment to find his balance, but he managed to struggle to his feet. He wasn't too injured, but he'd been lying on Marius Balbinus and Victoria Vitellius, whom he'd been thrown into by the blast of lightning that tore through the Count's tent, the Count. Gaius thought to himself in panic as everything finally came back to him. He wanted to help the other two knights, who were beginning to stir out of unconsciousness, but Gaius' priority had to be the commander of the army and the rest of the command staff that had been in the tent. Gaius hadn't been moved after falling, as the panic and lack of leadership ensured that the camp was taken by the iron grip of chaos and no one had seen to him or the other two knights. As he turned his gaze to the remains of the command tent, he could easily see why. The tent itself was long gone, incinerated by the heat of the lightning or simply blown somewhere by the wind after being knocked loose from its anchors by the blast. Massive stone spikes had erupted from the center of the fortified platform the tent had stood upon, impaling many of the senior knights and raising them into the air for all to see. Most of them had been horrifically burned by the lightning, though nearly all were still recognizable. The Count of Tarsus himself was easily located, being near the center of the blooming flower of stone spikes, impaled upon the largest petal and raised more than 30 feet into the air. No one was even trying to bring the knights down or do anything about the spikes. Gaius himself could only stare at the grisly scene, and as his eyes flit from one impaled knight to another, he realized something else that sent a deep chill running down his spine. He was in charge, now, assuming the chain of command still meant anything. The Count had made him second in command to curry favor with his father and older brother. It was also an acknowledgement that, as the son and younger brother of a duke, Gaius possessed a greater social rank than everyone else in the army, even the Count himself. However, while it was official, it wasn't truly supposed to mean anything. The Count hadn't intended to fight on the front lines, so logically speaking, Gaius shouldn't have ever been in a position to exercise much of that authority. Most of the leadership in the army knew that and understood the Count's decision. Now, most of them were on the spikes at Tarsus' side. Gaius, coming to his senses, quickly ran around the flower of spikes, identifying each of the knights and nobles impaled upon them. His accounting was bleak. By the time he was finished, he realized that only himself and a handful of other knights were left who were of high enough rank to command the army. Two of those knights had awoken and pushed themselves to their feet behind him. Marius was the son of a somewhat influential baroness, and Victoria was a high-tiered mage from a long line of respected hereditary knights. Gaius felt his noble upbringing surge within him, urging him to take charge, douse the fires, and pacify the camp. He immediately walked back to them and ordered, "Return to your forces. Get them under control. If we let this chaos continue, the army will disintegrate around us." Both knights looked like they wanted to argue with him, perhaps even to question his ability to give them orders. However, the shouting, burning, their own minor injuries, and general chaos of the rest of the camp was too pressing to ignore. "We can discuss things later," Marius promised as he turned and ran into the twisting paths of the camp, shouting at everyone he could see to calm down and regain order. Victoria did likewise, though she barely even glanced at Gaius before sprinting off to assist in getting the Count's personal forces back in line. Gaius sighed, then turned back to stare at the stone spikes. I can do this," he thought to himself. It took hours for the camp to be brought back under control. Luckily for Gaius, it didn't take nearly as long to pull down the corpses of the Count of Tarsus and the rest of the impaled knights. He had to grab about a dozen young squires from nearby tents to do it, though, since nearly all of Tarsus' attendants and servants had either fled in the wake of the attack or were scattered around the command tent in pieces. The flower of stone spikes had erupted from a central location, with the spikes further on the edge angled more in line with the ground, while those closer to the center were thrust into the air at steeper angles more perpendicular to the ground. Those closer to the edge were thus easier to get down, but it took Gaius and those he roped into this duty with him significantly more time to retrieve the bodies in the center. It was an experience that Gaius was sure he'd never forget. It was grisly work, only becoming more so as the sun began to rise, and he could better see the extent of the lightning burns covering the bodies and the gore that seeped from their wounds onto the rock spikes. The smell was terrible, and many dead faces had been frozen in expressions of pain and terror, compounding Gaius' nausea and horror. But he'd managed to complete his work not long after the sun rose from behind the border mountains in the east, and he dismissed the workers to assist in getting the camp back under control. The second round of fires had been luckily put out during the night, though the rain had stopped partway through, making it a little more difficult than the first time, but the hard part of reasserting control was keeping the knights, men-at-arms, and squires who had just lost their top leadership from deserting, looting the camp, or getting into fights. It was almost noon when tenuous peace and order had been restored to the camp after the devastating attacks. Gaius and the handful of knights still left in charge gathered in a makeshift command tent to discuss what would happen next while the rest of the camp was put on guard duty. No one wanted a repeat of the previous night. Everyone sat in a circle on stools without even a table between them. There were only 7 of them left, and while Gaius was the weakest among them, he was also the one who was formally in command and highest on the noble totem pole. As such, he didn't put too much thought into the seating arrangements. That being said, he wasn't about to let anyone forget that he was in charge, no matter how humbling the past few years had been. "Give me a status report," he demanded of the entire tent, uncaring as to who would respond. "Who do you think you are, boy?" One of the knights immediately responded. He had the appearance of a muscle-headed brute, with a shaved head to cover his prematurely receding hairline, arms like tree trunks, and a huge barrel chest. His eyes were bright blue, his jaw was strong and square, and his nose was straight and long. "I am Gaius Caecilius Tullius, son of Domitius Aquilius Tullius and brother to Gratian Tullius," Gaius indignantly replied, his noble pride finally showing itself after lying so long dormant. "My family rules the Duchy of Lentia, and I am a knight in the service of Prince Octavius." "Who are you?" Gaius knew that everyone here already knew that much about him. However, he had to emphasize it if he were to keep them in line. He, of all people, knew that noble pride meant that he had to assert his authority, otherwise the entire army would lose any respect that had for him in desert. "I don't care about who your family is, whelp. Unless you're my liege lord, then you have no business ordering me around," the brutish knight shouted, his face rapidly turning beet red with indignation. Gaius simply waved for one of the few survivors of Tarsus' household attendants to come forward with a small stack of papers. "On, there we go," Gaius whispered as he quietly wrote, "Tannicus Nummius," in a blank space on the first page of the stack. "What are you doing, boy?" the brute demanded. "Charging you with treason, desertion, and insubordination, Sir Tannicus," Gaius simply replied as he handed the stack back to the attendant. He knew that someone would challenge him, so he had the letter drafted before the meeting started. Being the official second in command had its perks, he had to admit, since it made much of this so much easier. "I knew you people would have some trouble accepting me, so I went to the trouble of having a number of such orders made, enough for all of you. If this army falls apart, I will make damn sure that Prince Octavius knows who's responsible. And lest anyone forget, I squired for the prince for 2 years. If push comes to shove, I wonder who he'd side with." Left unsaid was Gaius' desire to reiterate his family's noble rank. He didn't doubt that Octavius didn't care for him, but his brother's status as Duke of Lentia was influential enough that the prince couldn't ignore him, especially with Gaius, father now retired and free to concentrate on ascending through the magical tiers, as well as nearly all of the other high nobles who had led the army now being dead. The brutish Tannicus, on the other hand, was a baron from the Central Territories, a vassal of Count Tarsus with barely even 200 knights and men-at-arms to call his own, many of whom were back in his home barony protecting his castle and patrolling his lands. Few in the tent, whether that was the leadership or their attendants and adjutants, had any doubts who Octavius would side with if Gaius and Tannicus were to quarrel. Tannicus looked like he had just swallowed a lemon, with a mix of fury, indignation, and fear written all across his face. It was a look not too uncommon among nobles who didn't interact with those of higher rank too often. Barons could act as they pleased within their own meager lands, but outside their territory, they only outranked the landless nobility, and the vast majority were too unimportant and too rural to frequently interact with those who outranked them. Even the earls of the Serpentine Isles were ranked higher. In a way, Gaius was glad that it was Tannicus that spoke up first and practically volunteered to be made an example of. The Baron hadn't the power to risk crossing the prince, and that made things easy for Gaius. He barely managed to suppress his smirk as Tannicus grumbled something incoherent and lowered himself back into his seat. "Does anyone else have something to add?" Gaius politely asked those in the tent as he handed the papers condemning Tannicus to a nearby attendant who promptly shredded them. Gaius had plenty more, as the stack of papers conspicuously still nearby attested. He was answered with silence. "No. All right, then. So, about our current status, we lost more than 1,000 fighters in the attack, many of them knights," Dame Victoria answered, her tone calm and even as if Gaius hadn't just threatened the room with charges punishable by execution. "Yeah, most of them were our leaders, too," another knight added. "We've had just as many desertions as fatalities due to the loss." "What about injured?" Gaius asked. "We still have several hundred being treated by healers. 2,000 were injured in the attack, but most of the damage they suffered was superficial and easily healed," Victoria quickly replied. "And food supplies burned. Those who held more in their soul realms died last night." 2 days, said Marius Balbinus as he subtly glared at Gaius. "That's how long we have at our current size until we starve." "If they haven't been yet, send out foraging parties," Gaius said. "I'm not touched in the head, of course I already sent out foraging parties." Marius angrily muttered. Gaius almost snapped at him, as he couldn't afford to let such disrespect go unanswered before his authority was firmly established, but he stopped himself and decided to take Marius at face value. "I know you're not stupid. Good work on taking the initiative," Gaius replied, pulling out a slightly more confused look from Marius than before. "As I recall, there were a couple of small hamlets in the area, mostly small logging and mining villages. Before we move on, I want us to take the local castle and resupply as much as we can from the castle's reserves and from those villages." "And who will lead the vanguard to take the castle?" another knight asked. Gaius paused for a moment to think. The person he'd select would probably be seen as his second in command, and if he didn't pick correctly, he could offend some of those who remain. Even with his threats of charging them with treason, some of them could easily take their personal knights and go home. If that happened, then the army would just fall apart, with all the knights deciding to leave. And he had to pick one of them, for he couldn't lead the troops himself given what had just happened. Their lack of discipline was distressing, but Gaius was going to take what he could get. As far as he was concerned, taking care of these people was his biggest responsibility, with the mission given to them by the central consul coming in second. Not that he was planning on just giving up on that. He could see that the situation in the kingdom was effectively already in a state of civil war, and if he could end it in the next few days by taking Ironford, then that was what he was going to do. "Sir Marius, you'll take the vanguard," Gaius said, putting Marius in command of the frontline knights and giving him the responsibility for taking the castle. Marius was stunned into silence, but no one could argue with Gaius' choice. Marius was the second highest ranked person in the room, after all, at least, if Gaius factored in more than pure noble rank, since Tannicus was an baron in his own right, while Marius was only the heir of one. Without waiting for Marius' reply, Gaius moved on, and by the time everyone left the tent about an hour later, the knights and men-at-arms that had lost their leaders to the attacks the previous night had been temporarily reassigned to new leaders until the mission was over. Gaius couldn't make any of them stay, as was evident by the 1,000 or so that had already deserted when their leaders fell, but assigning them to the surviving high-tiered knights would keep any more desertions to a minimum, he hoped. And with all of that settled, the camp picked up and began to move again, though this time with significantly more caution and security. It was already relatively late, so they didn't get far, but Gaius made sure that crude walls were erected and given basic enchantments to give them better defenses going forward. Tarsus' arrogant confidence and inexperience brought them great suffering, and Gaius was determined not to make the same mistake. Chapter 403. Wild success. Leon could see his Thunderblast spell go off in the distance, and he immediately turned around and ran back into the forest, trusting in his invisibility ring and skills in the forest to keep him hidden. He could hear the thousands of people in the camp begin to scream, followed soon after by a series of explosions that he recognized as his own spells. They weren't numerous, but he was sure they still did damage. They'd been fired by Valeria and Alex, after all, and even if he trusted nothing more about them, he knew that their archery skills were on point. He didn't hear what Lapis did, but he didn't doubt the stone giant for a second. It was hundreds of years old, Leon was sure, and from the way it moved through the earth, he couldn't imagine it would run into much difficulty with all the other more pressing distractions around the camp. Thus, it was no surprise to him when, only minutes after he arrived at their fallback point, Anzu arrived with the ladies on his back, followed by Lapis a minute or two later, emerging from the ground as if it had been buried there for centuries and only now woke up. "Well?" Leon asked, his smiling face hidden behind his helmet. The simple fact that no one was injured was enough for him to know that the mission went off without a hitch, but he wanted details. "We hit the biggest tents," Valeria swiftly and professionally reported. "We can't say for certain what was in them, but whatever it was, it's gone up in smoke. We also used all of the spell arrows," Alex added. "They didn't see us, and if they tried shooting us down, they never came close. As a result, we used all of the remaining arrows." Leon nodded, his smile widening. His eyes then turned to Lapis. "Numerous humans survived in the tent you destroyed, Leon," the giant rumbled, its language sounding so much like an avalanche or grinding stone that the ladies had no hope of understanding what it was Lapis said. On top of that, stone giants had no facial features, and didn't communicate much with their body, so Valeria and Alex were kept almost completely in the dark until Leon translated after the conversation was over. "I killed all those who remained and made an offering of their bodies to the gods, to your ancestors." Leon felt something akin to appreciation welling up from within him, though he knew it wasn't coming from him. "You watching right now?" he asked anyone who might be listening in from his soul realm. "Of course, I am," came the smooth, melodic voice of the Thunderbird's voice when in human form. "You say that as if I should have been expecting you to watch," Leon responded with a hint of accusation, though his mild amusement covered it well. You'd have noticed if you'd been paying attention," his ancestor replied. "You know, you ought to take a few cues from your pet rock, at least it knows how to show some proper courtesy." "I'm not going to sacrifice people to you," Leon said, his tone immediately growing dark and serious. "Not what I was implying you should do, but you should be grateful that I allow you to speak with such informality, boy," the Thunderbird retorted, and Leon felt her attention shift away. If he were in his soul realm, he guessed that he would probably be seeing her flying away into the mists of chaos right now. Shaking his head a bit to return to his current circumstances, Leon rubbed Anzu's feathered head and said to the rest, "Good work. Let's get the hells out of here." "Look at that," Grim murmured. "Are they retreating?" The fourth-tier knight, beside him, wondered aloud. "Looks like they're tucking and running," Grim replied. The two were on a hill with a fine, if imperfect, view of the valley. They were keeping an eye on Octavius' forces, and though they couldn't make out too many details, the movement of thousands of people wasn't so easily concealed. The two knights could see the army they'd been sent to delay turning around and moving back roughly west, but their specific route gave Grim some pause. "They're not taking the same route they took previously," Grim observed. "Regardless, they seem to be retreating," the other knight said. "Right, let's go report in." "They're not retreating," Leon said as he stared at the map in front of him. On it was marked the location of Octavius' army and the rough direction they had been heading in. What Leon stated, however, wasn't that revelatory. He was simply stating what was on the mind of the knights that had gathered to plan another raid. The army was moving in the direction of a nearby castle. The castle was small enough that it had been safely ignored up until this point, but with the army heading directly for it now, it seemed that something had changed. It was a terrible situation for the Baron of the castle, but for Leon's small force of 200, Prince August, and the thousands of affiliated knights holding the pass to Ironford, it was some of the best news they could ever receive. For Octavius' force wasn't just marching through their pain to reach Ironford. "I agree," Grim said. He and the other knight that had been sent scouting hadn't been able to see the castle, but now that he was looking at a map, it was almost painfully obvious where the army was heading. "If I had to guess, I would say that the attacks last night severely disrupted their supplies, and they need to restock." "That would be the best-case scenario, I think," Leon replied. "It's possible that when Lapis and I killed Count Tarsus, another knight took his place who's taking a more cautious and systematic approach. Hells, maybe they just think that the few rural fighters that Baron, whoever owns that castle, was responsible for the attack. We can't say for sure. No matter their intentions, I think we can chalk this up as an absolute win. The other knights around the table nodded their heads. The 3 5th-tier knights were present, along with the 4th-tier squad leaders, Valeria and Alex. They didn't have the exact numbers, but it was clear they had inflicted heavy casualties upon their enemy while not taking so much as a single battlefield injury of their own, though one of their lower-tiered knights managed to slip and fall close to their camp in the hills and break his leg. This detour that Octavius' fighters were taking would give them at least a day, maybe even more. They just had to keep the army from reaching Ironford until the 7th Legion came up from the south. They only had one problem: they were out of explosion spells. Leon's entire stash and those humbler spell collections of the other knights had been used up in their raid the previous night, and though he still had quite a few Thunderblast and Whitefire spells, it simply wasn't enough to make that big of a difference when dealing with an enemy 10,000 strong unless used very judiciously. If we're going to assume that they're moving over to this castle to resupply, then that presents an opportunity, Valeria stated quietly, though she drew the attention of everyone else. They'll send out scouting and foraging parties, and we can make some of those people disappear. Leon cocked an eyebrow in mild surprise at how matter-of-factly Valeria made this suggestion, but he agreed completely. In fact, this sort of fighting was what he was best at. He'd never seriously fought in a shield wall before, so he didn't know how good he'd be if he were stuck into one, but running around in the forest with his bow in hand shooting at isolated groups of enemy combatants, well, that was something that he was more than comfortable doing. There's not much else we can do, the 5th-tier knight, whose name Leon still hadn't learned yet, said in support of Valeria's suggestion. We're outnumbered worse than whores on the day that the troops come home, and if we try to fight in the open, we'd get fucked even harder. Best not to fight in the open. A few frowns could be seen around the table from the crude comparison, but no one could disagree. Their tactical and strategic situation was terrible, and while Leon had sent word back to Minerva about how bad it was, he wasn't expecting any assistance from her end given that her force was facing down an army of their own the size of 2 legions. Let's do it, Leon said. Let's bleed them dry from 1,000 cuts. If they can't move or resupply without fear of attacks, then they won't move quickly. All we need to do is hold until the 7th Legion arrives. Glancing around at the faces of the knights listening to him, Leon felt his heart flutter a bit in anxiety. He spoke with confidence, but he couldn't banish the feeling of doubt that had settled into his chest. He was much younger than just about everyone else here, and effectively unproven in command, so even if he knew he was making the correct call in the situation, he simply couldn't get rid of the idea in the back of his mind that he was leading everyone to their doom. Fortunately for him, his natural stoicism helped to mask his anxiety, and not a single person questioned the strategy he'd settled on. Leon continued, "We're also going to pull up camp. We shouldn't have a permanent place that can be attacked. Best to stay on the move. We're smaller and can move much faster. Best not to give up that advantage even if it makes us a bit less comfortable." There was a bit of grumbling, but the practicality of Leon's order outweighed anything else they may have wanted to say. Leon counted himself lucky that these were knights from Trajan's retinue, and Trajan's retainers were too disciplined and experienced to be picky about where they slept when on campaign. The specific logistics of their move was quickly worked out, and then Leon's group broke camp and vanished into the forest. They had an army to harass. Gaius sighed as the gate of the castle came crashing down. It brought him no pleasure to seize this castle and kill its defenders, but it had to be done. Were it his choice, they wouldn't have taken it, but his army needed the supplies within if they were to accomplish the mission that Octavius had given them. Gaius had to admit, though, that he was more than a little conflicted as he walked through the gate and into the small, muddy bailey. He couldn't imagine how it would feel if someone were to take his home, the palace in the Duchy of Lentia, and he had just done that to the Baron who had lived here. Several times over the past day and a half since Tarsus had died, Gaius had played with the idea of simply letting the army fall apart and letting the mission fail, but in the end, he felt like he couldn't. As much as he hated Octavius and those the prince surrounded himself with, Gaius couldn't defy the orders he had been given. This was a royal mission to bring traitors to justice, not turning a blind eye to Earthshaker's horrific hobbies. Still, Gaius felt awful. The Baron who owned the castle had fled almost 2 days ago, before even Tarsus' death, leaving about 20 knights and 40 men at arms to occupy the wooden, unenchanted structure. These people were remarkably loyal to their baron, for even when Gaius' army showed up on their doorstep and made a grand display of their power, the castle gate remained closed. It wasn't a large place, barely large enough to house a granary, a small two-story keep with only 4 rooms, cramped barracks that barely managed to house its garrison, and a shrine to the owner's ancestors. The walls were only 20 feet tall, and without enchantments to keep Gaius' stronger knights out, they were easily able to leap right over them and reach the castle's small bailey. From there, it was easy enough to open the wooden gates, though they had to kill most of the knights and men at arms defending the castle, for they did not surrender. The castle itself had been built atop a steep hill, with the rocky terrain to its north rough enough that Gaius could only reasonably approach from the south, not that that stopped him. There were a few injuries on his side from projectile weapons, but the price for taking the castle was only 5 injuries and 2 deaths, not too bad for taking the strong point. Unfortunately, this castle was also far too small to house even a small fraction of the army, but Gaius quickly set about fixing that. The castle was taken not long after midday, and by the time the sun set, enough of the surrounding forest had been cleared to build a workable camp with low walls. The knights, men-at-arms, and all their squires didn't work with the efficiency of legion soldiers, but Gaius couldn't help but be impressed with what they had accomplished after the thrashing they had recently taken. Even better, some of the more powerful knights had some limited enchanting skills, and the walls were reinforced with magic. Gaius knew that if whoever had attacked them came back, they would not find the camp nearly as vulnerable as they had 2 nights previous. As the camp was being established, he also sent out small foraging parties to hunt down some food to replenish their depleted stores, as well as a few more parties to visit the villages in the area to procure some much-needed supplies from them. There would be violence when they arrived at the villages, that much he knew, but his first priority was to keep the army he was in charge of from starving. He gave strict instructions not to sack the villages, not that he felt like there would be much there to sack, but still, people would die because he'd sent knights out to retrieve much-needed supplies. That responsibility weighed heavily on his mind, and he didn't think he'd be getting a good night's sleep despite the camp's greatly increased safety standards. As the sun was setting, Gaius was busy inspecting the hastily constructed walls with Dame Victoria at his side. Sir Marius was busy keeping the knights and their men-at-arms organized, or so Gaius thought, for as he was nearing the end of his inspection, Marius and a handful of others, mostly higher-tiered knights, came running over to him. "Sir Tullius," Marius called out, all noble pride in his voice gone. "What is it?" Gaius asked, a little startled at the group's expressions, some panicked, others deadly serious. "Almost a quarter of our foragers have been attacked in the forest," Marius reported. Chapter 404. The Lion in the Valley. Their foraging parties were large, too large for all of them to be hit, but we got quite a few, Grim reported to Leon. "Our casualties were minimal, while theirs were substantial." "Define minimal and substantial," Leon said, his eyebrow rising almost into his hair at the mention of their casualties. "We lost 3 knights, and 7 more were wounded," the 5th-tier knightus reported. "Balance that against the 100 or so at least that we killed, and I'd say this was a win," the 5th-tier knight said. "I'd rather this not become a game of numbers," Leon said, interrupting the argument that he could sense coming. "We have so few people that turning this into a battle of attrition won't get us very far. As it is, if they realize just how badly we're outnumbered, I'd guarantee that they'll just push right through, eating whatever casualties we inflict. I think the only reason they haven't done so already is simply because our first raid was so devastating." The rest of the group's leadership around Leon nodded. They were all sitting on a cliffside overlooking a good portion of the valley, and they could see the castle that Octavius' people had taken in the distance, mostly because of the clearing of the forest around it to build their palisade. "Have these reports been sent back to Dame Minerva?" Leon asked. "They have been," Alex responded. She had been quite diligent in keeping Minerva up to date regarding what they had been doing, though from what Minerva had sent back to them, the fighting in the past to Ironford was keeping them from sending reinforcements. Fortunately, it seemed that Minerva, Roland, and Brimstone had been so far successful in their endeavors to hold the pass, but Leon had been hoping for at least a few hundred more knights and men-at-arms with which to accomplish his own task. "No sign of reinforcements?" Leon further asked. "None," Alex replied. "Shit," Leon bitterly thought. "All right," he said out loud, "if we want to convince our opponents that we're a lot more numerous than we are, then we're going to have to step this up." Night fell upon the valley, and Leon and the rest of his people ventured back out into the forest. Leon hadn't ordered any further attacks during the daytime since it was risky to move around in the forest when so many of their enemies were out hunting and foraging for supplies. At night, however, Octavius' people retreated back into their camp. On the one hand, this meant that Leon's knights hadn't much opportunity to attack them, but it also gave them the run of the forest. Leon watched the camp with most of the rest of his force behind him. The camp was quite large, but its defenses prevented another raid like what they had accomplished 2 nights ago. However, that wasn't Leon's goal. Rather, he kept the only gate in and out watched, waiting to see what would happen. If nothing would happen at all during the night, he'd simply hit the gate with arrow fire and call it a night. However, if he were in charge of the camp, he'd have patrols sent out to ensure the safety of the camp and to keep an eye on the villages. It seemed that whoever was in charge in the camp had the same mindset as Leon, as not even an hour after the sun fell below the western horizon, about 200 mounted knights came riding out of the gate. Leon smiled. Horses were the staple of the landed nobility, as they were the only people rich enough in both coin and land to raise a cavalry force. Legions focused almost entirely on infantry, with some care paid to archers, but for the most part, horsemen were limited to nobles and the knights who served them. Leading this particular band of knights was a middle-aged woman riding a large stag. The stag was at least half again as large as the largest destrier trotting behind it, with rich brown fur and tree branch-like antlers. Based on its muscular form and the 4th-tier aura Leon could sense from it, he could tell that it was strong for a war beast, and as a mount, it was probably faster than any other horse he'd ever seen employed in the Bull Kingdom. That creature doesn't have a damn thing on Anzu, though, Leon thought with more than a little bit of pride in his griffin, who was crouched far back from the tree line, hiding his shiny white body in the shadows of the forest. It was a large patrol if a patrol was actually what it was. No matter what, Leon knew that he had found his target, and once the knights had ridden off, his people turned around and slipped back into the forest. From the back of Anzu and about 1,000 feet in the air, Leon could, with some difficulty due to the tree cover, track the movements of this unit of knights. Once he figured out that they were on their way to one of the nearby villages, the makings of a plan began to form in his head, and a vicious smile spread across his face. Along the route back to their camp, the mounted knights and their men-at-arms slowly made their way through the forest. Their formation wasn't as tight as it could have been simply due to how broken the terrain was, but they moved in a reasonably neat formation. That changed as soon as the head of the column erupted in an explosion of lightning that enveloped the 20 or so knights and men-at-arms at the formation's head. A moment later, before those further back could process what was happening and react accordingly, arrows began to rain down upon them, along with a few lightning bolts, fireballs, and ice spikes. Octavius' troops were strong and well equipped, but in 10 seconds, a third of their number had fallen, and the arrows just kept raining down into them from all sides, finding gaps in their armor or targeting the lightly armored horses beneath them. The leaders of the patrol were the first to be targeted, and the formation began to fall apart as those in charge were killed or incapacitated. Some of the knights tried to charge out on their horses into the dark forest to try and find the unseen archers. A few managed to find their quarry and engage them in melee combat, but most that tried were quickly targeted and put down with accurate arrow fire. The unlucky knights at the back were unable to retreat, as Lapis appeared as if from nowhere behind them in the eastern territories. There were more than enough boulders around for the stone giant to hide with ease, and that wasn't even going into how well it could hide underground. Lapis crashed into the back of their formation, crushing many knights beneath its stony fists and terrifying their horses. A few of the knights had bows of their own and tried to shoot back, but ultimately, about 5 minutes after the thunderblast spell went off, the patrol sent out by Octavius' knights had been completely defeated. Not all the knights were killed in the fighting, though. In fact, many survived with various injuries, while some of the weaker men-at-arms and squires surrendered once all the knights were defeated. Leon was sorely tempted to have them all killed. He wanted no prisoners, no survivors to report back on their numbers, but when he looked around at those who had accompanied him, he knew that that wasn't an attractive option. One of the knights that followed him had even fallen at the side of one of Octavius' knights that had fallen with an arrow in his belly and was tending to his wounds with the care of someone who personally knew him. Roland's words before the battle at the Naga wound their way back into his head. These weren't enemies, truly. They were fellow citizens of the Bull Kingdom. If they were warriors of the Talfar Kingdom or invading Vailman, Leon figured there would be little hesitation if he were to order them killed. But these were fellow countrymen. Until just a few days ago, they were comrades in arms. Many of them were still lovers, friends, and family members. And so, it was with a groan that Leon had his people pull back after collecting their own dead and injured, leaving those who survived their ambush behind, tied to trees, to wait for those who would sally out of their camp to find them. Leon could only hope that leaving them alive wouldn't come back to bite him in the ass. Over the course of the night, Leon's group ambushed 3 more patrols sent out from the camp, all of them of similar size to the first. In total, roughly 500 of Octavius' knights and men at arms had either been killed or wounded severely enough to take them out of the fight for a good long while. It wasn't all good news, though, as Leon could say the same about 50 of his own people. He was left with 150, while he barely put a dent in his opponent. He only had so many people to work with, and at this rate, it was a matter of time until they took so many casualties that they couldn't fight any longer. As they were, every night they lost weakened them by an almost noticeable margin, and though their casualties were light by most standards, he'd still lost a full quarter of those under his command. Another night like that, and he couldn't in good conscience continue the campaign as he had been. It was time to switch tactics. Octavius' army didn't move the following day. Leon couldn't infiltrate the camp as he had been, so he had no idea why they were staying put, but he guessed it was because of a supply issue or they simply didn't want to leave their most wounded people behind while the rest continued onward. No matter what the reason was, they stayed for another day. Leon led an ambush during the day on a patrol bringing supplies back to the camp, but he didn't stay to win the fight. He fired a single thunderblast at the head of the column, and all of his people fired only 3 quick arrows before retreating back into the forest while Octavius' fighters were still confused and trying to figure out what had just happened. Consequently, the casualties inflicted were significantly lighter, but Leon's force escaped without taking a single loss. Fighting this way meant that Lapis couldn't be used to its greatest efficiency, but a single stone giant, while powerful, wasn't invincible, and Leon wasn't going to squander his one advantage and a profoundly loyal follower on relatively small and strategically insignificant patrols. Leon was a bit conflicted about fighting like this, as it would undoubtedly tell Octavius' people that his force was tiny compared to theirs. However, he couldn't continue to risk his people fighting as he had been, he simply didn't have the numbers to do so. It gave him a terribly impotent feeling, and he could only comfort himself with the reminder that it wasn't his job to defeat this force, he just had to delay it until the 7th Legion arrived. In that respect, he felt like he was more than doing his job, for the army had been practically halted in this valley less than 60 miles from Ironford for almost 3 days. Leon hoped he could squeeze just another couple of days out of this. He hadn't received any word about where the 7th Legion was, but it had to have gotten close by now. It was only a week out from Ironford when Minerva called them in. That should leave them 3 or 4 days away, perhaps even as few as 2 if they moved quickly enough. If Leon could hold this army off for just 2 more days, then even if he let them continue moving toward Ironford, the 7th Legion would catch up before they reached the city. Assuming that the 7th Legion was actually on its way, of course. Without word from them, Leon could only take it on faith that they were still marching his way, and faith was not something Leon had in abundance. Needless to say, despite his accomplishments, he still felt anxious as all hells for what would come in the next couple of days. Another day passed about as well as the last had gone, with Leon's people hitting Octavius, with hit-and-run attacks, never stopping long enough to engage in any serious fighting. However, the knights they were fighting against were moving out in greater and greater numbers, making it more and more difficult to move in the valley. With the attacks lessening in intensity and frequency, it didn't take Leon by too much surprise when he saw Octavius' knights surging out from their camp on the morning of the 5th day since Tarsus had been killed. It was clear that they were once again moving toward Ironford, and they moved with great purpose as if the spirits of their angry ancestors were on their heels. Leon had no choice but to respond in kind, for there was still no sign that he could see of the 7th Legion. Chapter 405, Gaius' Decision, Let's Go. Keep moving, Gaius shouted as he, Victoria, Marius, and all the rest of the remaining leaders in their army urged their people onward. It had been a terrible few days, with the army taking hundreds of additional casualties, and while they had been unable to find and deal with the enemy harassing them, they still had to keep to the rough schedule. When they had broken off from the Consul of the Central Territories, legions, it had been with the understanding that they would make their way to Ironford with all due haste, not get bogged down trying to fight a guerrilla war in the forests and valleys to the south of the city. To that end, Gaius had met with the leadership the previous night to discuss their options. The possibility of staying to find and kill those who were harassing them and taken so many of their lives was floated, and while it received strong support, Gaius had rejected it. That didn't make him any friends, but his appeal to their orders won out in the end. He didn't want them stuck here, for occupying a single insignificant valley wasn't their objective, even if leaving would wound their pride. And so, with 12,000 knights, men-at-arms, and squires, they charged out of the castle and fortified camp, leaving most of their wounded and servants behind with a token guard. The more recent attacks against their patrols were smaller and less confrontational, leading Gaius to believe their enemy in the valley was much smaller than most had assumed. Consequently, he felt that leaving 500 men at arms to guard the camp and their wounded was more than sufficient. The army surged through the forest, covering vast distances without challenge. In the forests, their force could do 15 miles per day if they pushed themselves, but Gaius managed to get them to do 25. It would only take another day or two to reach Ironford at that pace, depending on how rough the land was between here and there. They've stretched their line out dangerously thin, Leon stated, indicating the map in front of himself and the leaders of his unit. They had gathered at the top of a large hill to the northeast of the valley which Octavius' army would have to approach if they wanted to reach Ironford, though they hadn't made camp and were simply gathered around a large boulder that served as a makeshift table. Many of their slower units were practically left behind, with a larger mass of people behind this thin, snaky line of faster units. If we had a proper battalion, we could exploit the hells out of that, Grimm bitterly stated, bemoaning their lack of numbers. Even as few as 500 would drastically increase their options when such an opportunity presented itself. Indeed, Leon agreed, sighing a bit at their lack of ability to properly exploit this chance. As it is, I think our only hope of confronting them and preventing them from reaching Ironford would be at the end of the valley. Many at the meeting agreed. The valley narrowed at the northeastern end, while it widened and opened up into the southern territories to the southwest. It didn't quite narrow to the point that their 150 could properly block it by themselves, but it was still their best bet to slow this army down. I don't suppose we've seen any sign of the 7th Legion. Not yet, but I'll be making one last scouting flyover before we commit to any course of action, Leon said. There wasn't much more discussion, simply an agreement on where to meet. They had one last chance to slow this army down before it reached Ironford, one last confrontation. If they failed to hold the army until the 7th arrived, then Minerva would be outflanked and Ironford would fall. It would, in all likelihood, be the killing blow to August's cause. From Anzu's back hundreds of feet in the air, Leon could see the entirety of the valley. He could see the long snaky line of Octavius' forces as they slowly wound their way through the forest toward Ironford. He could see the castle they'd left behind, still guarded by a significant garrison. And as he turned his eyes southwest toward the opposite end of the valley, he could see something else through the haze of distance that greatly piqued his interest. Something shiny, that caught the light of the sun and reflected it back in dozens of places. It was large, mostly crimson, and moving in his direction. As he flew closer, he could pick up on the faint sounds of marching and the occasional signal horn. Sir Tullius, a panicked runner shouted as he came riding forward, looking for Gaius. What is it? Gaius tersely asked. He rode his horse at the front of the formation or, at least, just behind those who were busy clearing the way. The forest was dense enough that a few 4th-tier mages were the ones who were actually leading the way, and in their hands were big woodcutting axes that they were using to remove any trees that were in the way. They didn't stop to completely clear a new path, all they were doing was making room for the benefit of the horses. The garrison defending the camp for the wounded sent a scout just a few minutes ago, sir. Legion forces have arrived in the valley. Gaius was momentarily confused. This was noble land, there shouldn't have been any legions in the area. Besides, the central consul was nearby, relatively speaking, so if legion reinforcements had been sent after them, then Gaius should have heard about it. Suddenly, barely a second after his mind parsed those theories, it clicked in his head. This legion wasn't here to support them. Gaius' blood ran cold as he thought about that possibility. If that legion had arrived to reinforce their mission, then they would have sent word before now. Gaius would have heard something about their march at least 3 days before their arrival. That he hadn't indicated to him that this legion wasn't friendly to him. That in itself was a bit surprising, since there hadn't been any indications of legion activity following August's flight from the capital, though Gaius considered it likely that some Eastern legions might be sympathetic to his cause thanks to Dame Minerva in August's corner. Of course, he wasn't anywhere close to Octavius' inner circle, so he had no clue what was going on regarding August's base of support. Right now, all that mattered was that a legion had just appeared seemingly out of nowhere right on his tail. "We have to move faster," Gaius muttered as anxiety filled his body with panicked adrenaline. He urged his forces onward as quick as they could move, but some of the more heavily armored cavalry began to fall behind. Gaius had to slow the entire column back down so they wouldn't be left behind, though Gaius could tell that they were losing ground to the legion following them anyway. Far in the distance he began to hear the deep rumble of thousands of soldiers marching in formation. His force was mounted, but in the rough terrain of the eastern territories, the 7th Legion was going to move much quicker, if only because they were simply following the path that Gaius' people left behind. Eventually, he realized that he was going to have to make a decision. Messengers had been sent to the force inquiring as to who they were, but they were rebuffed, clearly indicating this legion's hostility. Since Gaius wasn't going to be able to outpace them, he had to decide if he was going to surrender or fight. He didn't think he would make it to Ironford before the legion caught up to the rear of his column, and the last thing he wanted was to be trapped between the defenders of Ironford and this legion. His first instinct was to fight. Despite everything, he still retained some amount of pride, and his sense of honor demanded that he put up some kind of resistance and not simply roll over like a well-trained dog as soon as a legion showed up behind him. To do so would obliterate whatever might remain of his reputation. However, the more he thought about it, the less Gaius wanted to resist. To surrender would be to prevent the deaths of thousands, at least in the short term. It would also mean giving up on capturing August, and with a legion arriving at Ironford to reinforce his position, that would also mean that this civil war would intensify. Gaius had nothing against August personally, and he hated Octavius quite a bit, probably far more than he ever hated Leon, but he had yet to truly compare the two. He had to stifle a groan, for the more he thought about this, the more conflicted he became. His duty as a knight and a member of a noble house in vassalage to the Bull Kingdom was to hunt down traitors, even if he knew the trial had been rigged. That was simply the law. However, his own conscience demanded that he surrender and put an end to this as bloodlessly as he could. He didn't want anything to do with Octavius' war. Of course, he wasn't even sure if all the disparate elements of his army would even listen to him, no matter what he chose. Some of the nobles would undoubtedly surrender, taking all of their knights and men at arms with them, while some would demand that he fight to the death. There'd be essentially no way he'd be able to thread that needle. "Sir!" shouted one of the knights leading the way, jerking Gaius out his thoughts. Gaius glanced up toward the knight. The front of the column had reached the end of the valley, the narrowest point where it would open back up onto the iron road. Ironford was less than 20 miles away. They'd never reach it. The reason that the knight had so loudly pulled Gaius out his thoughts was because of what was now standing before them, a relatively small force, perhaps a couple hundred at the most, along with a large stone giant. Their tiny unit was too small to block the passage, but that wasn't the point. With the 7th Legion on their heels, even this short delay would keep them from their destination. Gaius almost ordered his people to charge. Their enemies' numbers were so small that the words were practically out of his mouth, but a single person standing among those arrayed against him caused his words to die in his throat. She was a striking woman, with long silver hair, plate armor shining in the light of the sun, and a glaive in one hand casually resting on her shoulder. Valeria Isenos. As soon as she fell into Gaius' gaze, his mind went blank. He simply froze in shock at seeing her in such an unexpected place. He'd thought that she had been assigned to the royal guards and was still protecting the king's harem. "What are your orders?" Victoria asked as she caught up to him. "The legion is closing in on our back ranks. If we're going to fight, then we need to halt and form up now." "No," Gaius whispered. Victoria shot him a look of disbelief, but it paled in comparison to Gaius' own. He hadn't heard a word she'd said. All of his thoughts were dedicated to trying to process the simple fact that the woman he'd loved for almost his entire life was now here, standing against him. He didn't even realize that Leon was standing right next to her, his blade drawn and ready for battle. "Sir Gaius," Victoria shouted in realization. Gaius' dead-eyed stare at the tiny force in front of them cued her into the fact that he hadn't been answering her question when he said no. "What are your orders?" she demanded with increasing desperation. It was the last time she intended to ask, for the legion behind them had grown so close that she couldn't wait around for Gaius to get his head back on straight. Pulling himself back together as Victoria shook him back to reality, Gaius quickly glanced backward. He'd already been leaning in one direction before seeing Valeria, but now that he knew she was here, there was only one decision he could possibly make. And he made it. "Are you sure about this?" Valeria hesitantly asked Leon as they stood in front of the advancing knights of Octavius. "If they don't stop, then we're all dead. We've been terrorizing them for a week, now, and killed many of their leaders. They could very well want to kill us all in revenge." "I'm not sure about this in the slightest," Leon replied with an almost cavalier attitude about the risk he was forcing everyone to take, though his heart erratically beat with anxiety and he was ready to fight for his life if his doubts about his actions proved prophetic. "However, I hope that whoever is leading that army is competent enough to understand that even if they push through to the walls of Ironford, they'd only be smashed against them between the city's defenders and the 7th. Given their conduct so far, I'm simply betting that their new commander is somewhat inexperienced, cautious, and even, perhaps, a little indecisive." "I guess we're about to find out," Valeria whispered as their enemy stepped out from the forest and into the light. Leon's people could see them for a while, but it wasn't until now that they were close enough to make out more than a few disparate details amongst so many armored horsemen. "Hey, is that Gaius?" Valeria suddenly asked, pointing out one of the knights in the front of the column. Who?" Leon asked, not quite sure who she was talking about. Even during the graduation ceremony from the Knight Academy, Gaius hadn't taken up much of Leon's thoughts lately. "The third tier in front, the weakest of them," Valeria said in a tone of mild surprise and curiosity as she took a few cautious steps forward. "Oh, yeah, I think that's him," Leon said with even less curiosity than Valeria showed. "I didn't even realize. What are the odds?" What do you think he'll do?" Valeria asked. "I haven't the faintest idea," Leon answered. "He and I were never close. In fact, I should be asking you that question. I recall you and him have known each other for years, yes? When my father was Exarch of Calabria, he and I were acquainted since his family rules the Duchy of Xianxia, just down the Naga River from Calabria." "I see. Do you have any idea of what he'll do?" Valeria frowned and thought for a moment. "I think he'll surrender," she confidently stated. "Oh, feel like Leon began, but a moment later he was silenced by the sounding of a horn from Octavius, knights. For a moment, he, Valeria, Lapis, and all the rest at his back readied themselves for battle, but a moment later, they all somewhat relaxed. What they had heard was a standard signal for surrender, and sure enough, a few seconds later, white flags began to appear among the army as the knights and all the other fighters began throwing down their weapons and dismounting from their horses. "Well, would you look at that?" Leon whispered in amazement. Chapter 406. Prisoners, surrender, Gaius said, barely able to get the words out. He had about a dozen knights and minor lords there with him to formally surrender as well, since, despite Gaius being officially in charge, it was a noble army and not a professional legion. Nobles still commanded their own private forces and Gaius didn't have as much authority to command those knights to stand down as his position would imply. "I accept your surrender," Leon said. He, too, had a posse of knights with him, including the legate of the 7th Legion. They were all more than a little nervous, as were those representing Octavius' forces, for that matter, but once the words were said, there was no more fighting. It had been more than a little startling for everyone when Gaius raised the white flag, and it didn't immediately make every single knight and man-at-arms throw down their weapons. As the 7th Legion closed in with the back of their column, a force of 200 knights led by Tanicus Nummius either didn't hear about Gaius' surrender or didn't care about it, probably the latter, given Tanicus and Gaius' disagreements, for they resisted and were killed almost to a man. Only about a tenth of their number was still breathing by the time of this meeting in Gaius' formal surrender, and Baron Tanicus was not among them. Fortunately, there had been no one else who defied Gaius' orders, and the rest of the army surrendered without too much hassle. For his part, Gaius was more than a little humiliated, but that feeling paled in comparison to the relief he felt at no longer having to carry out Octavius' orders. This feeling of relief was also mixed with a slight feeling of dread at what he would face when he inevitably returned to the capital, whether that was days or years from now, but for the moment, he found himself relaxing more than he had in a good long while. He didn't like Leon, but the Veilman was infinitely preferable to Octavius' leadership. Perhaps this was why Gaius didn't even blink at Leon being the one to accept the surrender. Even with Valeria there to witness it, Gaius formally gave up his command with a glad heart and turned himself over to Leon and the 7th Legion. "What are you going to do with them?" Leon asked as he, the legate of the 7th Legion, and his small retinue walked back to the hastily erected command tent. It had only been a few hours since the 7th Legion arrived and Gaius first raised the white flag, but already the Legion had set up a workable camp in the valley. "The leaders will have to be imprisoned," the legate answered, "but as they're all noble, they'll probably be placed under some kind of house arrest. In other words, I'm sure they'll be treated as honored guests of the Marquis of Ironford rather than the prisoners that they are. The rest of the knights, we don't really have to worry about. They're more loyal to their own lords than they are to Octavius, the Bull King, or the central government. With their lords or their commanders in prison, they won't be a problem." Leon frowned at that statement. He knew that if Trajan had ever been captured, he wouldn't have just stayed quiet, but he supposed he could understand why someone else wouldn't do anything reckless if they knew that the person they followed wasn't going to be harmed. Still, it wasn't like they actually had the lords of these knights. Most of the nobles that gathered their personal knights together to form the army he'd been fighting for the past week were relatives of landed nobles, not the landed nobles themselves. In other words, the knights and men at arms that made up the army could still fight if their commanders ordered them to try and release their captured family members. It made Leon uneasy, but he decided to trust that the legate knew what he was talking about. Besides, as the legate said, the prisoners probably weren't going to be mistreated, but that could certainly change if anyone tried to break one of their family members out of captivity. So, what, they're just going to be held until the end of this little Taurus family dispute? Leon wondered aloud. "No, Prince August will more than likely ransom them back to their families," the legate answered, his face twitching slightly from the urge to smile at Leon's description of this civil war. It wouldn't do to alienate so many landed nobles by executing their family members, and building up some goodwill with them by treating these prisoners with respect could lead to some of those nobles switching sides to his cause. Holding the captured nobles would get him nothing, as their families would eventually lose patience if their requests for ransom were denied and start furnishing Octavius with their knights again. But, for now, we don't have anything to worry about. These knights and men at arms that make up the majority of the army will return to the lands of their lords, and we won't have to worry about them for a while." Again, Leon couldn't help but frown. Were it up to him, he'd probably be sorely tempted to simply execute them all and be done with it, but he could understand why that wouldn't be the best idea. If he were honest with himself, he knew that he wouldn't actually indulge that urge, but just letting so many knights go that only hours ago were mortal enemies still didn't sit well with him. "You don't like the way we're going through with this?" the legate asked, picking up on Leon's poorly hidden displeasure. "I can accept why we're doing this, but it still doesn't feel right," Leon honestly answered. "I get it, but these are nobles we're dealing with, not professional soldiers," the legate said. "The rules are a little different. If this was another legion, then we'd have to imprison the entire lot, but these are nobles and their followers. We only need to take the nobles captive, and so long as we're civil about it, their retainers will abide by the surrender and leave." Leon shrugged. "If that's the way we're going to play, then I guess that's it." The legate chuckled and said, "Don't forget that what happens here will be seen by everyone else in the kingdom. If we don't take prisoners and treat our captives with honor and respect, then the same cannot be expected in turn. Even worse, if we start winning a battle but our enemy knows we don't take prisoners, then they will fight that much harder and make it much harder to win. We'd probably end up losing even more of our own people than we otherwise might. I mean, think about it for a moment, how hard would you fight if your back was against the wall compared to if you were losing and had a way out?" Leon mumbled as he contemplated the issue. The legate was making quite a bit of sense, and these points weren't ones that Leon had considered in a long time, arguably since Trajan had sent him to deal with smugglers almost 2 years ago. "Think on it a bit more," the legate said with a jovial laugh. "By the way, I think it's pretty certain that there won't be any more of Octavius' goons coming up this way, so you ought to be clear to return to Ironford or wherever Dame Minerva needs you. You did good here, Ursus. I don't think we would have made it here in time without you doing what you did." "Thanks," Leon said in response as pride swelled within his chest. All things considered, for only 50 casualties, he'd killed thousands of knights in Octavius' army. That, in his opinion, was something to be proud of. "I'll head back, then." "What are you going to do?" "I think I'll stay here with my legion and guard the southern valleys leading into the eastern territories until further notice," the legate said. If any more of those corrupt and treasonous toads try coming up this way, I'll lay them down at August's feet bloody and broken." "I'll be sure Dame Minerva knows your plans," Leon replied. He then quickly said his goodbyes and gathered his remaining people together to return to Ironford. It took only an hour or two for Leon and his party to make their way through the northeastern parts of the valley and return to the Iron Road. The terrain was rough, but it wasn't far, relatively speaking, especially for mages of their caliber. 150 knights, along with litters inscribed with air runes carrying the bodies of their fallen, emerged onto the road in good order, surprising a smallish force of about 500 knights and men at arms of Ironford that had been waiting along the road. "Hail!" Their leader, a fifth-tier knight, shouted as he ran forward. The rest of the knights behind him drew their weapons and, while they didn't take strictly threatening postures, their body language made it clear that they were ready for a fight if that's what Leon's group was going to give them. Leon made no aggressive moves, and neither did those who followed him. Still, they had a stone giant with them, and lapis emerging from the trees almost made the knights on the road charge in surprise and fear. It was only the leader shouting at them to stay back that prevented any unnecessary violence. "Sir Leon, I presume?" the leader asked as he closed with Leon, though Leon noted that, despite his orders for everyone to stay back, he was careful to keep an eye on Lapis. "You would presume correctly," Leon answered. "Who might you be?" "I'm Carl, a knight in the service of the Marquis of Ironford. I was sent by his lordship to aid you in holding off the forces of Prince Octavius." "Doing a damn fine job of it, I see," Leon sarcastically thought to himself, silently taking notice of all the tents and signs of encampment that were between the road, the cliffs to the north, and the hills to the south. "No need, the 7th Legion arrived in time. They're now holding the southern valleys," Leon said. Carl almost reeled at the surprise, but the emotion was quickly replaced with glee on his face. "That's wonderful news," he shouted. "I must return to his lordship and tell him of this. Oh, Sir Leon, I believe Dame Minerva would like to hear of this, as well." And with that, the knight ran back to his own unit. He didn't stop to explain anything else, such as why his unit was just camping on the road, and neither did he ask Leon for any more details, such as the fate of the noble army Octavius had sent into the valley. He just ran away. Leon shrugged, not interested in speaking with the knight. He figured the small force was just a detachment of reserves that had been meant to garrison Ironford against the oncoming armies, and that the Marquis simply felt confident that he could spare the manpower. Leon could have definitely used these people a few days ago, but he wasn't going to waste his time being bitter. There was still a battle going on, after all, or, at least, as far as he knew. "Let's go," he murmured to those behind him and led them westward along the Iron Road. It would take hours to reach the mouth of the pass that Minerva and the rest were holding, so there was some quiet grumbling from those who had been looking forward to returning to civilization, but Leon paid it no mind. These were Trajan's knights, and he knew that they would do their duty, especially when their peers were still holding the pass. They made good time and reached their destination before the sun fell. The pass was still in their hands, though Leon didn't really need to see it for himself to know that, if the pass had fallen, then he would have found Ironford under siege. At the very least, he would have heard about it at some point. The pass had been fortified further in the week since the 2 legions showed up in front of it, with caves built into the cliffs and numerous archer platforms along the cliff's western faces. Many of the caves doubled as barracks and other necessary facilities, though Leon couldn't imagine they were extensive enough to comfortably house the 4,000 or so knights that were with Minerva, Roland, and Brimstone. The earthen ramparts that had been first built by Roland and Brimstone's knights had also been expanded into a full-on 30-foot-tall wall of stone bricks, complete with battlements and a handful of square towers. Completing the fortifications was the castle on the cliffs just to the north of the pass. It had also been expanded upon, being enlarged enough to house at least 500 knights and their attendants, and the edge of the cliff nearby had been fortified with battlements and machicolations to aid the archer platforms below. The visuals of all this were impressive, but since it had all been created with earth magic and likely hadn't been reinforced with too much enchantment, that part was the most time-consuming of all the steps needed to create a proper fortress. He couldn't imagine that these fortifications were as durable as even those he'd seen at Fort 127, let alone the bull's horns. Upon approach, Leon's party was stopped close to the mouth of the pass, with the knights on watch only allowing them into the camp once their identities had been verified, and even then, Leon and his handful of retainers were assigned an escort to lead them to the castle above while everyone else had to wait down below. By the time Leon was allowed into the camp, Minerva received word of their arrival and had already sent Roland and Brimstone summons to the castle to hear Leon's report. And that was where Leon found them, in the audience hall of the castle after being led through the surprisingly extensive cave network that had been built in the previous week and up onto the plateau. Unfortunately, Lapis had to be left down below, as it was too large to fit into the caves, and Leon didn't want to mess with the knight's work by having the stone giant create its own way up. Lapis was, as always, quite gracious when Leon asked it to stay behind, though he thought he could detect some hint of regret in its rumbling, in human voice at the same time. The castle was laid out quite simply, as the plateau was surprisingly flat at the top. The castle had essentially been expanded into a large square, with the old castle in the center and the new outer walls separated into 4 quadrants. There were a dozen towers along the walls, 2 to a side and 1 in each corner, though Leon didn't have much time to give them much examination. He had a report to give, and he was also quite eager to hear about how well the battle here had been going. Chapter 407. Status of the Pass. Ursus, welcome back, Minerva said with a rare smile as Leon, Alex, and Valeria walked into the castle's audience chamber. I'm happy that you're safe. As am I, Dame Minerva, Leon replied, but when he pictured the reaction Elise might have if she heard him say that, he quickly put on a wry smile and continued, it's good to see all of you. How's the situation here? Well enough, Roland said. They've assaulted our walls 5 times in the past week, and 5 times we've turned them away with nothing but blood and corpses to show for their efforts. Brimstone loudly boasted, we've taken casualties of our own, though, Minerva added. We've lost almost 1,000 knights either to death or to injuries too debilitating to heal in the field. How about you? Since you're here and so clearly calm, should we assume that the army that was moving to flank us has been dealt with? It has been, Leon said. It cost us 50 lives, but we slowed the army of nobles down enough for the 7th Legion to arrive in time to stop them from reaching the walls of Ironford. When the Legion soldiers showed up behind them, their commander surrendered. I'd estimate we killed more than 1,000 in the course of our resistance, most of them nobles. Who was leading their army? Minerva asked. The Count of Tarsus, but one of the sons of the Duke of Lentia took over after we killed him, Leon said. Wait, you killed the Count of Tarsus? Roland asked in shock. We did, Leon said with a smile of pride. Minerva and the paladins then demanded a more detailed report, which Leon furnished them with, and the legate and I accepted Sir Tullius' surrender. The 7th stayed behind to hold the valley while I and the rest of those with me came back here. And Sir Adalgrim, why didn't he accompany you here? Minerva asked. He's waiting with everyone else at the camp gates. The knights on guard won't let them go far into the camp without an escort until someone comes to verify their identities, Leon said. Paranoid asshats, Brimstone muttered, though no one else spoke too ill of the guards. They were only doing their jobs, after all, even if these strict procedures were inconvenient. That's quite the story, Roland said. If it were anyone else, I'd consider accusing them of exaggerating or falsely boasting to raise their prestige, but in your case, I don't think that's something you'd do. Thank you, Leon said with no small amount of awkwardness. To think that Tarsus is dead, Minerva murmured. That in itself will weaken Octavius more than the loss of the flanking army. Tarsus was the wealthiest noble in the Central Territories, and without him, Octavius loses a great deal of pull with the minor nobility in that region. Especially so now when the legions have been sent east to pursue us. I would guess it's likely that if August did decide to ransom these nobles back to their families, at least a few won't be returning to fight for Octavius. Brimstone grunted in agreement, though he was a little more vitriolic about Tarsus' death. That worthless sack of dreck coasted through life on his mother's fortune. He thought that made him great, so much so that he once tried to court my cousin so that their children would have not only his county but also our duchy as well. Fortunately, Audia saw through him as clearly as if he were made of glass. Shit-stained glass. Damn, tell us how you really feel, Roland sarcastically muttered with an amused smile on his handsome features. We can consider the southern approach secure, Minerva said, drawing their attention back to the matter at hand. The 7th will hold the valleys, and once all the noble retainers that make up that army disperse, I don't think we'll need to worry about attacks coming from that direction for a while. Now, all we have to worry about are the 2 legions on our doorstep. Leon glanced at Minerva in the hopes of getting some kind of quick briefing to catch him up to speed, and he was in luck, for that's exactly what Minerva had in mind. They're being led by the central consul himself, she explained to him. He tried to negotiate with us on the first day, but it was fairly clear that he was just buying time. He strutted around like a peacock in mating season, then returned to his camp and ordered an attack on our fortifications. We barely held them off, and, in the end, the pass itself saved us. They couldn't bring all of their forces down upon us, and we held them back. That's impressive considering I didn't see many Legion shields down there, Leon said. How did you hold off the shield walls? We were fighting from an elevated position, Roland said. We raised an earthen rampart to prevent the shield walls from coming into range, leaving us to contend with only the mages that were powerful enough to jump or climb up. That doesn't sound too difficult on their end, Leon whispered as he thought about how he would have handled an assault like that. The rampart couldn't have been too high, perhaps only a foot or two taller than the average man. The contested climb would have been difficult, but if the legates and other 6th-tier mages were able to push the Augustine forces back even just a few feet, then their followers could have made the climb and assembled into a thin shield wall. At that point, it would have become nearly impossible to hold them back in the confines of the pass. It was hard fighting, Minerva admitted, and most of the casualties we've taken in the past week were during that first assault. Still, we held them back and survived to further fortify our position, and sent our enemies back bloody and with brown trousers. Brimstone smirkingly added as he practically flexed out of his shirt from the excitement of reliving the battle. Yes, we did that. That happened, Minerva dryly replied, putting Brimstone in her steely gaze and silently daring him to interrupt her again. He may have been a 7th-tier paladin, but she was indisputably the most powerful person in the room, for it was through her that August retained the loyalty of the Eastern legions. Naturally, he gave her an apologetic look and quieted down. They made 2 more conventional assaults in the days that followed, Minerva continued, both of which were repulsed at great cost to them. Our fortifications continued, in between assaults, meaning that every time they came, we were in a better position to respond. Their tactics didn't start to adapt until the 4th assault when they brought out a few siege engines that they had been working on. They hit the wall with a few shots from a trebuchet, but it was clear enough that they didn't come anticipating this kind of siege, as they simply fired stones at us rather than anything more magical. Leon cocked an eyebrow at that revelation. He figured if they were coming with the expectation of laying siege of Ironford, then they would have brought something more substantial to fire from trebuchets so that they weren't relying on mundane stones. These stones did have some effect, as our walls were hurriedly constructed and not magically reinforced, but we held anyway. We turned them back again. The 5th time, however, they tried building a huge siege ramp to surmount our walls, but again, we held long enough for our own earth mages to tunnel beneath and cause it to collapse with at least an entire battalion upon it. Impressive, Leon whispered appreciatively. It was, but it seems to have clued our foe into the fact that our walls haven't been enchanted to prevent tunneling. Some of our earth mages on watch have reported strange sensations coming from below, which they believe is the central console's attempts to tunnel beneath our walls. They've been trying to secure the earth beneath our feet, but we're still operating under the belief that the next assault will be coming from down below. Leon nodded in understanding. Sounds reasonable, he said, though it did bring up the question with him of why, if they had earth mages capable of digging tunnels, they didn't simply use said earth mages to cut a set of stairs into the cliffs a few dozen miles to the north, move one of their legions up there, and then assault the castle from the north. But before he began trying to poke holes or criticize the battle plans of a consul, he had a couple more questions. What about the 3rd Legion? He asked. They were closer to the Iron Road than the 7th was to the valley, weren't they? Did they arrive in time? Sort of, Roland said. I asked them to remain in the north. We have about 3,000 people here capable of fighting, while the 3rd has 20,000. The combined 1st and 4th out there have roughly 30 to 35,000. We're not confident in our ability to attack them directly, so the 3rd is staying in the north. Leon nodded, suddenly understanding why the consul wasn't trying to maneuver around to the north with his earth mages. If he did, he'd have to split his forces up in order to properly guard them against the 3rd, and even then, their construction would be contested. It was dangerous and likely to fail. So, what do we do now? He asked. We wait, Minerva answered. We have other legions coming from around the eastern territories, and we think it's almost guaranteed that they have additional reinforcements coming from around the kingdom, too. What happens next will depend mostly on who gets their reinforcements first. If we defeat this army here and have a significant number of soldiers, it's possible that we can move on the capital within a matter of weeks. I wouldn't hold out much hope for that, Though, Octavius has been amassing troops for longer than we've been, so I would wager that reinforcements will reach him in the capital before they reach us here. As for more immediate concerns, the central consul is used to us sitting here and waiting for him to come to us, and that has made him complacent. Their camp isn't as well fortified as it should be, so if we gain another legion worth of knights, men-at-arms, soldiers, or whoever, then I think we can take them in a straight attack. So, the time for holding back has ended? Leon asked, his eyes seeming to almost light up in glee as soon as Minerva mentioned that their enemy's camp wasn't that well fortified. Minerva's sharp features bent in a long frown. I wouldn't exactly call what we've been doing holding back, but at this point, I think that we can set aside notions of kinship. Too many people have died on both sides for there to be anything like what happened with you in the Second Legion. Speaking of, Leon said, any news on their status? I figured that the Second would have joined the First and Fourth in marching east, and yet they're absent. What gives? Roland answered with a thoughtful look, from what we've been able to tell, and to be honest, we don't have many friends left in the capital, so we can't tell much. Sir Aurelius has been formally reprimanded and his command of the legion was rescinded. Without a legate to lead them, the Second has replaced the First as the legion that's holding down the capital. They don't seem too happy with what Octavius did in removing their commander, and the legion's command staff has threatened to resign their commissions if Aurelius isn't reinstated. Apparently not assigning a new legate to them while he figures out what to do is Octavius' idea of a compromise. Any possibility that we can get Aurelius on our side? Leon curiously asked. Maybe. I've only ever met the man in passing and he doesn't have that long of a career, relatively speaking, so neither does he have much of a reputation. I don't know him well enough to say, Minerva replied, with both Roland and Brimstone nodding in agreement. He's a new legate, but he was given command of the Second Legion, one of the oldest and most prestigious posts in the Royal Legions. Leon asked with some skepticism. He's from a family of influential counts in the Southern Territories, Minerva said. Ah, Leon replied, it was a political appointment. Well, whatever, he seemed earnest and honest enough when we fought, he just believes the Assembly's verdict is legitimate. If we can convince him that the trial was rigged, then maybe we can gain another legion. I'll look into it, Minerva said. Is there anything else, Ursus? Nothing that can't wait, Leon said. Good, then get some rest and clean yourself up. Leon smiled as he looked down at his filthy clothing. A week out in the wilds wasn't conducive to good hygiene, though his water magic had done quite a bit to keep him from stinking of blood and dried sweat. What about everyone else? Leon asked. I'll send someone down to get them access to the camp. For now, just wait for further instructions, but be ready for an attack. I'm sure that whatever the central consul is planning will kick off sooner rather than later. Got it, Leon said, and he and his two subordinate knights left. Minerva's people arranged for some sleeping quarters to be allocated to them, rooms set aside for Anzu in the stables, and gave Lapis permission to stand guard outside Leon's window like a massive stone statue. True to her word, Minerva quickly sent some people down to fetch Grim and the rest of the people who'd followed Leon into the valley, and quarters were set aside for all of them, though they slept mostly in the camp in the pass rather than in the castle. Everyone bathed and got into clean clothes, and then did exactly what Minerva said to do, rest and wait for the central consul to launch his next attack. Chapter 408. Defending the castle. Leon, Valeria, and Alex all shared a suite of small apartments in the castle since the latter two were in the former's retinue, Valeria as Leon's de facto second in command, and Alex acting as an unofficial assistant. Unfortunately, said suite had neither a bath nor a shower, and so all three had to visit the castle's large bathhouse. Said bathhouse was rather small compared to others that were built in Legion fortresses, but it was still relatively luxurious, or, at least the baths set aside for the knights were. There wasn't much marble or white stone, and the walls weren't painted, but it was clear that whoever the mages were who built the place were quite enthusiastic about their task, for there were quite a few carved friezes covering the walls and decorative columns. Not that Leon, Valeria, or Alex really noticed the decorations, all three were tired and dirty and just wanted to go to sleep. They hadn't felt so drained when they arrived at the castle, but by the time they started to get settled into their assigned rooms, the week of constant motion with little rest came back with a vengeance. Valeria and Alex naturally parted ways with Leon when they arrived at the bath, making their way toward the smaller female baths. Given how few women joined the Royal Legions or pursued the path of knighthood through battle, the baths set aside for them were positively tiny compared to those for the men. As they washed, neither of the ladies spoke much. They practically had the entire female section to themselves, but Alex and Valeria still washed and then sat back in the baths next to each other. Valeria still maintained a respectful distance, but Alex was far more relaxed about the situation. After a while, though, the silence grew to be too much for Alex to bear. Valeria was more than comfortable with it, but Alex wasn't so much. "Sue," Alex awkwardly began as she desperately tried to think of something to say and silently cursing her mouth for moving before her brain was ready. "I noticed you at Leon's villa a couple times when I was there. How did you two meet?" "Night Academy," Valeria tersely responded. Her brilliant blue eyes were closed, and she was leaning back in the large bath as she relaxed. "Ah, and Lady Elise. You were at her birthday party." Valeria was quiet long enough that Alex felt like she wasn't going to reply, and she said, "I'm sorry if I'm prying, but we haven't had much of a chance to talk to each other in the past week, and Elise and I are old friends," Valeria said, interrupting Alex's apology. "We met when my father brought me to the capital in the Heaven's Eye Tower. We hit it off well when our parents left us to play while they handled some business on His Majesty's behalf, and we've been friends ever since." "Ah," Alex said. She hoped that Valeria might ask her some questions in order to keep the conversation going, but it seemed she was going to be disappointed if she labored under those hopes. Valeria asked her nothing in return. Alex shrunk down into the bath, submerging everything underneath her nose, and sulked a bit. She was hoping that Valeria would be a bit more friendly and willing to talk, as if they were going to be a part of the same retinue, then they'd be working together quite a bit. She didn't want that working relationship to be too awkward, and simply running around a forest shooting arrows and then taking a bath together wasn't going to ensure a healthy friendship in her mind. That her relationship with Leon essentially started off with the same circumstances wasn't lost on her, but in Leon's case, he made some small efforts to engage with her, whereas Valeria didn't seem to want to bother. The young brown-haired woman could only shrug, resign herself to silence, and try to get a bit more comfortable in the water as Valeria stretched her body out next to her as if she were getting ready to fall asleep in the bath. Alex resolved to stay awake, but a mere 5 minutes later, her own eyes began to feel heavy. However, rest would not come for either lady, at least, not yet. As they dozed, the water began to ripple and churn as if something large was about to come crashing up from below the castle. It started slowly, with a few tremors here and there, but as it became more and more intense, both ladies snapped awake and began looking around in confusion. What is that?" Alex wondered aloud. Valeria's fourth-tier senses were stronger than Alex's, and after a few seconds of listening, she managed to pick out the sounds of shouting and clashing swords coming from somewhere outside. "We're under attack," she shouted, springing out of the bath. Alex followed suit, jumping out of the water as quickly as she was able, and then followed Valeria back into the changing room, where they began to throw their clothes on as quickly as they were able. A thunderous roar suddenly ripped through the air outside the bathhouse, answered a few moments later by the distinctive sounds of actual thunder. "Sounds like Leon's fighting," Valeria matter-of-factly observed as she swiftly finished pulling her clothes back over herself. Alex was only a moment behind her, and the two sprinted for the bathhouse doors. Neither had their weapons, but that didn't matter. They ran to help where they could anyway. As soon as they burst out of the bathhouse door and into the small pavilion beyond, they found it completely obliterated. Almost every stone tile paving the ground had shattered, the pavilion itself was in shambles with most of the columns destroyed and the roof collapsed, and in the center of the pavilion were about a dozen knights, all locked in combat, Leon among them. On one side of the ruins of the pavilion, other knights were gathering around something that neither Valeria nor Alex could see, but they could hear the sounds of fighting. Given Minerva's warning that the central console was trying to tunnel beneath the castle, it wasn't too much of a stretch for them both to guess what was happening. Leon's group was flashing with magic power. Bursts of fire, lightning, and other elements were sending shockwaves through the earth and the air. The other group was fighting with more conventional weapons, but conventional weapons Alex and Valeria did not have. Alex glanced at Valeria and asked, "What should we do?" "I don't know," she admitted. With Leon indisposed, locked in combat with a Legion Knight, she had to step up. After a few moments of thought, though, she started running for the group that wasn't throwing around elemental magic. "Over here," she shouted to Alex. Alex followed, but she asked, "What about Leon?" "We help where we're able," Valeria replied. They found the castle knights defending the top of a hole that descended into the earth at a steep angle, through which dozens of Legion soldiers were attempting to force their way through. The knights had halted them, but the Legion shield wall wasn't budging. "If anyone has extra weapons, we can help," Valeria called out, preempting a few of the knights in the back ranks who turned around with their weapons up at their approach. Faced with a legion shield wall on one side of their line and a pair of unarmed ladies on the other, the knights didn't hesitate to make their decision. Most turned back toward the hole in the legion shield wall, while one, the strongest among them as a 5th-tier mage, waved his hand and conjured a pair of spears for the ladies. Valeria and Alex accepted the weapons and joined the line. Events moved deceptively quickly from there. Both ladies were jostled and thrown around a bit in the mass of several dozen haphazardly dressed knights who were defending the castle, while the shield wall beneath their feet rippled and flexed as the soldiers rotated in and out, yet never managing to push past the knights. Neither Alex nor Valeria moved too much, and they didn't have much of an opportunity to fight other than thrusting their borrowed spears a few times when a large enough gap in the mass of bodies presented itself. As a result, while it felt like an eternity, in reality, it only took about 10 minutes for the higher-tiered fight to come to a conclusion and for the knights participating in it to join the larger battle. Lightning flashed past the knights, hitting the shield wall with terrible force. If it were just the one lightning bolt, the shields would have absorbed said force well, but immediately following it came boulders, ice, streams of fire, and blades of wind. The higher-tiered knights had finished their battle, and the castle defenders had won. Leon himself leapt down into the hole along with several other knights. The soldiers tried to respond with their stabbing weapons, but every time Leon trusted his armor to take the damage and used the opportunity to fill the momentary gap in the shield wall with as much lightning as he was able to expend. The other knights did likewise for about half a minute until a shout came from behind them. Watching with bated breath, Valeria and Alex watched as the knights defending the castle surged backward, while the shield wall slowly pushed forward. However, an earth mage quickly blocked them by collapsing the tunnel behind them and slamming pieces of the destroyed pavilion down into the mouth of the hole, completely sealing it and crushing the legion soldiers who were unlucky enough to have taken the chunks of masonry. "Sound the horn," one of the knights shouted. Alex, Valeria, and all the rest could hear other horns sounding off all around them, from the direction of the pass, the cliffside battlements, and even in other places around the castle. Most signaled that the assault had been stemmed in their locations, while others indicated that Octavius' forces remained at theirs. Leon pushed his way through the crowd of milling knights as they secured the area to join the other 2 members of his retinue. He clearly hadn't bothered to completely dress as the ladies had when he heard of the fighting outside, as he revealed that he had nothing on save for a pair of trousers as he pulled his armor, which, given the almost frantic pace they'd been moving at for the past couple weeks, hadn't been cleaned since they'd left the capital back into his soul realm. "You two all right?" he asked, an amount of concern in his voice that surprised Valeria. "Yes, sir," she answered, though her eyes kept drifting down his body. She hadn't seen him even partially unclothed ever since she and xianxia had briefly spied on him in the pool at the Night Academy. He'd been quite muscular back then, but in the years since he'd filled out considerably, and she was having more than a bit of trouble concentrating with him now so close. Alex nodded in agreement, but she was more focused on Valeria, so painfully obviously checking Leon out. Fortunately for the silver-haired woman, Leon was a bit distracted with the ongoing attack to pay too much attention to her body language. Alex smiled at Valeria, nudged the younger woman with her elbow and flashed her a knowing smile, which brought a deep blush to Valeria's cheeks. Leon's attention was focused on securing the pavilion since, as the strongest knight present, he was de facto in charge. He also kept glancing up over the inner walls of the castle, as the sounds of battle could be heard coming from all around them. The attack wasn't over yet, but here and there came horn blasts signaling that the attack had been repulsed in certain places. "Are we going to go join them?" Alex asked. "No," Leon replied, though it clearly pained him to speak those words. "Dame Minerva has known this was coming for a while, and I trust her to have this situation in hand. We won't change anything on our own, and if we run around without a plan, we could get in the way. Better to stick with this until we're called for. Are you sure?" Valeria asked, sharing Leon's desire to get out and fight. "Yes," Leon hissed, though his face and posture suggested that he was anything but. "Very well," Valeria muttered. For the next half hour, Leon helped the knights in organizing the bodies of the fallen and supervising the few earth mages that were finishing up with sealing the hole. The legion soldiers that had been trapped within when the hole was sealed had all suffocated, and so the earth mages also had to work on excavating them. Valeria and Alex helped out where they could, mostly by clearing rubble, carrying bodies, and searching said bodies for ids. As they worked, their anxiety about the castle gradually faded, as did the anxiety of the rest of the knights in the remnants of the pavilion, for the sounds of horns signaling victory could be heard more and more. Soon enough, the sounds of battle faded away into nothing, while signal horns were sounded from the pass to the castle indicating their status. From what Leon, Valeria, and Alex knew about horn signals in the Bull Kingdom, they could tell that the attack had been repelled. The castle was secure. Chapter 409, Changing Strategy, and they haven't moved since. August asked as he stared down from the cliffside battlements at the central consul's army. No, Your Highness, they've been maintaining their position, but they haven't so much as pissed in our direction, Brimstone replied. It had been 3 days since the latest assault where the central consul had sent Legion soldiers to die in the thousands through tunnels beneath the Augustine defenses. Just as Leon had suspected, Minerva had been tracking the course of those tunnels with the Earth mages at her disposal, but a few tunnels escaped her notice. Still, Octavius' soldiers were fought off and the tunnels were brought crashing down around them. Not long after, August arrived at the castle overlooking the pass. He'd been in Ironford coordinating with the legions and lords of the Eastern Territories to ensure that he had the support needed to wage his side of this war. His first demand was to be given a report of their current situation, so Minerva gathered the entire command staff including Leon and brought August out to the battlements where he could see their situation for himself. With everyone together, they were a group of 2.5 dozen, plus dozens more attendants and adjutants nearby. That's good to hear, I suppose, August replied. You suppose? Minerva asked with anger that she didn't even try to hide. We've lost over 1,000 good fighters holding this ground. We've killed thousands more, and all so that you can sit your pretty ass down upon this kingdom's throne and behead those who murdered Prince Trajan. I hope you can muster more than supposition when we win victories. Kings are decisive, and if you're anything less, then I'll find someone else to take your place. Her short tirade was accompanied by a wave of killing intent that sent shivers down just about everyone's spine, and just about sent August reeling right over the battlements. Standing not too far away, Leon had to admit that he was quietly impressed that Minerva was willing to be so forceful in her use of power. It reminded him a great deal of Trajan, and that attitude had been one of the reasons why Leon had been willing to follow the prince. I apologize, Dame Minerva, August hesitatingly replied, his face rapidly losing what color it had as he seemed to shrink and wither under her furious gaze. I meant no offense, it's just that the past couple of weeks have been very stressful and I've forgotten myself a little. I should not allow myself to forget basic manners, especially when speaking with a friend. Please forgive me. Minerva glared at him for a moment, but she quickly sighed and softened her expression. I'm sorry, too, Your Highness. We've lost many in these past couple of weeks, some of whom I served with under Prince Trajan for years. My patience has frayed, think nothing of it, August said with a wave of his hand. He knew that some would frown on him for giving insubordination and even apologizing to a subordinate so easily, but he didn't much care. I've managed to renew most of my alliances with the Eastern Lords thanks to this victory. They're mustering their forces, but it'll take time. At least a month, probably 2 before they arrive at Ironford. How many are coming? Roland asked, eager to move away from topics that would have their highest leaders arguing amongst themselves. At least 50,000, August replied. Marquis Aeneas alone is bringing 10,000. He even thanked me for finding something for his knights and men at arms to do. Apparently, the stone giants have been rather passive for the past few years, and so he hasn't had to defend the eastern border as vigorously as he's had to in recent decades. August paired that statement with a nod to Leon to acknowledge his part in pacifying the stone giants. That's good to hear, we can certainly put these newcomers to work, Minerva said. Have any ideas on that front? August inquired. I do, Minerva replied. If possible, I'd like to have our Eastern legions go on offense while the noble armies take up the role of defense. Have the professionals take the fight to Octavius while those who have a stake in keeping the Eastern territories secure do just that. August nodded in agreement with Minerva's logic. Sounds good to me. The prince turned his eyes back westward. I hope we can get this done quickly. I hope so, too, but wars are rarely ever so agreeable, Minerva replied with a grim expression. A quarter fucking legion. Less than that. A quarter fucking legion stopped us. Octavius roared in anger as he slammed his hands down upon his desk, splintering the wood and sending papers flying throughout his office. The dozens of ministers and legion knights who were there to witness his anger paled a bit and remained quiet as the prince angrily muttered to himself and did his best to remain composed. All except one, however. Nephew, Perhaps we would have had better luck if you allowed us to. The Earthshaker paladin began in a tone that was both conciliatory and accusatory, but that only inflamed Octavius' wrath. Silence. He bellowed, the force of his unrestrained fifth-tier power shaking the room a bit despite the protective wards in the walls. I will not be second-guessed. Earthshaker sat down in his chair seemingly cowed, though the expression didn't quite reach his eyes, which leisurely drifted around the room, quietly taking in the reactions of everyone else. The prince, however, didn't spare his uncle another look and instead turned to look out of the windows behind his desk. As it so happened, these windows faced north, roughly in the direction of his father's private villa where the king lay in repose. King Julius hadn't improved in the past few years, but neither had his condition worsened. The doctor from the Sacred Golden Empire assured Octavius that the king's condition shouldn't deteriorate, but he was still having some trouble securing the ingredients for the king's restorative potion. But that didn't mean too much to Octavius. Whether King Julius was conscious or not, he could still feel his father's gaze upon him, judging him, finding him wanting. Octavius could feel his father's disappointment after all. Despite outnumbering August's forces by such a huge margin, Octavius had still failed to secure victory. Traitors and incompetence, Octavius muttered quietly, but his voice carried in the dead silent office. Everyone heard him, and they began to grow nervous. When Octavius addressed them again, his voice had returned to a normal volume, but his eyes hadn't lost even the tiniest amount of his monumental rage. It seems that I didn't go far enough in banishing the baseborn from my administration, for I am still surrounded by traitors and incompetents. That is the only explanation for these abject, repeated failures. It seems that before I deal with my traitor of a brother, I'm going to have to clean this house, and I must be even more thorough. Your Royal Highness, began one of Octavius' personal stewards, but the prince silenced him with a glare. I want everyone with ties to the eastern territories imprisoned, Octavius growled. Surtur Aurelius will be stripped of his command. Recall Avidius, he's clearly not up to the task that I have given him. After a tense moment of silence, Earthshaker quietly asked, and what of Avidius' army? Should we leave the 1st and 4th to secure the Iron Road west of Ironfurt? What point is there? It's not like it'll be an effective siege now that fucking Tarsus has proven just how much of a fool he was. Keeping those soldiers out there is a burden on our supplies, so bring them back. Many in Octavius' office disagreed, but not a single person spoke up to keep those soldiers where they were. With the prince in this state, all most of them could think about was trying to keep their heads. It was obvious to them all that many people were going to be getting uncomfortably intimate with the headsman's block, and none of them wanted to join those ranks. Have there been any moves from Heaven's Eye? Octavius demanded of the office. Heaven's Eye, the Countess of Lindines asked with confusion written all over her face, seeking clarification. Yes, isn't that barbarian who's fucking that Heaven's Eye girl in August's camp? Has Heaven's Eye made any moves to support my bastard brother? None that we can discern, the Countess replied as she cast her gaze around at the other faces in the room looking for backup. Heaven's Eye has made no moves against us, Octavius, the Sapphire Paladin whispered as she strode forward and shamelessly pressed herself against her prince. Even if they did, all we would have to do is send word to their headquarters in Ilion and they'd immediately replace Lady Emily. Heaven's Eye is neutral, and they take that stance extraordinarily seriously. No matter what happens here, they will not get involved. With his lover staring into his eyes and pushing herself against him, Octavius began to calm down and act with a bit more royal dignity, which was exactly the result that Sapphire had wanted. After a few long seconds that almost felt more like minutes, Octavius began to think out loud. I had thought that August's escape would be useful, as it would prove the strength of the forces loyal to me. Instead, it has led to humiliation and defeat, and that is not how my reign will begin. Something has to be done. Your Royal Highness, if I may, one of the Legion Knights began, drawing the attention of everyone else in the room along with quite a few pitying and odd glances at a man who would invite the attention of an irate prince. What? Octavius snapped before catching himself and repeating in a much softer tone, what? August's forces have blocked both most of the approaches to Ironfurt, but those ways are not the only ways into the east. There are paths through the cliffs of the Great Plateau that were built by House Rame that lead to the eastern territories, not to mention the paths that are watched over by the bull's horns. If we secure the great cities of the north and east Tira and Arimenium, respectively, then we would have all the methods of entry into the eastern territories that we would ever need. Even if August were to have the support of all the legions in the east, he's still outnumbered, and he can't defend every point of entry that exists. Octavius hummed as he thought about that proposal, and the more he thought about it, the more he liked it. I'm inclined to. The prince paused and glanced around the room. Both Tarsus and the central consul were gone, and Octavius had thought them his best military leaders. With Tarsus now dead and the central consul now a proven failure, Octavius would have to replace them before anything could be done, not to mention the purges he had in mind. Octavius gently pushed Sapphire away from him, straightened himself up, and said, "Send word to the consul of Discord. I want his fleet prepared to move on Arymenium. He will coordinate with the consul of the south for the taking of the city. Call up the consul of the west and have him march his legions here. He will take command of the central legions and then march north to secure the Great Plateau. Issue an ultimatum to the consul of the north. Either he pledges his fealty to me, or he will be arrested and charged with treason. There will be no more equivocating from him, he's either with me or against me. Furthermore, I want our legions and those in this government who hold sympathies for those rebels and traitors in the east to be placed under arrest. I will not have a repeat of the Second Legion's failure to attack when ordered. You're all dismissed. Get to work." Those around the prince's office answered with a chorus of, "Yes, your royal highness," and began to file out of the office. Only Octavius, 2 paladins remained behind. They waited for a long and awkward moment for Octavius to acknowledge them, but the prince remained silent and lost in his thoughts. It was only when Sapphire spoke up that he glanced at them and seemed to fully realize that they were still present. "My love, are we just going to leave August alone?" she asked. "For now," Octavius replied, his voice even but carrying a thick undercurrent of killing intent. "What if he moves before we do? It'll be easier for his people to move around than ours," Earthshaker responded before Octavius, giving a loud boast. "If he leaves those hills in the east, then he'll die that much faster. I'll see to it personally. By the way, nephew, I don't think that the eastern sympathizers are the only ones we need to worry about." "Explain," Octavius demanded. "There are others who don't support you here in the palace, not just in the administration. Others who might support August in memory of Trajan. Who? Men like the Chancellor or the Spymaster. Straighten your fucking tongue and speak plainly. What are you suggesting?" Despite Octavius' harsh rebuke, Earthshaker's lips began to turn upward in a shallow smile. "I'm suggesting that getting rid of the relatives and sympathizers of August and the Eastern Lords in your ranks might not be enough. There are many here in the palace that were loyal to Trajan and might transfer that loyalty to August now that Dame Minerva has sided with him. We should expand the scope of this purge so that we can be sure we've gotten rid of all dissidents." Octavius silently stared at Earthshaker in contemplation. Going after the highest officials was risky, but they were men that his father had appointed. For that reason alone, Octavius wanted them gone. After a few seconds, he quietly nodded his head in as princely a manner as he was able to in his current mental state and said, "Bring me a list and we'll see." "Thank you, your royal highness." Chapter 410. Tullius' interrogation. The palace in Ironford was a nice place, Gaius had to admit, especially since he was a prisoner. Despite this, he was afforded all the care and comfort he could ask for. The only thing he couldn't do was leave. If he wanted something to eat, it would be brought to him. If he wanted something to read, again, a palace servant would fetch it. Following his surrender, Gaius found himself relaxing far more than he ever thought he would. He never really realized just how heavy the weight of serving under Prince Octavius had been, even when he had been reassigned as a rank-and-file bureaucrat following his knighting. "Damn fine situation I've been in. If being a prisoner is a more relaxing position," Gaius couldn't help but think to himself on several occasions. As a prisoner of Marquis Herenia and Prince August, the only source of stress that Gaius had was that after being processed, not a single person had come to interrogate him. The important people had, for a week following his surrender, left him alone. This couldn't last, he knew that. Someone would have to come, it was only a matter of time. He wondered who it would be when the time came. He had a sinking feeling that he knew who it was going to be already. "Me?" Leon asked, his face contorting in confusion. "Yes," Minerva matter-of-factly replied. "Why?" Leon inquired. "Because you know Gaius Tullius. You went to the Knight Academy with him, you have a history with him. Not to mention I believe that your knight, Dame Valeria, even grew up close enough to him to have been childhood friends." As she gave this order, Minerva passed Leon a slip of paper with the royal seal upon it, which would give him access to the palace wing where the prisoners were being held. Standing nearby, Valeria cringed a bit and said, I wouldn't go that far, we were friendly, we weren't friends, regardless, the two of you have the most rapport with him. If he says anything about Octavius' plans, then it'll be to the two of you. I'm not so sure about that, Leon said as his history with Gaius replayed itself in his mind. He and I have never seen eye to eye, and that would be to put it mildly. He had a couple of my friends beaten in the streets of the capital before. Then play the bad guy to Valerius good. Just go talk to him, if you don't get anything out of him then I'll send in someone else. Understanding that this was the last Minerva was going to say on the matter, Leon sighed and led Valeria out of Minerva's temporary office in the Ironford Palace. It had been a few days since the consul of the Central Territories inexplicably pulled both the 1st and 4th legions back from the pass. Roland stayed behind to watch the pass just in case they came back, while Minerva, Brimstone, and all of their retainers returned to Ironford with August and Marquis Hernia. If Octavius wasn't going to pressure them by leaving legions on their front doorstep, then they were going to make full use of it. Over the next few days, hundreds of letters were sent and a few calm stone calls were placed, pulling half a dozen legions and ensuring that Constantine at the Bull's Horns was still supporting them. Minerva, in particular, threw herself into this organization, letting August take control of the internal affairs. She figured out the logistics of keeping the legions moving toward Ironford and how many they could reasonably pull without damaging the internal security of the Eastern Territories, while August shored up his alliances with the Eastern Lords and made overtures with the Northern Lords. The Northern Territories were, even after all of this, still filled with landed nobles who hadn't declared for either August or Octavius, and even the consul of the North had yet to weigh in. Out of everyone, it was the consul of the North who everyone in the kingdom had their eye upon. He controlled a dozen legions, a staggering amount of force that could swing the balance of power back in August's direction, balancing out Octavius' control of the Western, Southern, and Central Territories. But Leon wasn't tracking all of that too closely. He mostly trained with Valeria and Alex, while Minerva, with a relatively shrewd understanding of where Leon's skills lay, gave him some time off. Most of the work now was logistics, diplomacy, and paperwork, none of which Leon was particularly talented at. Work doesn't stay away forever, though, and now Leon found himself and Valeria outside of Gaius' quarters. Most of the lords and high-ranking knights that had been taken prisoner were kept in the same wing of the palace, within which were about 100 guards keeping an eye on the doors and making sure no one was going anywhere. Leon simply nodded to the guards on either side of Gaius' door and showed them his pass. They opened the door and the two strode in without hesitation. They found Gaius quietly meditating on the floor in front of a small window, through which passed a pleasant breeze. He didn't look up from his meditations, but he said, "Finally come to talk a bit, have we?" "We have," Leon answered. "We'd like to know what Octavius is planning and, well, anything and everything that you can tell us about the composition of his faction." Gaius looked over his shoulder with an almost dismissive smile. For a moment, his expression was one of condescension, of the expected defiance that any noble ought to make in the face of his captors. And then he saw that Valeria was here too, and he froze in place, the smile on his face vanishing like it had never been there at all. He stared at her for several long, silent seconds, and then he turned back around. Leon gave Valeria an odd look, but she shrugged in response. He wasn't about to go asking her about Gaius' strange behavior while Gaius was still in the room, though, as even he knew that while he was there to ask questions, it was best not to act completely ignorant. He waited for almost half a minute while Gaius composed himself. The young third-tier nobleman was partially obscured by the light flooding in through his window, so Leon couldn't see his expression, but he was a patient man and he could wait for Gaius to turn back around. Well, he could wait a while, but he wouldn't stand there like a hapless goon for hours while Gaius ignored him if the nobleman wanted to play games with him. Fortunately, Leon didn't have to wait long before Gaius rose from the carpet and turned back to face them, a jovial and welcoming smile gracing his classically handsome features. "My lady, if I had known you were going to come here, I might have, well, I don't know what I could have done. I am a prisoner here, after all, but I would have made better preparations." "It's fine," Valeria stoically replied. "Right," Gaius replied, clearly a little put off by the curtness of Valeria's response. "To get back to our questions," Leon said, drawing attention back to himself. "Yes, please give voice to them," Gaius said as walked over to a small table set up in his room, to which he waved Leon and Valeria to join him at. "As I said, we want to know everything about Octavius' faction. Who are the strongest people in it? Who are the weakest? Who might be willing to defect? Has anyone stepped up to bankroll their armies without Eastern silver? Gaius listened to Leon's questions without interruption, and when Leon was finished, the nobleman sat there, silently staring at Leon and Valeria. To Leon, it seemed almost like he was going to have to ask again, and much more forcefully, but Valeria spoke up first. "You're not acting like I expected you would, Gaius," she whispered, taking both of the other men completely by surprise. "Huh," Gaius muttered in confusion, a sentiment that was reflected in Leon's brief questioning glance at Valeria. "I just thought you'd be more, I don't know, arrogant." She continued, "If this had happened to you 5 years ago, I think you would have been screaming and demanding that we release you with an official apology. Or something like that. You're acting too calm, and too resigned." Something in Gaius seemed to crack so visibly that even Leon noticed it. The nobleman's face fell, the smile collapsing in upon itself until only a shell of a man remained. Even his posture shifted, going from straight and proper to so slumped down that Leon almost thought he was looking at a different man. The difference was like day and night. "It's been a long few years," Gaius croaked, his voice raspy as if he could barely form the words. He then took a deep breath as if to steady himself, and then said, "I know my duty, and I can't say anything. My personal feelings don't matter." "So you're just doing all of this out of obligation?" Valeria asked. "You don't believe in Octavius, cuz?" Leon frowned slightly when Valeria said this, but he said nothing. "If you knew what I know about that man," Gaius muttered before quickly cutting himself off. "And what do you know about that man?" Valeria pressed on. She leaned in slightly, entreating Gaius to speak by staring at him directly in the eye. "What you say now can save a lot of lives, Gaius. None of us want this to go on, and if you know something that can help us bring this war to a close, then I would like to hear it." Gaius stared back at Valeria, an expression on his face that Leon couldn't quite read. It seemed both desperate and defiant, and if Leon had to make a guess, he'd say that Gaius' sense of duty and what he wanted to do were pulling him in two different directions. Deciding to speak up, Leon said, "If you tell us what you know, we can see that you're released without ransom. Hells, if you want to, you can even turn to our side." Gaius glared at Leon as if he were interrupting something private between himself and Valeria, but he didn't refrain from responding, though he did turn back to Valeria before speaking. "I never wanted any of this. I was made Prince Octavius, Squire, because he specifically asked for me. It was a way of taking me as a hostage to ensure my family's support without directly taking me hostage." Valeria's eyes widened slightly, but she kept her composure. Leon, meanwhile, had no discernible reaction, though he was quite intrigued already. "In Prince Octavius' service, I found out what kind of a man he is. Selfish, arrogant, unconcerned with the opinions of those he believes to be beneath him. The well-being of the people of this kingdom means nothing to him. He surrounds himself with the nobility in order to feel better about the fact that His Majesty was forcing him to share power with his younger brother, which gave him an enormous chip on his shoulder. Since August's mother is a commoner and Octavius' mother is the daughter of one of the most powerful nobles in the kingdom, he leaned hard into his noble identity to separate himself from his brother." At this point, Leon cocked an eyebrow in curiosity. He wasn't sure what the tactical or strategic uses for this information could be, but he didn't interrupt. Most of the nobles who support him, however, have somewhat more practical reasons for following him. He's essentially promised certain privileges and favors to nearly all those who have pledged their support to him. Or at least, the most influential of his supporters. Count Whitefield, for instance, was promised to have all Legion elements within his lands removed. "All of them?" Leon asked incredulously. Fort 127 was in Whitefield's county, and if that place was abandoned by the Legion, there would be little to stop any future Valeman raids into the kingdom from that particular pass into the northern Vales. "All of them," Gaius confirmed. He made many promises to other nobles, too, such as promising to end the investigations into Duke Decimius' alleged illegal activities. "So, most of these people are only following him for the practical benefits that he promised them?" Valeria asked. "Yes, or they're following Octavius because one of these influential people are following him," Gaius said. "With the Count of Tarsus dead, I'm sure Octavius' position in the Central Territories has been greatly weakened. Would you have any insights as to how to exploit these promises or that weakness?" Leon asked. "None at the moment," Gaius admitted. "Hells, most of them were made years ago, and I'm sure that Prince Octavius has made good on most of them by now. I wouldn't really know at this point. I was transferred to a meaningless post in his personal retinue after being knighted and have barely even seen the prince at all in the past year. Gaius' voice took on a bitter and resentful tone as he said this, which Leon could completely understand. In fact, to an extent, he couldn't help but feel that Gaius' journey was something of a dark reflection of his in its own way. They were both taken in by princes because of their families, but whereas Leon was mentored by the bold, idealistic, and honest Trajan, Gaius was given to the deceitful and insecure Octavius. And now, because of these two princes, Leon and Gaius had gone to war. Leon, Valeria, and Gaius spoke for about half an hour, with Gaius telling them all about his time in Octavius' service, from the allowances the prince gave for Earthshaker's depravities to the nuances that Gaius could remember about Octavius' relationships with the nobles that supported him. It wasn't much if Leon were to be honest, but he was sure that August would be interested in it anyway. That Octavius was letting Earthshaker rape common girls alone was something that Leon was sure the prince would want to know about. Is that it? Leon asked as he put away the paper he'd written everything down upon. That's all I can remember right now, Gaius said. Very well, we may return, but I think we've got everything we need, Leon replied, not feeling the need to keep Gaius sweating. He'd been defiant when Leon had first walked in, but after Valeria prodded him a bit, he'd been quite forthcoming with what had been asked of him. Leon and Valeria both stood up to leave, but Gaius, it seemed, wasn't quite finished. Val, could you wait a moment? Gaius asked. Valeria paused and looked to Leon, who in turn glanced at both of the other two. He saw some hurt in Gaius' eyes when Valeria didn't immediately agree and instead looked to him, but he saw nothing in Valeria except some mild curiosity. We can stay a moment, Leon said, not particularly inclined to leave his knight alone with Gaius, even if she was Valeria Isanos. Gaius frowned a bit, but he simply took a deep breath, made eye contact with Valeria who had turned back around to wait for him to speak and said, I'm sorry. I was always too pushy when we were younger, and I know that I was annoying. For all that, I apologize. Valeria blinked in surprise, was silent for a long few seconds, and then said, these few years really have been tough, haven't they? I've had to endure much that my conscience tortures me over even to this day, Gaius whispered. If you could do me a favor, instead of sending my ransom request to Octavius, could you send it to my family in Lentia? Just in case it wasn't already, of course, Valeria replied. Thank you, Gaius responded as he slumped back in his chair. Leon could tell that the past half hour, and the apology just now, had been draining for him, and even with their rocky history, he couldn't help but feel some sympathy for the young defeated man before him. More than that, hearing of Gaius' situation had given him quite a few things to mull over about his situation. But there was nothing more for either Leon or Valeria to say. They had their information, and it was time to go. They left Gaius, letting him get some much-needed rest. Chapter 411. Time to think. When Leon thought about war, he imagined an incredibly intense conflict, something that would grind thousands of warriors into bloody meat on a daily basis. For the most part, that was accurate to the kind of lightning wars that he had experienced. Even the war with Talfar was over in a matter of weeks, but it still left tens of thousands dead. This war, however, was surprisingly peaceful, at least after the violent first week and a half was over. After the central consul retreated from the pass leading to Ironford, a month passed in relative peace. During that time, both sides continued to muster their forces and shore up their alliances, but there wasn't a lot of excitement between them. They settled into an uneasy status quo, with August controlling the eastern territories, Octavius with the southern, western, and central territories, and both sides jockeying for the northern territories, which remained largely undecided apart from a few notable exceptions, such as Count Whitefield and Marquis Grandison. Leon's part in all of this was relatively small. He didn't have the bureaucratic skills to help Minerva out with the logistics of getting 15 legions and a small army of nobles ready for a war, though he contributed where he was able to, mostly acting as a supervisor for units running training battles. But that hardly filled his days, and it left him with a great deal of time to think and reflect on all that had happened during the past few months. Trajan's death, Naiad's departure, his relationship with Elise, his relationship with Valeria, his decision to continue the fight with Minerva, and even Gaius' interrogation, all of it turned about in his head and refused to leave, no matter how much he wanted them to. He returned to training with the Thunderbird, which he had put on hold during the hectic 2 weeks or so following the flight from the capital, but she knew that something was wrong. the Thunderbird easily deflected Leon's almost painfully slow slash and countered by sweeping his lead foot out from under him with her own. Leon hit the soft padded mat of the training room he'd built in his soul realm, with nothing hurt but his pride. "You're distracted," the Thunderbird said with a sharp glare. "Your mind is elsewhere, not here with me." Leon groaned in frustration and struggled back to his feet where he returned to a rather sloppy stance. The Thunderbird, naturally in her human form and dressed in a pure white tunic and tight pants that matched, derisively snorted and lunged at him. Leon attempted to block her attack and found himself knocked onto his ass for his trouble. "Why am I continuing to bother if you won't do me the courtesy of actually paying attention?" the Thunderbird demanded, while from outside the training room Leon could vaguely hear the sounds of his demonic partner snickering at his repeated knockdowns. Zaffin's pavilion wasn't too far from Leon's private residence he built near the top of his mountain, and the demon could easily see into Leon's dojo with his magic senses. "Give him a break, he's only human," the demon shouted from outside, his deep resonant voice sounding muffled in the training room. The Thunderbird didn't give Zaffin the satisfaction of a verbal response, but she did exert enough power to slam him into the stone floor of his pavilion. "You lost against another lightning mage, that is unacceptable," she growled as she glared at Leon. For his part, Leon rose to his feet and made no excuses for himself. Surtur was much older and more experienced than Leon, but he knew that the Thunderbird wouldn't accept that as an excuse. He'd had his ass handed to him too many times in the past month over that particular failure for him to continue making excuses. "I will ensure that you do not lose again," the Thunderbird continued, her voice softening as she stared at Leon, her yellow avian eyes picking up on the fact that it wasn't Leon's loss that was weighing on his mind so much. "Speak up, something is distracting you. What is it?" Leon stared at the wall for a moment as he thought about how to respond. Admitting to mistakes wasn't something he ever found that difficult, but when it was something so personal, it was still hard to give voice to them. I got a letter from Elise yesterday, and well, with her, and the whole situation around Naiad, and then me running off out here." "You're rambling," the Thunderbird interrupted, sending a bolt of lightning arcing through the sky above the open-roofed dojo, the sound of its thunder shaking the entire mountain. "Sorry, it's just that I don't really have the words to properly describe what I'm feeling," Leon said. "Take it slow, I'm not going anywhere. How about this? Start with this letter. What was in it?" "Nothing too earth-shattering," Leon said. "However, it wasn't so much a great revelation that was in it that got me thinking, it was more the tone, plus a few small details. She mentioned that our home was seized by Octavius and that Heaven's Eye was under great scrutiny to support Octavius in this conflict, or to at the very least, stay neutral. But it just got me thinking, and I realized that this wouldn't happen if I weren't around. Elise wouldn't be under so much pressure, she wouldn't have had her home taken by the state, and her family wouldn't be facing the scrutiny of a prince. Given the power of Heaven's Eye, this doesn't seem like that big of a deal, to be honest," the Thunderbird muttered. "I think you might be. I know that it isn't that big of a deal to them," Leon said, interrupting his ancestor, much to her chagrin. "But that's not the point. The point is that I have made myself a part of Elise's life, and by extension, a part of Emila's life. And yet I've done so little. They have done so much for me, and I haven't even the faintest idea of how to pay them back for their generosity." "Does any of that generosity have to be paid back?" the Thunderbird asked. "Speaking from my own great experience dealing with the many men of the harems I've had in the past, whenever I've given them gifts or done them favors, I never expected anything in return, for the pleasure of their company and their cocks was enough." Leon visibly cringed. He didn't want to hear about something so private from his ancestor. Moving past sex talk as fast as he could, he replied, "I get that, but I feel like a freeloader. I want to give something back, even if it's something they could easily get themselves or that Heaven's Eye can procure with a snap of its mighty corporate fingers. I just want to do something that shows Elise how much I love her. If you could give something back to me, I'd be ever so thankful." Zaffin shouted from outside, his face still held against the stone floor by the Thunderbird's aura. "I'd settle for being able to stand back up." The Thunderbird hummed as she thought, not paying any mind to the shouting Zaffin. "Getting a present for your primary mate, is that all that has been on your mind, boy?" "No," Leon admitted. "There's been a lot, actually. I've been thinking about Naiad, Gaius Tullius, and other things." "In your training, has that entered your mind at all?" "Yes, but I confess that it's taken something of a back seat to the rest." The Thunderbird sighed and resigned herself to the fact that Leon was done with training for the day and that she now had to attend to his psychological needs. If he weren't my only descendant remaining, I wouldn't bother with this, she uncharitably thought. All right, what about your other mate? She asked out loud. Leon, after returning his sword to his vault, freely said, I was unfair to her. And unkind, I think, given how helpful and undemanding she's always been. After speaking his piece about Elise, he found it much easier to speak, the Thunderbird's somewhat exasperated expression notwithstanding. I forced her to make a decision, and she ran. If she were still here, I could have solved this entire thing. I could have just walked right into the palace and killed Octavius then and there. Earthshaker would have been made a head shorter, and then I could have left this damn kingdom behind. His words were harsh towards the Bull Kingdom, but his face was regretful rather than hateful and vindictive. It was clear enough to the Thunderbird that whether or not he actually felt that way about the kingdom, it was being colored more by his own anger at how he treated Naiad than anything else. Why did you treat her that way, then? She asked. She tried to force herself on me when we first met, Leon answered. But, in the end, when she saw that I didn't want that, she backed off. After that, she was nothing but helpful. Was the decision you forced her to make necessary? I think it was. We were about to go to war, and I wanted to know how she felt. We never really talked about it before. Sounds like you were a bit of an idiot, the Thunderbird said with the faintest hint of a smirk playing at her lips. I can't argue with that. As I reflect on my actions, I find myself being far too passive. I think I should have acted more and waited less. All of these things with Elise, Naiad, and even how I've been since Trajan was murdered, what set off all of this self-reflection? Unless it just came out of nowhere. No, I think it came after speaking with Gaius Tullius. Leon quickly filled the Thunderbird in on Gaius' circumstances as they had been explained to him. And you saw your situation in his. Being forced to participate in campaigns that you didn't believe in. A bit, yes, but you chose to be here. I did. Have the reasons for that choice changed? Hardly. Trajan wanted to see this kingdom thrive, to see it at peace and its people happy. What kind of person would I be if I were to leave while it's in the midst of a civil war kicked off, at least in part, by his murder? Sounds like you have a pretty good idea of what you're doing, so what's with the second guessing? It doesn't feel like my future is here, you know. Of course, it isn't. If your future was in this backwater, then I wouldn't bother training you and resign myself to the fact that my clan has come to an end. I would never have revealed myself to you and demanded that you reach the 6th tier so that we could speak properly. I would have let you continue in peace, probably to be killed somewhere along the way like the rest of the baseborn plebeians that call this cursed graveyard their home. Right, well, it does kind of seem like I'm wasting my time by staying, even if it is to fulfill my obligations to a dead friend. There's just so much going through my head about what will come next that I'm having trouble focusing on the here and now. The Thunderbird stared at her last descendant, her eyes sharp and piercing, and sighed. You're still only 20 years old. Take the time to broaden your horizons, to live in the moment, and to make sure that when you leave, you do so without regrets. Your Prince Trajan had great expectations for you, and you can fulfill them later when you start to build a power base in the Nexus. You have plenty of time ahead of you for other things. Leon frowned, his general sense of unease not abated. Listen, boy, the Thunderbird said with uncharacteristic tenderness, when a mage achieves apotheosis, they essentially become immortal. They do not age in fact, they will age backward until they reach their physical prime, assuming they weren't in their prime when apotheosis was achieved. And yet, immortals rarely live for longer than a few thousand years, for the weight of all that time is immense, far more so than most are able to bear. Few things will kill an immortal faster than apathy and boredom. If they're immortal, how do they die? Leon asked without too much seriousness. Usually in ritual suicide, or by getting others to kill them. When someone abandons all desire to live, it's not unheard of for them to abandon all respect for the rule of law though, fortunately, it's mostly those who leave nothing behind that go to such extremes. If they have a family, they'll usually choose to end things by their own hands. Leon grimaced. He didn't think he'd ever choose suicide, but he wasn't even 50 years old, yet, let alone 500 or 5,000. How many of our clan have claimed their own lives? Many, the Thunderbird whispered as she stared at. Nothing in particular. All of my children grew tired of life, and all of my grandchildren, too. Again, Leon frowned. If the Thunderbird existed within them, Then she likely would have seen all of her family members being crushed under the weight of the years they had lived and then taking their own lives. It suddenly made a bit more sense to him why she had always been so aloof to the rest of his clan, only revealing herself to him, when he was the last one alive who carried her power. In a blatant change of topic, the Thunderbird said, "I'm making some progress with your request to learn how to transform into a similar kind of being as myself." "Oh, what kind of progress?" "Nothing that will bear fruit in the near future, I think," but the Thunderbird didn't look at Leon, instead choosing to continue to stare at the walls of the dojo. However, unlike a few moments before when her eyes were unfocused and distant, now they seemed to be locked on something specific, though Leon had no clue what it could be. There wasn't anything in that direction except the mists of chaos, so he could only assume that whatever she was seeing was in her head. Continuing, the Thunderbird said, "I had to apply some principles I learned from other primordial beasts, but I think that when it's ready, it will work. It will require greater power than you currently possess, though, so don't go slacking off just because I'm making progress." "Thank you for going so out of your way for me," Leon humbly said, and he meant every word. "I don't know how I could ever repay you for this. Prove yourself worthy of it." "That will be enough," the Thunderbird replied. "Now, have you come to any conclusions regarding your problems? Or are we going to sit here and play at therapy for a few days?" Leon stifled both a chuckle and a frown. He didn't know what kind of conclusions he could have drawn in so short a time, but his head felt a bit clearer now and felt ready to continue with his training. "I've decided to continue with this war," he said. "I don't have to stay, but I've put far too much of myself into this to just up and leave so abruptly. If I did, I'd regret it forever, and you specifically told me to avoid regrets. I'll see this place that has been, well, not good, but at least somewhat decent to me return to peace, and in doing so honor Trajan's memory. I'll also kill Octavius and the Earthshaker Paladin because fuck those two." "Good," the Thunderbird said approvingly. "I've also thought about the issues with Naiad and Elise. If Naiad ever returns, which I think she will given what I can feel from the power she left within me when we made our contract, I'll do better. I'm fairly sure that I love her, and I want to make her a part of my family. And as for Elise, well, I think I can start by showing how much I appreciate her. In that vein, I could use some advice from your end, we'll see," the Thunderbird coyly replied. "What did you have in mind?" Leon smiled and told her. "You can't buy your way out of guilt or into someone's good graces," the Thunderbird said. "Or, at least, I don't think you'll be able to do so in this case. Either way, I like it, and I will render what assistance I can." Chapter 412. Saren journeying across the large Bull Kingdom was something that Naiad could do quite effortlessly. The Naga River and all of its branches and tributaries ran up and down its length, from the farthest reaches of the northern territories down to the coast of the Gulf of Discord. If she wanted to, she could go from the Bull Kingdom's capital back to her cave in the western marches of the Talfar Kingdom in a matter of 3 or 4 days, whereas it might take Leon 2 weeks if he were in a spectacular hurry. However, once she left Leon's villa, she didn't move all that fast. He had sprung quite the conundrum upon her, and she needed some time to think before anything. And so, after leaving the villa, she simply melted down into the Naga River and let the water carry her southward. Ultimately, she had left to seek out her mother back in Saren, the city that all river nymphs had come from, but for now, she needed her space. The most important issue on her mind was that of Leon himself. Over the year that she had been with him and Elise, the two had made a serious effort to make her feel welcome and a part of their family. They slept together a lot, and Leon in particular made her feel wanted, even if he rarely said much. His silence wasn't something that bothered her. Their physical relationship was all that she wanted or even needed to feel loved, and everything else was just a bonus. And yet, she had to admit that on those times when they did talk rarely was it about anything more consequential than what food they were going to eat or what they had seen during the day that she enjoyed it far more than she could have ever guessed she would. She didn't want to leave him, that much Naiad knew. However, to be a part of his family wasn't something that she felt ready for. She didn't even know what all that might mean. She didn't even know if she would want to stick around once she was pregnant. If she were corporeal, she might have run her hands down her toned belly, wistfully wondering what their future child might look like, but alas, her body was now water. She wasn't yet with child, but already she knew that she wanted no one's seed save for Leon's. Whether or not that qualified as wanting to be a part of his family wasn't something she could say, and as she drifted down the Naga River, she wasn't able to come to a decision. She wanted Leon's child, but she wasn't sure if she wanted to be a part of his family. She didn't know how she felt about him. That was as succinctly as she could put her situation. Unable to come to a conclusion, Naiad began to move in earnest about 2 weeks after leaving Leon's home. She drifted quite the distance from the capital, but she was still in the northern reaches of the southern territories and had a long way to go. A few times on her journey, it occurred to her that she didn't leave Leon at the best of times, but every time that she thought about returning, she couldn't quite bring herself to turn around. She knew that Leon was in a bad way right now, but he still had Elise there with him, and she didn't think he would want her by his side until she was ready to commit to the two of them. Until she was ready to make that commitment, she wasn't going to go back. To that end, she slowly meandered her way back to her cave, eventually walking out of the water and onto the beach of the small island in the middle of the underground lake where she had spent so much of her life. It had only been a little over a year since she had left, but so much had changed since then. Not only had she gotten together with Leon and Elise, but she had introduced herself to human culture, and now, compared to the capital and its constant hustle and bustle, her island felt small, isolated, and dark. A deep melancholy settled into the pit of her stomach as she walked back to the center of the island toward the pond that had been her home, where she had almost forced herself upon Leon during their first meeting. She quite enjoyed her solitude, but right now, sitting in the clearing illuminated by the light shed by the glowing leaves of nearby trees, she couldn't help but shiver. She had long ago shed the clothes she had taken to wearing in the Bull Kingdom, and she missed them now more than ever. The only accessory that still adorned her was the invisibility ring that Leon had given her after he killed Tiberius, its emerald seeming dark and lusterless within the grotto. And yet, the ring also felt warm on her finger. She could almost feel Leon's presence there with her as she slowly twisted the ring around her finger. I will never return to my old life, Naiad suddenly realized. No matter if she stayed with Leon or not, living the hermit life was no longer in her future. A temporary respite in a quiet place like this, perhaps, but living in it permanently. No, she couldn't go back to it. Or maybe if Leon, she thought, thinking the place wouldn't be so bad with Leon around. Or Elise, for that matter. Leon took up the majority of her thoughts when she thought about what she left behind, but that was almost entirely because of the two of them. Naiad would be bearing Leon's child. But that wasn't to undersell the depths to which Naiad missed Elise. Too, Naiad greatly missed the feel of Elise's hands and lips on her body, and if she decided to return to the two, then Elise would be a huge reason why. For now, Naiad did her best to push thoughts of Leon and Elise out of her mind. If she was going to speak with the teasing, yet often wrathful goddess that was her mother, then she had to be completely centered and ready for anything. She was a queen of river nymphs, and even if she had long since given away her lesser nymphs, she still had to act with the dignity and grace expected of one of her station. Naiad knelt in her pond, her head just barely rising above the surface of the water as her legs rested in the sand below. She didn't turn her body into water, keeping herself flesh and blood to help maintain her discipline and drive thoughts of what might await her back in the capital from her mind. It took 5 days of meditation, during which Naiad rose from her pond 3 times to walk to the beach and prepare to head for Saren, only for her nerve to fail and force her to return to the pond for more meditation. But the 4th time was the charm, it seemed, for she entered the lake, allowed her body to merge with the water, and departed the island for Saren without a single glance backward. It was a quick journey, far more so than the journey from the capital back to the lake. Saren was not far by any stretch of the imagination, perhaps 10 miles at the most depending on the interpretation of where Saren began. Naiad defined it as beginning when she entered its gates. The road to Saren was an underground river, one of the 3 that supplied her lake with water, and as it approached the gates, it narrowed into more of a flooded fissure, many dozens of feet high but barely wide enough to fit half a dozen people shoulder to shoulder. Despite being the realm of river nymphs, there wasn't a single nymph in sight, even made one with the water. Naiad wasn't too surprised. Most nymphs didn't exactly reach human levels of cognition, though they had intelligence that elevated them above animals, and Saren was the holiest of their homes if anything could even be considered holy in river nymph society. It was not a place for the lesser nymphs to loiter absent their queens. The gates of the city in the deep, flooded, lightless tunnel were more of an intricately carved archway, not unlike the triumphal arches in the Bull Kingdom's capital. However, the arch's complete architectural dissonance with what lay beyond showed it for what it truly was, a stolen relic that had been taken from a flooded city far to the south and stuck into the bare rock of the fissure to pretty it up a bit. It didn't even have proper gates or guards, for that matter, for who could find such a place, far from human civilization and hidden below millions of tons of rock and water? The fissure was dark and claustrophobic, pressing in on Naiad, even in her intangible watery state, but the immense cavern beyond the archway was anything but. However, to call it merely immense was to do an indescribable disservice to the true scale of the place. It was large enough to contain a city of tremendous size. All of the Bull Kingdom's capital, Tira, and Arimenium could be fit inside at once with room to spare, and even the tallest man-made building that Naiad had ever seen wouldn't have come close to reaching the ceiling from the floor. But the cavern was already full of structures, leaving no room for any new buildings without tunneling into the rock walls. From wall to wall, the entire floor of the underwater cavern had been filled with pyramids of varying sizes, each made of inky black stone and with enough absorbable magic power emanating from them to make even Naiad shudder in pleasure as she entered their collective aura. They were laid out with seemingly no rhyme or reason, without even the slightest hint of a grid or other planned layout. Those pyramids furthest from the center were the smallest, with some human single-room huts being larger, while those closer to the center grew in size, culminating in a pyramid of massive proportions made of stone bricks each larger than the smallest of the pyramids. The entire structure was about a mile tall, with its tallest brick reaching a little under halfway to the cavern ceiling. At its zenith was a flat platform with a strange altar or something that Naiad could only identify as an altar in the center. But, perhaps even more spectacular, an identical pyramid extended from the ceiling directly over its massive counterpart, forming a kind of hourglass shape in the cavern. The two pyramids almost touched at the top, separated by no more than 20 feet. A beam of blue light connected the two altars, and surrounding this beam for 30 feet was what Naiad could only describe as a halo of blue light so bright that it shone like a tiny bright blue sun deep in the center of the plain. A few other pyramids had similar spheres of blue light at their peaks, but they were as candles next to a roaring bonfire, and the light they emitted was almost completely blocked by the light of the main pair of pyramids. Naiad took a moment to take in the splendor of the cavern. She marveled at how much force would have been required to construct such monolithic structures and the magic power that, even now, uncountable years after the creation of these structures, continued to maintain whatever magic spells had been worked into their bricks. After a couple of seconds, Naiad got back to the task at hand, reformed her physical body with the emerald ring still on her finger, and began dropping through the water toward the floor of the cavern. Here, in this place, only the highest of river nymphs, their empress, could move as she pleased. All others, even the queens, had to adhere to ancient rituals. At one end of the cavern a few miles from where Naiad entered was what could be described as a hallway or perhaps a walled road at that scale that cut through the throngs of pyramids and led to the base of the Great Pyramid. The long walls of this road were covered in carved reliefs, leaving hardly any bare stone to be seen. Naiad swam around the edge of the cavern just above the floor, not stopping until her feet touched the paved floor of this road. Once she landed on the bricks, she began to walk along the path as if it were a city open to the sky rather than completely submerged. She walked slowly, respectfully, taking her time to calmly observe her surroundings. Behind her was the main entrance to Saren, a huge pitch-black abyss in the wall that led north toward the endless ocean. The road she walked began at the mouth of this tunnel. It was only after she had walked about a quarter of a mile that she finally began to take notice of the other river nymphs in Saren. They were gathered around the brightest of lights at the top of the pyramids, swimming around them like schools of fish. Nearly all were lesser nymphs, while their queens made their statuses known by sitting at the tops of these tallest pyramids. The queens themselves were small in number, only a small handful compared to the thousands of lesser nymphs that surrounded them, and all were just as nude as Naiad. A few resembled Naiad, with bronze skin, heart-shaped faces, and buxom figures, but most were pale and more slender, their looks showcasing their lives spent in the underwater caves and their usual choice of mates, the pale-skinned men of the Talfar kingdom. Some were blonde, a few were red-haired, but most were dark-haired, and all had eyes as blue as the water that surrounded them and the light they gathered around. Naiad didn't stop to watch or greet any of them. They were far away from the hallway, and she had other things on her mind. But they all took great notice of her, with not a single one missing her arrival. Many even had their groups of lesser nymphs part so that they could watch Naiad's advance with their own eyes. It was a quiet journey, but Naiad's blood rushed through her ears with a deafening roar, and her heart felt like it was trying to escape her chest with how intensely it was beating. All 30 river nymph queens, each of comparable power to her, were focusing their attention on her, but it was the prospect of facing her mother that had Naiad so nervous. But she did as was expected. She wasn't going to give any of her contemporaries reason to attack her, as she was sure they were all contemplating doing so. Instead, she almost made a show of examining the endless carvings that decorated the walls of the road she walked. They hadn't been carved by river nymphs, of that she was certain. The entire cavern hadn't been built by her people, they simply lived within it. The reliefs depicted a story, but it was one that Naiad was generally unfamiliar with beyond the obvious. On her left were depicted various creatures so finely detailed and lively as to be almost lifelike, but she couldn't identify even a quarter of the beasts depicted upon the wall. There were horned beasts, winged things, and creatures with altogether far too many legs. Some were insectoid, others with fur, feathers, or both, and still others covered in scales, spikes, stingers, and all manner of other strange and alien appendages. On her right, the carvings were less eclectic, only showing 2 different kinds of beings. One of these beings seemed, to Naiad at least, formless, vaguely human but twisted in ways that no flesh or bone could ever manage. In the center of the shapeless bumps that were these beings' heads were a single blood-red ruby. The second kind of being were quadrupeds. Naiad might have called them centaurs with huge curved horns made of silver that merged with their pronounced brows. Various scenes were depicted on both sides of Naiad. Some were of the creatures fighting, others were of peace, but most of these scenes Naiad hadn't a clue what was going on. It wasn't until she reached about halfway to the Great Pyramid that humans made their appearance in these carvings. They were tiny compared to the rest, but as Naiad continued onward, they quickly began to outnumber the others. As she drew ever closer to the Great Pyramid, the scenes became solely those of war and battle, with all of the bizarre and terrible monsters on both sides falling to the blades of humanity, or so it seemed to her. It seemed to be a history or a legend of some sort, but Naiad hadn't the cultural knowledge to know, nor did she much care about. Whatever the people who built this place believed, the stories of the dead had little bearing on her life as it was, nor on the lives of the rest of the river nymphs. She reached the end of the road, finally. Most of the pyramids were built so closely together that a single person would struggle to fit between their bases. The Great Pyramid, however, had been constructed with almost 1,000 feet between itself and the closest other pyramids. It wasn't hard for Naiad to guess why, for this open space was filled with corpses, though none of them seemed human. It was clearly a gathering place for whatever alien rituals were conducted at the top of the Great Pyramid, and those that had gathered had all seemingly died in their place. By now, they had been dead for millennia, for they were all little more than skeletons, and Naiad had never in her life seen them as anything but. They were humanoid in shape, but most were massive, between 8 and 15 feet tall. A few of the smallest were of human size, though still tall by human standards, but every single one of them was winged. The smallest had only a single pair of wings extending from their shoulder blades, while as they got larger, more and more pairs of wings appeared from further down their spine. The largest of the corpses had 4 pairs of wings running down their backs. They had all seemingly died in place peacefully, for judging by their positions, they had died with their wings covering their faces. Those with more than a single pair had their lowest pair of wings also covering their feet, while those with more than 2 pairs had spread their extra wings as far out as they could in the relatively cramped space. There were thousands of these creatures, so many that Naiad could imagine if they were still alive then there would have been very little of the floor showing from beneath the feathers of their wings, assuming, of course, that their wings were feathered. But they were all corpses now, and they had about as much bearing on Naiad's purpose as the reliefs flanking the road. She turned her eyes away from the corpses and toward the top of the Great Pyramid. She could sense a great magical presence up there, beyond the magic flowing through the pyramid stones or the bright, gentle blue light that obscured everything between the Great Pyramid and its sibling on the ceiling. She confidently strode right up to the base of the pyramid, where a more human-sized staircase led up and over the gigantic stone bricks that otherwise made up the pyramid, and slowly lowered herself down to her knees. There, she waited for about 30 seconds, her eyes turned downward in supplication, before quietly lowering herself down even further until her forehead touched the bricks beneath her. As soon as her brow brushed against the stone, a loving, motherly voice rang out across the entirety of the submerged cavern for every watching nymph to hear, though it was by no means human or even of any language that Leon would recognize if he were present. The water that filled the cavern seemed to shake in time with every syllable, and all the queens that heard it dropped down to their knees while their lesser nymphs froze in place as they swam around their queens. My last daughter has finally returned to us after so long, and she has shown the proper respect. Let no one say that she is impious or lacks deference. Maya, come up here and see me. Naiad closed her eyes and suppressed the feelings of joy and sadness as the sound of her true name filled her ears once again, and then stood back up. She had come this far, and she was as ready as she would ever be to see her mother once again. Chapter 413. Pleon Naiad ascended the stairs to the summit of the Great Pyramid. It was a long climb, but her 8th-tier body made it with ease. As she drew closer to the blue light that surrounded the peak, it steadily grew softer until it vanished entirely just as she passed through it. The blue beam of light that connected the altars of the two pyramids, however, remained as bright as ever, and it gave Naiad a terrible feeling of being watched. Ever since she was little, she always thought that there was something in that beam, something trapped or sealed, and that it was always watching her. But whatever gave her that feeling wasn't her focus. The figure that, even to her 8th-tier senses was almost completely obscured by the blue light, was all that she looked at. Maya, the figure whispered in the sing-song language of the river nymphs, her voice gentle and soothing despite the power it needed to project itself through the dense water that surrounded them. Welcome home. The figure twisted, still unrecognizable as anything other than a black silhouette in the blue light, but Naiad knew exactly who it was: her mother, Pleon. After all, Naiad recognized her mother's voice, and no one else save for one of Pleon's power could claim so high a position with all the other 8th-tier Naiads so far below. Mother, Naiad whispered out loud, her voice coming as almost a shock to her after going so long without speaking. Naiad drew closer to the figure, and the figure calmly strode forward to greet her in turn. By the time the two embraced, Naiad could see her mother perfectly well, even backlit as Pleon was by the beam of light. Pleon was much paler than Naiad, showing that she hadn't contented herself with the usual Talfar fare that the rest of the Naiads of her generation had, given Naiad's skin tone. She was also just as nude as Naiad was, and apart from their differing skin tones, the mother and daughter were almost identical. Were it not for that one difference, the two could have been mistaken for identical twins, with their broad, heart-shaped faces, piercing blue eyes, long, light brown hair, and well-endowed hourglass figures. Maya, Pleon whispered as she cupped Naiad's cheeks. I know you can't have come back here without good reason, but please just let me take a good look at you. It's been so long since you last came here. Naiad acquiesced, remaining still and silent for about 10 seconds as her mother took in her every detail. She hadn't changed too much since she left Saren almost a century ago, but she indulged her mother anyway. She'd learned long ago that it cost her little to indulge her mother like this while keeping her happy, and Naiad wanted Pleon happy right now, rather than the wrathful goddess that she often used to assert her dominion over the rest of the river nymphs. Pleon stared into Naiad's eyes, but her magic senses swept over the entirety of Naiad's body, taking in every detail of both her physical state and that of her magical aura. Pleon hummed in satisfaction, not a single trace of Gorgonism. You've finally found a mate, then. And it seems that he's even marked you as his, if that ring is any indication. That's what I'm here to talk about. Naiad whispered as her cheeks reddened slightly and she dropped her gaze downward until she was staring at the ring on her finger, the invisibility ring that Leon had given her after looting it to Tiberius' guards. Oh, Pleon responded, her expression going from one of delight to one of apprehension. Has this person made you sad? Killing intent came pouring out of Pleon in such amounts that the water around them began to freeze. No, Naiad protested, trying to allay her mother's furious reaction, knowing full well the hell that Pleon could unleash if she were truly angered. It's not like that, I just want to talk. Pleon took a long, deep breath, and retracted her killing intent, allowing the temperature around the two to return to normal. She also made a quick hand gesture to the rest of the watching Naiads far below them, telling them that everything was all right, despite her brief outburst. What do you need to talk about? Pleon asked once she regained her serene demeanor. She calmly leaned back in the water around the two, with the water dense enough at these depths to hold her up like a chair without her power keeping it from doing so. Naiad, however, remained standing. He asked me to be a part of his family, I see, Pleon replied. She leaned forward after a moment of thought and whispered more to herself than to Naiad, so this boy wants to take you from me. I'm not yours, mother, Naiad replied. Was that not clear when I left? You didn't leave me, little one, not when you moved barely a few long counts away into a cavern that I built for you. Naiad scowled, but she didn't back down. She glared at Pleon and made it clear with her aura alone that she was willing to fight to back herself up. Cleone's aura towered over hers, dwarfing it so completely that Naiad hadn't the faintest idea how powerful her mother was. Cleone could be the weakest of 9th tiers, or she could be the strongest of 10th tiers. She could even be stronger, and Naiad had no way of knowing. "Oh, enough, dear. I'm only playing with you. You make the most adorable faces when you're angry," Cleone said as any trace of hostility in her voice, face, and aura vanished like they were never there, and she leaned forward with the most welcoming and enthusiastic of smiles and continued, "So, tell me about this boy that's caught your eye. Is he strong? Is he cute?" "He possesses the blood of the Thunderbird," Naiad simply replied. Cleone froze in abject shock as her eyes darted down to the friezes flanking the road that lead to the base of the pyramid. Specifically, what caught her eye was one of the largest carvings on the beast side, behind only a handful of dragons and several other creatures, a carving of a huge raptor with its wings spread, surrounded by lightning and with a pair of topaz eyes. "Are you sure?" Cleone asked. "That bloodline was supposed to have been exterminated thousands of years ago." "I'm sure," Naiad replied, not entirely sure why her mother was acting like this, but understanding that Leon's blood was, perhaps, far more important than he seemed, at least to her, to realize. "Dear, you take that boy and you don't let him go," Cleone suddenly ordered. "To mate with a man with an inherited bloodline is one thing, but his is stellar. What do you mean?" Cleone glanced back down at the friezes one more time before she answered. "I'm not entirely sure, to be honest, but I do know that the descendants of the Thunderbirds were powerful enough to have once ruled this entire plane. They were almost all killed 80,000 years ago for reasons I don't know of, but the power in their blood is beyond powerful. If you have the chance to give your daughters that blood, you must take it. So, for no other reasons than Leon's blood, you're saying that I should go back to him?" Naiad asked, her face warping with indecision, skepticism, disappointment, and 100 other negative emotions. Cleone almost shouted back, "Yes," in response, but seeing and registering what was going through Naiad's mind by seeing these expressions caused the words to die in her throat. She sighed, laughed, and said, "You know, you really remind me of myself sometimes. And I mean that as a compliment." "I'll try to take it that way," Naiad said back, though neither woman knew if she was being sarcastic or not. "So, tell me about this boy, then, with more detail than simply what he can give your daughters." Naiad sighed, then began filling her mother in on Leon's physical characteristics and all that both of them had done since they had met in explicit detail, and she didn't neglect to mention Elise. "That's quite the story, kid," Cleone said once Naiad had finished. "I'll admit, I never thought about other women like that, but if it makes you happy, I won't question it. I hadn't either, but getting with Leon is a package deal with Elise. It's both or none, so I chose both, and have since experienced more than I would have ever thought possible." "Sounds like a tough situation to maintain," Cleone said. "Were I in your place, I think I would have just pushed this Leon boy down and taken what I wanted. I know, but it didn't work when I tried it. He resisted, and that's the part one still don't quite believe. He isn't blind, is he? Why would he resist? Your father didn't when I stole him from his palace, but he had Elise. Like I said, both or neither, so I had to negotiate with Elise first. Well, I'm glad that things eventually worked out, at least for a while." "Are you pregnant?" "No," Naiad quietly admitted. "That's a shame," Cleone whispered in response. The two sat there in silence for a long few seconds as Naiad waited for her mother to say something else. Cleone, however, seemed to lose herself in thought for that time. Once she returned to herself, any frivolousness on her face was gone, replaced with deadly seriousness. If her daughter had come all the way back to cold Saren from the warm bed of her mate, then the least Cleone could do was to take this situation as seriously as Naiad was, even if her joy at finally seeing her daughter again after so many decades made that a bit difficult. "You'll be going back to him," Cleone matter-of-factly stated as she turned her eyes back toward her daughter. "It doesn't matter what I say or do, you'll be going back. Any breath I use trying to convince you to stay would be wasted." Naiad nodded. "I suppose, then, that it also doesn't matter if you have my permission or not, but you have it, anyway. Consider any outstanding obligations you have to Saren fulfilled, assuming you didn't before. What about all of you?" Cleone glanced away from her youngest daughter and down to the rest of the Naiads below. 3 of them were nearly identical to Naiad in everything, including skin tone. Those were Naiad's sisters. The rest of the Naiads were more distantly related, though they all referred to themselves as sisters since, under their empress, they were all equal. I had hoped that you would be the one to succeed me, she quietly confessed. However, if your place is up there in the world that humanity has wrought, then so be it. I will content myself with one of your sisters. I'm just happy that you didn't follow in the footsteps of my foolish youngest sister and embrace Gorgonism after all this time without finding a mate. Naiad smiled and rushed forward to hug her mother. Thank you, she said into Pleon's ear. Just do me one favor, my dear, Pleon said as she hugged Naiad back. Anything, Naiad whispered. If what you say is true and this Leon boy gains enough power to bring his clan back from oblivion, then spread our people as well. The two of you ought to have many children over the years. Oh, and if you make sure they know where they come from, I'd appreciate that, too. I'd like to meet my grandchildren one day. I will, Naiad whispered back. Good, Pleon said. Now, how long has it been since you last saw this boy? More than a month, Naiad answered. Pleon sighed in thought, and said, I'm afraid that I'm going to have to keep you here for a little while longer. There are a few things about our kind that I was saving to teach you for when you returned, and now that you're back, I'd like to get started so that you can return as soon as possible. It took weeks for Pleon to impart everything that she knew to Naiad. It was a significant breadth of information, everything from the most esoteric theories on where river nymphs came from to good methods to increase power once Naiad found where her limits lay as she wasn't human. The training methods of humanity wouldn't do her much good. Those weeks were more than enough time for Pleon to dread the moment when they parted. It wasn't enough time for a mother who hadn't seen her daughter in so long, and she couldn't help but feel melancholic as she watched Naiad walk back toward the edge of Saren, quite possibly never to return. Naiad loved Leon. She never outright admitted that to Pleon, but Pleon could see it in the way Naiad's eyes glittered when talking about him and hear it in her voice when she told her mother about the past year or so. Pleon knew that Naiad didn't have to admit it to her, she only had to admit it to herself and Leon. After these past few weeks, Pleon hoped that Naiad understood that, and though she never confronted Naiad with it, she made sure Naiad knew that river nymphs of her intelligence and power mated for life. There would be no other mates for Naiad after Leon. There had been no others for Pleon after Naiad's father, nor before. There may be other women in their shared bed, but since Naiad couldn't have children with them, Pleon didn't think they'd count, though she was certainly curious as to what Naiad's relationship with them might look like. At the very least, she knew that if anything happened to keep her daughter from the only true mate Naiad would ever have in her life, then she'd use every ounce of her power to gain vengeance on Naiad's behalf, even if she had to massacre every single person on Eterna in the process. It wasn't quite official, yet, that Leon and Naiad were mates. Naiad still had yet to tell Leon her true name, and at least until that happened Leon would never know the sound of her voice, but that was a technicality that Pleon didn't think mattered to anyone involved. As far as Naiad was concerned, she and Leon were already mates, even if her emotional turmoil of the past couple of months had shaken that certainty a bit. Pleon sighed, lay back in the water, and turned her eyes upward toward the beam of blue light looming above her, connecting the altars of the Great Pyramid and its inverted counterpart. The magic powering that great ward was stronger than even Pleon could reasonably estimate, and the thing it contained demanded such strength. She had hoped that Naiad could have helped her to watch over it, but it seemed that it would never be. That was fine, Pleon thought. She'd make do with the others below her. The thing in that light could never be freed, no matter what it was, but it was her place to watch over it and the rest of the pyramids here, anyway. Such was the most important duty of the River Nymph Empress. Chapter 414. Golden Lotus. The forges of Ironford were never cold. They turned out weapons, armor, and accessories of all kinds by the hundreds, making the city the single largest producer of war material in the entire kingdom. A few of these forges were owned by Heaven's Eye, but the vast majority were owned and operated by their only real local competition, the Blasted Furnace. Leon, however, wasn't interested in any of that. Instead, his focus was devoted to finding a good jeweler and goldsmith that wasn't affiliated with Heaven's Eye. Since the Blasted Furnace was almost exclusively devoted to the manufacture of arms and armor, he had some trouble finding an independent smith for his purposes. Fortunately, August heard about his search and asked Marquis Herenia, who then pointed Leon in the right direction. But that was about a week ago, and now Leon's commission was about complete, so he made his way from his quarters in the palace accompanied only by Alex. The two spent some time catching up, but there honestly wasn't much to talk about. Most of Alex's work with Minerva had been bureaucratic in nature, and paperwork was hardly a riveting topic. Likewise, All Leon could think to talk about for a while was his enchantment work, and Alex didn't have much interest in that. After reaching the goldsmith, however, Leon managed to find something to talk about for a while. "So," he said with some awkwardness to Alex as the smith went to the back to fetch Leon's order, "have you put any thought into a second name?" Alex blinked in surprise at Leon's question. "Not really," she honestly answered. "I haven't even looked too much into the rules. I'm not sure I even want a second name. The rules are simple as far as I understand them," Leon said. "Commoners are only allowed their given names, nobles and foreigners get a second name to set them apart. You're a knight, and thus, noble. You can take a second name if you want to." "I don't really want to, though," Alex replied as she lightly frowned. "My name is simple and easy to remember. Why change that? Some might think being knighted is a good enough reason to change," Leon said. "They'd want the entire world to know of their higher standing. Going from commoner to knight is hardly that great of a reach," Alex protested. "If someone told me that there were more than 1,000,000 knights in this kingdom, I'd believe them." Leon nodded. The Bull Kingdom's population was measured in the hundreds of millions, though he wasn't sure what the exact numbers from the last census were. Regardless, while he knew that compared to the number of commoners in the kingdom, knights were relatively rare, but that didn't mean they were scarce. He and Alex rubbed shoulders with hundreds of knights every day, and they dealt with princes, high lords, and some of the most important and influential people in the entire kingdom. "I suppose that's a fair enough viewpoint to have," he said. Alex was about to continue, but the goldsmith returned with a small package. "Here you are, good sir," the smith said. "It was a difficult piece, but I believe it turned out quite well." Leon barely heard him, and instead directed his attention to the package in front of him. It was a shiny box of lacquered wood, deep red in color with a pair of small brass hinges on the back. It was small enough for Leon to carry it in one hand, but still fairly large compared to most of what was on display in the shop. "That doesn't look like a ring box," Alex said in mild disappointment, having assumed that when Leon said he was going to a goldsmith that he was going to propose to Elise. Most common marriages in the Bull Kingdom weren't accompanied by gifts of expensive jewels, but the nobility liked to present their significant others with such things when proposing marriage, if only to make a statement about their wealth. Rings were, of course, an ever-popular selection for such gifts, but bracelets, necklaces, and even diadems weren't unheard of, either. Leon simply replied, "It isn't." He wasn't thinking about proposing to Elise, at least, not yet. Especially not so soon after Naiad's departure. But he still wanted to show her that he loved her and was thinking about her in a tangible way, and so he'd sprung for something shiny and expensive that he could enchant, though that wasn't how he described it to the goldsmith he'd commissioned to make the piece, and had gone into great detail about what he wanted. With some apprehension, Leon carefully opened the box. It had a small latch, and Leon almost fumbled with it as his hands shook in nervousness and excitement. This goldsmith made all of Marquis Heronia's jewelry, so Leon knew he had to be good, but he was still anxious about taking this to somewhere other than Heaven's Eye. If he took it to the Heaven's Eye branch in the city, though, he couldn't be sure that it wouldn't get back to Elise somehow, and he wanted this to be a surprise. He opened the lid, and instantly, all of his worries vanished. Even Alex beside him couldn't stifle a gasp of amazement. It was a work of art, a thick bracelet of gold shaped to look like roots and leaves, while the main centerpiece that would sit right over Elise's wrist was a golden flower. And it wasn't just any flower, it was a slender lotus, with each leaf studded with a small sapphire. When he made his commission, Leon had been worried that the smith would make the lotus too big, making the bracelet gaudy and unwieldy, but this was perfect. The golden petals were large enough to be as eye-catching as jewelry ought to be, but not so much as to get in the way. In fact, the bracelet as a whole was about as large as some small and undoubtedly extremely expensive magical clocks that Leon had seen some nobles wearing on their wrists of late. "Wow," Alex whispered as the sapphires in the lotus leaves caught the light of the shop's magic lanterns and glittered. "It's perfect," Leon said, eliciting a smile of pride from the middle-aged goldsmith. Leon quickly paid the man what he owed for the bracelet, and then he and Alex left. The price tag had quickly diminished much of Alex's wonder at it, but she was still quite curious as to what Leon now intended to do. "I'm not proposing," Leon said, quashing that particular thought of Alex's. "I'm going to enchant this to help Elise with her nature magic." "Is that it?" Alex asked with some measure of disappointment. "Yes," Leon said as dread began to seep into his voice. "I just wanted to show her that I was thinking of her." "Is it not enough?" "Oh, no," I think that's more than enough to get that across. I just thought that you were aiming for something more. Especially with how much it cost. Alex grimaced as she thought back to how much money Leon had just spent. She didn't think she made that much in a year. It's worth it, Leon said with a smile. I'd say it's barely worthy of the time it takes to look upon it, but I suppose I just have high standards, Zafin said as he closely examined the bracelet. Leon had returned to his room immediately after getting back to the palace and dove straight into his soul realm. If he was going to properly enchant the bracelet, he'd need both Zafin's and the Thunderbird's help, since he was next to useless when it came to earth and light magic, two of the elements that were key to nature enchantments, and in the ways of water magic, the third and final element, he was barely an amateur. Well, I then suppose that it's good that I'm not trying to impress you with this gift, Leon shot back. Are you going to help or not? I'll help. I can't have you embarrassing yourself by presenting a gift that is unworthy of you. You are carrying around a Lord of Flame, after all, and I'd hate to see anyone affiliated with me fizzle and die like a match thrown into a lake over something so small. We'll squeeze every drop of majesty out of that little band of gold, of that I have no doubt. Leon nodded, but in truth, he wasn't that confident in Zafin's ability to help in this matter. The demon was self-professed not interested in elements beyond fire, even though Leon was sure that Zafin was still probably more knowledgeable about earth, light, and water than he was. Or maybe just earth and light. Leon wasn't so sure about the water. However, Zafin surprised him when he immediately began to mutter to himself and project a board of white light behind him, upon which hundreds of tiny runes began to form. I didn't know you knew enough about light to create such an illusion, demon, Leon said. There's a lot you don't know about me, Zafin replied. Light isn't too far from fire, and so I have some small understanding of it. You will, too, even if you never use it for combat. No being would be worthy of the Nexus otherwise. Leon nodded and turned his attention back to Zafin's light board. He did his best to make sense of it all, but Zafin might as well have been weaving his enchantment in a completely separate language for all that Leon was able to perceive. To an extent, Leon had gone through this period of confusion before during his experimentations with wind, water, fire, and lightning enchantments, but it had always been a slower process. He started with the basics, and in the case of the former two, had the Thunderbird there to guide him. Zafin wasn't trying to teach him now, the demon was just quietly doing his own thing, and from what Leon was able to tell, rather gleeful in Leon's inability to read the enchantment he was writing. The bastard is showing off. Leon bitterly thought as he shot a dirty look at the mass of orange flames that perpetually surrounded Zafin's body. Maybe it was his imagination, he was almost certain it wasn't, but he could have sworn that Zafin's bright yellow eyes flashed in smugness as the demon worked. After a few moments, the demon leaned back, apparently satisfied with his work. There, human, all that I know of light magic is up there. Leon studied the illusory board with great interest. His eyes darted from pattern to pattern, running along magic lines leading from one rune to the next, all flowing in and among themselves to create a gorgeous silver tapestry of swirling runes. Slowly, Leon's eyes began to see the order to the seeming chaos, the light rune leading into a projection rune into an amplification rune, and so on. What can the whole thing do? Leon asked. It can change colors, Zafin proudly boasted. Change colors, Leon muttered to himself in confusion. And then it clicked. Zafin was fucking with him. Change colors, really? That's it, Zafin roared with laughter, his deep resonant voice practically shaking his pavilion. Ha ha ha, you should see your face, human. Of course that's all it does. Why would you ever come to a fire demon to learn enchantments that help plants grow? Taking a deep breath, Leon did his absolute best not to lose his mind at his supposed partner. It was true that he'd learned a lot from Zafin's teaching on the subject of fire, and despite all evidence to the contrary, he'd hoped the demon could have some insights into this matter. It seems I was mistaken, Leon quietly muttered to himself, resolving to never seek Zafin's assistance again for anything other than burning things. Fortunately, before Leon could start venting his frustrations, an arc of lightning thundered through the sky of his soul realm, and with it came the Thunderbird. She stood in the doorway of Zafin's pavilion, dressed in a simple red sleeveless tunic, loose pants, and a pair of sandals, and her yellow avian eyes were locked solely on Zafin. What exactly are you teaching my descendant, demon? She demanded without a single hint of warmth in her voice. See for yourself, Zafin said with a shrug as he moved a bit to reveal his light board to the Thunderbird. The divine bird in human form clicked her tongue in disapproval and waved her hand, dismissing the board with ease. Parlor tricks, she spat. You need more if you're to make that thing something worth taking pride in. Actually, now that I think about it, there are some applications of that magic that could make this look a little better, Leon said, getting a bit defensive on Zaffin's behalf despite himself, though he didn't lie, either. We can think about form after we think about function, the Thunderbird said. Now, come with me and we can work in peace. She then turned around and began walking down the mountain toward Leon's personal palace. Don't mind me, I'll just sit up here. As I have been doing. For years, Zaffin grumbled. We'll talk later, Leon said as he followed the Thunderbird away from Zaffin's pavilion. Think about something you might need to get stronger. If I get much stronger, you'd probably explode if you tried to use my power, Zaffin countered. You're stronger than you were the last time you called upon it, but you still can't handle it. Don't push yourself, boy, I've waited a long time, I can wait a little longer. Even if I bitch about it sometimes. Leon gave the demon an apologetic look as he left, while Zaffin went back to relaxing in the pavilion. As much as it bored the demon, he had to admit that it was rather relaxing there. It's going to be difficult to readjust to life in the void when I return, Zaffin thought to himself. Here, I can speak without much consideration. There, well, it's nice to be able to vent to that boy. He'd have to return to the void eventually if only to kill Eamon. But for now, he was in the mood to relax and let his power slowly recover on its own. There wasn't much else he could do, anyway, and that one fact cooled his zeal for recovery significantly. Besides, in the void, there wasn't an ascended beast teaching her descendant who Zaffin could surreptitiously learn from. Chapter 415. New missions. Leon couldn't enchant his gift to Elise right away, rather, he and the Thunderbird needed to first plan out what he wanted to do with it, and that process alone would take days, followed by weeks of preparation. And as much as Leon wanted to devote his time to nothing but that in his own training, the Civil War had waited long enough. For 2 months, Octavius and August had been amassing their forces. Octavius had gotten a good head start, but his allies were far more spread out across the kingdom. August had less people loyal to him, but they didn't have that far to go. Logistics, as always, were a pain to figure out, and from what Leon had seen from Minerva and several other high-ranking knights, he was glad he was as far away from that mess as he was. The Eastern Territories had farms, to be sure, but the amount of food they produced wasn't enough to support the Eastern population on their own. The Western Territories provided as much as half of the entire Bull Kingdom's food supply in any given year, oftentimes more, and that it was firmly in Octavius' hands was a big problem for the Augustine faction. But they had their own advantages, too. The forges of the blasted furnace were running round the clock as August ensured his forces were properly equipped. Nearly all of the Bull Kingdom's silver mines were in the east, too, so he was able to buy food, spells, and other equipment from merchants in Armenium. But food, spells, arms, and armor were one thing, the armies and allies he needed were another thing entirely. The Eastern Territories had 15 legions, 5 of which needed to stay put to keep the peace, leaving August with 200,000 combat soldiers. Adding to that were 50,000 knights and men-at-arms contributed by the Eastern nobles, giving August a fairly large army. The problem was that Octavius had more than twice that, though with a couple fewer legions compared to August and more troops from his loyal nobles. August was desperate for something to fill that gap. I will not agree to this, Your Highness, Minerva insisted, glaring down at the proposal in her hand like it was about to turn into a snake and sink its fangs into her wrist. Actually, compared to what was in the stack of papers, having them transform into some vicious creature would be an improvement, in her opinion. I don't need you to agree to it, Dame Minerva, I just need it to happen, August replied, his tone calm but holding an intense undercurrent of anger. The two were in his office with only Leon and the 2 paladins there with them. The 5 had just left a large meeting with the legion commanders and nobles who had pledged themselves to August's cause, where they had worked out a general strategy for moving forward. It had been decided that Brimstone and Minerva would lead 6 legions northward to secure the Great Plateau and get the support of the nobles there, while Roland would take the remaining 4 legions south. The noble army would defend the Eastern Territories from further attack in their absence. Leon assumed that he would be going with Minerva since he was her direct subordinate, and so wasn't too surprised when he wasn't given a specific task. However, his unease grew as Minerva's eyes kept flickering between him, August, and the stack of papers in her hand that expanded upon August's proposed strategy. I have spent my entire military career defending our borders from military incursions by our neighbors. Minerva loudly said, barely keeping herself from shouting in anger. I will never allow Samar or Talfar troops to cross our borders, no matter the situation we find ourselves in. We have little other recourse, we need allies, and after the consul of the north went to the capital, it seems that we've run out of domestic options, Roland responded as he cocked an eyebrow, noticing that she didn't call out the mission he'd planned for Leon in that plan. Dame Minerva, perhaps we ought to tone things down, these proposals are just that, proposals. Nothing has been finalized, yet, Roland said as he glanced at August for confirmation. Indeed, August said as he rose from behind his desk and walked around it to look Minerva in the eye properly. I doubt that Sultan Harun or Queen Andraste would come to my aid, anyway. Andraste is still fighting the Han in the east, and Rashid has his own succession issues to deal with right now. The prince gave a deep sigh as the anger he felt began to drain out of him. I was merely suggesting that we open diplomatic communications with the two. We don't hold the capital, so are the rebels right now. If we were to get the acknowledgement of two fellow monarchs, though, it would go a long way toward increasing my legitimacy. Minerva frowned. The Bull Kingdom was relatively isolated, and its people weren't the most diplomatically minded out of those in the Eterna. She doubted that foreign acknowledgements would sway many minds in August's favor, but she remained silent until August was finished. I need more soldiers, more warriors, more everything, the prince continued. We have a large army, but the reports I've been getting from the capital have me extremely concerned. What reports? Minerva demanded, since no such reports had been shared with the rest of the command staff at Ironford. As far as she knew, even the two most important nobles on August's side, Marquis Herenia of Ironford and Marquis Aeneas of Aventino, had been briefed fully on the situation. As far as anyone was aware, they didn't have enough informants in the capital to have a good idea of how big Octavius' army was. Publius Umber reached out to me a few days ago to inform me of some troubling news, August explained. Octavius has imprisoned hundreds of nobles working in the legions and the government who came from Eastern families. He's purged thousands more who were of common heritage, leaving many of his legions with few commanders and the palace with little more than a skeleton crew to keep things moving. He's also informed me of Octavius' numbers. August then handed Minerva another piece of paper, and everyone in the room watched as her look of anger quickly warped into a scowl as she read the report. As calmly as he could, August said, we're outnumbered more than 2 to 1. We need to find allies. That's what I was doing. August turned to Leon next, and continued, I was actually hoping you could help me out in that regard, Sir Ursus. You've told me before that you can get me the support of the stone giants in the border mountains. How certain are you of this? There is no doubt in my mind that they would come if I were to call upon them, Leon confidently replied. Then I am going to send you and your retinue east to do just that, August said. So I'm not going north? Leon asked, his stoic face slightly shifting into a brief expression of surprise and disappointment. No, I'm sure you could do a lot of good up there even though you won't let me use your name, but no matter what tactical boons you could provide, your strategic uses are far too great to ignore. Bring me those giants. Leon froze at the mention of his name and uncontrollably released a few strands of killing intent, but once August was finished, Leon slowly nodded his agreement. I assume the stone giants will be welcomed better than Talfar or Samar warriors, Dame Minerva? August asked. I can't say for certain, Minerva answered, still obviously not in agreement. I would say the same, Brimstone added. The Eastern Lords won't be too happy about this development. They've fought the stone giants for millennia, and to see them suddenly invited into the kingdom so soon after securing peace won't be taken well. I'll speak with the nobles, August said. Many of them have family members now held hostage by Octavius. Things will be rough for a little while when the stone giants arrive, but if we free these prisoners, then I doubt the nobles will make too big of a fuss. It helps, too, that I'm not sending their knights and men at arms to die in the west. So long as it's only the giants, I can live with that, Minerva growled through her teeth. It clearly didn't sit well with her, but their strategic situation was just that bad. She had to compromise here and there, and she trusted Leon. I don't like losing Ursus, though. The group continued to speak for a few more minutes, but they had offensives to plan and not much time to do it in. It had been 2 months, after all, and Octavius' armies were undoubtedly already on the move. If they wanted to beat those armies to their objectives, then they'd have to move even faster. Leon breathed deeply of the cool mountain air. He was far away from the nearest major city, with only Valeria, Alex, Anzu, and Lapis for company. Despite the history between their families, Leon found himself relaxing more and more around Valeria, such that even this time with only her and Alex around for human companionship wasn't that bad. The need to seek revenge for his father still burned in his heart, but the more time he spent around her, the more he trusted her and the more he thought of her as something akin to a friend. And he had no idea how to reconcile that with the fact that her father was undoubtedly his enemy. But such things weren't even on his mind right now. He simply enjoyed the rough mountain landscape of the Eastern Territories, feeling right at home. The five were on their way to the Crater tribe to recruit them into August's faction. Minerva, Roland, Brimstone, and their legions moved out of Ironford shortly before Leon and the others did, bound for the Northern and Southern Territories. Leon was a bit upset that he was missing those campaigns since he wanted to be there for every blow they struck against Octavius, but since he was doing something he wanted to do, he wasn't too broken up about it. He cheered himself up immensely by imagining the face Octavius or Earthshaker might make if he were ever to directly face them in battle with hundreds of 6th-tier equivalent stone giants at his back. They stopped to rest several times on their journey eastward, though not too frequently. Alex slowed them down a bit, being only 3rd tier, but Leon wasn't shy about letting her ride Anzu so that they could speed up their pace a bit. Anzu's feelings were a bit more mixed, but he was starting to get used to acting as a war mount and wasn't quite so averse to the idea of Leon's friends riding on his back as he had been. Moving like this, the group covered more than 100 miles every day, stopping when rest was needed, but usually sleeping out in the wild with Lapis watching over them. They reached the western edge of the border mountains in only 5 days. "Do you know the way from here?" Leon asked Lapis as the ground of gray stone and brown soil starting to give way to clumps of black hexagonal basalt pillars. "It won't be too hard to find my people," Lapis confidently replied. "That's good to hear," Leon said. "Otherwise, I might have had to scout a bit on Anzu." "I wouldn't recommend that, Leon," Lapis warned. "Other griffins call these mountains home, and more besides. To fly through the air here would be to invite disaster." "Oh," Leon said, a little disheartened. "Then I'm very glad that you know the way." Leon and Lapis carried on like this for a little longer, mostly discussing the threats in the mountains as Lapis knew them. The stone giants were the most attention-grabbing inhabitants of the mountains given their tribal organization and frequent violent clashes with the Bull Kingdom's citizens, but they were by no means the most powerful. Griffins, trolls, river nymphs, and rock salamanders could all individually grow powerful enough to pose serious threats to stone giants. Sometimes even manticores and wyverns could make their way into the mountains, beasts with enough power to immediately rise to the top of the local food chain. Behind them, the conversation between Alex and Valeria was a lot less serious. "I hate the mountains," Alex muttered as the group kept ascending the gentle slope into the border mountains. "Why?" Valeria asked. "Too rocky," Alex said with a cheeky smile. "Give me a good, flat, grassy plain any day over these gods-forsaken mountains. Better yet, give me a city where I can find a place to play cards, get some drinks, maybe go out dancing, I've rarely spent time in mountains," Valeria murmured a bit absent-mindedly. "Really, isn't your family supposed to be rich, your father being an exarch and all? Don't rich people go on vacations to exotic locations all the time?" Valeria flinched a bit at the mention of her father. She still hadn't received any word from him, and while she did her best not to let it show, it did weigh heavily on her mind. But she didn't blame Alex for asking, and answered, "We didn't get out much. When I was young, almost all of my time was spent either in Calabria or in the capital. In these past few months I've seen more of the Bull Kingdom than I ever did in my entire life before." "Oh," Alex whispered, her tone shifting to one of sympathy and guilt for bringing up something that she was only now realizing was putting Valeria in a bad mood. "I'm sorry for bringing all of this up. Don't worry about it," Valeria said. "It is what it is. I'm getting out and about now, and that's what matters. At least I didn't grow up being literally stuck on a single estate like Princess Christina. Yeah, I think I'd go crazy if I were stuck somewhere like that, no matter how luxurious it is. Then again, I've never lived in a palace before, so I can't say that with certainty." "It's not what it's cracked up to be," Valeria said. "You don't have to worry about certain things, for sure, but especially for princesses, you're expected to act a certain way at least. That's what I've gathered from listening to Christina's complaints. Besides, it wasn't just her there, she lived with the king's entire harem." Hundreds of women, none of them with children, most of them jealous of her position. As far as I'm aware, Xianxia and I were the only friends she's made in her entire life. That's so sad, Alex mumbled, unable to really comprehend being in a situation where the only friends she could make were her own guards. She's out of that place now, and she's doing a lot better, Valeria said. She seems to have made friends with some of Marquis Heronia's daughters, and she and I still spend a lot of time together. All's well that ends well, I guess, Alex said, not quite believing her own words. Can I ask you a question, Dame Alex? Oh, sure, and you can just call me Alex. Alex knew for a fact that she'd told this to Valeria before, but the silver-haired woman could be unfailingly formal at times, and it drove Alex a bit nuts. Could I ask you about why you're here? Alex responded, unsure if she should be insulted or not. I mean, why are you following Leon so enthusiastically? And to such a place as the home of the stone giants? Alex was silent for a long moment before she answered. Leon and I met under some pretty extreme circumstances, you know that. Valeria nodded. I suppose we just, I don't know, bonded over that incident. Leon was almost killed by Hakon Firebeard. We were both almost killed during that siege and everything that led up to it. And when he left, he asked for me to come with. I couldn't bring myself to stay, so I left with him. Alex glanced up at Leon's back, not too far away but still conversing with Lapis and not paying the two ladies behind him much attention right now. I think that when all of that was over, we both kind of clung to one another for a while, as friends who bonded over a shared time of struggle. And that's it, that's why I'm still here. We're friends, and I can confidently say that we'd kill for each other. Do I need any other reason? Valeria lightly frowned as she thought about her own reasons for following Leon. No, she admitted after a few moments of quiet thought. No, you don't. Guided by Lapis, the group moved quickly through the mountains, using paths and tunnels that the giants had made to travel quickly and safely through their lands. Along the way, they passed by a number of other stone giant settlements that Lapis wanted to check in with, but none were even close to the size of the Crater tribe. 7 days after leaving Ironford, Leon and company finally arrived at the crater that had lent its name to the Crater tribe. It was rough going, and both Leon and Anzu had chafed a bit being stuck to the ground. Now that both could fly, both always wanted to fly, but Leon followed Lapis' advice and kept both himself and Anzu firmly on land. The crater itself hadn't changed much in the years since Leon had last been there. The walls of the crater were still peppered with the vast entrances to the giant-sized trapezoidal doorways. The maze that covered the crater floor was still there, and the cradle hadn't been rebuilt. Here and there a few giants were going about whatever business they had, but the crater still seemed a bit bereft of inhabitants, which wasn't too surprising since the crater hadn't seemed too crowded the last time Leon had been here. They emerged into the crater from a tunnel, walking out onto one of the platforms that acted as roads leading up and down the crater walls, connecting each giant cave to each other. They were about a third of the way up from the bottom. We're finally here, Alex muttered as she followed the others onto the platform. I have to admit, I never thought we'd return. Why not? Leon asked. They almost killed you the last time we were here. I figured that whatever promises they made, it wasn't going to be worth coming back, Alex admitted. Leon nodded in understanding. That's valid, I suppose. Hopefully we won't get into too much trouble this time around. I think that's all on you, Alex said, shooting Leon a cheeky smile. As they spoke, Lapis walked to the edge of the platform and, to the surprise of the other four, slammed its hands together in a thunderous clap that resounded throughout the entire crater. Reeling from the sound of the clap, Leon loudly exclaimed, "What the hells?" Lapis didn't respond, and instead seemed to vibrate with earth magic, sending the vibrations deep into the basalt walls. Valeria almost pulled her glaive off her back, only refraining when Leon told everyone to wait. Anzu, meanwhile, was terrified, and protectively wrapped his body around Leon while glaring at Lapis. Once its vibrations were finished, though, the giant simply stood there at the edge of the platform, completely unmoving. If Leon didn't know better, he could have easily mistaken Lapis for a statue. A few seconds later, another round of vibrations came from somewhere below, closer to the crater floor. It was only after these vibrations stopped that Lapis moved again, turning back around to face Leon and saying, "Reiko's no. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel." Thank you.